In the realm of transmigration, where most individuals assume human forms, Qiaoqiao is an exception. Each time she traverses worlds, she does not take on the guise of a human. Her first transformation leads her to become a small rabbit, fortuitously in a world of cultivation where she has the opportunity to regain her human form. Thus begins her quest for transformation, during which she fortuitously joins forces with a formidable gray wolf. Ultimately, she finds herself in companionship with a gray wolf. A rabbit and a gray wolf together, such a peculiar pairing. Qiaoqiao muses, this configuration is indeed absurd. In her second incarnation, she becomes a white hedgehog, only to be captured shortly thereafter by a natural enemy. Is it truly necessary to care for offspring in such a manner? Qiaoqiao laments, so once again, I find myself entangled with a nemesis. During her third transformation, she becomes a rare spiritual herb, attracting the covetous gaze of a spiritual beast. Qiaoqiao sighs, all right, I can foresee the conclusion, there is no need to elaborate further. In her subsequent transformations, each time, she becomes the target of her adversaries, who first seduce her with offerings, then ensnare her heart, ultimately leading to her dismemberment and consumption. Qiaoqiao reflects, this is rather outrageous. Chapter 1: The White-Furred Rabbit, the Gray Woolen Lone Wolf. Qiaoqiao recalls plunging into a body of water to save a young student. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovers herself transformed into a rabbit. Your sole mission is to survive, echoes a chilling voice, sending shivers down her spine. Who are you? She inquires, but silence ensues. Instinctively, she scans her surroundings, finding only towering trees and a cerulean sky. Am I merely hearing things? After a moment of stillness, the silence persists. Perhaps it is indeed just a figment of my imagination. Shaking her head, she resolves to set aside the matter and ponder her next steps. Having arrived, she resolves to adapt. Qiaoqiao has always possessed a remarkable ability to acclimate, and her gentle nature allows her to accept her new form without discontent. In a mere 3 minutes, she reconciles with her transformation into a rabbit. Though a rabbit, she is determined to live well in the forest. Rabbits are indeed a vulnerable group, and she must safeguard her existence. As she contemplates, a sudden thud interrupts her thoughts. A heavy object plummets from the sky, landing before her. The scent of blood fills her nostrils. She looks up to find a gray wolf. Upon seeing the wolf, a torrent of fragmented memories floods her mind, all pertaining to her rabbit form. Rabbits, being creatures of limited cognitive capacity, struggle to retain distant memories. The clearest image among these recollections is of a lively girl who had cradled her, vowing to care for her, only to later abandon her in a moment of peril, using her as a mere shield. This girl is named Qiaoqiao. Qiaoqiao realizes, if memory serves, this name belongs to the protagonist of the cultivation novel I once read. She gazes at the gray wolf, recognizing him as the supporting character in the narrative, the devoted backup to the heroine, Junqi, the scion of the wolf clan. While she cannot recall the plot in its entirety, it seems she has reincarnated into the body of a rabbit, and her memories have been altered. However, based on her knowledge, the current storyline indicates that Junqi has fled from home due to ideological differences with his father, encountering a former enemy of his father along the way. Although the adversary possesses slightly greater power, Junqi, equipped with many magical artifacts, ultimately prevails but suffers significant injuries. Qiaoqiao blinks at Junqi, pondering whether this alteration in events constitutes a butterfly effect. Though she has only just arrived and taken no action, there is no rationale to explain this occurrence. If she is to survive, remaining in the form of a rabbit is perilous. She must first regain her human form, achievable only through the use of transformation grass. Transformation grass, as its name suggests, is a herb that enables ordinary animals and spirit beasts to assume human forms. Yet, it grows in perilous locations, and she doubts her ability to procure it alone. Assistance is essential. Recalling that the wolf clan's heir is rather sentimental, she considers that if she saves him, he might assist her in obtaining the transformation grass. Is this not a form of free labor? The more she contemplates, the more delighted she becomes. When rabbits are excited, they emit a gentle grinding sound with their teeth. Though Qiaoqiao cannot hear it, she feels she is producing a sound akin to a soft creaking. Having resolved to act, she steels herself and hops forward. The scent of blood emanating from Junqi will undoubtedly attract other predators. She must move him swiftly. With her hind legs coiled for power and her forelegs assisting, she propels herself forward like a cannonball, managing to push Junqi a few centimeters. Rabbits possess notably strong muscles, particularly in their hind legs, allowing for impressive leaps. Fortunately, Junqi is not yet an adult wolf, otherwise, she would be unable to budge him regardless of her efforts. However, the disparity in size between a rabbit and a wolf is staggering, and after only a few attempts, Qiaoqiao finds herself panting heavily. Goodness, this wolf is heavier than she anticipated. After a brief respite, Qiaoqiao feels somewhat rejuvenated and resumes her exertion. Though the rabbit's memories are fragmented, the knowledge of her home is vividly clear. By the time Qiaoqiao manages to roll Junqi to her burrow, darkness has enveloped the surroundings. The rabbit's burrow lies beneath a small hill, its entrance obscured by dense underbrush. Cautiously, Qiaoqiao peers inside. The burrow is spacious, yet the entrance is narrow, permitting only the entry of his head or tail initially. Perhaps it is best for his tail to enter first. After a mere 3 seconds of deliberation, she certainly does not wish to encounter his rear. She settles on this decision. With a soft thud, Junqi tumbles into the burrow, stirring up a cloud of dust. Rabbits possess excellent night vision, allowing Qiaoqiao to navigate the darkness of the burrow without difficulty. Though the burrow is sizable, Junqi occupies the entirety of the space once inside. The wounds on the other party's body gradually healed, for this was a world of cultivation where anything could happen. Thus, Qiaoqiao did not need to worry about the possibility of infection. After completing her tasks, Qiaoqiao felt increasingly fatigued. Although rabbits are diurnal creatures, she still retained her human essence, making it difficult for her to adapt to a new lifestyle. She had no desire to lie in the dirt, so she lifted her gaze to the broad back of the wolf beside her. After a moment of silence, Qiaoqiao decisively squeezed through the gaps beside Junqi and, with a vigorous leap, landed upon his back. It was soft and quite comfortable. After brushing off the dirt from her fur with a mild disdain, she yawned and settled down onto his wide back, slipping into a deep slumber. Chapter 2: The White-Furred Rabbit, the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. Time passed unmeasured until a few rays of light filtered slightly into the cave. The chirping of small birds echoed from outside. Qiaoqiao awoke, roused by her own hunger. She struggled to open her eyes, her fur lacking luster, and the entirety of her being felt languid. The gnawing sensation of hunger in her belly became increasingly pronounced. With no other choice, Qiaoqiao rose to seek sustenance. Junqi remained in slumber, and as she glanced at him, she noted that his wounds had mostly healed, leaving only scabs behind. Remarkably, after just one night, such grievous injuries had nearly mended. Qiaoqiao could not help but feel envious. Such self-healing abilities were indeed formidable. However, all she could do was envy, for she was merely an ordinary rabbit. Clambering out of the burrow, she surveyed her surroundings, still struggling to acclimate to the peculiar environment. With eyes positioned on the sides of her face, rabbits have a broad field of vision, yet this also renders their perception somewhat flat, akin to viewing the world through a thin sheet of paper. Yesterday had been an exceptional circumstance, but now, as the sole rabbit confronting this strange world, a flicker of panic arose within Qiaoqiao. Her whiskers twitched as she recalled the path from memory, bounding forward. Although her belly still ached with hunger, she had grown accustomed to drinking a bit of water before eating. Not far from the rabbit's nest flowed a stream. It was somewhat misleading to call it a stream, it was merely a shallow ditch. Qiaoqiao hopped to the water's edge, bent down, and dipped her mouth into the cool water. After several satisfying sips, she withdrew her head, pleased. In her eagerness to drink, she had inadvertently soaked her face below the eyes, and after licking her lips clean, she departed. She crouched before a patch of lush grass, feeling somewhat torn. The vibrant green blades glistened with morning dew, and as she leaned in to sniff, the fragrant aroma of fresh grass enveloped her senses. This was her first experience with grazing. Tentatively, she opened her mouth and nibbled on a delicate blade. The flavor was rather delightful. Qiaoqiao mused as she chewed. Having tasted it once, she was eager for a second bite. The grass was not bitter, but rather possessed a hint of sweetness. After consuming her fill, she prepared to return. As she passed the stream again, Qiaoqiao suddenly remembered the wolf back in her burrow. He had been unconscious for so long, would he not be thirsty? Though he was no ordinary wolf, some basic physiological needs must remain. Qiaoqiao plucked a larger leaf, bending it into a shallow arc, securing it with her mouth to gather some water before heading back. Due to her bouncy movements, she was careful not to spill the precious liquid. Cautiously, she re-entered the burrow. Junqi was still deep in slumber. The scent of blood lingered in the air, making Qiaoqiao wrinkle her nose in displeasure, yet she pressed on. She leaned close to Junqi's mouth, pouring the water gently into him. He let out a soft sigh, and Qiaoqiao thought he might awaken. She squatted before him for a moment, but he remained unresponsive with his eyes tightly shut. Ah, it seemed she had misheard. Although Qiaoqiao had accepted her identity as a rabbit, adapting still required time. Yet this persistent habit of auditory hallucinations was truly bothersome. Nestled against Junqi's back, her thoughts drifted, and before long, she dozed off again. Junqi struggled to open his eyes, a muffled sound emanating from his throat. Where was this? Slowly rising, he stretched his limbs, only to bump his head against the ceiling of the cave. In an instant, he comprehended that he was likely within a burrow. Moreover, he felt something small and warm resting against his back, breathing steadily. Junqi twitched his nose, detecting a familiar scent, one he had sensed in his drowsy state, as though someone had been feeding him water. The burrow felt somewhat cramped for him, and he refrained from making large movements, opting instead for a gentle shake. It seemed that the creature beneath him had stirred. Qiaoqiao nudged against his fur and resumed her slumber. Junqi furrowed his brow, turning his head away. How amusing it was to think that a small rabbit had saved him. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for Qiaoqiao suddenly awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with two glowing green orbs staring back at her. Qiaoqiao, Dadawa. As Junqi attempted to speak, only a howl escaped his lips. Feeling a twinge of fear, Qiaoqiao regarded his eerie gaze and increasingly agitated demeanor, her heart racing with trepidation. Wasn't he supposed to be amnesiac? She recalled that in the original narrative, the amnesiac Junqi was devoid of any sense of security and aggression, which had drawn the female lead's concern. Did he intend to treat her this way in the absence of a heroine's aura? Ugh. Wounded and unable to articulate himself, Junqi, feeling a surge of irritation as he pondered the reason for his injury, growled, "Roar." Qiaoqiao seemed to grasp his intent. "Get down." It felt as though she were offering herself up as a meal. Qiaoqiao thought expressionlessly, though her fluffy face betrayed no outward emotion. Junqi gazed at the white fluff ball in front of him, having spent the entire night in close proximity, thus carrying some of his scent. Qiaoqiao stood anxiously before Junqi, uncertain of his intentions. Truly, she was but a little white rabbit. After observing Qiaoqiao in her entirety, Junqi mused. Feeling lethargic from his internal injuries, he lay down exhausted. Qiaoqiao noticed him beckoning her over. Was he inviting her closer? As she approached, Junqi extended his right forepaw, causing Qiaoqiao to freeze, thinking he intended to seize her, and she promptly turned to flee. But it was too late. Junqi's paw had already captured her head. In her heart, Qiaoqiao could only think the foolish creature was referring to herself. Junqi summoned the remnants of his spiritual power to delve into the memories of his opponent. Before him emerged a snow-white rabbit, bounding playfully as it rolled a gray wolf forward. After a brief pause, it would spring into action again. With its short legs hopping about, for reasons unknown, Junqi found it rather endearing. His expression was a tapestry of emotions. He had never anticipated witnessing such a scene. At the same time, he sensed an inner voice, transformation herb. This little rabbit displayed a surprising cleverness, aware that the transformation herb could grant her, an ordinary beast, intelligence and the ability to transform into a human. Qiaoqiao realized she was unharmed. The claws gripping her head were, in fact, quite comfortable. She couldn't help but think to herself, "Roar." Junqi released his grip, producing a soft sound from his throat, his eyes glowing with a gentle green light as they fixed upon Qiaoqiao, as if vowing something. Qiaoqiao tilted her head, seemingly understanding his intent. She emitted a soft grinding noise with her teeth. "Little rabbit, you have saved me. As a token of my gratitude, I shall fetch you a transformation herb." A deep, resonant male voice echoed in Qiaoqiao's ears. She immediately looked up, bewildered, for Junqi's lips had remained unmoving. Who had uttered those words? Had she merely imagined it? Chapter 3. The White Rabbit. The gray lone wolf Junqi narrowed his eyes in displeasure, sensing that the rabbit before him was no ordinary creature. Had he not just taken a moment to assess its essence, he might have believed it to be a mythical beast. "Awa," Junqi murmured softly, as if issuing a warning. Yet, unfortunately, Qiaoqiao remained oblivious to his utterance. Tilting her head, her long ears brushing the ground, her white fur collecting dirt, she pondered his words. What could he possibly be saying? Noticing the fleeting confusion in Qiaoqiao's eyes, Junqi fell silent. He had momentarily forgotten that this was merely a small rabbit. Not a wolf cub, she could not comprehend his speech. Thus, the wolf and the rabbit exchanged glances in the dim, narrow confines of their burrow. Qiaoqiao felt that with the slightest movement, her whiskers would brush against Junqi's nose. If they were in human form, their proximity would be undeniably intimate, as their faces were scarcely 10 centimeters apart. Suddenly, with a rumble, Junqi's stomach betrayed him, shattering the silence that enveloped them. So he was hungry. Qiaoqiao realized. Straightening up, her bright red eyes fixated on Junqi, whose gaze shone like lanterns in the shadowy surroundings. In this moment, she understood her role. She must procure food for him and convey her intentions clearly. With determination, Qiaoqiao sprang into action. Producing a blade of grass from seemingly nowhere, she gently tapped Junqi's mouth and belly, then leapt back a step, mimicking the act of eating. In mere moments, she devoured the grass, pointed outside, then gestured once more at Junqi's belly before patting herself. The message was unmistakable. Junqi, did he misinterpret the situation? Was this little rabbit genuinely attempting to find food for him? In that moment of distraction, Qiaoqiao misread his silence, recalling that in the original narrative, Junqi was a rather proud wolf who never explicitly expressed his desires. Thus, his current reticence was interpreted as a hint of wanting. Understood. Without hesitation, Qiaoqiao's rotund form began to move, bounding toward the outside. In that cramped burrow, her agility was remarkable. Indeed, her nimbleness bore no relation to her size. By the time Junqi grasped the situation, the rabbit had already vanished from sight. Dumbfounded, Junqi wondered if the silly rabbit truly intended to find him food. How absurd. Wolves were carnivorous, entirely different from rabbits. Yet what sort of meat did they consume? After a few hops, Qiaoqiao suddenly paused, contemplating this question. Wolves' digestive systems could not process plant matter, and their secreted enzymes were incapable of breaking down vegetation. Thus, they were reliant solely on meat. Looking down at her limbs, she felt a twinge of frustration, patting her head as she racked her brain for memories related to wolves, particularly regarding their diet. Elk, sheep, rabbit? Qiaoqiao fell silent, her body involuntarily shivering. Whether it was the instinctive dread of a natural predator or an inherent fear of wolves, she instinctively bypassed that particular term. Carnivorous. As long as it was meat, that would suffice. With a few blinks, she suddenly recalled an animal she could easily catch that would also satisfy Junqi. The soil in this forest appeared quite fertile, with lush foliage thriving in it, suggesting the presence of small creatures beneath the surface. For instance, earthworms. They thrived in dark, damp environments, making them most easily found near ponds or in tilled gardens. However, given the circumstances, Qiaoqiao immediately thought of the drainage ditch where she had quenched her thirst. Rabbits were adept burrowers, renowned for their skill. Qiaoqiao found a patch of soil near the ditch and began to dig energetically. Using her hind legs for support, she scraped at the earth with her front paws. Suddenly, her movements faltered. It felt as though her paw had become ensnared by something slippery and elongated, writhing and soft. Without a second thought, she extended her paw to inspect. How revolting. Why was this earthworm so disgusting? Qiaoqiao squealed in fright, immediately flinging the worm away and hurriedly inspecting her paw, feeling a wave of distress wash over her. That slippery sensation still lingered. She shuddered in horror. The earthworm was nearly as thick as her forelimb. How terrifying the earthworms of the cultivation realm must be. After Qiaoqiao had tossed the earthworm aside, it wriggled back into the ground, disappearing from view. Alas, the earthworm was gone. Qiaoqiao glanced over, realizing that it had vanished, leaving behind a hole the size of a fly. Were it not for her keen eyesight, she would not have noticed at all. Must she dig anew? Instinctively, she looked up at the sky. The sun was gradually sinking, casting a warm golden hue across the land, dappling the greenery with soft, dancing shadows. Another day was drawing to a close. Qiaoqiao placed a paw on her belly, feeling it rumble. There is a saying that one cannot accomplish anything on an empty stomach. Thus, she decided to munch on a few fresh leaves to calm her nerves. After all, as a rabbit, she ought to indulge in the myriad flavors of the world. This time, she chose a variety with large leaves, though unsure of its name. It tasted pleasantly sweet and tangy. Qiaoqiao speculated that it must be a unique species of the cultivation realm. Once she had finished, she summoned her courage anew and ventured toward the ditch with the largest leaf she had seen thus far, her heart fluttering with trepidation. As dusk fell, Qiaoqiao returned. Her once pristine white fur now smeared with dirt, a patchwork of gray and black. In her mouth, she clutched a bundle wrapped in leaves, tightly secured. The moment she entered the burrow, Junkie sensed her presence. He opened his eyes to see Qiaoqiao's disheveled appearance, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. Why was this little rabbit being so kind to him? Could it be that she knew he could help her obtain the transformation grass? Yet, he felt certain that this rabbit could not be so astute. Unaware of his inner musings, Qiaoqiao was utterly exhausted, physically and psychologically, haunted by the memory of those long, slimy creatures. Earthworms, segmented and revolting, appeared to her as enlarged maggots. Junkie, observing Qiaoqiao's dazed demeanor, felt a pang of curiosity. What had this little rabbit encountered outside? Qiaoqiao presented the bundle containing the earthworms before Junkie, then retreated to a corner to rest. As the leaves lost their structural integrity, they began to unfurl, revealing their contents to Junkie. Junkie, was it possible that he, the esteemed heir of the wolf clan, had been reduced to the level of consuming earthworms? The earthworms wriggled energetically under Junkie's astonished gaze, leaping about with more vigor than fish, stretching their bodies and continuing to squirm. Chapter 4. The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. Once upon a time, exquisite and rare spiritual beasts were at his beck and call. Now he found himself faced with such an unappealing meal. The discomfort within Junqi was palpable. The earthworm paid no heed to the complicated emotions of the wolf and rabbit, writhing its body before swiftly burrowing into the soil. When Qiaoqiao had steadied her thoughts, she turned to find Junqi's wolfish visage frozen in a dazed expression, reminiscent of a large goose or a husky. Observing Junqi's foolish demeanor, Qiaoqiao sighed in resignation. He was indeed still a child. Although she was in her 20s, Junqi, by human standards, was merely 16 or 17, thus she could consider herself an older sister. It was quite common for an older sister to comfort her younger brother. With a playful bounce, Qiaoqiao approached Junqi, mustering her courage to lick his face, as if to soothe him. She noticed the scattered earthworms and the small holes they left behind, realizing that this wolf was not fond of eating them. It seemed that even carnivorous creatures could be picky eaters, despite being famished. He still turned his nose up at earthworms. Junqi felt a warmth spread across his cheek and, only just processing the sensation, he was taken aback to discover the little rabbit licking his face. In that gentle gesture, he could sense a comforting intent. It was a remarkably strange feeling, truthfully. Throughout his life, only his mother had ever offered him such intimate reassurance. Unfortunately, since her passing, he had not experienced such tenderness again. Beneath the tufted fur of his face, Junqi felt a subtle blush creep upon him, his gaze drifting away. This little rabbit continued to lick him. It was truly quite audacious. Su Qiaoqiao was unaware of Junqi's past, but her own days had been spent within her cozy nook, which left him somewhat disheveled. Mutual grooming among animals is commonplace, and although Su Qiaoqiao initially felt embarrassed, she eventually embraced the act, realizing it fostered a deeper connection. She could distinctly feel Junqi's mood gradually calming, and, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart swelled with joy. Despite being a fierce beast, his presence was surprisingly comforting. "Awu," Junqi uttered softly, expressing his discomfort as he extended a paw to gently push Su Qiaoqiao away, his gaze fixed on the earth before him, refusing to meet her eyes. "Huh?" Su Qiaoqiao was bewildered by the sudden distance, glancing up at Junqi, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Just then, as Su Qiaoqiao ventured outside, Junqi had been regaining his spiritual energy, allowing him to communicate with her once more. Without considering her thoughts, he swiftly tapped her on the head with a paw. "Little rabbit, listen closely. I do not require any food." Oh, that voice again. Junqi's paw was not heavy, yet Su Qiaoqiao was caught off guard, and the voice echoed in her mind. So this was Junqi speaking. Gradually, understanding dawned upon her. She had thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. "Stay put. Once I recover, I will take you to find the transformation herb." To Su Qiaoqiao, Junqi's words came in disjointed fragments, and after mentioning the transformation herb, silence fell as he withdrew his paw lazily. "The transformation herb?" Su Qiaoqiao was astounded, her mouth agape. How did Junqi know she was searching for the transformation herb? Since her transformation into a rabbit, she felt her intellect had dulled considerably, devoid of any semblance of adult reasoning. Was it possible that his pawing at her was not merely a desire to converse? She had not considered this herself. Wait. Su Qiaoqiao recalled that Junqi's first words to her had been a promise to pluck a transformation herb for her as a gesture of gratitude for saving him. After speaking, Junqi curled up, casting a deep glance at Su Qiaoqiao before closing his eyes to recuperate his energy. Su Qiaoqiao remained lost in her thoughts, but the promise of the transformation herb was what she cherished most. How wonderful! Indeed, the efforts of the past 2 days had not been in vain. She had tirelessly brought the wolf back, feeling dizzy in the process, caring for him, offering him water, and searching for food, albeit he had not eaten a single bite. It seemed that her return to a human life was not far off. With a blissful heart, Su Qiaoqiao cradled her face in her paws, already envisioning what she would do upon regaining her human form. A week had passed since Junqi made that promise. During this week, Su Qiaoqiao had not only psychologically adapted to her rabbit identity, but had also physically acclimated, becoming increasingly adept at grazing. She had sampled various grasses, discovering that each had a distinct flavor, and she believed she might have found her favorite. However, one particular aspect delighted her: the act of defecating. Rabbit droppings are small and dry, eliminating the need for any cleaning. With newfound boldness, Su Qiaoqiao ventured a bit further to survey her surroundings. Fortunately, she encountered no fierce predators, only gentle squirrels and small birds like herself. On the evening of the 8th day, just as Su Qiaoqiao was about to close her eyes for rest, Junqi suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce light within them that startled Su Qiaoqiao into a state of paralysis. What was happening? What was going on? A sense of foreboding welled up within her. She felt that something significant was about to transpire. However, having been startled by Junqi, her mind was blank, rendering her unable to think clearly. Junqi's fur bristled. He had just sensed a familiar scent: decay, rot, and dampness, the foul odor of a stinking python. Didn't he recall having slain that Val serpent? Junqi narrowed his eyes in displeasure, his nostrils flaring as he quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that the serpent's minions had come seeking vengeance. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Junqi's eyes. Were it not for his depleted energy, he could have dispatched those wretches with a single swipe. Su Qiaoqiao, despite her usual dullness, grasped the imminent danger as well, feeling the same menacing aura. Animals possess a heightened sensitivity to threats, yet merely sensing danger does not guarantee a successful escape. While she was uncertain of the source of the current peril, one thing was clear: only Junqi could safeguard her life. Feeling her limbs regain strength, Qiaoqiao bounded forward a few steps, finally leaping onto Junqi's back, grasping tightly around his neck. "Help! Oh, noble wolf, you must protect me. I am your savior." "Not quite. It should be your savior, rabbit." Though Qiaoqiao could not articulate her thoughts, Junqi seemed to comprehend her intentions quite well. Junqi was still pondering how to eliminate those wretched snakes when Qiaoqiao's commotion caused all his thoughts to scatter. He had forgotten that he was still accompanied by the little rabbit. Chapter 5. The White Rabbit and the Grey Wolf. Junqi did not consider himself to be a commendable wolf. He had committed numerous acts of arson, pillage, and bullying the weak. However, he prided himself on not being one to repay kindness with malice. Despite his ignorance regarding the reasons behind the rabbit's intervention, there was no denying that it had indeed saved him. The corners of Junqi's eyes twitched slightly as he bared his teeth, feeling a flicker of displeasure. Yet, he found himself powerless to change the situation. If a head-on confrontation was unfeasible, then escape was his only option. In an instant, Junqi devised a strategy. With an impassive expression, he yanked down the rabbit, Qiaoqiao, who had been clinging to his neck. The strength with which she had held on was considerable, causing discomfort at the nape of his neck. Awa, awa, awa. Junqi did not concern himself with whether she could comprehend his sounds. He let out a few soft howls directed at Qiaoqiao. When he observed her still dazed expression, a wave of helplessness washed over him. Perhaps he had truly been dazed from his injuries, to expect a rabbit to understand the language of wolves. Qiaoqiao blinked a few times, sprang to her feet, completely disregarding the fact that Junqi had just pulled her down, and leaped onto his back, pressing herself against him, albeit with less force than before. This unexpected action took Junqi by surprise. A glance at the white creature now perched on his back elicited a scoff, and he began to crawl towards the cave's exit. As dusk fell and the moon ascended above the treetops, the foul presence in the forest grew increasingly palpable. For miles around, all living creatures had fled. Animals possessed a heightened awareness compared to humans, instinctively seeking refuge before danger approached. Qiaoqiao's earlier unease was a testament to this instinctive trepidation of the weak towards the strong. Junqi shook the dirt from his fur, casting a sharp gaze around, his nose twitching as he detected the scent in the air. The wolf's acute sense of smell was advantageous for hunting and evading foes. Upon locating the source of the foul odor, he immediately veered in the opposite direction. With agility, the 4 members of his pack excelled in speed. Junqi arched his back, legs straight, his demeanor solemn as he darted through the nocturnal forest, the biting wind striking his face like a blade. Yet he pressed on without faltering. Qiaoqiao felt the wind whipping against her fur, and if not for her tight grip, she would have surely been thrown off by Junqi's pace. Wolves possess remarkable endurance, particularly the wild ones, capable of maintaining speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour for extended periods. Ah, my rabbit ears. Qiaoqiao thought her ears might be blown away, or rather, she felt as if she could be lifted off by the weight of them. She had never before realized just how heavy her ears were. Her short limbs clung desperately to Junqi's back, her body trembling. Junqi seemed to sense Qiaoqiao's distress, but he could not afford to concern himself with comfort. Survival was paramount. Despite this, he unconsciously adjusted his running style, and Qiaoqiao instantly felt her ears grow lighter. With this newfound relief, her thoughts began to wander. The rabbit's ears enhanced agility, enabling it to hear the faintest sounds, thereby evading predators, a natural instinct for self-preservation, akin to the prowess of smell. Yet, a rabbit's nose is not particularly large. Junqi's speed was undoubtedly astonishing, especially as he was not an ordinary wolf, but a creature from the realm of cultivation, far superior to his mundane counterparts. Qiaoqiao suddenly recalled a documentary she had watched about the animal kingdom. Unbeknownst to Junqi, Qiaoqiao's mind was racing. He could only hope that the serpent's minions were slower, as serpents are inherently swift, and his injuries had not fully healed. Although he had recuperated significantly over the past few days, with most internal injuries mending and external wounds closing, the loss of spiritual energy would take longer to recover. While clinging to Junqi's back, Qiaoqiao felt a tingling sensation at the site of his wounds, where the fur had yet to grow back. Unable to resist, she reached out a paw to touch the area, finding it smooth and soft, softer than the flesh on her own paws. Junqi's agile form momentarily faltered. The area Qiaoqiao had touched felt itchy. How could her little paw be so soft? Awa, he slowed his pace, issuing a warning to Qiaoqiao, regardless of her understanding. Of course, Qiaoqiao could not comprehend him. Her ears were suffering under the onslaught of the wind, and she had no desire to hear anything. This was her first experience of the nighttime forest, starkly different from the representations she had seen in dramas or films. Although stars twinkled above, the dense branches rendered the illumination negligible. There were no fireflies, no light, only a tranquil yet perilous environment. As Qiaoqiao acclimated to Junqi's speed, she quietly observed her surroundings. For the first time, she was grateful to be a rabbit rather than another frail creature. The ability to see clearly in the dark was a significant advantage, and she felt fortunate to have been reborn as a rabbit, otherwise, as a lesser animal. She might not have fared as well. After sprinting for approximately 4 to 5 hours, Qiaoqiao noticed a marked decrease in Junqi's pace. His steps began to falter. His speed diminished. Junqi felt an intense burning sensation in his dantian, the pain gradually consuming his senses, causing his surroundings to blur. At last, Junqi could no longer endure. He inadvertently stumbled over a tree stump, sending both him and Qiaoqiao tumbling across the ground, finally coming to a halt at the foot of a slope. He left a long trail behind him in the dirt. Oh no, the rabbit is doomed. The rabbit is doomed. Qiaoqiao felt as though her insides were being crushed by the impact. The pain was overwhelming, leaving her with nothing but this thought. Junqi appeared to struggle to rise once more, yet it was evident that he lacked the strength to support himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Rustling sounds echoed around them, and Qiaoqiao, ignoring her injured leg, laboriously hopped towards Junqi, extending her tongue to lick him. Hang in there. Young wolf of the clan! You snuck out only to meet your end like this? What a pity. Perhaps it was due to her arrival, she thought. In the original narrative, Junqi had been saved by the protagonist and treated well, living in safety, unlike now where his very life was at stake. A sense of inexplicable loss enveloped Qiaoqiao. Perhaps it was natural for one to ponder such things before death. Regardless, they were now bound together. Should Junqi perish, she would undoubtedly meet the same fate. Junqi's gaze was tranquil as he turned to glance at Qiaoqiao. This was the first time he had witnessed the little rabbit in such a dejected state. It seemed he could sense her disheartened mood, clearly affected by some profound disappointment. How astute this little rabbit truly is, he mused for what felt like the umpteenth time. He regarded Qiaoqiao with a deep, earnest look before suddenly bowing his head, mimicking the gentle gesture she had just performed on him, awkward yet tenderly licking her head in a gesture of comfort. Do not be afraid, we shall persevere. Do not surrender so soon. For I have yet to encounter a rabbit as clever as you, the first time I've seen a rabbit save a wolf. Rest assured, my words bear weight. When I promise to procure the transformation herb for you, I shall indeed do so. As the ominous presence drew nearer, Qiaoqiao found solace in his reassurance. Just as Junqi prepared to rise again, they arrived. The hissing of snakes echoed ominously around them. Qiaoqiao could only imagine the staggering number of serpents lurking nearby. Her scalp prickled with fear, and her body involuntarily trembled as she leaned closer to Junqi for comfort. Chapter 6. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. Feeling the comfort from Junqi, Qiaoqiao inexplicably found her heart calming. What was death, after all? It was not an unfamiliar experience. Although the sensation of drowning was a distant memory, she could not recall it clearly. Otto, Junqi softly called out. And before Qiaoqiao could grasp his intentions, he swiftly seized the rabbit by the nape of its neck, tossing it onto his back. This sudden movement stirred the serpent horde, causing them to writhe restlessly. The serpents, having developed a semblance of intelligence, gazed at him with icy eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Instinctively, Qiaoqiao clung tightly to Junqi, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Yet, she remained silent, uncertain of how to articulate her feelings. The serpents continued to multiply around them, stacking high like a wall, encircling Qiaoqiao and Junqi, claiming a vast expanse of the ground. The night sky, laden with dense clouds, obscured the moonlight, rendering the scene even more eerie. After tossing Qiaoqiao onto his back, Junqi, ignoring the pain, stood tall, his crimson gaze scanning the serpents surrounding them, his sharp teeth stained with droplets of blood. Otto! Junqi suddenly howled, just as the moon timidly peeked out, casting a gentle glow. A wave of terror washed over Qiaoqiao. It was the primal pressure of bloodline dominance, the hunter asserting control over its prey. Junqi emanated a radiant green light, his eyes bloodshot with an indomitable authority, and he charged toward the thinnest barrier of serpents. Ah! Qiaoqiao felt as if her body were falling apart. She opened her eyes, only to find herself surrounded by a dense mass of serpents. Damn it! She cursed inwardly, realizing she was ensnared within the serpent horde. Junqi's strength shielded her from harm, confronting the serpents alone. Yet, the sight was terrifying, especially for her ears, which detected every sound with unsettling clarity, as if the serpents were whispering directly beside her. Despite the fear, Qiaoqiao felt a flicker of gratitude for her ability to still joke amidst the chaos. While many of the serpents were ordinary like her, their sheer numbers were daunting. Though they were not exceptionally powerful, they were cunning enough to instinctively target the weakest among them. Their elongated bodies slithered and twisted, tongues flicking, as they opened their mouths wide, hissing menacingly at Qiaoqiao, inciting both fear and disgust within her. The shortest serpent among them measured over 5 meters, thicker than a human arm. Qiaoqiao couldn't help but think how bizarre the species in this cultivation realm were. Junqi exhibited remarkable speed and did not linger in battle. Despite the overwhelming numbers, he was no ordinary foe, being the heir of the wolf clan. And he likely possessed numerous treasures that he himself might not even fully account for. A faint glow radiated from his body, and upon contact with the serpents, they emitted sizzling sounds before dissolving into pools of darkness. Fear gripped Qiaoqiao, whether from what her eyes beheld or the dread that stirred deep within her. Yet, her mind raced, diligently recalling everything she had read. The light emanating from Junqi undoubtedly aided them, leaving behind trails of black water in their wake. And he swiftly led Qiaoqiao out of the encirclement. Ignoring the relentless serpent horde in pursuit, they were on the verge of escape. Junqi ran furiously, exerting his utmost speed, his limbs numb as he pressed onward. Fortunately, effort bore fruit. And Qiaoqiao suddenly remembered a crucial detail. This forest was known as the Devil's Forest, divided into 4 territories, one ruled by a Baizhe, a peaceful being that protected various magical creatures. Anyone who entered his domain would be sheltered and safe. She recalled that the area blessed by Baizhe was. Qiaoqiao lifted her gaze, but Junqi's speed was too swift. She could barely discern their surroundings as they blurred into a mere shadow. However, the sound of the serpent horde slithering behind them, and their hissing grew increasingly ominous, their cold gazes fixated upon her. No! You must run to the left. Though the scenery was indistinct, the pitch-black sky remained unchanged, along with the moon's position. Qiaoqiao calculated the time based on the moon's location, determining their whereabouts. Gripping Junqi tightly, she tentatively released one forelimb and gently patted him. You're going the wrong way. Hurry to the left. Junqi, not daring to slacken his pace, was nearly depleted of the spiritual energy restored over the past 7 days, neglecting to tend to his own wounds. Blood dripped continuously along their path, unmistakably guiding the serpents toward them. This was untenable. Su Qiaoqiao screamed internally, recognizing the need to seize any chance for survival. She vigorously tapped Junqi with her small forelimbs, urging him to change direction. Yet, it was evident their thoughts were not in sync. Junqi could not comprehend her intent. Although, after an indeterminate duration of running, Junqi abruptly halted, howling at the sky. Then cast a disgruntled glance at Su Qiaoqiao, irritated that she was still causing him trouble at such a critical moment. Seeing him stop, Su Qiaoqiao hurriedly crawled a few steps forward, emphatically pointing to the left. In their current predicament, running was futile. It would only exhaust their energy. They had already covered considerable ground, and it would take time for the filthy beasts to catch up. Moreover, he needed to reconsider his direction. Junqi noticed Su Qiaoqiao's actions, but paid them little heed. In his view, a mere rabbit could hardly understand anything, merely causing chaos. He turned his head and roughly nudged her with his nose. Indeed, how could an ordinary rabbit not feel fear in such a situation? Junqi realized that the little rabbit needed comfort. A surge of metallic scent flooded Su Qiaoqiao's senses, nearly overwhelming her. "Brother, I just want you to go the right way. What are you doing?" Su Qiaoqiao felt dizzy, the world around her blurring. Yet a strange force compelled her to continue pointing left, appearing increasingly urgent. Finally, Junqi grasped that the little rabbit was trying to convey something meaningful. Was he to follow her lead to the left? Chapter 7, The White Rabbit and the Gray Wolf. Do you want me to run that way? Junqi's voice echoed in Su Qiaoqiao's mind. She stared blankly, lifting her head to find her eyes misty with tears. Oh my, finally, he understood her words. Su Qiaoqiao hastily nodded, fearing that Junqi might misinterpret her intent. Her vigorous nodding was so intense it left her neck sore. What was that place over there? Junqi's gaze penetrated Su Qiaoqiao, as if he could see the mass of serpents lurking behind them, their presence drawing ever closer. Damn. Had they caught up so quickly? Junqi gritted his teeth, his not-so-robust wolf form appearing even more frail in that moment. Su Qiaoqiao, perched upon his back, felt her bones jostling against him. Well, let us follow this little rabbit's lead. At this point, there was no better path to take. Okay, Junqi declared, and then charged in the direction Su Qiaoqiao indicated. If moments ago he had sprinted with the speed of a mystical beast, now he was running at the pace of an ordinary wolf, a stark contrast between the two. At this rate, they would surely be overtaken. Su Qiaoqiao, clinging to Junqi's back, contemplated the decline in his speed. It was akin to experiencing the difference between the rapid transit of a subway and the leisurely pace of a bicycle. She could now afford to admire the scenery around her. The nighttime forest was indeed shrouded in darkness, yet for a rabbit accustomed to nocturnal vision, it posed no challenge. As she strained her limited intellect to recall if she had left anything behind, she thought that even recalling some nearby paths would be beneficial. How much longer until they arrived? Just as Su Qiaoqiao pondered this, Junqi suddenly came to a screeching halt. Startling her, she quickly lifted her head, only to see a massive black serpent looming ahead, its two lantern-like eyes fixed intently upon them. Junqi, the black serpent hissed coldly, its forked tongue flickering ominously, revealing a chilling aura. At its appearance, Su Qiaoqiao felt the rustling sounds of the surrounding winds and grasses fade away, the atmosphere abruptly turning solemn as Junqi wore a grim expression. The presence of the great serpent ahead had repelled the lesser snakes pursuing them from behind. Unexpectedly. It was indeed you. You escaped last time, but this time, I shall use you as a sacrifice for my elder brother. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoqiao instantly understood. This serpent was one of those that had wounded Junqi previously. Now, Junqi was like a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. Normally, as the heir of the wolf clan, everyone treated him with respect, mindful of his status, but now he felt as if his life was on the line. Su Qiaoqiao instinctively shrank her neck, realizing her own life was likely in peril as well. After the serpent finished speaking, it disdainfully chuckled and casually whipped its tail, striking the ground beside Junqi, creating a long, deep fissure. Su Qiaoqiao's heart trembled in response to that crack. Junqi halted, standing motionless with his proud head held high, calmly observing the black serpent, undeterred by its provocation. Awoo! Suddenly, Junqi seized Su Qiaoqiao by the nape of her neck and surged forward like a bolt of lightning, channeling the last remnants of his spiritual energy to form a massive curved blade before him, launching a direct assault on the black serpent with an urgency that brooked no delay. Su Qiaoqiao, gripped tightly by Junqi, felt her body lose strength, rendered helpless in the wind. Her slightly elongated fur appeared utterly disheveled, making her look rather ragged, especially accentuated by her naturally crimson eyes. What is happening? Su Qiaoqiao wondered, bewildered. Why did this big brother initiate an attack without any warning? Typically, wouldn't they first exchange some taunts? With the clearly villainous black serpent being provoked to lash out in anger, why had it merely flicked its tail? Indeed, Junqi's actions were entirely unexpected, particularly for the black serpent. It had anticipated that someone like Junqi, momentarily down on his luck, would surely lose his composure in such a situation. Yet, to its surprise, he had launched an offensive, and an impressive one at that. Junqi had evidently self-destructed one of his treasures, propelling himself forward with ferocity. The black serpent, caught off guard, instinctively chose to evade rather than engage. Seeing this, Junqi stifled a smirk, continuing his relentless charge, vanishing from view in a heartbeat. Su Qiaoqiao swayed in the wind, powerless to act. Junqi's speed was overwhelming, and there was nothing to obstruct her view ahead. For the first time, she faced such a fierce situation. The wind sliced through the air like a knife, and had her fur not been thick and unkempt, she felt she might be torn to shreds. It seemed that once they were safe, she could no longer afford to neglect her grooming. One never knew when it might come in handy. Amidst her muddled thoughts, Su Qiaoqiao had clearly disowned Junqi's earlier maneuver. It appeared to have been a feint. Though jostled about, being a lightweight rabbit, she felt little discomfort, as most of her senses were captivated by the fierce winds. The black serpent soon realized it had been outsmarted, and its fury erupted, immediately channeling its spiritual energy to pursue. Su Qiaoqiao, utterly dizzy from the wind, did not expect Junqi to notice her now. After all, his focus could not be diverted, yet the ferocity of the wind was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a roar erupted from behind, prompting Junqi to hasten his pace. He had no idea where Su Qiaoqiao was leading him. Now was not the time to question. He could only dash desperately in the direction she had indicated, oblivious to how far they had yet to travel. Bang! Junqi was abruptly struck by a thick tail, sending him crashing to the ground and sliding along, leaving a long trail until he collided with the roots of a great tree, finally coming to a stop. Su Qiaoqiao felt herself soaring through the air. Her body flipped several times, and though she had just been gripped by Junqi, she felt more disoriented now than before, ultimately landing headfirst in a thicket, her limbs twitching erratically. Junqi tasted blood in his throat, violently expelling a mouthful of crimson. The last remnants of his spiritual energy had been utterly depleted. The black serpent's gaze was cold as it regarded Junqi, having completely dismissed the frail rabbit. How dare you toy with me? You have sealed your fate. Wolf flesh is a great delicacy, especially for a wolf of Junqi's caliber, with its noble lineage. Consuming him would undoubtedly enhance one's own power. The black serpent gaped, revealing its menacing fangs, a foul stench wafting through the air as it lunged toward Junqi with its slick, sinuous body. Just as Su Qiaoqiao extracted her head from the thicket, she was met with this terrifying sight. Oh no! This was perilous. At the moment the serpent's fangs pierced Junqi's flesh, a commanding aura surged forth, sending the serpent sprawling. Who dares to be so insolent here? A gentle voice resonated. Chapter 8. The White Rabbit and the Grey Wolf by Zhe. As Su Qiaoqiao laid her eyes upon the owner of that voice, she was instantly filled with exhilaration, and simultaneously, a wave of relief washed over her. She and Junqi were finally safe. A faint silhouette appeared in the distance, its entire form a pristine white, resembling a white lion. Albeit adorned with horns and a goat-like beard, its eyes glimmering with a soft golden light, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Bai Zhe frowned upon seeing Junqi, battered and bruised. It was intolerable that a beast would dare to commit such brazen acts of violence under his protection. It seemed his usual gentleness had led others to perceive him as easy to bully. Moreover, it was the Qianxi clan that had dared to cross his boundaries. How unfortunate! The Qianxi clan was infamous among the beasts, known for their bloodthirstiness, treachery against their kin, and foul stench. It was only within his domain that the Qianxi clan had the audacity to flout his rules, ruthlessly hunting spirit beasts and other creatures without regard for his authority. Especially those Qianxi serpents whom he had previously saved. Even with his gentle disposition, Bai Zhe had his limits. Thus, he swiftly dispatched the disobedient Qianxi serpents and established a new decree. From henceforth, the Qianxi clan was forbidden from entering his territory. Although this black serpent claimed it sought vengeance for its elder brother by pursuing Junqi, it was ultimately driven by its own greed, aiming to devour Junqi to enhance its own powers. With a subtle wave of his hand, Bai Zhe caused the black serpent to tremble, a muffled groan escaping its lips as several gaping wounds appeared upon its body, blood gushing forth, not red, but a sickly green, thick and repugnant. Qiaoqiao again felt her acute sense of smell was a curse. The moment the serpent's vile blood began to flow, she was nearly overwhelmed by its noxious odor. Ugh! How horrid! The black serpent, eyes wide with fear and weakness, pleaded, "Great Lord Bai Zhe, spare my life. I did not intend to break your rules. I merely sought revenge for my brother slain by the Wolf Clan's young master. Cursed fate to have pursued him onto Bai Zhe's territory." It seemed. Alternatives must be considered. Bai Zhe's eyes glimmered with a faint golden hue as he replied calmly, "Regardless of your reasons, once you enter my domain, you are forbidden to kill. If you wish to shed blood, do so beyond my borders, or I shall not show mercy." Suppressing her disgust at the foul stench, Qiaoqiao hopped over to Junqi, affectionately nudging him with her nose. The scent of blood that clung to him assaulted her senses, yet she felt no revulsion, instinctively tending to his wounds. "We are safe now, Junqi." How wonderful! Junqi still clung to life, his consciousness flickering. He was soaked, drenched in blood. Qiaoqiao's tiny, soft paws grazed his eyes, causing him to shudder slightly before he struggled to open them, revealing the pure white of her fur, speckled with dirt. His gaze was unfocused, yet he sensed her soothing presence. Without much contemplation, he leaned his head towards Qiaoqiao, mirroring her actions by gently rubbing his nose against her. The black serpent, despite its reluctance, found it futile to resist now. Trembling, it cast a sidelong glance at the pair before hastily slithering away. Bai Zhe observed the serpent's retreat, casting a glance at Qiaoqiao and Junqi, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. To his eyes, the wolf and the rabbit appeared to be engaged in a tender exchange. Since when had wolves and rabbits shared such camaraderie? Were rabbits not always regarded as mere prey for wolves? How peculiar. At that moment, Junqi's inner thoughts reached Bai Zhe's ears. This little rabbit's paws are so soft, reminiscent of a mother's gentle caress. Had Qiaoqiao been privy to this thought, she would have laughed heartily, feeling a sense of delight, and tenderly remarked, "Indeed, you are still but a child." Bai Zhe chuckled softly. This was rather amusing. It seemed the days ahead would be quite entertaining. "All right, enough of the affection. Have you had your fill?" Qiaoqiao, perceiving herself as an elder sister, felt her age warranted such a role. Given that she and Junqi were in their animal forms, she did not perceive his affections as overly intimate. However, his clinginess seemed excessive. She playfully placed a paw over Junqi's mouth, halting his advances, while gently stroking his head. "Now, we must find a suitable place to rest. You are injured, and your recovery is paramount. Let us not linger in this manner. Be good." She truly resembled an elder sister, caring for Junqi. Seeing his gaze become more focused and his breath less labored, she hopped alongside him, urging him to rise swiftly. Remarkably, Junqi managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. He lowered his gaze to Su Qiaoqiao, who, in turn, looked up just in time to meet his softened eyes. He bent his neck, tenderly licking her fur, then gently grasped her nape, placing her on his back. Su Qiaoqiao frowned. Junqi's wounds were severe. Though she was light, their current situation necessitated that he should set her down for ease of movement. Junqi, please let me down. She gazed at his bloodied back, unsure how to pat him, her own fur marred with blood from comforting him earlier, resembling someone emerging from a refugee camp. Why couldn't Junqi read her thoughts? Or perhaps, why couldn't she speak? Su Qiaoqiao lamented silently as she observed his lack of response. Junqi, limping, carried Su Qiaoqiao deeper into the forest, leaving a trail of blood that frightened off weaker creatures. They were fortunate. Not long after, they stumbled upon a small cave. With a thud, Junqi finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing with Su Qiaoqiao beside him. When she peered into the cave, she discovered he had lost consciousness. Su Qiaoqiao blinked, realizing that she would have to take matters into her own hands moving forward. A sudden surge of responsibility enveloped her. It was clear she must care for Junqi as a wolf must be nurtured. After steeling herself, she bounded into the cave. Inside, she sniffed the air, detecting no other suspicious scents. It appeared to be unclaimed, and satisfied, she nodded to herself, wonderful. From this moment forth, this cave would belong to her, Su Qiaoqiao. Junqi was drenched in blood, and after carefully maneuvering him into the cave, she realized the extent of the situation, his fur matted and tangled with the congealed blood. She discovered numerous wounds, most bearing the imprints of serpents' fangs, likely incurred while she had been aiding him in their escape. Gently, she reached out to pat the only unmarred part of Junqi's forehead, her touch as soft as a whisper. Poor thing. So many wounds must surely bring him great pain. Her understanding of Junqi was largely derived from a novel, yet her memories of it had begun to fade, leaving her with little knowledge about him. As this realization dawned upon her, Su Qiaoqiao caught a whiff of herself. Oh, I cannot bear it any longer. I must take a bath. Chapter 9, The White-Furred Rabbit, the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. But is it really all right to leave Junqi alone here? Su Qiaoqiao gazed at Junqi, whose disheveled appearance had changed considerably since the first time she had laid eyes on him. He was now gaunt. With skin stretched taut over bone, it seemed he needed to nourish himself. The mere thought of food sent Su Qiaoqiao's mind wandering. After all, with a herbivore and a carnivore cohabiting, there were bound to be numerous considerations. Given the current circumstances, Junqi must have been fending for himself when it came to sustenance. However, as a mere rabbit, she lacked the skills for hunting. He certainly wouldn't eat worms, and she could only dig for them, which he would likely find repugnant. This realization left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, Su Qiaoqiao recalled the scraps of flesh from the black snake that Bai Zhe had brought down. Surely no one would want those, she mused, considering that the odor was so foul that it would deter even the most adventurous of palates. Although many animals consumed carrion without concern for freshness, she had entirely overlooked the possibility of Junqi being willing to eat such meat. After all, any food would be better than none, and for her petite frame, finding something edible and bringing it back would be quite an achievement. With this resolution in mind, Su Qiaoqiao prepared to take action. Before departing, she glanced back at Junqi, blinked playfully, and nuzzled against him a few times. Wait here. I'll bring you breakfast, she promised. After a night of fleeing, she felt invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue, her short legs moving with increased energy. The distant sky began to illuminate with the first light of dawn. Su Qiaoqiao soon reached the place she had in mind. As she had anticipated, there was no one there, not a single small creature dared to approach the area, which could only be described as desolate, save for the surrounding trees that continued to grow normally. Ugh. As she neared the pile of meat, a wave of nausea washed over her. The stench assaulted her nostrils, leaving her dizzy. Even in her previous life, she had never endured such indignity. This was truly unbearable. Especially for a rabbit with such an acute sense of smell, it was nothing short of a calamity. However, she had a task that needed to be accomplished. After a moment of self-encouragement, she pulled herself together, found a large leaf to wrap a hefty piece of meat, and secured it with fine vines before slowly dragging it back. On her way home, Qiaoqiao passed by a shallow stream where the water flowed clear and gently, barely reaching her legs. Suddenly, she found herself unable to move. Sniffing at her fur, she realized she reeked as if she had been soaked in blood. Perhaps it would be wise to wash up first. It wouldn't take much time at all. Her red eyes remained fixed on the stream, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she made her decision. The disheveled little rabbit promptly discarded the meat she had been dragging and hopped eagerly to the water's edge, splashing up a fair amount of water. After her bath, Qiaoqiao shook herself off, getting rid of most of the water, and then carefully hopped back with the bundle of meat. Along the way, she also found a way to satisfy her hunger, nibbling on some leaves. By the time she returned to the den, the sky was bright and the morning mist lightly dampened her freshly dried fur. The sun was ascending, and the animals that had retreated the previous night began to cautiously return to investigate the situation. Before even entering the cave, Qiaoqiao's keen sense of smell detected the scent of blood. It was coming from Junqi. Worry crept in as she hurried inside to find Junqi still unconscious, his breath faint, and his fur dull and matted with blood. Her first concern was for his wounds. Aside from the bite from the large black snake, the other minor injuries had nearly healed, and already the bleeding had ceased. At this rate, he would likely scab over by tomorrow. What a remarkable ability! Qiaoqiao couldn't help but envy him. If only she possessed such a gift, she could heal any injury herself. Suddenly, Junqi let out a low groan, his body trembling slightly, as if he had seen something terrifying. Good heavens, what was happening to him? Qiaoqiao was startled. His reaction resembled that of someone poisoned, almost to the point of foaming at the mouth. Then, Junqi's eyes flew open, his icy gaze locking onto Qiaoqiao. Devoid of emotion and reminiscent of a serpent, his pupils narrowing, which sent a shiver down her spine, as though he were ready to swallow her whole. Qiaoqiao, frightened, fell back, too scared to move. Fortunately, he made no further movements, staring at her for a long while until his gaze softened, and he closed his eyes again, seemingly falling into a slumber. Could he be poisoned? Qiaoqiao speculated. After all, such a reaction was hard to explain otherwise. Now she hesitated to move, fearing that any sudden action might provoke him further. In this world of cultivation, who could predict what might happen? It felt like a game of statues, an unusual version. At that, how exhausting, Qiaoqiao thought, observing Junqi as she cautiously stretched her limbs. Having remained still for too long, she felt a tingling sensation, and if she didn't move soon, she feared she would stiffen completely. Noticing that Junqi remained unresponsive, she gathered her courage and hopped a few paces, realizing that her earlier fears had been unfounded. With a sigh of relief, she turned around and dragged the meat inside. Once inside, she faced a new dilemma. How would Junqi eat such a large piece of meat if he remained unconscious? Qiaoqiao scratched her head, her rabbit ears drooping behind her, soft and inviting to touch, though there were no animals or humans around to appreciate their fluffiness. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Qiaoqiao blinked, and before her eyes, a mist appeared. She shook her head, her short tail twitching, feeling her spirits dip. She was tired. Perhaps she should postpone the meal discussion until Junqi awoke. They could wash the meat together then. With that thought, she bounded over to Junqi's side, noting that his abdomen remained uninjured and free of blood. Cautiously, she nestled beneath him, hugging her long ears, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 10: The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf in a Tender Embrace. The wolf and the rabbit spent a lengthy day together. Qiaoqiao was awakened by the gnawing hunger in her belly. Upon rousing, she found the sky had darkened and a cool breeze rustled through the grass. What time could it be? Nestled against Junqi's warm belly, it felt as if she were cocooned in a soft cloud. The scent of blood had permeated her senses for so long that she had grown accustomed to it. Slowly, she crawled out from beneath Junqi, peering outside to see stars twinkling in the night sky. Sitting there in a daze, confusion flickered in her eyes. What hour could it be? Perhaps she had overslept. Still struggling to regain her bearings. Having never cared for a rabbit, she was unfamiliar with their habits, unsure if her drowsiness was typical. Yet, she pondered. Perhaps it was merely her own laziness. For humans, daily life is filled with numerous important matters, with eating often regarded as a trivial chore that many deem unimportant. However, for animals, with their limited intelligence and shorter lifespans, food remains paramount, often overshadowing all else. Of course, procreation sometimes takes precedence. Once Qiaoqiao had fully awakened, she inspected Junqi's injuries. As she suspected, the wounds had begun to scab over, and some smaller cuts had even sprouted delicate pink flesh. After her examination, she sought to satiate her own hunger. The night forest is always shrouded in mystery and danger, even under the protection of Baizé, who intervenes against the senseless slaughter of innocents. He turns a blind eye to natural predation. Unfamiliar with her surroundings and aware that rabbits occupy a lower rung on the food chain, Qiaoqiao dared not venture far. Thus, she confined her search for grass to the nearby entrance, only about 10 meters away. The grass thrived abundantly, likely due to its proximity to the river. As she nibbled on the grass, her mind wandered. For her, mealtime was when she felt most lucid. She pondered how long it would be before Junqi awoke. What if his injuries rendered him unconscious for years? By then, she would surely have perished. For rabbits only live 6 to 10 years, a lifespan far too brief for such waiting. No, she resolved, she must hasten Junqi's recovery. This was a realm of cultivation. And her concerns were not without merit. Setting aside her status as an ordinary rabbit, she recognized her ignorance of any potential hidden issues. The few renowned figures here, known for their benevolence, included one name that sprang to mind, Baizé. He possessed a remarkable ability. He could read minds. Recalling the Shanhai Jing, which described Baizé's traits, she remembered that he was knowledgeable about all things. As a part of the universe, she too was included in that understanding, making Baizé an ideal candidate for communication. Moreover, his gentle nature suggested he would be easy to approach, a true paragon of kindness. Suddenly filled with determination, Qiaoqiao resolved that if Junqi did not awaken by the next day, even if he startled her as he had the previous time, she would seek out Baizé. After finishing her meal, she bounced back to Junqi's side. As before, she nestled against his belly. For he lay half sprawled on the ground, and the uneven terrain accentuated their size disparity. Like a fluffy snowball, she squeezed herself through the crevices beside him. Upon finally managing to extricate her ears, she sighed in relief. She had heard that cats were like liquid, but she hadn't realized rabbits could be so fluid as well, though the process was somewhat uncomfortable. Junqi had not bathed in several days. While she wished to assist him, she knew it would be an awkward endeavor. Once he awoke, the first order of business would be to ensure he took a bath. As Qiaoqiao drifted into a hazy reverie, she felt as if Junqi were cradling her as they slept, an intimacy she had never experienced with anyone from a different lineage in her past life. Due to personal reasons, she was reluctant to dwell upon such matters. Grateful that Junqi was not in human form, otherwise, she would be far less adept at this sort of interaction. The closeness between animals is often misconstrued. Mutual grooming is commonplace among them, and many lack a sense of propriety. In contrast, such behavior would be severely criticized among humans, especially during mating seasons. Wait, mating. Qiaoqiao suddenly recalled that animals do indeed experience mating seasons, and rabbits are particularly frequent in this regard. A wave of worry washed over her. What if she were to enter her mating period? Would she have to find a male rabbit? But all male rabbits likely looked similar. She had no way of knowing if they were handsome. The thought of engaging in activities driven by mating instincts felt shameful, igniting a flush upon her cheeks. Having never encountered such matters in her previous life, her human sensibilities rebelled against the idea. Thus, the urgency to transform into a human was paramount. Time swiftly passed, and a full day evaporated in the blink of an eye. While Su Qiaoqiao lingered beside Junqi, lost in thought, the moon outside had silently waxed anew. During this time, she ventured out to dig a small pit for her needs, filling it in afterward, her short legs kicking up dirt as she did so. Throughout the day, Junqi remained unresponsive, showing no signs of awakening. On a bright, cloudless morning, Su Qiaoqiao tenderly kissed his forehead, unperturbed by any dirt, and even gave him a few affectionate licks, patting his head. "I'm leaving now. I'm going to find your attending physician. You must stay here and be patient until I return. And don't you dare wander off." Before departing, she inscribed a few words in the soil. "Wait for my return." She wrote in simplified characters, uncertain if he would comprehend them. Baizé resided in a vast marshland at its center. The journey there was not overly challenging. Her only concern was the potential encounter with any dangerous creatures along the way. To ward off some animals, she carried the remains of the black snake. Its scent still potent, though it would be an olfactory ordeal for her. As Su Qiaoqiao walked, her nose endured the burden of the unpleasant smell. Chapter 11. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. The nameless marsh at the heart of the forest was breathtakingly beautiful. This was the first thought that crossed Su Qiaoqiao's mind upon seeing it. After a day and night of travel, she finally arrived at her destination on the morning of the third day. Throughout her journey, the presence of the black snake meat she carried had instilled a sense of intimidation among the local fauna, deterring them from approaching her. Just before reaching her destination, Su Qiaoqiao recalled her previous encounter with Baizé, who seemed to have an aversion to the scent of such meat, almost to the point of disgust. It was rather unusual for a gentle creature like Baizé to exhibit such strong feelings of distaste. After all, she herself harbored a dislike for that black snake. The emotions reflected in his eyes were a stark contrast to the facade of righteousness he maintained, revealing an insatiable greed and a sense of schadenfreude. Such contradictions in the beings of this world of cultivation mirrored the hypocrisy often found in humanity. However, she was not yet home. Su Qiaoqiao buried the somewhat decayed meat beneath a lush banyan tree near the marsh, marking the spot in case of unforeseen circumstances that might prevent her return with Baizé, for the meat could still prove useful. White, this was the first impression Su Qiaoqiao had of the vast marsh. A thick mist enveloped the surface, which rippled like a polished mirror, reflecting a perpetual whiteness that seemed to capture everything it beheld. "Baizé, Baizé," she called out silently, standing at the water's edge, where her extraordinary vision revealed more than mere human eyes could perceive. It was a wondrous experience. Though no sound escaped her lips, she sensed the surface of the lake stirring gently, the mist dispersing in the wind, unveiling its true visage. After calling out, she waited in silence, observing that only the mist was unsettled by the breeze, while the leaves remained undisturbed. Suddenly, a bird's call echoed overhead. Su Qiaoqiao glanced up and spotted a small, entirely white bird. Its body was pure white save for its black eyes and slightly reddish beak, with even its little claws matching its snowy plumage. The bird, having noticed her gaze, leisurely perched on a branch, regarding her with an air of pride, though its eyes looked downwards, giving it a comical appearance. After a few moments of observation, Su Qiaoqiao turned her attention back, continuing to call, "Baizé, Baizé," when a gentle voice interrupted her. "What do you seek from me?" A white, ethereal figure materialized before her, taking on the form of Baizé, exuding a warmth and tranquility, his half-closed eyes shimmering with a faint golden hue. The moment Su Qiaoqiao laid eyes upon him, a sense of calm enveloped her. "Baizé," she called inwardly, gazing up at him. Though she understood he could hear her thoughts, her human instincts compelled her to speak aloud. Alas, a rabbit could not articulate words. Bai Zhe chuckled softly, his gaze tenderly fixed upon the little rabbit. An ordinary yet extraordinary rabbit, one who coexists harmoniously with a wolf. How intriguing. I am, Qiaoqiao began, eager to express her need. Bai Zhe, my friend has sustained grave injuries. I implore you to come and assist him. Is it that gray wolf? Bai Zhe inquired deliberately. Yes, yes. It's him. Usually, he awakens swiftly, but now he has been unconscious for days. I am deeply worried for him. Suddenly, the little white bird fluttered down from the branch, chirping joyously around Bai Zhe's ethereal form, chattering away. Bai Zhe replied with a smile, Bai Lian, do not presume to speak freely just because he cannot comprehend your words. Huh? Speak freely? Qiaoqiao wondered, puzzled by what the white bird had said. The little bird chirped several more times, and had Qiaoqiao understood the avian language, she might have felt a surge of indignation. Enough, Bai Lian. This little rabbit is merely concerned for her friend's safety. Moreover, he is not a bloodthirsty individual. They are welcome here. Bai Lian, clearly dissatisfied, retorted, how can you say that? Bai Zhe, well, it may be fine for this rabbit. That is the heir of the wolf clan. Are you not aware of his nature? Bai Zhe chuckled lightly. He may possess a somewhat unpleasant disposition, yet he has never slaughtered the innocent. Besides, there is little here to pique his interest. What are you so concerned about? What am I concerned about? Shouldn't you know? Bai Lian was visibly agitated, flapping its wings more rapidly. Although Qiaoqiao could not hear the words, the urgency in its chirps conveyed its displeasure. I previously opposed your sheltering the Black Snake clan, and now you must heed my counsel. Bai Lian was a little bird Bai Zhe had rescued long ago during a time when living beings were scarce. Bai Zhe had taken it in as a companion, and while it had never learned to speak human language, Bai Zhe found it of no consequence as long as he could understand. Their friendship had flourished over the years, and Qiaoqiao found their exchanges amusing as they shifted from serious discussions to compliments about one another's plumage. Oh dear, at this rate. When will I return to save Junqi? Bai Zhe, having caught Qiaoqiao's unspoken thoughts, maintained his cheerful demeanor. Little rabbit, fret not. Your friend is unharmed. Look, he is already on his way here. As soon as those words left his lips, the little white bird became alert, its expression serious as it gazed intently behind Qiaoqiao. Qiaoqiao felt a spark of confusion. On his way here? Is it truly him? Could it be that Junqi had awakened? Before she could inquire further, a gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a familiar, blood-stained scent. Mingled with the odor of neglect, it lifted Qiaoqiao off her feet. What? Why am I flying again? She thought, performing a grand somersault in midair before landing squarely on Junqi's back, sitting upright, her body quivering slightly. The rabbit appeared bewildered, clearly still processing the sudden turn of events. Junqi let out a timely call. The rabbit and wolf moved in perfect harmony, and Bai Zhe watched with amusement, breaking into laughter as he clapped his hands and turned to Bai Lian. Now, do you still believe he cannot stay here? Chapter 12. The White Rabbit and the Gray Wolf. Why are you, little rabbit, wandering about instead of staying put and carrying that foul-smelling snake's meat? It's utterly repugnant. When you return, make sure to bathe thoroughly. Junqi cast a glance at Qiaoqiao, his eyes reflecting both surprise and a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon awakening, he found the aura of the little rabbit faint and distant, realizing she was not by his side. The peculiar traces scattered across the ground sent a wave of panic through him, leading him to believe Qiaoqiao had encountered some misfortune. Thus, he followed those scents, racing forth without pause. Qiaoqiao, however, faced no such troubles. The moment she laid eyes on Junqi, her heart swelled with emotion. She bent down quickly, wrapping her limbs tightly around him, her head nuzzling against his back. It's so wonderful, Junqi. I'm so relieved you're safe. Though her reasons for rescuing Junqi were not particularly noble, he was the first friend she made upon arriving in this world, and they spent nearly every day together. It was akin to a fledgling's attachment. In this realm, he was her sole companion. Junqi felt slightly uncomfortable with Su Qiaoqiao's exuberant display of affection. Her directness was overwhelming, prompting him to cough awkwardly. Yet he did not harbor any resentment. Baize. At last. Junqi spotted the two white creatures he had discarded in a corner, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. Had he just heard a human voice? One that belonged to Junqi himself? Su Qiaoqiao finally grasped the situation, lifting her gaze to catch Junqi's profile against the light. At that moment, he appeared to her as the most commanding figure she had ever seen. His strong limbs and robust physique exuded an air of authority. The scars crisscrossing his body lent him an unusual aura. "You can actually speak now?" Su Qiaoqiao exclaimed, her joy palpable. Interacting with Junqi had always been delightful. Yet the barrier of language had often frustrated her, leaving her to guess his thoughts, which was exhausting. Baize chuckled lightly. "Junqi, the young master of the wolf clan, when did you become so disheveled?" The wounds on Junqi's body were raw and pink, an odd contrast to his gray fur, especially considering he wore an expression of pride that made the scene all the more comical. Su Qiaoqiao's perception was so skewed that she saw a patchy, bald wolf as a regal wolf king. Junqi narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Indeed, he had been injured for some time. His fur had grown and shed repeatedly, leaving unsightly bald patches. "Mind your own business." However, Baize's comments only exacerbated his irritation. Su Qiaoqiao was taken aback. Did Junqi not embody the spirit of gratitude? Baize had indeed saved them. Why did Junqi seem utterly ungrateful? Had she misremembered his character? Before Baize could respond, Bai Lian, unable to contain her emotions, interjected with a series of sharp calls. "Cheap, cheap, cheap." The rapid bird cries were unmistakably scornful, magnified to an unbearable volume in Su Qiaoqiao's ears. She clutched her ears in discomfort, her small frame on Junqi's back radiating resistance. That sound is dreadful. Though Bai Lian could not articulate human speech, Junqi understood the sentiment, remaining unfazed. What credibility could a mere bird possess? And this bird appeared rather foolish, lacking the charm of the little rabbit. Baize noted Junqi's thoughts with mild surprise. It seemed he genuinely cared for this little rabbit. He had already assessed her lineage, finding it utterly ordinary, albeit with a rather endearing disposition. Junqi dismissed the bird's complaints, turning his head to gently nuzzle Su Qiaoqiao's nose, pushing aside her large ears. "Come. Little rabbit, I believe you can comprehend my words, yes?" Su Qiaoqiao blinked, meeting Junqi's gaze, appearing somewhat dazed. After a moment, she nodded. Junqi, clearly pleased, nodded farewell to Baize. Without waiting for a response, he launched forward, disappearing in an instant. What an impolite fellow. Lord Baize, you must teach him a lesson. Bai Lian fumed, incensed by Junqi's rudeness. How could he not express even a word of gratitude after being saved by Lord Baize? With such an attitude, it was no wonder he was being hunted. Baize appeared unbothered, his gaze following Junqi's retreating figure, his voice laced with amusement. "Enough, Bai Lian. You've seen this behavior before. Keep it up, and you might find that wolf nipping at you." The pairing of a wolf and a rabbit seemed intriguing. Baize found himself increasingly curious about the dynamics between Junqi and Su Qiaoqiao. Could it be that the wolf clan's young master had developed feelings for the little white rabbit? Surely not. Perhaps he should observe further. Maybe even summon Junqi's father for a good show. Bai Lian perched on a nearby branch, meticulously preening her feathers, stubbornly asserting, "Lord Baize would never sit idly by while I'm devoured by that inconsiderate creature. Lord Baize will always protect me. My name was given by him. And he would never forsake me." Humph. After declaring this, Bai Lian huffed and turned her head away, refusing to look at Baize. Baize sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. When Junqi ran, he was now mindful of Su Qiaoqiao. She felt no brunt of the wind. Sitting upright on Junqi's back, a rather peculiar position for a rabbit. Yet, Su Qiaoqiao found it comfortable, as if reclaiming a semblance of her former humanity. It felt akin to riding a high-speed train, albeit one with somewhat coarse, leather seats that emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. Remembering this, Qiaoqiao quickly tapped Junqi to signal him to halt. "What is it?" Junqi's deep voice resonated in her ears, far more pleasant than that of the small white bird. This was Qiaoqiao's first genuine opportunity to listen to Junqi speak. She pointed toward a nearby lake. "Can you wash up?" Chapter 13. The White-Furred Rabbit, the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. Junqi. "I do not comprehend. What are you attempting to convey?" Junqi directly inquired, his gaze following Qiaoqiao's arm to a distant river. With his exceptional eyesight, he could discern many details far away, and the location Qiaoqiao was indicating was indeed a flowing stream. Seeing that Junqi had noticed this, Qiaoqiao seized the moment, rubbing her chubby forepaws against a few strands of his fur, and with a determined effort, she plucked them out. Junqi shuddered slightly. He still did not grasp Qiaoqiao's intention. Just as he was about to suggest she cease her antics, assuring her that he would not pursue the matter of her tugging at his fur, Qiaoqiao, clutching the strands, leapt lightly from his back to his neck, and vigorously poked the tufts toward his nose. In an instant, Junqi understood. "That scent, that tang. However, do you find me repulsive?" Junqi narrowed his eyes, his tone unfriendly. Qiaoqiao was perplexed by his meaning. What connection was there between bathing and disliking him? Thus, she remained unperturbed, stubbornly maintaining eye contact, with one paw pointed insistently at the river not far off. The implication was clear: hurry and wash yourself. Seeing Junqi still unmoving, Qiaoqiao brought the tufts closer. They locked eyes for a considerable time until Junqi sighed, conceding, "Very well, I shall wash after all. It is not as if I could avoid it," he added, fully aware that he had not bathed for quite some time. However, being called out on it was rather embarrassing. At that moment, he felt grateful that Qiaoqiao was merely an ordinary rabbit. After Junqi spoke, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, swiftly cleansing himself, and he took the liberty of washing Qiaoqiao as well. After all, he had been enduring the unpleasant odor of her stinky snake scent. Qiaoqiao, unexpectedly bathed, found the sensation delightful, though she was momentarily taken aback. Unconsciously, she emitted a soft grinding sound, akin to that of a contented creature gnawing. Moreover, Junqi was particularly considerate, taking the time to groom her fur. Seeing Qiaoqiao squint her eyes in pleasure, a hint of amusement flickered in Junqi's gaze as he extended one of his wolf paws to stroke her fur a few times. What? In broad daylight. Were they truly engaging in such behavior? Quietly trailing behind, Bai Zhe observed Junqi beginning to wash himself alongside the little rabbit and, after tending to her, even affectionately pat her head? This was unexpected. Bai Zhe blinked in disbelief. Typically, one would bathe first and then indulge, right? This young lord of the wolf clan was excessively shameless. How crucial and challenging it was for animals to maintain their beautiful and smooth fur. Was he attempting to pluck that little rabbit bald? Such nefarious intent. Bai Lian had also approached Bai Zhe, though she dared not stray too far, lest Junqi sense her presence. Junqi's actions had not ceased. His freshly washed and dried fur was remarkably soft, as if he were embracing a cloud, inciting an impulse to bury his face within. Qiaoqiao was oblivious to Junqi's thoughts. Had she known, she would likely have misinterpreted his intentions. The notion of burying oneself within sounded quite misleading. Once Junqi had his fill of petting, he gently returned Qiaoqiao to her previous spot, contentedly strolling back with her at a leisurely pace. Moments like this were rare between Junqi and Qiaoqiao. More precisely, it was their first time peacefully coexisting, indulging in a sense of leisure. Though they lacked a common language, their harmony was evident. A gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks, and Qiaoqiao felt utterly at ease. If only a carrot could materialize right now, it would be perfect. Suddenly, the thought crossed her mind. After all, rabbits are fond of carrots. Eating grass daily was insufficient. As a rabbit, she yearned to experience the taste of a carrot, curious about how it differed from her past life as a human. Since Junqi was amiable, it would not be unreasonable for her to dig up a carrot for herself. Delighted by this notion, Su Qiaoqiao began to smack her lips. Junqi's mood was evidently lifted. He had endured a rather dismal period recently, marked by profound embarrassment. Thankfully, only this somewhat foolish little rabbit had witnessed it. Had it been widely known, his father would undoubtedly have come to reprimand him, dragging him back home. Incredulous, Bai Lian observed. For the sight of the wolf and rabbit together was undeniably charming. The gray wolf, with patches of fur missing, resembled a spotted dog, and there he was, carrying a small white rabbit, a most peculiar combination. Bai Zhe, you see. Isn't it intriguing? At that moment, Bai Zhe had transformed into human form, floating gracefully. His long silver hair cascading down, his handsome features framed by sparkling silver eyes. In both forms, he radiated an aura of ethereal whiteness. Ah? Bai Lian appeared astonished. How could such an absurd and unbelievable sight be considered interesting? If the Wolf King were to witness his son in such a state, he would surely be enraged. What difference was there from the large yellow dog she had seen in that small mountain village? Noticing Bai Lian's reaction, Bai Zhe shook his head in resignation. Very well. I shall summon Junyi. That way, he can have company for conversation. Bai Lian, this little girl, is becoming increasingly unappreciative of the delightful oddities of life. With determination, Bai Zhe concentrated, a flash of golden light emanating from his hand as he pointed toward the distance. A beam of golden light soared away. After the light departed, Junqi seemed to sense something. He halted, turning his gaze in that direction, yet saw nothing particularly noteworthy, only clouds, billowing and layered, stretching across the horizon. What presence? A sudden unease washed over Junqi, a nagging feeling that something significant was about to unfold, though whether it would be favorable or adverse remained uncertain. Later, once the anticipated event transpired, Junqi would surely wish to chastise himself for not heeding his instincts and would hastily flee, hoping not to leave a trace behind. Su Qiaoqiao noticed Junqi had stopped and curiously followed his gaze. Apart from the magnificent clouds, there was nothing else, no birds, not even a single sparrow. What is it? Junqi? Su Qiaoqiao gently patted his back. Her fluffy paws did not inflict the slightest pain. Seeing Junqi still unresponsive, she grew perplexed, wondering what was amiss. After a moment of waiting, with no reaction from Junqi, who simply stared blankly ahead, Su Qiaoqiao furrowed her brow. Although rabbits lack visible eyebrows, she felt a slight irritation in her heart. Thus, she shifted her rear forward a few times, leaning in closer, extending her forepaws to tug at Junqi's ear, playfully rubbing it several times as if in mild protest. Hey, Junqi, why are you dazed? Hurry up, I'm still hungry. Su Qiaoqiao rubbed her belly, feeling the softness beneath her paws. Having grazed on grass for days, she sensed she had gained a bit of weight. Chapter 14, The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. Never mind, as long as it has nothing to do with me. Junqi withdrew his gaze and was about to hurry back when he suddenly felt something soft and fluffy enveloping his ear, rubbing it a few times. Cut it out. Junqi quickly shook his head, instinctively letting out a few huffs. Su Qiaoqiao blinked, uncertain whether to voice her thoughts. However, she couldn't help but think how Junqi, this wolf, increasingly resembled a dog, particularly resembling a Siberian husky with his gray fur. Yet, the wolves in the realm of cultivation seemed no different from those in the ordinary world, especially in appearance. When Su Qiaoqiao first read about them, she imagined a majestic wolf, eyes gleaming with spirit, capable of summoning clouds and mist, fierce and possibly possessing some magical powers. Junqi was oblivious to Su Qiaoqiao's musings. Had he known, he would have certainly given her a few sound thrashings. It was one thing to be fed by her after she saved him, but to be likened to a dog was a humiliation he could not endure. A term he had often used to scold fools in the past. To be compared to a dog by Su Qiaoqiao was an utter disgrace. As Junqi escorted Su Qiaoqiao back, evening approached, and by the time they reached their little cave, the sky had darkened somewhat, the distant, dim moon gradually rising. Su Qiaoqiao leapt lightly from Junkie's back, landing and stirring a slight cloud of dust. Suddenly, her nose twitched. The air was thick with Junkie's scent, permeating her senses, making her feel as if she were a little rabbit that had stumbled into a wolf's den, albeit one with only a single wolf. Once Su Qiaoqiao landed, Junkie strode confidently into the cave and reclined in a corner to rest. Although his injuries had nearly healed, he had refrained from showing weakness before Baizhe, and now, with no one around but a little rabbit, he felt no need to hold back. Su Qiaoqiao, however, thought little of it. Seeing Junkie in such a state, she assumed it was time for bed as night had fallen. Rabbits are not very active during the day but do not actually rest. They merely find a corner or a quiet place to remain still, becoming particularly lively and spirited at night. Initially, she had not noticed this change before arriving here. Her routine was regular, active during the day and resting at night. Yet now, standing before Junkie, she realized she felt no drowsiness at all. Since the night Junkie had brought her here, Su Qiaoqiao found her sleeping hours diminishing and her moments of alertness extending. The stars in the night sky appeared exceptionally bright tonight, twinkling against the vast expanse of darkness, while silvery light danced above, adorned with a few drifting clouds, creating a breathtaking tapestry. Leaning against the earthen wall, Su Qiaoqiao bent her ear down to cradle it in her arms, stroking it gently. Rabbit ears are indeed quite soft, she mused, and given that this area has no bones, it is no surprise. In the Wolf clan's palace amidst the mountains, a grand chair adorned with cushions and a white fur blanket, likely made from fox pelts, was situated at a high vantage point. A large, gray-white wolf lay languidly on it, yawning as if just roused from slumber. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot in from outside. The great gray wolf merely lifted an eyelid, remaining still until the light approached, at which point he became aware. Is it about that useless son of mine? He mused, recognizing the message from Baizhe. Could it be that fellow thinks the outside world too perilous and has sought refuge in the domain of that old soft-hearted Baizhe? Upon realizing the source of the message, Jun immediately entertained this possibility. However, as he delved deeper into the matter, his thoughts shifted. Juni. He now understood the purpose behind Baizhe sending this message after thousands of years of silence. Why was Junkie seen with a little white rabbit? Moreover, judging by the images, Qi and the little rabbit appeared quite intimate, grooming each other. TSK, could that truly be a son? The images revealed Junkie, though wounded and dirty, still offering comfort to the little rabbit, behaving like an ordinary animal, licking its companion affectionately. This was the first time he had seen his son display such tenderness, learning to comfort another. It seemed the outside world had indeed fostered his growth, albeit with an added burden. Juni raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. He had long been aware of the plan to leave home when Junkie first conceived it. Yet, as a male, stepping out to gain experience was beneficial, so he had tacitly allowed Junkie's journey to proceed smoothly. Perhaps he should go and see for himself? The thought struck him. After all, Junkie had been away for quite some time, and he had not seen him in ages. This could be an opportune moment to visit, even if he anticipated the possibility of an explosive reaction. The more he pondered, the more pleased he became. Without further ado, he quickly dispatched a clone to venture forth. Meanwhile, Junkie was blissfully unaware of his father's actions, lost in deep slumber. His spiritual energy had nearly recovered. But to avoid any mishaps, he decided to wait until he was entirely healed before departing. On that day, he summoned Su Qiaoqiao, Little Rabbit. The transformation herb you seek grows in the north, atop the distant snowy mountains, far from here. Are you aware of this? Su Qiaoqiao blinked her confused eyes. Such intricate details were beyond her memory. However, she secretly rejoiced at Junkie's recovery, for now they were connected and his strength could protect her. Junkie thought to himself, indeed, this little rabbit only knew of the transformation herb, unaware of who had informed her about it. Yet it was a good thing. Although he had regained most of his spiritual energy, the journey would still be long and arduous, especially once winter fully set in. making it difficult for even him to traverse that path. Thus, they needed to set out soon. I know you understand, don't you? Junkie suddenly lowered his head, gently nudging Su Qiaoqiao's nose, his voice tinged with affection. Su Qiaoqiao beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she nodded vigorously at Junkie. The fluffy little creature was simply too adorable when smiling. I'll follow your lead, she silently vowed in her heart, knowing full well that Junkie could not hear her. Chapter 15. The White-Haired Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf TSK. Junyi could not help but exclaim in admiration. The scene before him was simply too amusing. It had been ages since he last witnessed Junqi displaying such an attitude, one he had not seen since Qingyi's passing. He found himself rather nostalgic. This tender and endearing demeanor of Junqi was something he had not encountered in many years. Junyi sighed in reflection. I told you, you won't regret it, Bai Zhe remarked with a smile, standing beside him. To coax this fellow out, he had deliberately encouraged more interactions between Junqi and the little rabbit. Although Junyi might not closely monitor Junqi's condition, after all, he had been around for years. And the constant presence could become tiresome. His prospective daughter-in-law was an entirely different matter. Thinking of this, Bai Zhe's gaze inadvertently shifted to Su Qiaoqiao. This little rabbit had already surpassed ordinary rabbits by knowing how to cultivate transformation grass. Unfortunately, she was born without spiritual roots and possessed poor bone quality. Otherwise, with proper nurturing, there would have been a chance for her to transform into human form in the future. As for Junyi, his thoughts were much more straightforward. The fact that Junqi was eager to procure transformation grass for his little rabbit indicated how much he cherished her. It seemed his son had indeed matured. He felt an inexplicable sense of relief. His son had not been spoiled under his care. Unbeknownst to these two elder gents, Su Qiaoqiao was entirely absorbed in Junqi's earlier words. He was finally going to get the transformation grass. According to Junqi, they would embark on their journey as soon as he was fully charged, which felt like it would be within a few days. The more she pondered, the more delightful it seemed, and she had already begun to consider the belongings she would bring along. What are you grinning about, silly rabbit? Su Qiaoqiao suddenly heard Junqi's voice. Turning around, she saw him returning, holding something in his mouth, walking towards her against the light. Didn't Junqi say he was going out to find something? How could he return so soon? Su Qiaoqiao recalled that he had mentioned he needed to find something before hastily departing. Ah, a carrot. At that moment, Su Qiaoqiao clearly saw what Junqi was holding, and her excitement nearly overwhelmed her. Junqi had brought her a carrot. Goodness. She had never mentioned her desire for carrots to him. While she had intended to convey her wish, she planned to wait until she saw a carrot to gesture to him. She had even thought of how to express her intent clearly and unmistakably. Yet she hadn't done anything at all. Bubbling with joy, she began bouncing on the ground. Before Junqi could approach her, she dashed forward, eager to kiss him in gratitude. However, with a gulp, Junqi swallowed the carrot whole before her eyes. Su Qiaoqiao abruptly halted, her rabbit form frozen in astonishment. Ah, goodness, you a wolf, are eating a carrot. Her face was a mask of shock, as if Junqi had accomplished something monumental. In truth, it was indeed quite extraordinary. Her astonishment was unmistakable, and even across species, Junqi could clearly interpret Su Qiaoqiao's expression. He let out a soft whine, puzzled by her reaction. Little rabbit, what is the matter? Seeing Su Qiaoqiao standing upright in sheer shock, with bits of grass still clinging to her mouth, was a sight to behold. And to top it off, he had called her little rabbit, a term that filled her with embarrassment. With a plop, Su Qiaoqiao sat down abruptly, having stood too long. Her legs felt sore, and she needed to massage them quickly, as they were cramping. Thus, Junqi observed as she inexplicably began to rub her legs. All right, little rabbit's logic is indeed beyond my comprehension, Junqi thought with a hint of exasperation. As he moved to go inside, suddenly, Su Qiaoqiao seized the fur on his leg, preventing him from entering. No, wait. Qiaoqiao felt a sudden stubbornness, wanting to understand why this wolf had chosen to eat a carrot, a food meant for rabbits that he had specifically gone out to find. She vowed it wasn't mere misunderstanding that drove her curiosity. She genuinely sought the truth. Junqi, growing slightly impatient, contained his irritation. What do you wish to convey? Little rabbit? Qiaoqiao pointed to her mouth and mimicked chewing, then pointed to Junqi's mouth, initially hoping to find remnants of the carrot. Unfortunately, he had devoured it clean, and she recalled how he had licked around his mouth afterward. Are you hungry? Junqi clearly did not comprehend Qiaoqiao's erratic gestures. However, he discerned her mimicking chewing was indicative of hunger. He directly asked, if you're hungry, why not go eat grass? Aren't you rabbits supposed to eat grass? Or is there something wrong? Can't you eat? The thought of this possibility made Junqi a bit anxious. He quickly reached out to pat Qiaoqiao's head. He had refrained from using this method to conserve spiritual energy, believing her intelligence rendered it unnecessary. Yet, it appeared he would still need to employ it. With a soft sigh, Junqi connected his spiritual energy with Qiaoqiao the moment they touched. He received no words, but rather a vision, one where he swallowed a spirit grass whole. Qiaoqiao felt that strange aura again, and coupled with Junqi's gesture, she immediately understood his intent. Hastily, she expressed her thoughts. Why did you eat rabbit food? Why did you eat a rabbit's carrot? Junqi evidently struggled to grasp her meaning. What rabbit food? What rabbit's carrot? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He understood Qiaoqiao's concern. She believed he had consumed a carrot. Indeed, wolves did not eat carrots. With this understanding, another timid thought emerged. And also, do not call me little rabbit. I have a name, Qiaoqiao. Qiaoqiao. Junqi slowly withdrew his hand from her head, chuckling softly as he pronounced her name. Chapter 16, The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. With a soft chuckle, Junqi could no longer contain his laughter. Qiaoqiao was startled by the sound and quickly looked up, only to find a comically adorable dog-like face right before her. From this angle, it was quite amusing. What was wrong with this boy? Why was he grinning like an idiot? At some point, Junqi had brought out a chair, comfortably shifting back to his original form, lazily reclining on the soft cushion as he observed his son and future daughter-in-law. Baizhe mirrored this behavior but was not as lethargic as Junqi. Both of them had manifested their doppelgangers, cloaked in invisibility, concealing their presence. When Junqi noticed that Junqi had recognized Qiaoqiao's name, he muttered something, prompting Junqi to begin laughing foolishly. Uncertain of what thoughts were swirling in that boy's head, he mused about how Qiaoqiao, in her fright, had scurried away. Given Junqi's current demeanor, it seemed likely that he would remain single for several lifetimes. Junqi murmured to himself, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes as he considered whether he should lend a hand, lest his son remain without a partner for an eternity. Baizhe, observing Junqi's reaction and hearing his unspoken thoughts, remarked with surprise, "You don't find her unappealing?" Junqi remained silent, yet his internal musings continued unabated. What was there to be disdainful about? He believed no one in this world would ever take a liking to that boy. So, if he could deceive one into liking him now, it would be a victory. Moreover, that little rabbit, Qiaoqiao, possessed a certain cleverness. So, what was there to worry about? And Baizhe, do I strike you as someone so antiquated and rigid as those old fogies in the heavenly realm? Baizhe conceded, that is true, but if you possess the ability, why not gather a transforming herb? This way, Miss Su would have an easier time. Junqi scoffed. Why should I do everything? If I did, why would he need to do anything himself? Besides, I am certain that while on the way to collect the herb, my foolish boy will undoubtedly encounter some mishap. Junqi admitted that his desire to witness the unfolding drama outweighed his wish for his son's happiness. With this thought, he excitedly squinted his eyes, eager to see what amusing events would transpire next. Baizhe shot him a sidelong glance, shaking his head in resignation. Truly, he was a prime example of disrespecting his elder years. Nevertheless, he too was curious about what might happen between Junqi and this little rabbit. Meanwhile, Su Qiaoqiao was astonished. Just moments ago, as it seemed Junqi had called her name. However, his silly grin was so foolish. Adorably foolish. Her astonishment was quickly replaced by the sight of Junqi's smiling face, his nose crinkled, his upper lip stretched to reveal a row of pearly white teeth, and his eyes slightly squinted, resembling a tiny crescent moon, much like a human smile. Yet, on Junqi's wolfish visage, it was utterly comical. All of Su Qiaoqiao's attention was captured. Junqi, could you stop smiling? She couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to tap Junqi's nose. How can you be so cute? The meaning of her words reached Junqi's mind, momentarily leaving him stunned. He swiftly wiped the smile from his face. How outrageous! This little rabbit dared to call his smile foolish. Even among the wolf clan, he was considered outstanding, yet this little rabbit had the audacity to say such a thing. Junqi, in a flurry, grasped Su Qiaoqiao by the nape of her neck, baring his fangs in a mock show of ferocity. What are you laughing at? Laugh again, and I'll eat you. Oh dear! Junyi slapped his forehead in disbelief, unable to watch. The wolf who uttered such foolishness was indeed his son. It was known that their wolf cubs had long abandoned such tactics to frighten others, particularly beastly foes. Who would have thought Junqi still resorted to such antics? It was one thing to call him foolish, but to be so innocent as well? This indirectly indicated that Junqi had likely never experienced romantic feelings before. Su Qiaoqiao, however, took Junqi by surprise. He had assumed she would be frightened by his words, yet the reality was quite the opposite. She found him even more endearing. Junqi refused to accept that adorable was a term that could describe him. After all, among the younger generation of wolves, he was the epitome of strength and grace, qualities that had nothing to do with cuteness. The wolf and the rabbit exchanged glances, with Junqi clearly detecting a hint of mirth in Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled with joy, as if gazing upon something she cherished most. A touch of affection practically overflowing. Clearing his throat, Junqi could no longer withstand the intensity of her gaze and averted his eyes, his voice somewhat stiff. What I eat is not a carrot, it's a type of herb that quickly restores spiritual energy. So don't think I'm trying to steal your food. The last part of his statement was tinged with evident agitation. After shouting, he immediately dashed away, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Su Qiaoqiao, choked by the dust, let out a soft, muffled sound, lighter than the popping of a soda bottle. Was it really necessary to be so pleased, no, shy about being called cute? Once she recovered, she glanced at the diminishing figure of Junqi and couldn't help but think he's still just a child. Shaking her head, she hopped back a few steps to rest. Just before drifting off to sleep, Su Qiaoqiao suddenly recalled Junqi's words from before he left. Was he trying to explain? She chuckled softly, recalling how endearing he had been, his flustered expression starkly contrasting the sinister images depicted in novels. What was so different? Lost in thought, she soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe remarked, I didn't catch a single word of what the young lady was thinking. By rights, Bai Zhe was supposed to be aware of all worldly matters and possess the ability to hear the thoughts of all beings. Thus, he should have been able to hear the musings of such a small rabbit, yet the opposite was true. What could be amiss here? Junyi, however, did not ponder as deeply as Bai Zhe. After all, spells and artifacts can fail at times, and that applied to himself as well. Bai Zhe's ability to hear thoughts was innate, easily masked by slightly more powerful artifacts, unless Bai Zhe intentionally sought to listen. What's so strange about it? Perhaps it's just you having another issue, merely a failure. What problems could a little rabbit possibly have? Junyi's tone was nonchalant. Bai Zhe turned to see Junyi had already tucked away the chair and was preparing to leave. What are you up to? I'm going to help that rascal. What time is it, and he's still lounging around here? As the saying goes, the path to true love is often fraught with challenges, stemming from all directions and an eclectic mix of beings, sometimes from the most unexpected of sources, whether human or beast. Chapter 17. The white-haired rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. However, changes often come swiftly. The following day, when Su Qiaoqiao awoke, She was startled to find Junqi's towering figure standing beside her. What on earth is he up to? The sudden fright dispelled her lingering drowsiness. Awake? Junqi queried. If you are, let us depart. Depart where? Qiaoqiao was still trying to comprehend the situation when Junqi grasped her by the nape of her neck and hurriedly set off in a direction that seemed to be eastward. As she noticed the sun rising from that side, heading straight toward the light. It was only during the journey that the question began to form in her mind. Yet, at this moment, it was clear that Junqi had no intention of answering her. Moreover, the speed at which Junqi was traveling now was comparable to that of their previous escape, causing Qiaoqiao to feel a sudden wave of anxiety. Did something happen? Junqi pressed on for the entire morning, and by the time Qiaoqiao felt her feet firmly planted on the ground, she was still in a daze. Where on earth are we? Despite Junqi having run so far, they had yet to leave the forest. She couldn't tell if they had merely traversed one woodland or entered another. Surrounding them were towering trees, with an abundance of green in every direction. After a brief moment of recovery, she stretched her limbs and leaped onto Junqi's leg, opening her mouth to take a bite of his sturdy limb. Ouch! What's the rush? You've brought me here for what purpose? Given your youth, I shall only provide you with a minor lesson. Qiaoqiao thought this to herself, but the reality was starkly different. Her minuscule strength was akin to a mere tickle to Junqi. Not only did it inflict no harm, but it left not even a single tooth mark, instead filling her mouth with fur. She felt as though her front teeth were stuck in his coat. Junqi lowered his head, perplexed by Qiaoqiao's actions. Was the little rabbit, or rather, Qiaoqiao, hungry? Or perhaps she desired to sharpen her teeth by using his leg as a teething stick. It is known that a rabbit's teeth grow continuously throughout their lives, necessitating constant grinding to maintain an appropriate length. Otherwise, overly long teeth could hinder their ability to eat. Junqi was uncertain when Qiaoqiao needed to grind her teeth, but her recent action certainly resembled that. Moreover, at her age among the wolf clan, it was indeed the time for teething, making Junqi's conjecture reasonable. Here you go. Qiaoqiao was momentarily taken aback as Junqi's voice echoed in her mind, followed by the appearance of a bundle of hay before her. What is this for? She raised her head, her eyes brimming with confusion. A sentiment that Junqi could clearly perceive. Teething, he stated succinctly. Teething? A rabbit needs to grind its teeth? Qiaoqiao finally grasped the situation, recalling that a rabbit's teeth seemingly grow incessantly. Over the past few days, she had indeed felt her teeth had extended considerably. But who could explain why a wolf like Junqi would carry hay with him? Surely he didn't do it specifically for her? If that were the case, had she overstepped her bounds? A wave of shame washed over Qiaoqiao. Junqi had evidently considered her needs, yet she had bitten him. Although he had not sustained any injury, that was hardly an excuse. She felt a pang of guilt, realizing she had not been fair to Junqi. The ingrained impressions from books had clouded her judgment, prompting her to reflect on her behavior. What was Qiaoqiao pondering? Observing her lost in thought while staring at the bundle of hay, Junqi squinted, curious about what the little rabbit was contemplating. He truly wished he could peer into her mind. Could it be she wasn't actually thinking about grinding her teeth? If that were not the case, then why had she bitten his leg? After all, he recalled that rabbits were herbivores. Junqi began to ponder the peculiarities of Qiaoqiao, questioning if it was merely due to the fright she had experienced earlier. I must treat Junqi better in the future, considering his feelings more. Qiaoqiao resolved silently within herself, finding it truly enchanting that someone could remember details she herself had overlooked. Hesitantly, she accepted the bundle of hay, having never ground her teeth before and uncertain of how to proceed. Just as Junqi's myriad thoughts were beginning to unfold, he noticed Qiaoqiao taking the hay, her expression one of deep contemplation, as if she were gazing upon something of great significance. At that moment, Junyi observed Junqi and Qiaoqiao beneath a grand tree, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepared his magical incantation, aimed squarely at his foolish brother, who had even changed his appearance. Bai Zhe, who had been with Junyi, twitched his lips several times upon witnessing the transformation. This fellow truly was asking for a beating, intentionally becoming the very type of creature he despised most, the Xian snake. Bai Zhe rubbed his fingers, suppressing the urge to strike. But wait, what was the reason for Junqi's hasty departure today? Qiaoqiao, after stowing the hay away, realized she had no pockets to carry such an item, so she handed it back to Junqi, gesturing to her teeth and shaking her head. I don't need this just yet. Please keep it for now, as I have no pockets. She tilted her head, her red eyes fixated on Junqi, conveying all she wished to say through her gaze. Junqi, unable to withstand her penetrating stare, found himself somewhat perplexed by Su Qiaoqiao's intent. Though he understood one thing, she wanted him to keep the bundle of hay. However, just as he grasped the hay, a sharp blade sliced through the air toward them. Junqi's gaze sharpened, sensing the danger at the very moment the blade appeared. Yet, the power of its wielder was formidable, and Junqi found himself unable to evade. Thud! Junqi spat out a mouthful of blood, the point of impact gushing crimson as flesh tore open. Ah! Junqi! What calamity had fallen from the heavens? Su Qiaoqiao hurriedly bounded to Junqi's side, examining his wound. The overwhelming stench of blood flooded her senses, rendering the little rabbit quite uncomfortable. Yet she cared not for her own discomfort. Are you all right? Why won't the blood stop flowing? Su Qiaoqiao appeared anxious, her red eyes welling with moisture. A veil of mist forming before her gaze. The vivid crimson of blood pulsed through her mind, overwhelming her senses. High above, the silhouette of a giant snake materialized, accompanied by the foul stench that trailed in its wake. Not them again. The sight of the serpent ignited a flare of resentment within Su Qiaoqiao. Ugh. This snake is truly bothersome. Chapter 18. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. Ah, what a combination. After a strenuous effort, Junqi managed to rise, immediately shielding Su Qiaoqiao within his protective embrace, before taunting the colossal serpent. Yet Su Qiaoqiao could clearly see that he had stepped back several paces, clearly preparing to flee. However, she was not preoccupied with this at the moment. Junqi seemed gravely injured from that last maneuver. The flesh around his wound grotesquely distorted and horrifying to behold. Junyi observed Junqi's concern for the little rabbit with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. It appeared his decision was astute. Presenting this wretched boy with challenges was indeed a correct course of action. With that thought, Junyi feigned a cold smile, his chilling voice echoing, as the saying goes, a plucked phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Having left the realm of the Bai Zhe, it seems you are truly tired of living. You might as well have remained there or awaited your wolf clan leader's rescue. Otherwise, what can you achieve? Letting me consume your inner core would likely be your greatest contribution. What nonsense are you spouting, you foolish creature? Our Junqi is remarkable. The notion that being devoured by him constitutes the pinnacle of your utility is absurd. Su Qiaoqiao felt her entire rabbit form seethe with indignation. She had always been gentle, and just moments ago, she had resolved to treat Junqi with utmost care, considering him as a brother. Clenching her tiny paws, which were of little consequence, she nevertheless found some semblance of calm. Now, her primary concern was Junqi. As an outsider, she could not restrain the urge to charge at that giant serpent, let alone for Junqi, the rightful target of such ire. Do not succumb to anger. If you do, it will only play into their hands, she thought anxiously, glancing at Junqi. During her time here, her experiences had been fraught with danger and survival. A truly dreadful existence. Yet, encountering Junqi had been the most fortuitous event of all. As Junyi, Junqi's biological father, was well aware of what irked his son, he deliberately chose the most aggravating remarks to provoke him. Unsurprisingly, Junqi's furious roar erupted, resonating for miles around. Nearby trees splintered under the force of his wrath, leaves scattering in disarray. Typically calm, his eyes now blazed crimson, a powerful spiritual pressure radiating outward from him. The injured area could not withstand such overwhelming energy, causing fresh blood to seep forth. Su Qiaoqiao, nestled close to Junqi, felt his turmoil acutely. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her throat. She trembled with anxiety. "Do not," she implored silently, her worry transmitting to Junqi through their bond. His gaze, icy and terrifying, revealed his bloodthirsty nature. Junyi maintained his loathsome expression, his hands weaving through incantations. He mused on the troublesome techniques of the Xian snake clan, wondering why they could not simply strike directly instead of resorting to convoluted methods. While he inwardly criticized the Xian snake clan, he could not help but marvel at Junqi's growth. It seemed that soon he might be ready to inherit the chieftaincy, relieving Junyi of such concerns regarding his marriage. Suddenly, the space around Junyi appeared to stagnate, everything immobilized, including himself. This was the effect of Junqi's spiritual pressure, causing time to halt within his domain. After calculating the duration of the state, Junqi realized it would not last long. He needed to flee quickly. Qiaoqiao clung desperately to Junqi, heartbroken, her long ears drooping helplessly behind her. Junqi gently licked her several times, as if to console her, and she instinctively responded to his affection. Seeing her in such a state deepened the shadows in Junqi's eyes. He vowed to annihilate the Xian snake clan. As he and Qiaoqiao swiftly fled, Bai Zhe could not help but emerge, sighing in resignation. "You have gone too far this time." Unperturbed, Junyi waved his sleeve dismissively, causing the spiritual pressure to dissipate instantly, restoring the previous tranquility. "By the way, your hasty retreat this morning must be related to your actions," he remarked with a grin, regaining his regal wolf king demeanor. "It cannot be helped. Otherwise, this boy would linger here far longer. My actions are but a benevolent intervention. After all, no matter what. Qi is my flesh and blood. Our clan would never harm its young." Observing Junia's smile, Bai Zhe quipped, "Qi is indeed fortunate to have such a father." Meanwhile, Junqi, with Qiaoqiao in tow, dashed forward with all his strength, his vision obscured by blood, rendering the path ahead indistinct. It felt as though past events were repeating themselves when suddenly his leg buckled, sending both him and Qiaoqiao tumbling over the edge of a cliff. Who can explain why there are cliffs in the forest? And how can such a flat expanse suddenly lead to a precipice? Who designed this treacherous terrain? What is the name of this book's author? Once I return, I shall give that author a piece of my mind. As she rolled through the air, countless thoughts raced through Qiaoqiao's mind. But ultimately, she settled on the grim realization that falling from such a height, even for a being like Junqi, adept in cultivation, would be perilous. Was this what it meant to become an obstacle on the road to humanity? Just before losing consciousness, Junqi instinctively lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Qiaoqiao to shield her from the fall, knowing that such a small rabbit would surely sustain injuries. He had promised to procure transformation herbs for her, ensuring she would successfully become human. Before that, she had to be safe. Bai Zhe, uncertain of his own motivations, had accompanied Junyi to observe. Junyi chuckled. "Of course, there is no need for that. This is the best possible outcome. And had it not been for my intervention, their situation would not have escalated so swiftly." Bai Zhe shook his head in resignation, deciding it was best not to witness the unfolding events any longer. What he had initially anticipated to be entertaining had turned out otherwise, and he regretted having informed Junyi. Chapter 19. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As night fell, with the moon shining brightly amid sparse stars, Luoyi gradually opened her eyes to find herself enveloped in darkness. The object covering her was moving rhythmically, causing her to feel slightly breathless. Her memories were momentarily fragmented, leaving her disoriented. Where was she? Qiaoqiao exerted considerable effort to push aside the large figure before her, only to realize that the night had fully descended. She sat up in a daze, her forelimbs rubbing her long ears in frustration, pondering why she had been encountering such predicaments lately. Why was she continually being pursued? It was all so bewildering. Fortunately, thanks to Junqi's protective embrace, Qiaoqiao had not sustained any injuries. To be precise, she merely felt a bit dizzy. which could have been attributed to her prolonged unconsciousness. Junqi had recently endured a harrowing chase, and she recalled that he had been embroiled in conflict before their fateful encounter. Now, it seemed trouble had found them once more. What about Junqi? Qiaoqiao quickly sprang to her feet, hopping over to check on him. The bleeding from his wounds had ceased, yet the long scar that marred his body filled her eyes with worry. He had been unconscious for such an extended period, and she could only speculate about his condition. With trepidation, she approached him and gently pried open his eyelids. Letting out a sigh of relief, she observed that his eyes were not entirely clouded, and he still had a faint breath. Tentatively, she extended her paw beneath his nose, feeling the slightest movement of air against her fur. Confirming that Junqi was merely in a coma and otherwise unharmed, she began to survey her unfamiliar surroundings. This place was exceedingly desolate. As Qiaoqiao looked around, the silent night made the landscape appear even more mysterious. Beneath the cliff, they had completely emerged from the forest. Aside from the towering, steep wall ahead, the vast expanse was merely endless grassland. How could there not even be a single tree in sight? It seemed she would have to dig a burrow herself. Junqi's wounds were not yet healed, although they appeared to be mending externally. She was certain that deeper injuries remained. She may not fully comprehend the intricacies of spiritual powers and spells, but she understood that the injured needed a comforting environment. Being exposed to the elements was not a viable solution. With determination, Qiaoqiao began to dig into the nearby earth, using her hind legs for support while her forelimbs worked swiftly to excavate a burrow, tossing the loose soil behind her. As a rabbit, she was quite adept at this task, and before long, she had crafted a hole large enough to accommodate Junqi's size, albeit with a slightly narrow entrance. After emerging from the burrow, she shook off the dirt and leaped a few times, assessing her condition. She noticed no conspicuous wounds and thought that perhaps a roll or two wouldn't cause any harm. The last time Junqi had been pushed and rolled by her, he had emerged unscathed. This time, however, she lamented her small stature. If it weren't for her rabbit-like agility, it would have taken an eternity to move him. Resolute, Qiaoqiao began her task. She realized that if she delayed any longer, dawn would break, and it was uncertain what might appear in the light of day across such an expansive, barren land. Due to the small size of the burrow entrance, she could only enter head or tail first. After completing her work, she nibbled on some grass nearby, feeling quite satisfied with her efforts. As a rabbit, being able to find food effortlessly and consume it raw was a significant advantage. Once satiated, Qiaoqiao sprawled on the ground, breathing deeply. One might find it hard to envision a rabbit taking deep breaths while patting its slightly bulging belly. Yawning softly, she felt the satisfaction of a full meal and the bliss that followed physical exertion. Slowly, she hopped back into the burrow to rest. The burrow she had dug was quite spacious, allowing her to avoid crowding with Junqi. However, as she gazed at the hard, dark earth, she tilted her head in contemplation for a few moments before deciding to nestle against Junqi. After all, his warmth was comforting. Junqi lay on his side, so Qiaoqiao could not rest on his back as before. Instead, she leaned against his chest. The familiar scent of Junqi brought her peace. As long as he was beside her, she felt secure. With this thought, she nuzzled against him, whispering, "Junqi, please wake up soon. I feel a bit scared alone." Eventually, she drifted off to sleep. In this desolate place, the wolf and the rabbit embraced one another, sharing warmth. This was their only solace. When Junqi awoke, he found himself cradling a warm little creature. Unlike Qiaoqiao, who was still dazed, his memories from before his unconsciousness remained intact. Thoughts of the mysterious black serpent clouded his mind. In his life, he had never felt such humiliation, even during their first escape together. The sensation of being pinned and struck evoked memories of his troublesome father. Once his wounds healed and he had gathered the transformation herbs for Qiaoqiao, he vowed to seek revenge. Having fallen from the cliff, he was uncertain of his current location. Gradually, He released Su Qiaoqiao and placed gentle kisses upon her small head. It was more a nuzzle than a kiss, as he rubbed his chin against her several times, his lips brushing her crown. He decided to venture outside to assess the situation, contemplating Su Qiaoqiao's adorable sleeping visage. The outside world remained cloaked in darkness. After a brief calculation, he realized he must have been unconscious for 3 days. It appeared that during this time, Qiaoqiao had been taking care of him. For reasons unknown, a lightness filled his heart. This little rabbit truly cared for him, as evidenced by the size of the burrow she had excavated. He had strayed far from their intended destination, and although the inexplicable black serpent had injured him, the damage was primarily superficial. Furthermore, he sensed a significant increase in his spiritual power, likely due to consuming the spiritual herb. Junyi, crying. Your old man also has his merits. Chapter 20. The white-furred rabbit, the gray-furred lone wolf. When Su Qiaoqiao woke, the day had already brightened outside. Junqi was not beside her. Had he gone out in search of food? Otherwise, Su Qiaoqiao could think of no other possibility. She sat up and gently touched her somewhat deflated belly. She was hungry. It was time to venture out and find some grass to nibble on. With a leisurely hop, Su Qiaoqiao made her way along the narrow path leading outside. The cave entrance was partially obscured by some weeds, and as she caught sight of a sliver of light from outside, she instinctively squinted her eyes. The brightness was rather overwhelming. As she pushed through the grass to exit, she mused that when they had dug the hole, the grass had not been this tall. How could it have grown so wildly in just one day? Just as her head emerged from the cave, a shadow suddenly fell before her, accompanied by a deep voice, "Qiaoqiao." Junqi. Upon hearing that voice, Su Qiaoqiao immediately recognized who it was. She looked up and, indeed, it was him. Junqi's athletic figure, illuminated by the sun, appeared even more majestic. His determined gaze and gray fur seemed to glimmer with golden hues, exuding vitality. This was the proud heir of the wolf clan in Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. With a delighted squeak, she called out softly, barely audible. Had it not been for Junqi's keen hearing, he might not have noticed her at all. Rabbits seldom make sounds. And if someone were to ask Su Qiaoqiao what sound a rabbit makes, she would be at a loss. As a rabbit herself, she rarely heard her own voice, aside from the grinding of her teeth or some indistinct noises from her throat. Her joy stemmed not only from knowing that Junqi was safe, but also from seeing him produce something from thin air, a carrot. Junqi noticed Su Qiaoqiao's eyes widen with excitement and secretly chuckled to himself. What a delightful surprise. Here you go. Those simple words moved Su Qiaoqiao deeply. What a strange sensation it was to feel so cherished by someone. Oh no, even if he wasn't human, by a wolf. It filled her heart with an inexplicable warmth. Eagerly, she hopped closer to him. Junqi, let me snuggle. She pressed her entire rabbit body against his leg. Due to her size, she wished to hug his head. But her limitations prevented that, so she settled for his leg instead, gently patting his fur. Her soft rabbit ears occasionally brushed against Junqi's leg with her movements. Junqi raised an eyebrow. He had merely gone for a stroll and happened upon the carrots, which seemed to intrigue Su Qiaoqiao immensely. He had even tasted one himself, finding it rather bland and unappetizing. Nevertheless, since it was something she desired, he gathered several from nearby, disregarding whether they belonged to anyone, for in this desolate wilderness, who would claim ownership? Enough of your snoozing. You must be famished. Eat up. I have plenty more. Junqi felt a bit awkward with Su Qiaoqiao's sudden display of affection. Previously, they had engaged in mutual grooming and nuzzling, which were acts of comfort, akin to Su Qiaoqiao's first lick of Junqi, signifying solace in the animal kingdom. However, this level of closeness from Su Qiaoqiao was somewhat unusual. Junqi's wolfish face flushed slightly. He shifted his ears uncomfortably and gently lifted Su Qiaoqiao from his leg, placing her back on the ground, shoving a carrot into her paws. All right, eat quickly. Did you not say this is your favorite? Su Qiaoqiao giggled as she began to munch on the carrot, realizing she couldn't speak, so she nodded vigorously at Junqi. Thank you, Junqi. Junqi was uncertain whether he understood her gratitude, but he recognized her happiness. If he had known, he might have replied, "What is there to thank? I should be thanking you. For you were the one who first opened your arms to save me." Junqi led Su Qiaoqiao back to the cave, having thoroughly explored the area nearby. Whether by coincidence or fortune, this place was indeed a necessary path leading north. However, why had a cliff suddenly appeared within the forest? And how was it connected to this location? Was there some fortuitous opportunity at play? Junqi pondered, as in the realm of cultivation. Any inexplicable occurrence could easily be attributed to fortune. Unbeknownst to Su Qiaoqiao, who was savoring her delicious meal, Junqi observed her with keen interest. Clutching the carrot, she relished each bite, reveling in the delightful flavor, for to a rabbit, a carrot was truly a delicacy. Wild grasses were merely a casual snack. As her taste buds met the carrot, she experienced a sensation akin to warmth on a frigid winter's day when a solitary traveler, having wandered for ages, unexpectedly discovers a house with a warm hearth. How comforting it felt. Yet, there was one discomfort Su Qiaoqiao could not ignore: her teeth. Since arriving in this world, she had not ground her teeth for quite some time, leading to a lingering discomfort. While nibbling on the carrot, she resolved to find a way to grind her teeth afterward, thinking it would also help clean them. She had yet to experience that. After finishing her snack, Su Qiaoqiao requested a bundle of dry grass from Junqi. Gazing at the withered grass, she appeared somewhat troubled. How does one grind their teeth? Did she sense someone watching her? Swiftly turning her head, she saw Junqi quietly lying there, surrounded by a gentle flow of air, likely in meditation. Perhaps she had been overly sensitive. Lowering her gaze back to the dry grass, she remained unaware that, the moment her attention shifted, Junqi had opened his eyes and was discreetly observing her. What did this little rabbit mean by glancing at him? Junqi squinted. Was she afraid? Yet, what was there to fear about grinding teeth? He found it puzzling. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell on it, for Su Qiaoqiao's thoughts were often whimsically peculiar, and he knew he could never fully comprehend them. As Su Qiaoqiao began to grind her teeth against the dry grass, it proved quite resilient. As she sawed back and forth, it produced a sound reminiscent of wood being cut. Chapter 21. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. It felt rather pleasant. The hay grazed against her teeth, producing an oddly delightful sensation, both crisp and tingling. Su Qiaoqiao sawed back and forth with the hay, her arms beginning to tire. She then shifted her focus, the sound of grinding teeth echoing continuously, reminiscent of the gnawing of a mouse. Perhaps, she mused, the grinding sounds of animals are all somewhat alike. After all, calcium constitutes the majority of their teeth. As she ground her teeth, her thoughts drifted to the knowledge she had almost entirely forgotten since leaving school. Fortunately, at that moment, no one could hear her musings. After a while of grinding, she touched her teeth, realizing they had shortened somewhat. However, due to her persistent grinding in one area, the middle of her left tooth had developed a slight indentation. What is this? After such a long time, she thought she would have achieved a better result. Su Qiaoqiao felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. But more than that, she was astonished. How could her teeth have ended up like this? If only she had a mirror, she thought, to see how her first attempt at grinding had turned out. She even extended her tongue to lick the indentation, discovering its prominence, if not addressed promptly. Eating would no longer bring her joy. Thus, she squatted on the ground, laid the hay across, and continued to saw back and forth, the grinding sound ringing out. Suddenly, Su Qiaoqiao found the noise invigorating. Her belly, having just been filled, felt somewhat bloated, and her spirit was a touch lethargic. However, upon hearing the sound akin to wood being sawed, she felt a jolt of energy, awakening her senses significantly. She was unsure how long she had been grinding her teeth. But eventually, frustration overwhelmed her. Damn it, why was this grinding so uneven, akin to a botched haircut? She remembered when she had attempted to trim her bangs. Intending only to cut a tiny bit, yet ended up with an uneven result due to her mild obsession with perfectionism. After several attempts, while the length had become even, it was now far too short. Touching the area beneath her teeth, she noticed they had become slightly crooked. How irritating! Although the current length was quite suitable due to her vigorous grinding, Qiaoqiao was a tad obsessive about perfection. Unevenness was unacceptable. As she continued to grind her teeth, her gaze drifted toward the cave entrance. The light outside had dimmed considerably, and the gentle breeze carried a hint of chill. Was nightfall approaching? Had she really spent an entire afternoon grinding her teeth? This realization left her disheartened. She had engaged in such a mundane task for so long, and the outcome was far from satisfactory. Qiaoqiao touched her teeth, which had nearly aligned with her rabbit lip, feeling despondent. What rabbit had teeth as unsightly as hers? Indeed, grinding teeth was as frustrating as a poorly executed haircut. The following day, when Junqi awoke from his meditation, Qiaoqiao's essence lingered around him. He looked down to find Qiaoqiao still retaining some human habits, such as not liking to sleep on her stomach. Her face was directed upward, and he instantly noticed her pitifully short teeth. For a moment, he was taken aback. Although he did not understand rabbits, his recollections of the ones he had seen indicated that their teeth were usually longer. Junqi pondered. How could Qiaoqiao eat with teeth so short that they were obscured by her own rabbit lip? He did not dwell on this question for long. After Junqi awakened, Qiaoqiao gradually roused as well. Her white fur was disheveled, clearly indicating a restless sleep, and her eyes were dazed, exhibiting a unique morning grumpiness. Qiaoqiao looked up at Junqi, who had also awoken. However, his gaze was fixated on her teeth, as if he had encountered something utterly novel. Qiaoqiao, Junqi suddenly spoke. Qiaoqiao blinked, slightly nodding her head, as if in response to him. Are your teeth all right? Junqi hesitated, his uncertainty evident. He had been staring at her teeth for quite some time, unable to comprehend how this little rabbit had managed to grind them down to such a short length. Qiaoqiao paused for a few seconds, then returned to her normal demeanor. Tilting her head, she looked at Junqi, appearing perplexed by his question, her expression one of innocent confusion. She then patted her small belly, making her intentions clear. I'm hungry. Let's go find something to eat. Junqi's eyes remained fixed on her teeth, filled with skepticism. How much food could such short teeth allow her to consume? Consequently, he retrieved a carrot and placed it before her. Here, for you. Qiaoqiao's eyes followed the carrot, her little mouth instinctively smacking several times. The aroma of the carrot was delightful, and her mouth began to water uncontrollably. Despite her poorly ground teeth, she still needed to eat. Unaware that Junqi was watching her intently, even if she had known, she would not have cared. As worrying would not restore her teeth, she nibbled at the carrot, lost in her thoughts. Yet, she habitually forgot one crucial fact: this was not an ordinary world, but a realm of cultivation. Junqi had initially considered helping Qiaoqiao if eating proved difficult, but upon witnessing her unperturbed demeanor, he realized his concerns were unwarranted. After Qiaoqiao finished her meal, Junqi spoke. Qiaoqiao, take a moment to rest. We will set off shortly. Qiaoqiao sensed it was time to depart, for lingering too long in one place could invite unforeseen complications. A quarter of an hour later, Qiaoqiao found herself once again atop Junqi's back, sitting upright. Thus, the wolf and the rabbit set forth once more, this time heading in the direction of the rising sun. Upon realizing this, Qiaoqiao thought Junqi had taken a wrong turn, tugging at his ear to prompt him to change direction. Junqi shook his ears, easily slipping out from beneath her grasp. As if sensing her confusion, he explained. We must first leave this prairie before continuing north. Surely, this little rabbit could understand him. After Junqi's explanation, he resumed running forward, infused with a bit of spiritual energy, hoping to escape the prairie before nightfall. Chapter 22: The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. As time flowed, Junqi sprinted with Su Qiaoqiao towards the direction of the rising sun, hoping to escape the vast grassland before the scorching light faded. At the moment when the moon hung high among the branches, Su Qiaoqiao let out a soft yawn, squinting her eyes to gaze ahead. The adaptability of humanity is indeed remarkable. Although Su Qiaoqiao had transformed into a rabbit, her essence remained human. Initially, when Junqi had her running at such speed, it had startled her to the core, as if she were about to reunite with her kin. However, she had now acclimated to this sensation, her eyes beginning to survey the surrounding scenery. A few trees appeared ahead, shadowy and indistinct, as a gentle breeze swept across the land, stirring up waves of grass and carrying several fallen leaves away into the distance. Once they exited the expansive meadow, Su Qiaoqiao sensed Junqi's pace noticeably slow. He hesitated, observing the unfamiliar environment, and began to mutter incantations. Su Qiaoqiao clearly saw a faint, azure glow emerging just in front of Junqi's head. She blinked her eyes, wondering what it was. Eager to see more clearly, she rose from Junqi's back, leaping a few times until her foot pressed onto his head, straining to widen her gaze towards the source of the light. At that moment, Junqi completed his spell, sensing the rabbit's presence was now even closer, her weight noticeably resting on him, indicating that she had shifted her position. "Come down," he said lightly, his tone devoid of any anger. Su Qiaoqiao, now lying atop Junqi's head, found their sizes surprisingly compatible. She nestled down, comfortably occupying the space above his head, her paws clutching his wolf ears. "No!" She shook her head, suddenly feeling willful and disregarding Junqi's instruction. It felt too comfortable to remain in this position, and she had no desire to descend. Junqi, accurately perceiving Su Qiaoqiao's thoughts, twitched his lips in resignation, deciding to allow this little rabbit her whims for the time being. Intending to discipline her once they had left the territory of the Qian snake, Junqi was more accustomed to referring to her as Little Rabbit. Although he knew her name was Su Qiaoqiao, calling her by that name felt somewhat awkward, so he reverted back to Little Rabbit. The Qian snake clan typically inhabits trees or water, favoring warmth and shunning the cold, particularly thriving in humid and warm environments. Junqi twitched his nose, detecting a faint trace of the Qian snake's scent lingering in the air, indicating their recent activity in this area, and he knew it was not entirely safe here. They needed to move swiftly. Estimating in his mind, Junqi surmised that at their fastest pace, they could escape within 3 days. The priority was to distance themselves from the Qian snakes. The mysterious black snake that had appeared previously had left a significant impact on him. He had initially thought that once he healed, seeking vengeance would be effortless. However, the black snake conjured by Junyi had dealt him a considerable blow. It was evident that he needed to train more diligently. Unbeknownst to Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao was entirely unaware of his thoughts. She merely knew that clinging to his ear, she felt like a puddle of liquid, wholly relaxed. Throughout the night, Junqi did not pause. While Su Qiaoqiao grew weary of the familiar scenery around her, either mountains, trees, or meadows, which had become monotonous. When will Junqi take a break? She pondered. Such intense exertion must be taxing on him. Even in this realm of cultivation, some rules must resonate with those of her past life. With that thought, she reached out her paw to stroke Junqi's head, rubbing her chin against the fur below. Although she was unsure if her sentiment would reach him, she felt an irresistible urge to express it. "Am I becoming more sentimental?" she mused. Perhaps it was the harrowing days spent evading danger. After all, experiencing such thrilling events twice in quick succession was indeed unforgettable. As she contemplated, accompanied by the rushing wind, her eyelids slowly drooped, her body softening against Junqi's head as slumber overtook her. From a distance, it appeared as though Junqi wore a white, fluffy cap adorned with 2 long, fluffy ties, a sight both peculiar and endearing. "Bai Zhe, do you not find my son adorable?" Bai Zhe observed Junyi with a calm demeanor. He had initially intended to return, but had not anticipated that Junyi would not let him go. As if merely watching was insufficient, Junyi insisted on having him stay for company. Are you not bored? Bai Zhe questioned, eyeing the instigator lounging leisurely as if just awakening. Junyi replied, How could I be bored watching my own son and daughter-in-law? This is enough for now. If trouble keeps arising, there won't be enough time to foster their bond. Furthermore, the dangers in the northern territories will likely be greater. This thought remained unspoken. After all, with him accompanying them, any major calamities would be averted. Though minor injuries were inevitable, which he would not concern himself with. In their culture, one simply could not venture forth without bearing some marks of battle at such an age. Unaware of these considerations, Junqi, if he were to learn of them, would undoubtedly become a figure of heroic familial betrayal, or rather, a wolf of noble treachery. As the gentle breeze accompanied the moonlight, it quietly faded away, the moon and stars diminishing as dawn broke. Time flowed steadily forward, the brilliant sun rising high, branches swaying and rustling softly against one another. Far removed from the expansive meadow they had just departed, Junqi appeared tireless, continuing his relentless advance. Along the way, he encountered numerous animals, all deterred by the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, each one hesitating to reveal itself until his presence had dissipated, cautiously peeking out once it felt safe. Where have we arrived? Junqi wondered, slowing his pace only after detecting no trace of the black snake, beginning to search for a suitable place to rest. It was at this moment that Qiaoqiao woke, gazing at the completely unfamiliar road around her. It resembled the official pathways constructed by human societies, which in ancient times might have been referred to as roads, she mused. Junqi, Qiaoqiao suddenly called out, but upon uttering his name, she realized that he could not hear her voice. Thus, she resorted to the most direct method. Chapter 23. The white-haired bunny, the gray wolf outcast Qiaoqiao playfully rubbed her face against Junqi's back, her tiny paws busy tugging at his soft, fluffy ears, which felt exceedingly comfortable. In that moment, she completely forgot her original intentions. Although they were on a main road, the desolation surrounding them was palpable. Devoid of any human presence, Junqi paid no heed to Qiaoqiao's antics. After all, she had always been bold, and he planned to address her behavior in due time. Unbeknownst to Qiaoqiao, Junqi's thoughts were far from her concern. Even if she were aware, she would likely dismiss it, for she could not fathom that Junqi would ever dare to reprimand such an adorable bunny as herself. Moreover, her ears were undeniably soft. Her little white paws contrasted sharply against the gray fur, creating a striking visual. Before long, Junqi suddenly plunged into a nearby thicket, moving so swiftly that the surrounding grass barely registered his presence. He bent forward and then fell silent. "Ow!" Junqi suddenly exclaimed, startling Qiaoqiao, who trembled in surprise. She lifted her head in confusion, scanning her surroundings. There was nothing particularly alarming, no dark, foul-smelling snakes, nor any other strange creatures. What had caused Junqi's outburst? Junqi offered no explanation, for he was unaware of Qiaoqiao's bewilderment. However, it did not take long for her to grasp the reason. Following the wolf's howl, her acute sense of hearing detected a flurry of activity in the adjacent brush, indicating that numerous small creatures were fleeing in panic. After howling again to scare away the local fauna, Junqi claimed a prime spot beneath a towering banyan tree, its height reaching over 10 meters, with a trunk thick enough for several people to embrace. The tree was lush and verdant, its branches heavy with vines that effectively obscured the ground below. How did we end up in the forest again? Qiaoqiao lost count of how many forests she had entered. The dangers she had encountered previously had all taken place within such woods. Upon hearing Junqi's howl, her mind had immediately conjured images of those dark, slithering snakes returning. Instead, it appeared he had merely sought to evict the current inhabitants and claim their territory. How naive and endearing, yet rather domineering. As Qiaoqiao pondered this, Junqi leaped gracefully onto the massive trunk, sniffing the air before moving forward. Qiaoqiao glanced upward and was surprised to find a tree hollow concealed beneath the vines. It felt as though she had stepped into a fairy tale. As they entered the tree hollow, memories of the fairy tales she had read flooded her mind. Typically, such hollows led to alternate worlds, ushering in new adventures or cozy, warmly decorated rooms with sunlight streaming through the entrance, enlivened by vibrant green vines. However, her daydreams were swiftly shattered. Qiaoqiao's eyes widened as she took in the dismal surroundings. The dim environment was cold and damp, littered with decaying branches. The vines were stained with a vile green substance, and the presence of nameless insect corpses, some in various stages of decomposition, wafted an unbearable stench. Ugh! Qiaoqiao immediately covered her nose, the repugnant odor invading her senses and making her feel lightheaded. This smell rivaled that of the black snake. While she struggled to endure the stench, Junqi remained relatively unfazed, having instinctively muted his senses upon detecting the foul air. Yet, in this moment, he inadvertently overlooked Qiaoqiao's discomfort. Please no. I would rather sleep outside than in such a filthy place. Qiaoqiao's mind raced. The dirtiness of the hollow would surely soil her pristine white fur, tainting it with an unsightly darkness and an awful odor. She tugged fervently at Junqi's ears, hoping he would grasp her distress. The fantasy of the hollow had been dashed. She could not bear any further disillusionment. Qiaoqiao, crying, JPG. Whether Junqi truly sensed her thoughts or not, he cast a wary glance into the hollow before turning back, his demeanor tense. Qiaoqiao, oblivious to the underlying dangers, felt a wave of relief wash over her as they once again basked in the warmth of the sun. The hollow was uninhabitable, so they would have to take refuge beneath the tree. The smaller animals had been sufficiently frightened away by Junqi's howl, alleviating any concerns about unwelcome intruders. After they had circled the area, Junqi left his scent behind to mark their territory. Animals typically establish their domains by marking their territory, and Qiaoqiao instinctively thought of urination as a common method. At this realization, she glanced at Junqi, only to find him casually strolling without any other actions. Disappointment flickered within her. Could it be that wolves were different from other animals? Indeed, wolves are highly territorial creatures. Qiaoqiao ruminated on what felt amiss. Her previous encounters with wolf-related knowledge had been scant, and she struggled to recall any relevant information. Wolves are social animals with strong territorial instincts. When claiming land, they often issue warnings to other creatures, urging them to vacate. Failure to comply could result in an attack. Qiaoqiao felt a flush of embarrassment. Junqi's earlier actions had seemingly conveyed that very message. It was no wonder he had executed those movements with such familiarity. Reflecting on what she had observed earlier in the hollow, she now understood that Junqi had been assessing whether any unwelcome intruders remained. Should they choose to linger, they would likely be viewed as prey. Qiaoqiao's lips twitched at the thought, as the knowledge she had of wolves resurfaced, aligning perfectly with Junqi's behavior. The creatures in this realm mirrored many of those on Earth. As Qiaoqiao contemplated this, Junqi suddenly halted. He bared his teeth in a fierce display, his aura intensifying as he prepared to strike. Qiaoqiao's heart raced. Could it be the black snake? A creature of similar size to Junqi, stained with blood and glinting with greedy stripes, crept into her line of sight. Qiaoqiao tilted her head in confusion. Chapter 24. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf tiger? No, it was a snake. Qiaoqiao let out a long breath. The shadow of that vile snake lingered deeply in her heart. After facing defeat at the hands of their adversary twice, she felt the weight of it all. Although it was only Junqi who had suffered, she was intrinsically linked to him. Without this wolf by her side, she would merely be an ordinary rabbit. Would their opponent spare her? Unbeknownst to Qiaoqiao, Junqi, upon catching sight of the greedy gaze of the striped tiger, realized that it was no ordinary beast, but a tiger that had undergone cultivation. This indicated that the flesh it sought was that of a demon beast. Junqi thought coldly. Coincidentally, his stomach growled at that moment, making his hunger painfully evident. He had not eaten in quite some time, and this foolish tiger's arrival was rather fortuitous. What Qiaoqiao did not know was that while Junqi surveyed his territory, He had intentionally suppressed his cultivation to lure any unwitting creatures. To his surprise, one had indeed come forth. Roar! The striped tiger licked the blood from its claws and then spotted Qiaoqiao, plump and healthy. Though she was not a demon beast, her flesh appeared quite tempting as a meal. To evade predators, rabbits are nocturnal and easily startled. Sudden fright can lead them to panic, flee, or even suffer fatal consequences. Qiaoqiao's radar detection system immediately sensed the tiger's intentions. Instinctively, she felt the urge to stomp her feet and escape. But the remaining rationality within her assured her that there was no need, for Junqi would protect her. Junqi quickly noticed the tiger's gaze and, to his displeasure, realized that it had set its sights on his precious rabbit. He felt an inexplicable irritation. How dare it covet what belonged to him? In his mind, Qiaoqiao had already become part of his territory, and he planned to cultivate with her once she fully transformed into her human form. After all, humans are favored by the heavenly Tao. The tiger's patience soon waned. Originally, it intended to exhaust the wolf's spiritual energy before delivering a fatal blow. But the alluring scent proved irresistible. Roar! 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 The tiger emitted several fierce roars, its body emanating a faint yellow glow, a clear sign that it had activated its spiritual power. Junqi felt the ground beneath him grip his paws firmly. Rather than resist, Junqi turned his head and affectionately rubbed against Qiaoqiao, extending his tongue to lick her fur in a clear gesture of reassurance. This action evidently calmed her, and Qiaoqiao blinked in response, mirroring his gesture. It seemed she had indeed been overly timid. Her instincts were hard to overcome. Instinctively, rabbits fear large carnivorous animals, a trait deeply embedded in their very blood, impossible to evade or transcend. As Junqi gently grasped Qiaoqiao by the nape of her neck and placed her safely on the ground, the striped tiger had already approached him. Observing how Junqi cherished Qiaoqiao, the tiger was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he, this wolf, supposed to consider her his reserve food? After all, which wolf would keep a rabbit as a pet? However, this surprise was soon drowned by its greed. Regardless of how much Junqi treasured the rabbit, in the end, she would ultimately find herself in the tiger's belly. Once Qiaoqiao was safely on the ground, Junqi abruptly turned his head back, his previously soft gaze now replaced by a chilling intensity. He coldly uttered a few words, seeking death. His claws gleamed with lethal intent as he swiftly pierced the tiger's chest without hesitation. Qiaoqiao, having steadied herself, looked up to witness the scene. A sharp wolf's claw had punctured the fierce striped tiger, completely impaling its chest. With a squelching sound, blood gushed forth as Junqi withdrew his claw, bringing with it a blood-red object, the tiger's heart. Qiaoqiao could distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of that heart. Without a moment's pause, Junqi tore out the heart and swiftly devoured it. Thud! The tiger's body collapsed, blood spilling forth. Qiaoqiao's fur inevitably splattered with droplets of blood, causing her to wrinkle her nose in distaste at the foul scent. Heavens, how did she get blood on her? This was the most repugnant smell she had encountered since transforming into a rabbit. After consuming the heart, Junqi licked his claws, seemingly unsatisfied, and proceeded to tear into the tiger's body. The hunger in his belly, coupled with the consumption of demon beast flesh, warmed his stomach. The meat transformed into spiritual energy, nourishing his spiritual veins. Qiaoqiao, Junqi suddenly called. Qiaoqiao lifted her head, her red eyes fixed on him, filled with confusion. Junqi tore off a piece of flesh and presented it before her. This is demon beast meat. It will benefit you. Qiaoqiao, have you ever seen a rabbit eat meat? Her eyes widened in disbelief at Junqi's proposition. What was going on in that wolf's mind? Did he not realize that rabbits do not consume meat? Perhaps influenced by the bloody scent, Qiaoqiao felt an unusual surge of agitation. Gazing at the bloody meat before her, she unexpectedly cracked a smile. Junqi was taken aback by her sudden smile. After all, a rabbit's smile could be rather unsettling. What was this little rabbit thinking? Did she not realize that consuming such meat could lead to transformation for a creature of her kind? Seeing that Su Qiaoqiao remained unmoving, Junqi, feeling helpless, stepped forward and nudged the piece of meat toward her, saying, "This meat will benefit you. It is not harmful. Please do not be anxious. If you eat it, you might be able to cultivate." At Junqi's words, Su Qiaoqiao finally understood his intent. After all, her knowledge of this world was painfully limited. And as the original owner of her body was merely an ordinary rabbit, such matters were beyond her comprehension. Chapter 25. The White-Haired Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. However, the rabbit is herbivorous. Su Qiaoqiao cast a serious gaze towards Junqi, striving to convey her thoughts through her eyes. Unfortunately, their mental wavelengths were not aligned, and Junqi completely disregarded Su Qiaoqiao's intentions. He stepped forward and took matters into his own hands. Caught off guard, Su Qiaoqiao was abruptly fed a piece of meat, losing her balance and falling onto the ground. Prior to this, Junqi had even considered Su Qiaoqiao's small mouth and had deliberately grasped the nape of her neck, shoving the meat into her mouth as soon as she opened it swiftly, accurately, and forcefully. In an instant, all the fur on Su Qiaoqiao stood on end, as if she had received an overwhelming shock, and the entire rabbit stood upright, invigorated. Observing Su Qiaoqiao's transformation, Junqi nodded in approval, noting that the meat was of decent quality. Although for him it was merely a substandard supplement, for an ordinary rabbit like Su Qiaoqiao, it was indeed a substantial nourishment. This wretched wolf was truly deserving of a good thrashing. At the moment the meat entered her mouth, Su Qiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if she were consuming the most unpalatable food in the world. The fishy taste quickly filled her mouth, overwhelming her taste buds, and she instinctively wanted to spit it out. Unfortunately, by the time the meat was in her mouth, it had already begun to dissolve. This was yet another of Junqi's thoughtful considerations. He had anticipated that Su Qiaoqiao might struggle with such intense spiritual energy and had deliberately reduced the potency of the energy, allowing her to absorb it entirely. Su Qiaoqiao thought sarcastically, "Thank you so much." Seeing that Su Qiaoqiao was unscathed, Junqi turned back to enjoy his meal, likely believing that once he finished the entire striped tiger, he would revert to his human form. How could he be eating so happily? Su Qiaoqiao pinched her throat, as if trying to expel the meat she had just ingested, but alas, aside from a bit of saliva, nothing else came up. She glared at Junqi, who was relishing his food, her red eyes brimming with displeasure as if she had been overlooked. Thus, without a second thought, Su Qiaoqiao leapt with remarkable speed, resembling a small cannonball, and landed directly on Junqi's thigh. Ouch! She opened her mouth and bit down on Junqi's leg. "My teeth. My front tooth." Su Qiaoqiao had completely forgotten that her teeth had been ground down to a short length, and now, biting down so forcefully made her feel as if her teeth would shatter. Woe is me. Why is this leg so hard? Her meager strength was insufficient even to tickle Junqi. The impact of her leap was far more forceful. What is this little rabbit up to now? Wanting more food? Junqi conjured a carrot skillfully and held it out before Su Qiaoqiao. "Here you go." However, this time, Su Qiaoqiao did not immediately take it. She was still mourning her teeth. That last bite had been excruciating. She felt as if becoming a rabbit had rendered her mind sluggish. How could Junqi's formidable body possibly be affected by a mere rabbit's bite? Su Qiaoqiao, feeling frustrated, slapped her forehead. What had she just been thinking? Why had she felt an urge to attack Junqi? Noticing that Su Qiaoqiao had yet to accept the carrot, Junqi furrowed his brow in concern. What was the matter with this little rabbit? "Little rabbit, little rabbit," Junqi called out twice, but Su Qiaoqiao remained unresponsive, her four paws clinging tightly to his leg, the soft sensation vividly apparent. Seeing that Su Qiaoqiao still did not respond, Junqi pondered for a moment and called out her name, "Qiaoqiao." At last, Su Qiaoqiao stirred, her ears twitched slightly, and she slowly lifted her head, her crimson eyes misty. Upon seeing this, Junqi's expression turned serious. Who bullied you? Why are you crying? Qiaoqiao shook her head, her large ears flopping as she did so. When she saw Junqi leaning down with such concern for her, she felt further disdain for the thoughts that had just crossed her mind. This was truly unacceptable. Had she been influenced? Perhaps Junqi was unaware of the reason, but Baizhe and Junyi, who had been following them, certainly noticed that the little rabbit had been slightly affected in her mental state by the striped tiger's spiritual energy. When Baizhe observed Junqi shoving the beast's meat into Su Qiaoqiao's mouth, a look of disapproval crossed his face. This was altogether too unsuitable and reckless. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao suddenly leap up to bite Junqi did not surprise him either. After all, consuming the flesh of another beast held no consequence for a demon beast, but for an ordinary creature like Su Qiaoqiao, it was an entirely different matter. Junyi shook his head. This kid is nothing like I was back in the day. How can he show care in such a manner? It's not even as good as what I did for him before. Hearing Junya's remark, Baizhe wore a slightly helpless smile. Well, let us consider it a compliment. Huh? Just as Junyi was about to nod in agreement, he suddenly realized that Baizhe's words were layered with meaning, nearly falling into his trap. This old fellow certainly had a knack for speaking in riddles. Junyi rolled his eyes at Baizhe. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao ignore him, Junqi felt increasingly anxious, and even the meat in his mouth lost its flavor. What was wrong with this little rabbit? What had triggered her? Su Qiaoqiao, oblivious to Junqi's thoughts, only felt his gaze fixed upon her, and this made her feel even more ashamed of her earlier thoughts. Su Qiaoqiao, look at him. He is so concerned about you, and yet you wanted to bite him, even to take another piece of meat. The more she recalled, the more alarmed she became. She absolutely refused to admit that those thoughts had originated from her. As this psychological turmoil unfolded, Baizhe looked on with a hint of admiration. Realizing that although the little rabbit was somewhat foolish, she possessed a certain cleverness in other respects. Thus, under Junqi's watchful gaze, Su Qiaoqiao gradually composed herself. She raised her eyes to meet Junqi's gaze, filled with warmth. She hopped down from Junqi's leg, bounded a few steps forward, and waved at him. Junqi understood Su Qiaoqiao's intent, and, without a moment's hesitation, lowered his head. To his surprise, Su Qiaoqiao planted a gentle kiss on his face. It was a delicate gesture, so subtle that, had Junqi not been entirely focused on Su Qiaoqiao, he might have missed it altogether. Su Qiaoqiao cupped Junqi's wolfish face and affectionately kissed him. Ever since she had performed this action towards him, she found herself becoming increasingly adept at it. Perhaps due to her current form. I'm sorry, even though you are unaware of my earlier thoughts, I still feel compelled to say this. It feels a bit melodramatic. Chapter 26. The white-furred rabbit, the gray-furred lone wolf. Qiaoqiao's inner thoughts were entirely unbeknownst to J and Q, yet, undoubtedly, her actions brought him great joy. J and Q felt no discomfort as he reciprocated her gesture in kind, albeit with greater force. The difference in their sizes nearly caused Qiaoqiao to lose her balance and tumble. Although he was oblivious to why this little rabbit had suddenly felt discontented and then inexplicably uplifted, he knew that his attempt to comfort her was never misplaced. After their interaction concluded, J and Q confirmed that Qiaoqiao's mood had indeed improved significantly. However, as he recalled the moment when he had offered her the meat, he suddenly realized he might have erred. She possibly did not relish such fare. Little rabbit, do you perhaps dislike this? He hesitantly inquired. Upon hearing his question, Qiaoqiao instantly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with renewed brightness, and emphatically nodded in affirmation. Yes, I do not like that. J and Q fell silent, taken aback that her discontent stemmed from such a trivial reason. Well then, if you dislike it, I shall refrain from offering it to you in the future. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Qiaoqiao nodding again. For reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of irritation. This little rabbit truly had no appreciation for fine things. Nonetheless, he masked his feelings beneath an impassive facade. If Qiaoqiao were aware of J and Q's thoughts, She might have wished to return to that moment and deliver herself a few sharp slaps for feeling guilty over trivial matters. Clearly, she was simply overwhelmed by abundance. Seeing that Qiaoqiao was at ease again, JNQ retrieved the carrot she had neglected and presented it to her. However, noticing her still listless demeanor, he surmised it must still be due to the meat. Sighing deeply, he inadvertently caught Qiaoqiao's attention. What's wrong? She seemed to ponder, feeling compelled to sigh herself. Just as this thought blossomed in her mind, a paw landed on her head, ruffling her fur affectionately. Warmth flooded her being, and she recognized the sensation. It was JNQ channeling his spiritual energy into her. In an instant, she felt invigorated. A delightful sensation coursing through her. While Qiaoqiao reveled in her newfound vitality, JNQ's expression grew increasingly grave. To his dismay, he realized that the residual spiritual energy lingering in his own body could still affect her. After what felt like an eternity, once that energy had fully melded with her essence, Qiaoqiao suddenly felt hunger gnawing at her stomach. Moreover, she discovered that her teeth had begun to regrow slightly, a revelation that brought her immense joy. Observing her cheer as she happily munched on the carrot, JNQ exhaled in relief. Had he overlooked the potency of that energy within her, it would have surely eroded her consciousness, transforming her into yet another puppet. At that moment, a troubling realization struck him. This little rabbit held significant weight in his heart. The thought of her absence would undoubtedly bring him sorrow. JNQ turned away, forcing himself to dismiss such thoughts. After all, their acquaintance had spanned barely a month, yet in such a short time, she had etched herself deeply into his affections, a notion he would have scoffed at in the past. Qiaoqiao, contentedly nibbling on her carrot, leaned affectionately against JNQ. Since they both were in animal forms, such gestures felt entirely natural. Before he fully comprehended his own actions, JNQ instinctively returned her affection. Upon realizing the ease with which he had engaged in such a familiar act, he felt momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered in JNQ's heart. To him, caring about such feelings seemed foolish. With this sentiment, he savagely tore into a large piece of meat. Recalling the recent actions of its former owner, biting down with vengeance until he had consumed every morsel. The piece must have weighed several dozen kilograms, given the dust it had stirred upon its fall. After finishing his meal, JNQ felt considerably better. So what if he cared for a little rabbit? It was trivial. He sprawled lazily to one side, digesting his meal while absently licking the blood from his claws, yawning periodically as he observed Qiaoqiao with newfound intensity. Her pristine white fur remained immaculate despite their shared hardships. He marveled at how this little creature managed to keep her coat so clean. The fluffy little being sat obediently on the ground, her paws clutching a carrot nearly half her size, joyfully munching away, her ears flopping side to side with each motion. Unbeknownst to him, JNQ's gaze softened, as though he were beholding something cherished. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced of other rabbits he had encountered, all of which had remained on four legs. Upon reflection, it became clear. Only his little rabbit was unique, only she possessed the ability to comprehend his words, only she exhibited such remarkable intelligence, and only she would not abandon him. How splendid it felt to have made the decision to resist that man and flee from home. Qiaoqiao, he called her name. Realizing that she was unlike any other rabbit, only she bore a name. Hearing him utter her name, Qiaoqiao paused mid-bite, looking up at him with curiosity. JNQ's expression was inscrutable, and a faint green glow began to emanate from him. Oh dear, JNQ. What is happening to you? Upon noticing JNQ's peculiar state, Qiaoqiao promptly discarded her half-eaten carrot and bounded towards him, cupping his face with her paws, her eyes filled with concern. JNQ recognized the shift within himself. Astonished that the seemingly unremarkable striped tiger had triggered such a rapid transformation. Under Qiaoqiao's worried gaze, his visage began to alter. The gray fur receded, revealing a fair face, eyes imbued with determination, radiating a fierce independence. His sculpted nose and tightly pressed lips conveyed an aura of strength. Qiaoqiao. Astonishment. How could this great gray wolf transform into a human? Chapter 27, The White-Haired Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. The transformation of the wolf into a handsome man unfolded right before Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. Upon witnessing the majestic gray wolf metamorphose, her first instinct was to glance at the sky. Indeed, it was still daylight, merely on the verge of dusk. With the moon yet to rise, Junqi felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through his veins. He looked remarkably handsome. Su Qiaoqiao stared in awe at Junqi, and as he shed his wolf form, her excitement intensified. Oh dear, he isn't wearing any clothes. She quickly covered her eyes, taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Indeed, once Junqi assumed his human form, his bare, pale skin was laid bare before her gaze. However, that skin was astonishingly fair. Fortunately, she had shielded her eyes just in time to avoid seeing anything inappropriate. All that lingered in her mind were the vivid images of flesh, which she pondered could be considered an instance of cold white skin. Her thoughts began to wander. Junqi remained oblivious to Su Qiaoqiao's peculiar reaction, still immersed in the sensation of the boundless spiritual energy within him, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. Since encountering those serpents, he had lacked sufficient power to manifest a human form. Though they belonged to the mysterious serpent clan, Junqi felt they were unworthy of such a title. The term mysterious equated with a certain profundity, as the saying goes. The profound is yet more profound, the gateway to all wonders. Mysterious also connoted darkness, hence he referred to them as mere black snakes, dismissing their lofty lineage. The encounter with this patterned tiger was indeed a significant surprise. Junqi slowly opened his eyes and turned to Su Qiaoqiao, only to find her covering her eyes, her little tail twitching, accompanied by faint rustling sounds. Little rabbit, Junqi called out to her. Hearing his voice, Su Qiaoqiao cautiously peeked through a gap in her paws, only to behold an astonishing sight. Junqi was right before her. Having crouched down to match her petite stature, his broad shoulders and muscular chest exposed without a hint of modesty. Under the sunlight, his fair skin seemed to reflect light, adding to his allure. Suddenly, a few drops of crimson liquid trickled from Su Qiaoqiao's nose, catching her entirely off guard. Shocked, she realized she had a nosebleed. Stunned, she thought it absurd for such a human-like reaction to occur now that she had transformed into a rabbit. Moreover, the notion of a rabbit having a nosebleed felt rather bizarre. Perhaps it was a remnant of his wolf form, retaining some physical traits, such as those deep green eyes and those fluffy ears that Su Qiaoqiao adored. Oh, how adorable, she thought, feeling overwhelmed by cuteness. This realization startled her into breaking free from Junqi's grasp, instinctively closing her eyes and pressing her paws against her eyelids. Junqi, unaware of Su Qiaoqiao's turmoil and confused by her persistent eye covering, assumed it was a consequence of the patterned tiger's meat. He hurried over and gently pried her paws away, only to be met with the sight of her nosebleed. Su Qiaoqiao was mortified. Her face burned with embarrassment, and she was grateful for her current rabbit form. Otherwise, her blushing cheeks would surely raise Junqi's suspicions. Oh dear, how embarrassing! Noticing her distress, Junqi's concern deepened. Surely she could not confess that she was, just slightly, enamored by his physique. Such a notion sounded laughable and utterly absurd. Little rabbit, raise your head, he urged, observing her quail-like demeanor. There was something undeniably amiss, a significant issue. What on earth was wrong with her? Was a nosebleed typical behavior? Su Qiaoqiao continued to shield her eyes, unable to speak. If only she could remind Junqi to put on some clothes. While the view was undeniably delightful, it was also somewhat troubling and disconcerting. Junqi, feeling helpless, reached out to gently pat her head while continuing their conversation. In a blurred haze, he caught a few fragmented phrases. Bear, put on, no, clothes, torture, and so embarrassing. What a jumble of words! Yet, Junqi grasped her meaning. He glanced down at himself and then cast a bemused look at Su Qiaoqiao. How could this little rabbit behave as if she were a bashful maiden? After all, in the eyes of creatures like her, was there truly a distinction between whether humans wore clothes? With a sigh, Junqi rose from the ground. And with a flick of his right hand, a gray robe appeared, enveloping him effortlessly, and he tied back his long hair with a jade hairpin. There we go. Little rabbit, you may open your eyes now. When Su Qiaoqiao remained unmoved, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "All right, I'm dressed now." Upon hearing this, she slowly released her paws, cautiously opening her eyes to see a striking young man standing before her. Junqi crouched down, enveloping Su Qiaoqiao in his hands, his large palms nearly enveloping her entirely. Clearly, she was unaccustomed to being held by him in human form. Instinctively, she flailed her legs, prompting Junqi to gently place her on his palm, her small frame appearing irresistibly cuddly. The thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't resist the urge to indulge in that notion. As they ventured further north, the weather shifted rapidly, and nightfall approached more swiftly. After a delightful session of gentle petting from Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao noticed the sky had darkened, the crescent moon casting a faint glow, and stars twinkling like scattered gems. Unbeknownst to her, she had been carried back beneath the great banyan tree. Junqi reclined languidly against the tree, cradling Su Qiaoqiao and absent-mindedly stroking her fur, basking in the comfort of their closeness. Su Qiaoqiao had countless questions swirling in her mind. Today's events had been utterly surreal. The sudden transformation of Junqi into a human was bewildering. While she had felt at ease in his wolf form, now, everything felt awkward. Surely, this wasn't merely her own sensitivity, was it? After all, Junqi's human form was undeniably handsome, his emerald eyes sparkling like jade. And whenever he looked at her, she felt herself adrift in his gaze. Unbeknownst to Su Qiaoqiao, Junqi, gazing at the darkening sky, realized it was late and time to rest. He leaned closer, gently nudging Su Qiaoqiao with his nose, and affectionately kissed her fur, as if performing a familiar routine. Su Qiaoqiao was left utterly speechless by his tender gesture, her crimson eyes reflecting his handsome visage. "Oh dear, I truly cannot endure this any longer." Su Qiaoqiao's immediate reaction was to cover her nose with her paw, fearing that she might once again experience a nosebleed. Chapter 28. The White-Eared Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. After an affectionate moment with the little rabbit, Junqi felt elated. Holding Su Qiaoqiao close, he began his cultivation. Su Qiaoqiao, however, was in a state of quandary. Junqi's actions had been so effortless that she feared if this continued, once she transformed into a human, the situation would become untenable. Resolving to maintain some distance from Junqi, she thought it prudent to avoid becoming too accustomed to his embraces and kisses. Especially given Junqi's striking handsomeness, she genuinely worried about losing control of her heart. Having come to this conclusion, Su Qiaoqiao stifled a yawn as drowsiness washed over her. It was time for slumber. She patted her rabbit ears and smoothed her fur, which had been tousled by Junqi's earlier affection. Just as she intended to leap from his embrace, her eyes caught sight of the filthy soil below, prompting her to retract her small feet. Perhaps it would be best to forego the leap for tonight and resolve to keep her distance starting tomorrow. The ground appeared cold, hard and soiled. Lying upon it would surely be quite uncomfortable. Determined, she nestled into a comfortable position within Junqi's arms and fell into a deep sleep, enjoying a night of restful slumber. The following day, as Junqi opened his eyes, he found Su Qiaoqiao still peacefully asleep in his embrace. He gently stirred the little creature, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face, his spirits lifted. A beautiful day begins with a beautiful morning. Though Junqi was unaware of this phrase, it aptly expressed his current feelings. As they journeyed northward, Junqi calculated that, given their current pace, they would reach the Northern Territories in less than 3 days, this being the swiftest speed he had envisioned. Noticing Su Qiaoqiao showed no signs of waking, he refrained from rousing her and instead adjusted his hold. Now in his human form, he deemed it impractical to continue as before. Thus, he summoned a spirit sword and took to the skies. In this world, the geographical division of North and South parallels that of Earth, demarcated by a towering mountain range known as the Boundary Ridge. To the north lay the Northern Territories. To the south, the Southern lands. The climatic differences between these regions were pronounced, particularly in summer. On one side, the sun blazed brightly, while on the other, the same sun cast a landscape of ice and snow which remained perpetually frozen. It seemed that as the snow melted slightly, fresh layers would accumulate, freezing the remnants anew. With each passing day, this cycle continued, and the ice and snow originating from the Boundary Ridge were notably more frigid. As Junqi pondered these matters, he recalled tales of the freezing snow capable of incapacitating even cultivators. He wondered if an ordinary creature like Su Qiaoqiao could withstand such conditions. In the past, he would have dismissed such concerns, charging forth without regard for others' well-being. However, since meeting Su Qiaoqiao, this little rabbit had come to occupy a significant place in his heart, one of the few things he truly cared for. Consequently, he felt compelled to prepare adequately. The morning air was always slightly cooler than during the day. Junqi absent-mindedly caressed Su Qiaoqiao's fur, suddenly recalling a well-known textile renowned for its warmth, known as cold brocade, which proved invaluable to cultivators. After consuming the pattern tiger, Junqi felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, unexpectedly enriching his power. Yet, reflecting on the tiger's foolish demeanor shattered his earlier notions of its formidable prowess. A fleeting thought of his own mentor caused him to realize that even a powerful beast could possess such folly. Not far behind, Junyi, unceremoniously tailing them, was caught off guard by a sudden sneeze. "Who speaks of me behind my back?" he muttered, surprised that his spiritual senses had picked up such words. Bai Zhe had returned to his old forest, claiming he feared the little ones would miss him after being away too long, leaving Junyi no time to react before slipping away. What does too long even mean? He scoffed. It had only been 4 days, hardly a significant absence. His eyes shifted to Junqi, knowing full well that a father knows his son best. He sensed that Junqi was harboring some mischievous scheme. The young man believed his rapid increase in spiritual power was due either to the herb or the pattern tiger. What an absurd thought. His dear son, once so astute, had now become so foolish. Unbeknownst to him, Junqi was blissfully unaware of his father's critiques. He had anticipated that reaching the Boundary Ridge would take at least 2 days, but thanks to the surge in his spiritual energy, they arrived in just a day and night. During this time, Su Qiaoqiao did awaken once. She had intended to act on her resolution from the previous night. However, being cradled by Junqi was far too comforting. Given their altitude, she feared that any sudden change in her demeanor might alarm him, leading him to think her unwell and causing unnecessary delays. To avoid wasting time, and because Junqi's embrace was undeniably warm, she dismissed her earlier resolve. After all, if she grew hungry, Junqi would feed her carrots. If she felt thirsty, Junyi would provide water, and if she grew tired, she could rest in Junqi's arms. For a fleeting moment, Su Qiaoqiao contemplated how delightful it was for Junqi to appear in human form. Wasn't it merely a matter of sharing a few affectionate touches? A few gentle kisses? Gazing upon his handsome face? It was all quite simple. Indeed, women are creatures of change, Su Qiaoqiao mused. After all, she was a rabbit now, fluffy and adorable. Surely a little privilege in her fluffiness was not amiss. Once she transformed back into a human, she would lose that soft privilege. But she could still speak, couldn't she? As Junqi held her, her range of movement was limited, leaving her mind to wander freely. The sky darkened briefly, providing a moment's rest, although Junqi remained steadfast in their journey. Su Qiaoqiao felt a pang of sympathy, instinctively yearning to kiss him in comfort. Fortunately, Junqi was now in human form, tall and striking. Just as she was about to lean in, she realized Oh, how did my clarity slip away so quickly? Perhaps she could settle for kissing his fingers. Previously, as a rabbit, she had exchanged affectionate gestures with him in his wolf form. Hesitating for a moment, she gingerly brushed her nose against Junqi's skin. Sharing a tender nuzzle, Junqi immediately sensed Su Qiaoqiao's movement. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded with a gentle touch of his finger. As delicate as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, bringing a delightful squint to Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. Well, it seems this tender gesture is rather pleasant. Su Qiaoqiao thought to herself that henceforth she would permit Junqi to caress her and play with her hair. Chapter 29. The White Rabbit and the Grey Wolf. Boss, please make a garment for this little rabbit, using cold brocade fabric. In a haze, Su Qiaoqiao seemed to hear Junqi express his desire to create an outfit for her. New clothes? As her consciousness gradually awakened, she realized she was about to have a new outfit. The allure of this prospect was overwhelming. After all, she had not worn any clothes since transforming into a rabbit. Hearing Junqi's words sent her into a frenzy of excitement. The plump shopkeeper, initially taken aback, quickly overlooked the preceding statement upon hearing about the cold brocade, and his face immediately lit up with a broad smile. Rubbing his chubby hands together, he cheerfully inquired, "What style of garment would you like, esteemed customer?" Noticing Junqi's gray attire, he could not discern his wealth, but recognized a distinguished demeanor. It was evident he hailed from a reputable family. Regardless of his background, this was a ripe opportunity for profit. Although cold brocade was rare, it seldom sold, as capable cultivators deemed it a waste of spirit stones, while the less affluent simply could not afford it. Junqi placed the drowsy Su Qiaoqiao onto the table in front of the plump shopkeeper and casually remarked, "Just make it according to the size." The shopkeeper's smile momentarily faltered as he met Su Qiaoqiao's crimson gaze. "Is it really for a little rabbit?" he thought, recalling the earlier mention of creating a garment for a rabbit, realizing he had not misheard. Seeing the shopkeeper's dazed expression, Junqi's displeasure surfaced. How could this shopkeeper be so inept at business? This glum demeanor was unbecoming. With a resounding thud, a hefty bag of spirit stones landed on the table. The shopkeeper's expression transformed into one of sincerity, and his demeanor became remarkably brisk. He hastily took measurements, cut fabric, and sewed the garment with remarkable speed. Su Qiaoqiao could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the adage "money can make the world go round" held true everywhere. Throughout the day, she remained cradled in Junqi's embrace, not even touching the ground, unaware of the dropping temperature, nourished by his spirit energy. However, once separated from his warmth, she felt her fur bristle with chill. Had it not been for the prospect of new clothes, she would have certainly fled. The moment the tape measure left her body, Su Qiaoqiao promptly leaped back into Junqi's arms. Nestled comfortably, she gently nuzzled against his fingers. Do not blame her for lacking spirit. The cold was simply too intense, penetrating even her thick fur. Was this the winter of the cultivation world? No, perhaps it was the northern region of the cultivation realm. Su Qiaoqiao recalled Junqi mentioning that the transformative herb she sought grew in the distant north, atop a snowy peak. It would surely be frigid there. Curious, she peered outside. Upon their arrival, she had been unaware of Junqi's intention to procure her a garment and had not observed the surroundings. To her surprise, there was no snow, only the ordinary autumn scenery, with vendors peddling their wares beneath the sun that hung high in the sky. This was Junqi's first time bringing someone, a rabbit, to purchase such items. Unsure of how long it would take, he chose to wait in the shop's lounge. The plump shopkeeper, displaying remarkable speed, soon had Su Qiaoqiao's outfit taking shape. The white cold brocade, under the adept hands of the shopkeeper, transformed into an exquisite garment within the span of a single incense stick. Once she donned the attire, the purpose of Junqi's gesture became evident. Instantly, she felt warmth envelop her. Relishing the sensation, Su Qiaoqiao closed her eyes in bliss. Junqi also appeared satisfied. Although the shopkeeper was greedy, his craftsmanship was undeniably skillful. The outfit snugly encased her form, adorned with a layer of smooth brocade, while her 4 adorable paws peeked out, and a discreet opening was left for her tail, reminiscent of a pair of split pants. Su Qiaoqiao's initial thought upon seeing the garment was that it resembled such a design. The shopkeeper had even considered her ears. How reliable! Not only the outfit, but he had also crafted a hood that encompassed her rabbit ears. Junqi gently stroked Su Qiaoqiao, and after donning the outfit, she appeared even rounder, though her limbs remained slender. This ensemble significantly enhanced her cuteness. With the remaining funds, feel free to create several more garments in different styles, Junqi said, licking his lips and narrowing his green eyes. The shopkeeper, momentarily distracted while counting change, grinned broadly at Junqi's words, exclaiming, "Of course, young master. You truly have an eye for fashion." After purchasing the garments, Junqi took Su Qiaoqiao and set off northward. Along the way, she witnessed a wondrous spectacle. As the temperature gradually dropped, she spotted a striking expanse of white, which soon stretched endlessly, blanketing the landscape in snow. Su Qiaoqiao was certain this was the largest snowfall she had ever encountered. Apart from the white, no other colors were visible. Even the borders of the realm appeared dusted in white. Realizing they had ceased flying on their sword, Su Qiaoqiao beheld a majestic mountain range. They had finally entered the northern territory. Snuggled within Junqi's embrace, her heart raced with excitement, uncertain of what awaited them. This felt like a change of scenery. Clad in her new attire, she looked somewhat plump, but it mattered not. Junqi enveloped her like a zongzi, and even the smallest movement felt exhausting. Transitioning from late autumn to deep winter, the seasonal shift was stark. Su Qiaoqiao could discern little, knowing only that Junqi had stopped before the mountain range and then continued on without pause. The sense of security she felt was overwhelming. The thought of distancing herself from Junqi would have to wait for another day. Clearly, this was not the right moment. She had lost count of how many times this notion had crossed her mind, feeling utterly spineless. Yet, if being spineless was her fate, so be it. Winter, in the animal kingdom, was the season for hibernation. Regrettably, rabbits do not hibernate. Su Qiaoqiao felt a twinge of disappointment as she recalled a long, serpentine creature she had seen before the mountains, vibrant yet still, lying there but still alive. If only she could hibernate. If only rabbits could hibernate. Chapter 30. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. A vast expanse of white stretched before them, where only the pristine snow prevailed, save for the occasional flight of a few black birds. The recent snowfall had obscured their view, rendering everything ahead shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. The snow seemed to cascade down in endless torrents, and Su Qiaoqiao, peering cautiously from Junqi's embrace, couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Due to the fierce storm, Junqi sought a place to rest until the unexpected blizzard subsided, for with such heavy snow, one could never predict what might emerge next. The desolate landscape echoed only with the sound of the raging storm, making it truly difficult to find a temporary refuge from the wind and snow. However, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered a small burrow in the snow-covered ground, as if something had long ago burrowed its way inside. In his human form, Junqi contemplated the burrow for a moment before gradually transforming. His body began to shrink, his slender hands morphing into the formidable claws of a wolf, and his ears manifesting as those of a wolf. Soon, a large gray wolf stood upon the plain. Su Qiaoqiao remained oblivious to these transformations, her attention captivated by the relentless storm outside. Clad in the warm clothing Junqi had provided, she felt no discomfort. In fact, she felt particularly cozy. She was unsure of her whereabouts, but it mattered little as long as Junqi was aware. Suddenly, she felt a gentle grip around the nape of her neck, a sensation that seemed to have been absent for quite some time. Intrigued, she turned her head slightly and was greeted by the sight of a seemingly clumsy wolf. Su Qiaoqiao's eyes lit up with delight. While Junqi often appeared as a handsome figure, she found him most endearing in his wolf form. After all, Junqi harbored no aggressive intentions towards her, and to Su Qiaoqiao, his wolf form embodied a large, adorable creature that she could cherish. As these thoughts danced in her mind, her hands remained in motion. She intended to reach out with her little paws to stroke Junqi's head. But due to her position, she could only manage a gentle touch. Suddenly, Junqi carried her into a small burrow, and an icy chill enveloped them from all sides. Both the rabbit and the wolf were mammals, not amphibians, thus they could not hibernate. As Junqi held Su Qiaoqiao in his jaws, he slowly crawled into the burrow, feeling the cold that permeated the air. However, he was shielded by his spiritual energy, rendering the chill inconsequential. He also directed a portion of his energy to protect Su Qiaoqiao, who was layered in warmth due to the thick clothing he had provided her, resulting in her wearing 2 layers. She mused happily about being the only rabbit clad in 2 layers of clothing. Nevertheless, her exposed paws felt a bit cold, prompting her to rub them together anxiously. The burrow appeared quite deep, and as she gazed into the darkness, she noted the damp soil, which felt dry to the touch despite its appearance. At last, after an indeterminate amount of time, Su Qiaoqiao, who had been carried for a while, sensed that they had finally arrived at their destination, for she saw light. Yes, the flickering glow of fire. Were there people here kindling a fire? In an environment where oxygen was already scarce, were they courting danger? Wait, this couldn't be an ordinary world. Su Qiaoqiao's realization struck her, and she lightly tapped her forehead in frustration for forgetting such a crucial detail. After all, the realm of cultivation operated beyond the realms of conventional logic. Yet, her experiences since arriving in this world, where Junqi had resolved every perilous situation, had given her a false sense of normalcy. The world of cultivation felt all too familiar. However, being in a realm of cultivation rendered the question of oxygen less significant. Perhaps they could survive without it. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a delicate voice called out. Who? Junqi, carrying Su Qiaoqiao, ambled forward unperturbed by the call, and she followed suit. Before them lay a spacious cavern, approximately 10 square meters, with a height of about 2 meters, resembling a small room. Inside were 2 figures, a man and a woman, who appeared to have settled in for a rest. Su Qiaoqiao, feeling weary, merely glanced at them before turning away. They were of no concern to her, and she was quite fatigued. As Junqi entered their line of sight, Tianyao and Xianmu had been on guard, but upon recognizing the wolf, they gradually relaxed, knowing that wolves typically did not attack unless provoked. This particular wolf had undergone training which further eased their minds. Initially indifferent, Su Qiaoqiao's attention was suddenly piqued when the voice of one of the figures called out again, stirring a long-buried memory within her. Ah, funny. Wasn't that the female lead? Fragments of her memory resurfaced, causing her complexion to pale as the unsettling sensation washed over her. Tianyao, upon spotting the little rabbit in Junqi's grasp, exclaimed in surprise, never expecting to encounter the rabbit here. However, she glanced at Junqi, who appeared rather fierce, and her concern grew. The rabbit was bound to be in peril with the wolf. Having been held by Junqi for an extended period, Su Qiaoqiao felt her body weaken. Once placed down, Junqi, wanting to invigorate her, playfully kneaded her with his paws, albeit a bit roughly. To Tianyao, this seemed like bullying. Su Qiaoqiao found Junqi's affectionate gestures immensely pleasurable, akin to the gentle rubs a newborn receives from a doctor, leaving her completely relaxed. She felt inclined to express her contentment, wishing for more. Dear wolf, might I request that you sell me this rabbit? As Su Qiaoqiao was luxuriating in the warmth, Junqi began to shed her thick layers, leaving her feeling light and unencumbered. She leaned against Junqi, enjoying the plushness of his fur. Junqi relished this moment too. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such affectionate gestures with her, though their journey had been a contributing factor to their separation. Su Qiaoqiao thought to herself, is the female lead truly lacking in sense? Must all Mary Sue protagonists be slightly unhinged? Hearing her mutterance, Junqi narrowed his eyes in displeasure. What nonsense was this woman uttering? Noticing his silence, Qiaoqiao assumed he was reluctant to part with Su Qiaoqiao and quickly added, I can offer more spirit stones or trade other items. Would that suffice? After all, it is merely an ordinary little rabbit. Being able to exchange it for a spirit stone is already quite commendable. She firmly believes that this wolf will undoubtedly sell the little rabbit to her. Chapter 31. The white-haired rabbit and the gray-wool wolf. Junqi's gaze was fixed on Qiaoqiao, his eyes eerily calm. After a long silence, he coldly uttered 2 words. Qiaoqiao's confident smile crumbled instantaneously as she looked at him in disbelief. Why? This is merely an ordinary rabbit. Consuming her will yield you no benefit. Why not trade with me? You must understand, some of the spiritual herbs and stones I possess are treasures you may never encounter in your lifetime. When she first laid eyes on Su Qiaoqiao, the rabbit evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a lost little rabbit she had encountered before. Regrettably, it had been lost in a perilous environment, unlikely to have survived. Qiaoqiao felt a twinge of guilt. She genuinely wished to nurture it. Alas, an unfortunate incident had occurred beyond her control. The rabbit beside Junqi, however, offered her a sense of familiarity, and since it was in danger of being devoured by the wolf, she reasoned that she was effectively rescuing it. With this thought, Qiaoqiao's expression returned to normal, her gaze toward Junqi filled with determination. Su Qiaoqiao, on the other hand, wore a frown, wishing she could voice her frustration at the female protagonist. What did she mean by that? Previously, while reading, she had not perceived such arrogance in her demeanor. Yet, she was unable to speak, her thoughts unvoiced. If she could, she would have surely lashed out in anger. This was her greatest regret. She could only lean toward Junqi, resting her head against him to avoid facing Qiaoqiao, fearful of breaking into laughter or revealing any other expression. What if the formidable entity beside her lost his temper? Additionally, Su Qiaoqiao recalled certain events, feeling a pang of irony. In the current narrative, Qiaoqiao was accompanied by her senior brother, Xianmu, to procure medicinal herbs. In the realm of Mary Sue's, it was customary to have a cadre of distinguished men surrounding her. Masters, brothers, and uncles were all commonplace affiliations. Originally, Junqi was meant to accompany them, but alas, she had arrived. Su Qiaoqiao felt a surge of pride, thinking that had she not come, Qiaoqiao would have merely been one of many potential suitors. She patted Junqi's fur, her thoughts drifting away. Enough. Junqi's expression darkened. He had interpreted Su Qiaoqiao's affectionate gesture as a sign of her fear, for this rabbit could comprehend human speech. This female cultivator was truly bothersome. A flicker of coldness flashed in Junqi's eyes, and a killing intent began to rise within him. He was not inherently of a gentle temperament. His previous restraint was merely due to his association with the little rabbit. Now, with Su Qiaoqiao's intrusion, he had not been saved by Qiaoqiao and had not lost his memory, thus avoiding a complicated entanglement. Hey, speak, will you? I've said so much, could you at least respond? I want your rabbit. After all, you intend to keep her as food. So it would be better to sell her to me, Qiaoqiao said, her patience wearing thin, her tone less than cordial. Junqi was evidently growing impatient. He comfortingly patted Su Qiaoqiao's head and faced Qiaoqiao in an aggressive stance. After all, this little rabbit could understand human conversation, and it seemed that this woman frightened her. Qiaoqiao took a few steps back, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" Before Junqi could act, Xianmu had already sensed the tension. He abruptly opened his eyes, displeasure evident in his gaze. "Friend, you are being excessive." Upon hearing her brother's voice, Qiaoqiao's fear subsided, and she hurried to his side. The wolf's gaze had been utterly terrifying, as if he intended to devour her. Upon returning to Xianmu, she clutched tightly to his clothing, seeking comfort in his presence. "Brother," she said, her voice tinged with grievance. Su Qiaoqiao occasionally rubbed against Junqi's fur-covered chest, as he had assumed his wolf form and was lying down to accommodate her. He had only stood when threatening Qiaoqiao. Outside, the snowstorm raged, and she silently wished for it to cease. The prospect of confronting the female protagonist was daunting, particularly with the fear that Junqi might suddenly erupt into violence. Junqi's sharp gaze pierced through the tension. What is excessive? Did you not instigate the situation? Qianmu replied calmly, Yao Yao merely has an infatuation with your rabbit. She harbors no ill intentions. Yet, you threatened her life. Tian Yao's expression turned to one of astonishment upon hearing Qianmu's words. She shot an incredulous glare at Junqi. How could this wolf be so intolerable? If he did not wish to sell, then so be it. There was no need for threats. Brother, teach him a lesson and bring the little rabbit over. This wolf is so cruel, so dismissive of life. Who knows what harm could befall the rabbit in his presence? She whispered urgently. Qianmu was not entirely in agreement. He could see what Yao Yao could not. This wolf truly cherished the little rabbit, displaying a genuine concern for her. Thus, the rabbit would not come to harm. If this woman were not incessantly blabbering in my presence, I would not even contemplate harming her, Junqi scoffed. A woman so foolish should consider consulting an ophthalmologist. No, perhaps an audiologist as well. She bears no resemblance to my clever little rabbit. She is both insipid and arrogant. Lowering his head, Junqi gently took Su Qiaoqiao in his mouth and placed her on his back. As he did, he licked his sharp teeth, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light in the dim surroundings, captivating yet dangerous. Tian Yao, hidden behind Qianmu, suddenly noticed the beauty of the wolf's eyes. Su Qiaoqiao, upon feeling Junqi's warmth against her, clung to him tightly, a large, living hot water bottle, who was embracing whom. She pondered. Junqi, let us be close, she said, nuzzling against his back, enveloped in his scent, resembling a rabbit emerging from a wolf's den. Junqi's body tensed momentarily but quickly relaxed. Although he had grown accustomed to her proximity in recent days, her current enthusiasm was overwhelming. Tian Yao's expression darkened considerably. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Qianmu's demeanor grew cold, while he was indifferent to Junqi. Any disrespect toward Yao Yao was intolerable. She was so kind, so intelligent, so lovely, he could never allow this beast to insult her. What a disappointment! Junqi cast a disdainful glance at the pair before retreating with Su Qiaoqiao toward the small hole they had crawled through upon arrival. Su Qiaoqiao immediately grasped Junqi's intention, but understood the necessity. After all, Tian Yao was a protagonist, and her male companion was one of her potential suitors. With only himself and this burden to consider, should a confrontation arise, the consequences could be dire. He could not afford to be injured again. Such a tragedy would be unbearable. Su Qiaoqiao lay on Junqi's back, contemplating that at appropriate moments. It is indeed a wise choice to show a bit of timidity. Unbeknownst to Junqi, the little rabbit resting upon him harbored such thoughts. Had he been aware, he would likely have been infuriated, realizing that he had indulged this little creature far too much, as evidenced by the fact that she had consumed all the carrots he had provided over the past few days. Su Qiaoqiao was grateful that Junqi did not possess the ability to read minds. Given his temperament, had he learned of her opinion regarding his cowardice, he would certainly have withheld her carrots entirely. Currently, her favorite food was indeed carrots, if they were to be replaced by wild grass. It would be a transition from luxury to austerity, which is notoriously difficult. It must be said that the thoughts of this wolf and rabbit were remarkably aligned at this moment. Senior brother, that wolf is truly detestable. You ought to eliminate him, lest he wreak havoc upon the innocent, Tian Yao said, pouting and playfully shaking Qianmu's arm after Junqi had departed. Qianmu furrowed his brow slightly, yet a hint of a smile graced his features as he reached out to pat Tian Yao's head, his voice imbued with a touch of affection. All right, Yao Yao. I have just investigated that rabbit. It is not the one you encountered previously, and that wolf has treated her quite well. Tian Yao, puzzled, inquired, Senior brother, how do you know this is not the one I saw before? Qianmu replied, did you not express a desire to care for that particular rabbit? They all resemble one another, and I feared you might not recognize it, so I placed a mark on its soul. Upon hearing this, Qiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Senior brother, how thoughtful you are. You are truly the gentlest person in the world, she mused. Gazing at Qianmu with eyes brimming with affection, her cheeks slightly flushed, her lips parted as if unsure of what to say. Qianmu noticed her demeanor, and his heart stirred. A gentle smile appeared on his lips, for he found his junior sister's eyes to be exceptionally beautiful. As he thought this, he could not help but lean slightly closer to Qiaoqiao. With his senior brother drawing nearer, her heart raced, and her palms became clammy with nervousness. Goodness. You are indeed more dog-like than a dog. How could you lay your hands on such an adorable rabbit? Scoundrel. Fortunately, Su Qiaoqiao was not present. Had she heard their conversation, she would have been thoroughly incensed. However, had she known what would transpire between these two, she would have lamented, striking her chest in frustration over being so close to the scene yet departing too soon. Yet, within this small borough, aside from Qiaoqiao and Qianmu, there indeed remained a third party, Junqi's esteemed father, Junyi. Chapter 32, The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. Oh dear. These two individuals are rather inconsiderate, aren't they? Junyi glanced at Qiaoqiao and Qianmu with a look of disdain. He had only stepped out for a brief moment, and already he was confronted with such explosive events, not to mention that these two intended to harm that young man. Never mind, never mind. I shall go and check on my beloved daughter-in-law. If something truly unforeseen were to occur, I could always intervene. With these thoughts in mind, Junyi slowly retreated outside. Su Qiaoqiao had remained quietly nestled on Junqi's back. Once they were outside, Junqi remembered to drape two garments over her, which deeply touched Su Qiaoqiao. Indeed, it was a splendid decision to save him back then. Su Qiaoqiao acknowledged that she was not particularly materialistic. However, certain matters warranted self-interest. Nonetheless, the current circumstances were not too shabby. With this in mind, she couldn't help but nuzzle against Junqi's back. Ah, how wonderfully warm. As Junqi ventured further away, Su Qiaoqiao fancied she could hear the howling winds and the raging snow outside. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall had ceased, and apart from the blinding white, no other colors were visible in the world around them. The moment she caught sight of the light, her first thought was that rabbits surely wouldn't suffer from snow blindness. Would they? Snow blindness occurs when one walks in the snow for too long, surrounded by the blinding whiteness, with the snow refracting light and causing significant damage to the eyes due to the abundant ultraviolet rays present. This affliction applies to humans, but as far as Su Qiaoqiao knew, it seemed unlikely that rabbits would experience such a condition. The icy wind brushed against Su Qiaoqiao's face, chilling her nose. Junqi walked through the snow, leaving a clear trail of footprints in the pristine white. At this moment, he had yet to revert to his human form. The thick fur felt incredibly comforting, and Su Qiaoqiao couldn't help but stroke Junqi's coat, feeling quite delighted. Where would they go next? Gradually, she sat up on Junqi's back, wishing for something to eat. As she admired the snowy landscape, she thought how truly magnificent it was. The pair traveled in silence. Yet the atmosphere was not awkward. After the inexplicable incident with the woman wanting Su Qiaoqiao, Junqi deemed it of utmost importance to have the little rabbit revert to her human form swiftly. He ambled along with Su Qiaoqiao on his back, his pace leisurely. Ahead, there appeared to be a lake, a frozen expanse of ice, which she only noticed due to the light reflecting off it into her eyes. She had not anticipated such a vast sheet of ice. Perhaps this was what the poles of the earth resembled. Although Su Qiaoqiao had never traveled far, her most distant excursion had been to university, which was still within the same city, making it unlikely for her to venture beyond. This could be considered quite an extraordinary journey, having crossed into another world. The path ahead remained uncertain, and Su Qiaoqiao stifled a yawn. Resting her paws on her chin, her energy waning and her stomach grumbling, Junqi was heading toward the lake, and throughout their journey, they had encountered no one else. Not even a bird was in sight. It seemed they shared an unspoken bond, for as soon as Su Qiaoqiao felt hunger, a carrot materialized before her. How considerate! Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly grasped the carrot, which appeared significantly larger and more appetizing than the previous one. However, it occurred to her that Junqi might not have eaten anything at all. To her knowledge, he had only consumed the flesh of that striped tiger, and perhaps had drunk water. Did he not feel hunger? After all, it is said that food is the essence of life. Perhaps she should inquire. Given Junqi's concern for her, it was only polite that she reciprocate. Though she could not do much, she hopped a few steps and nuzzled his ear. In recent days, they had developed a natural understanding. If she wished to communicate something, a gentle touch on his ear would suffice, and he would certainly perceive her intent. Junqi, are you hungry? Would you like to eat some meat? I can accompany you, although I do not eat meat. I can nibble on carrots while keeping you company. As soon as she made the gesture, Junqi halted, his deep voice resonating, "Little rabbit. What do you wish to convey?" A gentle surge of spiritual energy brushed against Su Qiaoqiao, establishing a connection that allowed Junqi to comprehend her thoughts perfectly. Upon realizing that Junqi had stopped, she tactfully retreated to her previous position, sitting with her hind legs spread apart on his back, her forelimbs supporting herself, her paws resting gently on him. Her long ears flopped playfully. Understanding her intent, Junqi's gaze softened considerably. He turned his head and licked her ears and head tenderly, gently nudging her with his nose. "Do you wish to dine with me?" Before Su Qiaoqiao could respond, Junyi, who had been covertly observing, could no longer contain himself. Would this boy not speak up? He should have readily agreed at this moment. Surveying the snowy surroundings, he pondered that perhaps a little action would not harm anyone. When Junqi eventually found out what his father had done at that moment, it was likely that the position of the Wolf King would soon change hands. Su Qiaoqiao blinked her adorable rabbit eyes, sparkling like two beautiful rubies, and silently urged Junqi, "It is I who is asking you, Junqi. Let us go and eat." Having uttered that, she added, "After all, we have arrived in this northern territory. There is no rush for what comes next." She sensed that Junqi was indifferent to the matter, yet they both needed sustenance. After all, the meat of that striped tiger had been quite nourishing, had it not? You are merely cultivating, not transcending. All of Su Qiaoqiao's thoughts seamlessly reached Junqi's mind. To her surprise, he smiled, his eyes curving with warmth as he replied with a hint of indulgence. "Very well, let us seek out food together." Thus, Su Qiaoqiao watched as Junqi began to move in another direction. Approximately 15 minutes later, she began to notice other living creatures, albeit just a few small birds. Yet the chirping sounds filled her with a sense of vitality. She gazed up at the yellow-feathered birds, which were about the size of sparrows. Not only the birds, but also various colors appeared along the path. Perhaps due to the climate, greenery was a rarity. Even a tuft of grass was hard to come by. The trees stood stark and black, resembling the color of those that had long since withered, standing out vividly against the white snow. The trees were sparse, and sometimes in a vast clearing, only a few scattered large trees could be seen. Su Qiaoqiao leisurely nibbled on her carrot, appearing utterly content. Chapter 33. The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. At last, Junqi came to a halt before a great tree. He circled around it several times, and Su Qiaoqiao understood that he was establishing a perimeter, even if it was merely for a brief respite. After completing his circuit, Junqi contentedly returned to the base of the tree, gently placing Su Qiaoqiao down, as if to shield her delicate paws from the cold blood. He thoughtfully laid down a layer of snow as a cushion, ensuring she would not suffer from frostbite. Crouching upon the makeshift mat, Su Qiaoqiao clutched a carrot with her tiny front paws. Her teeth had recently grown to an ideal length, making the act of eating particularly satisfying indeed. The condition of one's teeth significantly influences the enjoyment of food, a conclusion Su Qiaoqiao had drawn from her recent experiences. Junqi addressed her, "Little rabbit, I shall be away for a short while. Remain here and do not wander." With her cheeks puffed, Su Qiaoqiao joyfully squinted her eyes and nodded vigorously, conveying her understanding and concern for his safety. At that moment, the bond of spiritual energy connecting Su Qiaoqiao and Junqi had yet to dissipate, allowing him to perceive her thoughts clearly. This was the first time he had engaged in such an extensive conversation with her, and he was surprised to discover the depth of her inner musings. After giving her a gentle nuzzle, Junqi turned to seek sustenance. Before long, Su Qiaoqiao observed him returning with a deer in his mouth, blood dripping from it, and leaving a trail behind. The scent of blood wafted through the air, reaching her nostrils from a distance. He asked back. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao obediently waiting in place, Junqi felt a warmth settle in his heart. It had barely been 5 minutes. In truth, just a minute after he departed, Su Qiaoqiao had begun to feel a bit bored, leading her to count. By the time she reached 200, she caught a whiff of Junqi's familiar scent, along with the metallic tang of blood. The carrot had been nearly devoured, leaving just enough for him to begin his meal. Previously, when Junqi had feasted upon the striped tiger, Su Qiaoqiao had not observed closely, as her state of mind had been unsettled. Now, however, she attentively watched him as he consumed his meal. This was a mature deer, and judging by its antlers, Su Qiaoqiao estimated it had lived for several years. Moreover, the flesh exuded an unusual aura, distinctly different from that of an ordinary deer. As natural predators of such creatures, wolves like Junqi had no difficulty in hunting them, especially given his formidable abilities. He began by tearing open the outer skin with his teeth to reveal the tender flesh within. After loosening his grip, he licked the blood from his lips and pressed a paw against the deer's carcass, beginning to feast. Aware from the earlier incident with the striped tiger that Su Qiaoqiao was unfit to consume such fare, he refrained from imposing it on her this time. Nevertheless, he had already resolved that once the little rabbit consumed the transformation grass and became human, she would be able to partake in this meat. Junqi's actions were executed with such effortless grace, each movement exuding an elegance befitting the air of the wolf clan. Su Qiaoqiao could not help but admire him in silent awe. Junqi was aware of Su Qiaoqiao's gaze upon him, but he paid it no mind. If the little rabbit wished to observe, let her do so. Although the deer was fully grown, it was merely a light meal for Junqi. He consumed his meal with remarkable speed and cleanliness. Once finished, he approached Su Qiaoqiao, licking the remnants from his paws before brushing them against the white snow. Dressed in 2 layers, Su Qiaoqiao's small frame, even her ears included, was utterly adorable as she sat there. Having satisfied his hunger, Junqi felt a comforting warmth envelop him. Su Qiaoqiao was right. Though he did not experience hunger in the conventional sense, feeling full was undeniably different. He lazily beckoned to Su Qiaoqiao, who promptly leapt over to snuggle against him, affectionately licking his chin. In winter, this was the epitome of warmth. In truth, Su Qiaoqiao was uncertain of the current season. The disparity between the northern and southern realms of this cultivation world was stark. Previously, in the south, she had been able to infer it was summer by observing the nearby foliage and climate. However, as she followed Junqi further away and was attacked by that inexplicable large black serpent, the climate had shifted to resemble autumn, while the place where they acquired clothing felt akin to late autumn. Here, it was unmistakably deep winter. Leaning against Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao felt drowsy, her mind growing hazy. I feel like sleeping. This thought reached Junqi's mind, and upon observing her fluffy form, a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes as he groomed her fur, ensuring her comfort. Though the heavy snow had ceased, the biting wind persisted. Yet, for the inhabitants of this realm, such conditions were hardly significant. The cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, not at all disruptive. These creatures were not sparrows, but rather a delicate shade of pale yellow, with brown beaks and bright black eyes, appearing quite clever. Could this be considered the unique spring of the northern lands? Su Qiaoqiao mused in her drowsy state, a chill permeating the air. Junqi, not truly asleep but merely resting, found that feasting on the deer did little to enhance his spiritual energy. It merely warmed his body. Yet, this comfort was not something he would openly admit. If the little rabbit were to awaken and inquire, he might consider acknowledging it, he thought with a hint of pride. After all, sharing such sentiments with her was hardly a burden, was it? Furthermore, seeing her delight in his meal would surely elevate his own spirits. Junqi delighted in witnessing the little rabbit's joy as she bounded about, her white fluff bouncing as she nestled against him. He vowed he had never found rabbits to be particularly endearing until now. Lowering his head, he affectionately nudged Qiaoqiao, embodying a tender camaraderie. In the biting cold of winter, the piercing wind continued to howl, but as darkness enveloped the sky, the moon and stars began to emerge. After a restful slumber, Qiaoqiao slowly opened her eyes, instinctively glancing upward to behold a sky adorned with countless stars. The tranquil darkness of the snowy night was serene, with only the gentle descent of snowflakes from the branches stirring thoughts of nature. Chapter 34: The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf Awake? Junqi's voice resonated above Qiaoqiao, deep and soothing. On more than one occasion, Qiaoqiao pondered why this wolf's voice was so melodious. Upon waking, it was evident that she harbored a touch of morning grumpiness. She sprawled like a puddle on the blanket, her senses still dazed from the dazzling stars that had momentarily captivated her eyes, but her thoughts gradually began to coalesce. The warm, oversized pillow was indeed the finest treasure amidst the frigid wilderness, without a doubt. Junqi's warm breath fanned across Qiaoqiao's face, provoking a ticklish sensation. She raised a hand to rub her cheeks, feeling their warmth. Qiaoqiao mused that perhaps rabbits could blush after transforming into one. Uncomfortable, she touched her nose, sensing that something was amiss. Suddenly, her mood brightened, and she playfully rubbed her face against Junqi's with such fervor that it reshaped his features. Though darkness enveloped the sky, Qiaoqiao had just enjoyed a restful slumber. Clearly invigorated, she felt no trace of drowsiness, had Junqi not restrained her. She might have bounded 3 feet into the air. Junqi squinted his eyes. Since they had no pressing matters at hand, they could commence their journey. Thus, he stowed away the blanket and began ascending the steepest mountain. This time, he did not carry Qiaoqiao, but allowed her to walk alongside him, matching his pace. Given her spirited energy, it seemed only fitting to expend some of it. This was Junqi's reasoning. Therefore, unlike before, he deliberately walked slowly, accommodating Qiaoqiao's speed. Their footprints formed a trail across the snow, soon concealed by the drifting flakes. The snow, pristine and light, resembled down feathers, while some flakes, yet to touch the ground, were whisked away by the wind, drifting into the distance before gracefully descending. Qiaoqiao hopped alongside Junqi, her rabbit ears bobbing in tandem. Previously, she had wondered how such a bouncy creature could leap continuously without tiring. Only after becoming a rabbit did she realize that it was akin to humans walking. They could only jump, lacking the ability to stride like humans. Thus, it was merely a case of her overthinking. Bouncing along, her mind remained active, fueled by her ongoing exuberance, a sensation of vitality coursing through her. This was peculiar. Surely it could not stem solely from her recent nap. As they ventured deeper, Qiaoqiao expected the landscape to grow more desolate, yet she discovered an abundance of sights, even catching glimpses of green. Later, Junqi informed her that they had ascended the mountain, traversing a vast range. She had simply been blinded by the overwhelming whiteness surrounding her. Standing at the summit, they gazed down upon the world below. Time passed, and as dawn broke in the distance, sunlight bathed the land. Life began to stir, and the surroundings awakened. Qiaoqiao squinted, as if perceiving something beyond the ordinary. Instinctively, she glanced at Junqi, who remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he continued forward without pause. "Hey, Junqi, there seems to be someone ahead. No, something," Qiaoqiao silently contemplated. Previously, she had spoken her thoughts aloud, and Junqi could hear them. But now she hesitated, uncertain if he could still perceive her silent musings. 2 figures, one large and one small, materialized ahead. As she drew closer, She discerned their outlines, a pair of deer-like creatures, a mother and her fawn, likely foraging for food, though it seemed early for such activity. The larger doe appeared somewhat disheveled, her gaze weary. Upon seeing them, Qiaoqiao instinctively began to observe. The smaller fawn, shielded by its mother, boasted a pristine coat, its body damp and its eyes wide with trepidation, evoking a sense of compassion within her. It frolicked beside the doe, seemingly carefree. Yet, all animals share an innate instinct to detect predators, an instinct ingrained in them since birth, much like Qiaoqiao had sensed the presence of the dark serpents. The mother doe had detected Junqi's presence, and her vigilance heightened instantly. She positioned her fawn behind her as she cautiously retreated. Then, she noticed Qiaoqiao, an ordinary rabbit, unremarkable in every way, yet she sensed that both she and her child possessed some latent abilities. This implied that they, too, could partake in the flesh of others, and the constraints were not as rigid as one might think. When Junqi observed the doe's gaze fixated on Qiaoqiao, a wave of irritation surged within him. He bared his teeth at the pair, exuding a fierce aura intended to drive them away. "Hey, Junqi, you," Qiaoqiao began, but as soon as Junqi emitted his menacing presence, the duo bolted in fright, vanishing in an instant. Qiaoqiao suddenly recalled that animals like deer are easily startled and can run with remarkable speed. "What are you doing scaring them?" she chided, hopping over to pat Junqi on the head. "Why are you so fierce?" Junqi, unaware of Qiaoqiao's thoughts, recognized that she was in good spirits, her eyes shining brightly. He leaned down to plant gentle kisses on her, intending to suggest they pause for a rest. However, seeing her still brimming with energy, he abandoned that notion. Had Qiaoqiao known his intentions, she likely would have scolded him, urging him to express his desires directly rather than obliquely. After scaring away the mother and fawn, Junqi and Qiaoqiao resumed their journey. Qiaoqiao donned another layer of clothing, now wrapped in 3 layers, resembling a plump ball of fluff as she moved. From a distance, she appeared as a white, roly-poly figure, evoking the urge to embrace and squeeze her. Yet, the only one with the opportunity to do so, Junqi, failed to notice. He strolled ahead at a leisurely pace, seemingly content. While Qiaoqiao struggled to keep up, though still possessing energy, she felt reluctant to move. A wave of laziness washed over her, and she glanced at the seemingly endless stretch of mountains before her, feeling as though the journey was interminable. Chapter 35. The white-furred rabbit, the gray-furred lone wolf. Junqi has a fondness for snow, a realization that Qiaoqiao has come to after observing his behavior over the past few days. If previously Junqi's cheerful demeanor was attributed to his time spent with Qiaoqiao, now she is confident that his good spirits have remained unwavering. At times, when Qiaoqiao is unaware, he will frolic alone in the snow, rolling about with unabashed joy. Peeking out from her hiding place, Qiaoqiao squints her eyes at the sight of Junqi's endearing antics, reminiscent of a husky. She yearns to capture the moment on her phone. To her astonishment, the heir of the wolf clan is revealed to possess such a playful side. Each time, Junqi sneaks out to play in the snow only after Qiaoqiao has fallen asleep. Had she not awoken one night, parched and in search of water, she might have remained oblivious to this delightful secret. In the Northern Territories, encountering blizzards is quite common. However, the subsequent storms have proven to be fortuitous, especially since the first storm led her to an unwelcome encounter. During her time on Earth, Qiaoqiao had read numerous novels, fearing that unforeseen circumstances might lead her to meet the story's heroine, but it seems her worries were unfounded. Having traversed the mountains, the paths were solid, and she occasionally noticed dark hollows beneath her feet. Natural caves offer a far superior refuge from the blizzard compared to damp, cold burrows. Therefore, this encounter with the blizzard has been significantly more fortunate than the previous one, as the only living creatures they encountered along the way were animals, devoid of human presence. Standing at the cave's entrance, Gazing at the raging snowstorm, Qiaoqiao cannot help but exclaim internally how cold it is. Despite wearing 3 layers, including quilted garments and a thick outer layer, she still feels the biting chill, which is quite astonishing. Thus, she immediately rushes back into Junqi's warm embrace to seek solace. Upon witnessing her approach, Junqi anticipates her intentions without lifting his eyelids. He opens his arms slightly, and once the small bundle nestles against him, he instinctively wraps his arms around her. In the frigid winter, having a large warm pillow that radiates heat is indeed a blissful experience. As she nestles in Junqi's arms, Qiaoqiao revels in the warmth. The blizzard's duration is uncertain, but after a nap, she notices it has lessened significantly, allowing her to discern the scenery outside. The snow has once again cloaked the land, adorning the exposed mountaintops and barren branches in a pristine white layer. The snow must be at least a meter thick. Junqi carries Qiaoqiao to the entrance, where the snow has accumulated beautifully due to the cave's position. Qiaoqiao estimates the snow's depth and, taking a few playful hops forward, extends her paw to gauge its thickness. The next instant, she finds herself lifted by Junqi, and before she can comprehend, she plummets into the snow, leaving only a dark hole in her wake. Qiaoqiao? Are you even human? Her momentary melancholy vanishes as she promptly leaps from the hole. But before her paws touch solid ground, the soft snow gives way beneath her, and she falls once more, creating another dark cavity in the white expanse. Junqi cannot suppress his laughter. The sight of the little rabbit is utterly adorable. He also feels a twinge of playful revenge, recalling how she used to peek at him during the night, a fact he had known since the very first instance. Given that the little rabbit has been in low spirits lately, he decides to engage her in play. Ah woo. Unaware of Junqi's intentions, Qiaoqiao would certainly protest if she knew, declaring that she did not wish to be a rabbit with husky attributes. Though she cannot vocalize her frustrations, she desperately wants to scold Junqi. With a sudden burst of energy, she leaps from the hole and lands on Junqi's face, skillfully rubbing her fur against him, transferring the shed hair she had accumulated over the past few days onto his visage. In an instant, Junqi's wolfish face is adorned with tufts of white fur, rendering him quite comical. Over the past few days, Qiaoqiao has begun to shed fur, attributing it to the change in environment. It is indeed a matter of acclimatization. If humans can experience such symptoms, surely she, as a rabbit, should not be exempt. Having previously lived in the warm and humid south, the abrupt transition to this frigid climate warrants such a reaction. This manifests as an insatiable appetite, heightened energy, and, notably, excessive shedding. These are the symptoms Qiaoqiao has meticulously diagnosed for herself. Rabbit fur shedding is quite pronounced, typically occurring every 3 months, but during warmer weather, the frequency increases. Thank goodness there are no mirrors here. Otherwise, she would be disheartened by the sight of her pitiful back, the area most affected by the shedding. Previously, Qiaoqiao had felt an intense itch on her back, prompting her to remove her clothing under Junqi's watchful gaze. The moment her back was exposed, Junqi's expression turned peculiar. The fur on her back had fallen out in large patches, leaving many areas bald and revealing her tender skin beneath. The remaining tufts of fur made her appear as though she were clad in a tattered garment. Although Qiaoqiao had never seen her back, the look on Junqi's face and the fallen fur indicated that it was likely a ghastly sight. Since that day, she has felt a lingering melancholy, even her beloved carrots failing to uplift her spirits. Moreover, she refuses to wear clothing, fearing that it might exacerbate her shedding. Junqi, with gentle persuasion, swears that his demeanor was the most tender while coaxing the little rabbit. Even Qiaoqiao, in hindsight, recalls his efforts with a smile. Although she had never owned a rabbit before, she had resigned herself to the inevitability of shedding once she transformed. Yet, perhaps due to the peculiar circumstances of these past few days, the shedding has occurred silently and unexpectedly. Consequently, she was unprepared to confront this alarming reality. Fortunately, After much persistence from Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao finally agreed to don her clothing again, for her well-being was paramount. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao regain her vitality filled Junqi with joy, but when she rubbed her shed fur all over his face, he found himself itching, particularly on his nose. Achoo! Unable to hold back, Junqi sneezes several times and sniffs his nose. Su Qiaoqiao gazes at him in astonishment. She cannot believe he can sneeze too. The sight of him sneezing strikes her as oddly endearing. The little rabbit's essence is soft, yet the shedding poses quite the challenge. Junqi, too, experienced a seasonal shedding of fur, yet due to his training, the process was swift. And his wolf coat was not as soft as that of a rabbit. All of Su Qiaoqiao's previously accumulated negative emotions dissipated at once. After sneezing, Junqi beheld Su Qiaoqiao's eyes shimmering with a light akin to stars, unmistakably a sign of her uplifted spirits. In a flurry of excitement, she dashed over, nuzzling him and planting gentle kisses upon his face, nose, and eyes, her soft breath mingling with her affectionate gestures. In his exuberance, Junqi playfully pressed Su Qiaoqiao's head into the snow. Su Qiaoqiao exclaimed, "Junqi, you are finished." Drawing upon her past experiences of snowball fights on Earth, she launched a vigorous assault on Junqi, cleverly utilizing her coat as camouflage against the snowy backdrop to evade detection. Had he not employed his spiritual power, she was certain he would have been unable to find her. After their playful frolic, they resumed their journey once the snowstorm subsided. In the days that followed, Junqi no longer carried Su Qiaoqiao, but instead ambled leisurely alongside her. Whenever he quickened his pace, he would halt, patiently waiting for her to catch up before continuing together. Along their path, they encountered various sparse groups of animals, many of which Su Qiaoqiao could not name or had never seen before, likely creatures native to the realm of cultivation. Although unfamiliar to her, she could surmise that, like herself, they were at the base of the food chain, as they trembled at the sight of Junqi, either collapsing in fear or scurrying away in haste. However, the sight of a great gray wolf accompanied by a small rabbit undeniably piqued interest, even among the animal kingdom, which shared an insatiable curiosity. Moreover, these creatures, being cultivators themselves, possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Junqi, though he did not disclose his identity as the heir of the wolf clan, was recognized by a few particularly astute animals, and he had never sought to conceal it, making such recognition unsurprising. How much longer must we travel? Su Qiaoqiao leaped behind Junqi, grateful for his playful company over the past few days. Otherwise, she would have been utterly bored. Additionally, she had an unsettling feeling that several pairs of eyes were watching her. Hey, look! That's the rabbit accompanying the wolf clan's heir. She's even wearing clothes. Indeed. She looks so adorable, so white and fluffy. I wish I could hug her. Ouch! A fist fell. Shoo! Are you tired of living? That's the legendary, cruel heir of the wolf clan. Be careful lest he devour you. Trailing behind Junqi and Su Qiaoqiao were two small, stealthy shadows. Chapter 36. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf TSK. Junqi emitted a sound of irritation as the clamor from behind became increasingly unbearable. A cacophony of prattling voices. He would never admit that his sour mood stemmed from hearing them express a desire to cuddle the little rabbit. Hey, look! The wolf clan's young master seems particularly displeased, one voice suggested. Perhaps we should stop following him. After all, we've seen enough. Another voice countered, we've come this far. Why not continue? Besides, that little rabbit truly does look adorable. Su Qiaoqiao turned around expressionlessly, feeling slightly irked. So that was the reason Junqi had suddenly halted. Upon hearing one of them describe her as cute, she felt no joy whatsoever. Cute? If only they could glimpse what lay beneath this layered attire. Cough, wrong topic. Su Qiaoqiao glanced down at her tightly wrapped form, and the mere thought of the dismal scene within further soured her mood. At last, Junqi could no longer contain himself and strode over, unleashing a wolfish howl. Awoo! The two little creatures trailing behind him were immediately terrified, scrambling away in a panic. Wow, wow, wow. Su Qiaoqiao couldn't help but laugh. Their cries were simply too amusing. Their wow, wow, wow sounded reminiscent of a police siren, or rather, an ambulance. Her gaze fell upon two snow-white furballs. Indeed, they were snow-white furballs rolling away in haste. The rabbit's extraordinary vision allowed her to perceive many things, albeit with a somewhat distorted image. As the two creatures turned to assess the situation, Su Qiaoqiao instantly recognized their faces and burst into uncontrollable laughter, as though she had just witnessed the most hilarious spectacle on earth. Those two fluffy snowballs wore expressions of complete poker-face seriousness. Junqi, did you see their faces? Su Qiaoqiao leaped over, tapping Junqi's muscular leg and pointing at the two snowballs. Do you want to catch up with them? Junqi evidently misinterpreted her intentions, prompting Su Qiaoqiao to shake her head vigorously while gesturing towards the now invisible snowballs, which had left a trail of their rolling antics. Then she pointed to her own face, attempting to mimic a poker face. Junqi furrowed his brow, reaching out to gently rub Su Qiaoqiao's cheeks. What's with that expression? It looks dreadful. Oh, come on, Su Qiaoqiao replied, slightly exasperated. I just wanted to share their faces with you to spread some joy. Junqi had long been aware of the peculiar thoughts that flitted through this little rabbit's mind. However, due to Su Qiaoqiao's unique status in his life, he endeavored to comprehend her actions directly rather than relying on telepathic communication. Ultimately, whether or not she succeeded in sharing her joy remained uncertain. Yet she found herself subjected to another round of his affectionate ruffling. Stop messing around. Clearly, he assumed she was being playful again. Though his voice was melodious, he did not grasp her sentiments. Annoyed, Su Qiaoqiao resolved to distance herself from Junqi for the day, or at least for the moment. Junqi followed her, step by step, appearing somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, it didn't matter. After all, this little rabbit's inexplicable bouts of temper were not a first, and she would soon calm down. However, fate would have it that Su Qiaoqiao would soon find herself at odds with her own resolve, for as night fell, her stomach began to grumble. Clutching her slightly pudgy belly, she felt a pang of despair. Haven't I just eaten? Why am I hungry again so soon? This defies logic. She must surely be the most gluttonous and plump rabbit among them. Yet, her attire did not feel constricting in the least. As she became aware that this garment could adjust to the wearer's physique, her heart sank, akin to a river in flood. Just how much weight had she gained? How could a rabbit consume so much? It was well known that her previous appetite had been modest. It was only after joining Junqi in the north that her consumption had gradually increased. She had always attributed her burgeoning appetite to the deliciousness of carrots and the climate. After all, the exquisite flavor of carrots far surpassed that of mere flowers and grasses. And as for the weather, this frigid environment was perfect for storing energy. Winter was indeed the season for gaining weight. Su Qiaoqiao reassured herself. Recalling the ancient wisdom, one should not be swayed by wealth, nor should poverty alter one's character. Strength should not bend to threats. This was a noble virtue established by her forebears, and she, Su Qiaoqiao, would uphold it diligently. 3 minutes later, Su Qiaoqiao, shivering and clutching her belly, bounded over to Junqi to request some carrots. In response, Junqi swept her into his arms, cradling her close. Su Qiaoqiao feigned resistance for a moment, but upon feeling the warmth she had longed for, she ceased her struggles. What are you so upset about today, Noticing Su Qiaoqiao had quieted down and was contentedly munching on her carrot, Junqi inquired. Su Qiaoqiao paused mid-bite, her mouth still filled with carrot, gazing innocently up at Junqi with wide eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Junqi raised an eyebrow, amused by her feigned ignorance, and let out a chuckle. TSK, Su Qiaoqiao heard his laughter but chose to ignore it, flattening her ears against her face with an unmistakable attitude. I'm not listening. Not listening. You're just spouting nonsense. Suddenly, the cushion beneath her gave way, and before she realized it, she found herself plummeting to the ground with a thud. Su Qiaoqiao was taken aback. What was Junqi up to? As she turned to glare at him, she was met with a startling sight. He had transformed back into his human form. His upper body was bare, revealing his chiseled muscles. The black strands of his hair cascading down his back, with a few rebellious locks framing his face. The contrast of black and white was particularly striking. Though his lower half was draped in a garment, they were still on a plush blanket below. How should one interpret this? If his upper half was unclothed, then surely his lower half was not much different. Su Qiaoqiao's gaze involuntarily wandered to Junqi's lower body. Ah! She quickly covered her eyes, despite having seen nothing. How had she never noticed that this little rabbit's thoughts were so vivacious? Before Junqi had transformed into his human form, he had already tapped into Su Qiaoqiao's spiritual energy, granting him insight into her every mental activity, including her reaction upon witnessing his transformation. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao maintain her pretense of innocence, Junqi couldn't help but laugh, extending his long arm to cover her head, playfully ruffling her hair. "You're craving my body." Chapter 37, The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. Su Qiaoqiao's body trembled, and she dared not lift her head any further. However, internally she cursed, "That scoundrel Junqi, this is deliberate. He is intentionally flaunting himself before me, a classic case of entrapment." Although she was unaware of the reason behind Junqi's transformation at that moment, it did not deter her from venting her frustrations and berating him. And who is craving his physique anyway? She is merely a rabbit now. There exists a reproductive barrier between rabbits and wolves. No. She must not entertain such thoughts. Though, it must be admitted, this young man indeed possesses an admirable physique. Listening to Su Qiaoqiao's erratic thoughts, a flicker of amusement danced in Junqi's eyes. Her whimsical notions were delightfully disconnected, a stark contrast between her previous and current thoughts. "Look up," he commanded, lazily propping his arm beneath his head. His dark, soft hair cascaded down, coolly brushing against her paws, and perhaps intentionally, a few strands settled upon her face. Due to her attire, only her tail and the area beneath it, along with her exposed limbs and face, were visible. However, her current petite form meant that only a small portion of her face was revealed. At that moment, Su Qiaoqiao covered her eyes. Yet Junqi's hair continued to tickle her face, imparting a peculiar sensation. Furthermore, she had been shedding more fur than usual lately, not just from her body, but also from her face and limbs, resembling a rather unfortunate patchy appearance, even worse than the spotted tiger she had once encountered. Consequently, Su Qiaoqiao had been feeling particularly irritable, hovering on the brink of despair. Junqi, attempting to amuse her, could only manage to lift her spirits momentarily before she reverted to her melancholy demeanor. She remembered that when she first crossed over, this rabbit must have only recently been born, perhaps just a few weeks had passed since her arrival. Suddenly, a sinking feeling enveloped her. She had a strong premonition that her mating season was approaching. This thought sprang forth uncontrollably, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. And it made sense. No wonder she had been shedding fur lately. It seemed the most plausible explanation. Junqi furrowed his brow slightly. At the moment Su Qiaoqiao pondered her transmigration, he encountered a brief obstruction in his spiritual energy, rendering him unable to discern the rabbit's thoughts for just an instant before normalcy resumed. "This rabbit is not quite right," he mused, a realization he had long been aware of. Yet it mattered little. As far as he was concerned, no one dared to snatch what belonged to him. And should anyone attempt to do so, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Seeing Su Qiaoqiao remain still, Junqi stepped forward, prying open her paws to embrace her within his arms, indifferent to the fur that clung to him. Startled, Su Qiaoqiao froze upon being enveloped by him, her body stiff with surprise. However, as Junqi stroked her fur, warmth coursed through her veins, prompting her to nestle into his embrace. Unconsciously, She began to nuzzle against his chest, but halted abruptly upon discovering the smoothness of his skin, feeling as though she had transformed into a lecher, especially after her previous actions. Lecher? Junqi laughed, voicing her fleeting thought. Indeed, my little rabbit is the most endearing. Oh dear! Qiaoqiao's embarrassment deepened as she buried her face into Junqi's embrace, oblivious to his lack of clothing. Fear not, little rabbit. Regardless of the circumstances, I am here. A mere mating season is nothing to worry about. You cheat. Qiaoqiao mentally screamed, mortified that he was privy to her innermost thoughts. She turned her back to him, unwilling to meet his gaze, for his face was undeniably handsome, and she feared she could not withstand the allure. Wait, Junqi could hear her thoughts. She mustn't let her imagination run wild. Little rabbit, soon we shall reach the cliff where the transformation grass grows. You will soon revert to human form, so there is no need to fret about your mating season. This was perhaps the longest sentence Junqi had ever uttered. Nonetheless, it provided Qiaoqiao with a sense of comfort. The frequency of her fidgeting diminished significantly. During her earlier bout of nuzzling against his chest, she had inadvertently shed more fur, leaving her face looking rather pitiful. Indeed, once she transformed into a human, she would no longer experience a mating season, a notion that delighted Qiaoqiao immensely. Yet presently, she felt her breath quickening, and her mind grew muddled. Could it be that her mating period had truly arrived? In her drowsy state, her thoughts spiraled further into chaos, and ultimately, she succumbed to slumber. After Qiaoqiao fell asleep, Junqi lifted her gently, carefully removing the garment that obscured her face. Upon seeing the tufts of fur on her face, his expression darkened. The shedding was quite severe. Over the following days, Qiaoqiao noticed no peculiarities, allowing her to gradually relax. However, it was evident that she had underestimated the situation. Upon reaching the snow-capped mountains where the transformation grass thrived, the peaks shimmered under the sun, dazzling to the eyes. This time, it was not mere speculation or fleeting thoughts. It was a genuine awareness rooted in her very blood. Qiaoqiao realized that her mating season was indeed imminent. She became increasingly restless, her mood soaring to exhilarating heights. In truth, mating seasons are a product of natural selection. Most animals experience them to enhance their survival and reproduction. Yet, as humans face no such struggles for food, nor do they have natural predators or environmental constraints, mating seasons do not aid human reproduction and are thus absent in human physiology. Having never encountered such a situation in her past life, Qiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Junqi immediately sensed her distress, narrowing his eyes with concern. To his surprise, this little rabbit had genuinely entered her mating period. Now in human form, he felt her squirming incessantly in his grasp. Had his hands not been large enough to restrain her, she would have undoubtedly vanished in an instant. How uncomfortable! How unbearable! Qiaoqiao lamented, feeling as though countless ants were crawling over her skin. Her consciousness began to blur, tears welling in her crimson eyes. This mating season was terrifying. Due to Qiaoqiao's unexpected predicament, their progress came to an abrupt halt. Junqi had never encountered such a scenario, ever since he had embarked on his cultivation journey. The primal instincts of these creatures had faded from his being. Yet now casting a worried glance at Qiaoqiao, he pondered that under normal circumstances, he would have simply tossed the little rabbit into a horde of male rabbits. But this was different. This was Qiaoqiao, his one-of-a-kind little rabbit. Upon contemplating the notion of Jojo being subjected to the incessant advances of lustful male rabbits, Junqi felt an overwhelming urge to eradicate all rabbits from the earth. It was utterly intolerable. With no other recourse, Junqi seized a nearby cave, successfully intimidating the local fauna into retreat before finally placing Qiaoqiao down. As expected, upon touching the ground, Qiaoqiao immediately began to dash about, heading towards the cave's entrance. Alas, the entrance had long been sealed by Junqi, and escape was not an option for her. Ah, what a delightful turn of events. Junie's face lit up with a mysterious smile upon witnessing this. Indeed, it would be prudent to summon that antiquated sage, by Zhe, to observe. Perhaps it might be wise to delay this little rabbit's transformation into human form for a while longer. However, the disparity in size between wolves and rabbits was simply too great for such a notion to hold. Junie dismissed each of his thoughts in succession, ultimately opting to let things unfold naturally. After all, their current progress was remarkably smooth without external aid. Indeed, Junie regarded the setbacks he had orchestrated for Junkie as significant assistance. The Wolf Clan, unlike the Fox Clan, indulged in excess, but still placed great value on enjoyment. While Junie's generation fared relatively well, Junkie, having grown up in a cocoon of adoration, was ill-equipped to endure hardship. The time spent with Su Qiaoqiao marked their most austere period, yet paradoxically, it was also their most joyous. Upon entering the cave, Junkie immediately spread a large, plush blanket upon the ground, and feeling it insufficient, layered several more atop it. One could only wonder what treasures lay within his storage space. Surely it must be filled with blankets. After carelessly arranging the blankets, Junkie transformed back into his wolf form. Reclining lazily atop the fabric, watching Su Qiaoqiao as she scurried about, that snowy white bundle, never pausing for a moment. A flicker of amusement danced in Junkie's eyes. Mingled with a tinge of unarticulated concern, the juxtaposition of these emotions was quite peculiar. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. If only he were a male rabbit. This Junkie? Surely, he must be losing his mind. Chapter 38. The white-furred rabbit. The gray-furred lone wolf Su Qiaoqiao was acutely aware that something was amiss within her. Yet, what could she do? This was her inaugural experience with the season of estrus, and she vowed it would be her last. She had been hopping around for about 10 minutes, more accurately. She had been restlessly fidgeting for that duration. However, due to the indulgent care she had received from Junqi these past few days, she had accumulated quite a bit of excess flesh and soon grew weary from her exertions. Nonetheless, her spirit remained exuberant. She understood Junqi's reasons for sealing the cave. It was indeed for her own well-being. Su Qiaoqiao lay on the ground, somewhat disheartened. The primal instincts of her animal nature surged within her, compelling her towards indescribable acts and inescapable reality. It was so warm. Su Qiaoqiao, in a daze, realized she had shed her outer garments, leaving tufts of rabbit fur scattered about. Her patchy back was now exposed to Junqi, revealing a mlang of white and pink, resembling a rabbit adorned in a floral attire. The cave, imbued with Junqi's spiritual energy, felt comfortably warm. She did not feel the chill at all. This cave was not particularly spacious, approximately 1 cubic meter in size. Su Qiaoqiao observed the rough, uneven walls, devoid of any smoothness. After Junqi entered and laid down several layers of blankets, there was scarcely any room left. The sensation was utterly dreadful. If only she could move. Wait, move? Oh no! What was she thinking? Su Qiaoqiao felt utterly mortified. The instincts of estrus were overwhelming her thoughts, leading her to blush-inducing scenarios. This simply could not continue. As a rabbit of the new era with progressive thoughts, she must regain control over herself. In times of tension, Su Qiaoqiao found it challenging to rein in her imagination. Thankfully, she was not transformed into a male rabbit. Otherwise, her predicament would be even more embarrassing, given that male rabbits seemed to be perpetually in a state of estrus. However, it was said that female rabbits were not much different, just slightly more restrained. Am I considered an adult now? Su Qiaoqiao wondered, reflecting on her few months in this world. After all, rabbits have short lifespans. Junqi narrowed his eyes, his green gaze appearing particularly ominous in this environment, tinged with a sense of mockery as he observed Su Qiaoqiao. What was going on in that little rabbit's mind? Even at such a moment, she was lost in her thoughts. Murmurs of male rabbits and estrus flowed from her like a stream of consciousness. And what was this about new era ideas? Junqi was perplexed. Once this phase passed, he would inquire further. Outside, it seemed snow had begun to fall again, the howling wind penetrating the cave. Su Qiaoqiao began to grind her teeth, and upon noticing her tightly closed mouth, Junqi finally stirred. With a swift motion, he gathered Su Qiaoqiao into his embrace. The absence of her fur made her feel less fluffy in his arms, but that mattered little. Such matters were trivial to Junqi. Holding the little rabbit felt remarkably comforting. For reasons unknown, being cradled by Junqi gradually quelled Su Qiaoqiao's restlessness. Yet, clearly, she was not particularly elated at this moment. What did this signify? Su Qiaoqiao felt a wave of despair. Junqi was male. Did she truly require the presence of a male to find solace? With a playful sweat to her rear, Junqi admonished, "Do not overthink it. With me here, what is there to worry about?" He then produced a bundle of hay Su Qiaoqiao had previously used and, before she could react, placed it beneath her teeth. With the hay, Su Qiaoqiao felt significantly better. Her earlier sprint had drained her energy, leaving her quite fatigued. Indeed, throughout their journey, Junqi had been protective of her, rarely allowing her to touch the ground, whether by carrying her or shifting into his human form to bear her weight. The noble scion of the wolf clan was reduced to a mere chariot, yet he bore it with a sense of satisfaction. Achoo! Su Qiaoqiao let out a tiny sneeze, the sound as delicate as a pin dropping. Observing her discomfort, Junqi fell silent for a moment. He had initially thought that physical exertion would alleviate her state, or at worst, a scuffle might suffice. However, he soon realized that the little rabbit's condition was peculiar. Gazing into her misty, jewel-like eyes, he acknowledged that despite her shed fur, she remained his most endearing little rabbit. How do animals express their discomfort? Unlike humans, animals do not possess the gift of speech, especially across different species. Yet, they share a universal language, one of physical gestures and surface emotions. This manifested in affectionate actions such as kisses, cuddles, and snuggles. Recalling scenes he had previously found distasteful, Junqi lowered his gaze to Su Qiaoqiao and gradually inclined his head, gently kissing her eyes, nose, and lips. This unexpected gesture was partly his responsibility, and he hoped that through this action, reminiscent of a mother's care for her young, she might feel a touch of comfort. Junqi's caresses were tender, distinctly different from his prior attempts at consolation. Previously, he had believed that such gestures would merely amuse her. However, this time was different. He licked Su Qiaoqiao from head to toe. Su Qiaoqiao blinked, and upon sensing Junqi's intentions, she unexpectedly revealed a shy demeanor. Although she had always regarded herself as a simple rabbit, enjoying wild grass, carrots, burrowing, and snuggling with Junqi, there remained a psychological barrier. Her sense of modesty and conservatism had not vanished with her transformation into a rabbit, rather, it lay buried deep within. Fortunately, Junqi was not in human form. Su Qiaoqiao reassured herself, feeling his concern, attentiveness, and tenderness through his actions. He was indeed helping her. Thus, she endeavored to suppress her urge to retreat and focused on other thoughts. However, when Junqi's tongue inadvertently brushed against her most sensitive area, Su Qiaoqiao squirmed slightly. Yet, Junqi paid no heed, merely avoiding that spot while still inadvertently grazing other sensitive areas. Though Su Qiaoqiao was reluctant to admit it, the sensation was undeniably pleasurable. Despite it being Junqi's first time doing so, she felt significantly more at ease compared to his previous grooming. Su Qiaoqiao ceased her grinding of teeth, lying on the blanket as Junqi indulged her in various ways. She opened her eyes and gazed at him. While she had been this close to him before, never had there been such intimate gestures. Junqi's eyes were profoundly deep, yet when he lowered his eyelids, a hint of melancholy emanated from him. Despite the bustling days, his fur remained well-groomed, thanks in part to Su Qiaoqiao's assistance. She had always thought his eyes were captivating and resolved to express this to him once she transformed into a human. As she admired Junqi's handsome profile, she mused that though she had scarcely encountered wolves in her lifetime, she would wager her future carrots that he was undoubtedly a striking wolf. Surely, within the wolf clan, he would be among the most handsome, devoid of falsehood. At that moment, Su Qiaoqiao felt a surge of clarity returning to her. That's enough, Junqi. I am fine now. She desired him to pause, unaware of how many times he had licked her, their size disparity making it difficult to gauge. Shortly thereafter, a small rabbit, reeking of wolf essence, emerged. However, had this little creature shed its fur so severely? The spots where Junqi had licked bore witness to the loss of much of her remaining hair. Junqi felt his tongue coated in fur, an odd sensation, as swallowing such a thing seemed unappetizing. Su Qiaoqiao's cheeks flushed. Her fur had thinned considerably, and after Junqi's ministrations, she resembled a nearly bald rabbit, save for the vigorous tufts around her ears. Noticing Junqi's appearance, with strands of white fur clinging to his lips, she understood the situation. Lower your head. She beckoned with her tiny paw. Regaining her composure and strength, she no longer felt as helpless as before. Junqi, without hesitation, complied, lying down on the blanket, his head resting on his bent forelegs, aligning perfectly with her face. You helped me, now let me assist you, Su Qiaoqiao declared, embodying the spirit of mutual aid cherished in her culture. She set about cleaning the rabbit fur from Junqi, who, sensing her intent, willingly extended his tongue. Su Qiaoqiao meticulously brushed aside the white hairs, finding the ones on his tongue easiest to manage. Throughout this, Junqi remained silent, watching her intently. Had she observed closely, she might have noticed the blush on his face. She sighed at her bare arms, lamenting their unattractiveness. She wondered if Junqi could still hear her thoughts. But it scarcely mattered now. After their recent exchanges, she realized she had changed significantly. 5 days, perhaps? She estimated, using the longest time frame, convincing herself that with determination, she would soon overcome this challenge. Do you not possess spiritual power? Why not utilize it? She pondered. Oh dear, this is not like me at all. Junyi, standing outside the cave, observed the scene. With his strength, such covert scrutiny was effortless. Yet, he sighed, realizing this young one was quite oblivious. Suddenly, he felt a pang in his teeth, reflecting on the trials of fatherhood. Alas, as a good father, it is my duty to support him. He gazed at the towering snow-capped mountain, unaware of how many years the snow had accumulated, knowing that for an ordinary person, a mere touch could invite a chill deep within, potentially leading to their demise. Chapter 39. The White-Furred Rabbit, the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. After Su Qiaoqiao had tidied up Junqi, she let out a long sigh. This task was certainly not for the faint-hearted. Heaven knows how terrified she felt when her short arms brushed against Junqi's tongue. It was far too soft, indeed. However, Su Qiaoqiao also discovered a rather unpleasant fact. It seemed Junqi had not cleaned his teeth in quite some time. A wolf that neglects dental hygiene cannot truly be considered the most handsome of his kind. Thus, with resolute determination, Su Qiaoqiao ventured to the entrance to gather several handfuls of snow, and she even fetched her bundle of hay. Junqi, puzzled by the rabbit's intentions, kept his mouth open obediently, which facilitated Su Qiaoqiao's forthcoming endeavor. For days, she had been using hay to sharpen her own teeth. During the process, she had also been cleaning them. The importance of dental cleanliness cannot be overstated, whether for humans or animals. Teeth, being essential organs, play a crucial role in the life of any creature. For carnivores, they are vital at every stage of the hunt, be it stalking, capturing, sharing, or tearing. A toothless tiger or wolf is no longer a fearsome predator. Many cases of halitosis arise from inadequate dental care. Thus, upon realizing that Junqi's teeth had long been neglected, Su Qiaoqiao's latent obsession with cleanliness was immediately triggered. So, while Junqi remained bewildered, a handful of snow was suddenly thrust into his mouth, followed by the hay, producing a peculiar crunching sound as it rubbed against his teeth. Su Qiaoqiao, exerting great effort to hold up the hay while standing on her hind legs, vigorously scrubbed at his formidable fangs. If only she had a mask. What kind of handsome creature neglects brushing his teeth? Su Qiaoqiao mused, retracting her earlier statement. With deft movements, honed from practice, She expertly rubbed the snow and hay against Junqi's teeth, displaying undeniable proficiency. Junqi thought to himself, let her be. This was Su Qiaoqiao's inaugural experience cleansing a wolf's teeth, and it was exhilarating. She could see his crimson upper jaw and sharp teeth, which seemed poised to pierce her delicate skin, yet surprisingly, it did not hurt. I am indeed a diligent, friendly, and kind little rabbit, she thought. After finishing the task, she wiped away non-existent sweat. Throughout the process, she maintained a standing posture, resembling a human, upright and straight, despite being a rabbit nearly devoid of fur. The sparse hair on her body mirrored the bald heads of those she had seen in her previous life on Earth, not entirely absent, but certainly scant. Once her task was complete, she discarded the now useless bundle of hay, which arced gracefully through the air as it fell outside. Su Qiaoqiao, undeterred by the cold, rolled in the snow several times, a makeshift bathing ritual, for it seemed she had not washed since arriving in this place. She had not even touched water. After Su Qiaoqiao finished, Junqi finally closed his mouth. Throughout the cleaning, he had kept it agape, saliva nearly spilling out, as she had added snow several times. Now his mouth felt refreshingly cool, for this was no ordinary snow. However, watching Su Qiaoqiao roll in the snow ignited a playful urge within Junqi. He yearned to join her, but he understood the little rabbit was exhausted, and this was not the time for frolic. Thus, he restrained himself, observing her as she climbed out of the snow, brushing off the flakes that clung to her. In the aftermath of her earlier exertions, Su Qiaoqiao had lost all her fur. She was now a completely bald rabbit. Gazing at her exposed skin, she mused that perhaps shedding the old would make way for the new. The fur must fall away for fresh growth to emerge. Though lacking experience in rabbit care, she felt her logic was flawless. Feeling rather self-satisfied, Su Qiaoqiao darted into Junqi's embrace, nuzzling her chin against his shoulder. Now without any covering, her skin glowed a rosy hue, as if scorched by fire. At long last, the day's minor tribulation had passed. Now she pondered what tomorrow might bring. Preparation was essential. Yet, she had always thought that animals went into heat primarily in spring. Su Qiaoqiao considered this notion, recalling snippets of knowledge she possessed. Animal mating seasons are generally concentrated in spring, save for those that remain in heat year-round or other unique cases. Upon reaching maturity, especially in spring, animals cannot escape the mating instinct. There exists a well-known adage in the animal kingdom: spring has arrived, it is the season for mating. This phenomenon correlates significantly with temperature and daylight. Spring is the most conducive season for breeding, particularly for small mammals, as conditions for birthing are optimal. This is typically the case, yet it was not spring now. As Su Qiaoqiao contemplated this, she stealthily glanced at the scenery outside. A fierce blizzard continued to rage, with the howling winds echoing like the roars of some fearsome beast, terrifying indeed. Yet, nestled in Junqi's embrace, she felt a profound sense of safety. With him nearby, nothing seemed frightening. Su Qiaoqiao understood the recent actions Junqi had taken. After all, they were creatures of the same kind, and it was quite normal to comfort one another through grooming and gentle affection. Hence, there was no need for excessive concern. Junqi likely did not comprehend the implications of his actions, and truthfully, she had initiated their earlier intimacy. It was during that perilous moment when Junqi was being pursued that she had comforted him with the most common method of solace among small animals, mutual grooming. Su Qiaoqiao reflected on her past behavior, recognizing she had been rather unreasonable, allowing minor grievances to dictate her temperament while Junqi had indulged her whims. The contrast was stark. From now on, regardless of the circumstances, she vowed to be considerate of Junqi, relinquishing her capriciousness. She resolved to adhere to this promise. Junqi observed the little rabbit nestled in his arms, nodding and waving her arms animatedly, seemingly full of energy, with no signs of drowsiness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the air. An avalanche had struck. The unexpected calamity startled Su Qiaoqiao immensely. She nearly leaped from Junqi's embrace. What was happening? Was the world coming to an end? Peeking out from Junqi's protective hold, she anxiously scanned the outside, bewildered by the sudden and ominous sound. The resounding noise persists, reverberating like thunder, penetrating the ears and evoking an inexplicable sense of dread. Junqi immediately assumes a defensive stance, her gaze fiercely directed toward the cave entrance, which has been completely obstructed. Were it not for her spiritual energy bolstering the structure, it might have collapsed entirely. An avalanche? What a peculiar coincidence. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this? Junqi squints, contemplating the situation. In contrast, Qiaoqiao finds it far simpler. Ah, so it is an avalanche. That explains it. Yet, in the snowy mountains, an avalanche is indeed akin to an apocalypse. One can only wonder how thick the snow has accumulated outside. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, Junyi, is thoroughly pleased. He had scouted the area in advance and discovered that his foolish son had nearly driven away all the animals residing on the mountain. As for the few stubborn ones remaining, a few blows were sufficient to compel their obedience. Thereafter, Junyi set this avalanche in motion. Truly, it was flawless. This way, his foolish son could enjoy some solitary time with that little rabbit. He considers himself the most clever and considerate father in the world, reveling in his own triumph. Chapter 40. The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. After completing everything, Junyi felt invigorated, estimating that it wouldn't be long before his foolish son returned. There was nothing more to witness henceforth. It seemed that no unwitting creature would approach any longer. Having spent too much time away, he found himself yearning for home. Junyi languidly propped himself up, stowed away his belongings into his storage space, and then sauntered off, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, beneath the snow, Junqi and Qiaoqiao were utterly stunned, unsure of what to do next. Qiaoqiao, having never encountered such a situation, thought it was absurd. How could they come to the snow-capped mountains only to face an avalanche? Was this some sort of unwelcome greeting? She certainly did not desire it. Junqi, on the other hand, wore an expression of fury. If this avalanche was not orchestrated by someone, he would be willing to write his name backward in disgrace. Moreover, being trapped here, what would happen if their oxygen ran out? While Junqi could manage without breathing, she certainly could not. The thought of suffocating was unbearable for Qiaoqiao, especially since she had yet to see her own fur regrow. It could be said that she had never truly experienced what it was like to transform into her human form. Perhaps she looked the same as in her previous life. The occurrence was indeed too coincidental, both uncanny and speechless. As Qiaoqiao pondered this, she clung tightly to Junqi, finding solace only in his embrace. An avalanche is a natural phenomenon that occurs on snow-covered mountains, where the accumulated snow descends the slopes under the influence of gravity. During its collapse, the speed can reach 20 to 30 meters per second, with the velocity increasing dramatically as the snow continues to descend. Typically, winds of level 12 reach speeds of 33 to 35 meters per second, while an avalanche can soar to 97 meters per second, an astonishing velocity. People may be unaware that a constant struggle occurs on the mountain. Gravity pulls the snow downward, while the cohesion of the snow seeks to keep it in place. When this struggle reaches its zenith, even the slightest external force, be it the rush of an animal, falling rocks, gusty winds, minor tremors, or even a shout in the valley, can exceed the cohesive strength that binds the snowflakes together, resulting in a catastrophic avalanche. For instance, the winds here were not ordinary. They were ferocious and wild. Qiaoqiao had once witnessed a dead tree being battered by the wind, which soon became encased in ice. The mere thought of such fierce winds sent shivers down her spine. The wind not only causes a considerable accumulation of snow, but also leads to the compaction of snowflakes, forming a hard and brittle layer, allowing the upper layers to slide over the lower, thus triggering an avalanche. However, the avalanche they faced now seemed far from a natural occurrence. Recalling her knowledge of avalanche first aid, Qiaoqiao lamented that only theoretical knowledge was of no practical use in their dire situation. What should they do now, Junqi? The sudden avalanche had interrupted their plans. Qiaoqiao's drowsiness vanished, and she became acutely alert, raising her head to gaze at Junqi, seemingly awaiting his words. Junqi's profile was defined and smooth, the strands of his wolf fur distinct. His slightly sunken eyes seemed to harbor a deep spring of wisdom. "Hey, can you hear me?" Qiaoqiao nudged her head against his chin. The position was just right since she was sheltered in his embrace, making the gesture effortless. The sensation of his fluffy fur was delightful. However, seeing that Junqi did not immediately respond indicated that he could not hear her. Yet, this was not her concern. The depth of the snow outside was unknown, and sunlight could not penetrate. The little cave was pitch black. Fortunately, both Junqi and Qiaoqiao possessed night vision. Sensing her movement, Junqi's probing energy momentarily faltered, and he glanced down at the somewhat anxious little rabbit in his arms, letting out a resigned sigh. "Oh, little rabbit, don't fuss." He lifted an arm gently, placing it on Qiaoqiao's head to soothe her. Feeling his response, Qiaoqiao snuggled closer. Sensing Junqi's mood was particularly grim. As his best companion, she felt compelled to uplift his spirits. "Don't fret." Junqi felt somewhat weary. This little rabbit seemed overly spirited, perhaps in heat again? It hadn't been long since their previous encounter. Qiaoqiao had never been as enthusiastic as today. Their previous interactions had been gentle, filled with soft kisses and tender licks, unlike now, where it felt as if she wouldn't rest until she had worn his skin away. Upon glancing down, he indeed noticed several strands of wolf fur had been rubbed off. Qiaoqiao, noticing Junqi's attention on her, hastily pointed in a direction, her meaning clear. Junqi now understood what she was implying. A barrier had been placed outside. Qiaoqiao's eyes widened in shock. What did it mean to be under a restriction? Was someone following them all along? That was terrifying. Moreover, the fact that the attack commenced only after they entered the cave indicated that all their previous actions had been observed. Qiaoqiao felt as if struck by lightning. The embarrassment she had struggled to suppress returned with a vengeance. The thought of what they had been doing made her flush with shame. That ambusher was utterly despicable. Suddenly, a sneeze escaped Junyi as he returned to his palace. He couldn't help but sneeze several times in quick succession. What was happening? In such a short span, he had sneezed multiple times. Under normal circumstances, one would not catch a chill at his level of cultivation. Junyi furrowed his brows deeply, shaking his sleeves to reveal his arms, his fingers deftly moving as he pondered, calculating who the little villain might be. Qiaoqiao, in the dark cave, felt a flicker of fear and clung tightly to Junqi. Junqi, I'm scared. Moreover, she had just removed her mini outfit and was left bare, which only heightened her discomfort. No, Qiaoqiao, you are a rabbit who has flown, who has escaped twice, and who survived a fall from a cliff. You cannot be afraid. Though it was undeniable that Junqi had played a significant role in her survival. Chapter 41, The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. Junqi skillfully embraced Qiaoqiao, adjusting their position to ensure her comfort. Were it not for this binding, he could leave at any moment. However, the restraint could only last for 7 days. There was a thought that Junqi left unspoken, a sense of familiarity with the aura of the binding. This presence was something he would never forget, yet he pondered how that person could possibly be here, having triggered an avalanche. Indeed, when he had released his spiritual energy to investigate earlier, he had discovered this matter. The aura of the binding and the technique employed were all too familiar to him. If it truly was him, then that individual had been shadowing him all along. A glint of cold light flashed in Junqi's eyes. Originally, he had left home to escape this very person, yet he hadn't anticipated such underhanded tactics. Junqi spoke in a serious tone, his demeanor undeniably more handsome in Qiaoqiao's eyes. Even without brushing his teeth, he still exuded charm, she thought. She added playfully from behind, as a human, she could not discern beauty or ugliness in the animal kingdom. It was merely a matter of whether their fur was smooth, their eyes bright, and their spirits lively. Otherwise, did they not all appear similar? The same fur, the same appearance. It would be remarkable if one could distinguish between them. However, Su Qiaoqiao felt her perspective had shifted considerably. Hadn't she heard that rabbits had exceptional vision? But alas, it seemed somewhat distorted. Akin to viewing a 2D image, quite peculiar indeed. Given her unique circumstances, she felt it was somewhat similar, yet compared to human vision, it was particularly strange. It appeared that there were indeed handsome creatures in the animal kingdom. As for herself, Su Qiaoqiao furtively glanced at her own bare form, feeling utterly unattractive. She lamented inwardly, what rabbit would shed fur like she did? No, when she had fur, she surely was a beauty among rabbits. Su Qiaoqiao held on to this belief. She could not possibly be an eyesore. Even now, she still found herself quite adorable, merely furless. While Su Qiaoqiao was lost in these myriad thoughts, Junqi had already turned and brought her back to rest on the blanket. Su Qiaoqiao blinked, patting Junqi with her little paw. Hey, Junqi. What's going on? Why are we back here? Aren't you going to take a look? Or use your spiritual energy to check? Are you tired? Give me some attention. Su Qiaoqiao bounced around in Junqi's embrace, eager to capture his attention. After the recent avalanche, she felt particularly exhilarated, more so than during her heat. There exists in this world a certain type of person who delights in slapping their own face and overturning the flags they have set. And Su Qiaoqiao was one of them. Just a moment ago, she had resolved to treat Junqi better, to not disturb him, yet in the next moment, she had reverted to her old ways. Junqi, without lifting his eyelids, extended an arm and firmly restrained her. This little rabbit, if not attended to for even a moment, would begin to cause a ruckus. Junqi coldly thought that perhaps this little rabbit needed a lesson. Thus he raised his paw, and with a sharp sound, a clear imprint appeared on Su Qiaoqiao's little bottom. What are you doing? Su Qiaoqiao exclaimed, her head filled with questions as she turned to look at him, bewildered by his sudden action. It's not like... Oh wait, she suddenly remembered the time. It was nearly evening when they had entered this cave, and now the snow had covered the entrance, leaving her in uncertainty about the outside world. Seeing the little rabbit in a daze, Junqi chuckled lightly, having lost count of how many times he had felt helpless in this situation. Ah well. This behavior was of his own making. He patted Su Qiaoqiao's back, as if soothing a baby to sleep, though his movements were awkward and stiff, lacking in gentleness. But that's all right. It's the first time, after all, one must be magnanimous, Su Qiaoqiao thought to herself. Gradually, drowsiness began to envelop her, and Su Qiaoqiao slowly closed her eyes. Junqi gazed at the serene face of his little rabbit. With all her fur shed, her bare face lacked any white fluff, and coupled with her long ears, she appeared rather comical. There were no other rabbits in the world quite like Su Qiaoqiao, so mischievous, so playful, so delightful. Junqi leaned down to kiss his little rabbit. She was entering her heat, which meant she had grown up, and with maturity came many possibilities. He eagerly awaited the day when his little rabbit would transform into a human and meet him. That would surely be much louder. The thought of a girl's voice incessantly chattering in his ears filled him with anticipation. Although he had previously assisted her during her heat, that had merely been a temporary suppression. For Su Qiaoqiao, nothing had truly changed. The restlessness had always coursed through her veins, slowly beginning to surface and affect her as she slept. The next day, at an unspecified time, Su Qiaoqiao woke with dark circles under her eyes, feeling utterly miserable. She rubbed her face, attempting to awaken herself and resist the encroaching restlessness, but it was evidently of little effect. Su Qiaoqiao emitted indistinct sounds from her throat, strange for a rabbit, soft and sweet. She opened her bleary eyes, the first instinct being to nuzzle Junqi's face, standing on her hind legs to wrap her arms around his neck. I feel terrible, Junqi, my dear friend. Can you please help me? Just like yesterday. I would feel so much better. Her soft voice reached Junqi's ears, and as Su Qiaoqiao began to squirm, he noticed, though he merely held her still. This was quite intolerable, was it not? Upon observing Junqi's ears twitching slightly, Qiaoqiao realized he was neither asleep nor meditating. Thus, she deliberately blew air near his ear, disregarding the fact that a rabbit's capability to blow was limited. After all, such an action seemed rare among animals. Junqi could no longer resist. He opened his eyes, and in human form, it would have been easy to see the smile at the corners of his lips. "Hurry, help me," she pleaded. Thankfully, she was a rabbit. Had she been in human form, such behavior would surely be deemed seductive. Oh, how embarrassing! Qiaoqiao's intentions were clear to Junqi as he lowered his gaze upon her, a flicker of inscrutable light dancing in his eyes. Finally, he leaned down and began to lick Qiaoqiao. Chapter 42. The white-furred rabbit, the gray-furred lone wolf. Having previously experienced this, Qiaoqiao's reaction was not as intense as before. Indeed, it is said that one can grow accustomed to both singular and repeated experiences. With Junqi's comforting presence, her mind could not help but wander. This period of estrus was truly arduous. Qiaoqiao raised her arms, stretching her limbs, only to be nudged by Junqi into a different position. Fortuitously, she encountered Junqi on the very first day. Otherwise, her situation would have been exceedingly dire. She mused that, had she not met him, she might have simply existed as a mere female rabbit, with no hope of becoming human again. Perhaps even remaining nestled in that forest indefinitely. Every day would pass with her hopping about, nibbling on wild grass, and that would be her existence. When the time for estrus arrived, other male rabbits would surely appear, leading to a life of multiple litters each year. The thought of such a life filled Qiaoqiao with despair. She had heard that rabbits are known for their prolific reproduction. What a terrifying prospect! Gratefully, she reflected on the wise decision she had made. She tilted her head and gently kissed Junqi on the tip of his nose, an act of tenderness akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. "Thank you," she whispered, her eyes glistening with emotion. The heat of estrus causing beads of sweat to form on her skin, her ears dampened and disheveled. Junqi paused momentarily, responding to her gesture in his own gentle manner. It seemed that the old fellow had indeed done something commendable. In his mind, Junqi reflected that if Qiaoqiao were in a clearer state of mind, she would see the warmth emanating from his typically fierce wolf eyes. The kiss had left her wanting more. Qiaoqiao naively pondered the efficacy of such exchanges between animals. She felt significantly better now, acknowledging that, while there may be other factors at play, it was undeniable that this wolf had been a tremendous help. Qiaoqiao solemnly cradled Junqi's handsome wolf face, showering him with affectionate kisses, leaving Junqi momentarily stunned. What had come over this little rabbit? The fervor of her estrus seemed to have intensified. Though Junqi's expression shifted slightly, he remained composed before Qiaoqiao, for he could not afford to lose his authority in her eyes. However, he suddenly felt something scratching at his shoulder, a sensation reminiscent of an itch. Surely, it was the little rabbit's claws. Junqi took a few steps back, gently removing her paws from his shoulder. Why does this little rabbit enjoy scratching so much? He mused, casting a sidelong glance at his back, where several strands of gray wolf fur had been dislodged by her playful antics. Had she been vexed by the loss of her own fur and taken it out on him? That would indeed be unfortunate, he thought, and if that were the case, he would risk everything to find her the transformative herb she needed. When Qiaoqiao was abruptly pushed away, she was momentarily confused, only to notice the gray wolf fur nestled between her claws, remnants of her scratching. The contrast of the gray against her delicate pink paw prints was stark. She hastily disposed of the evidence, feeling a flush of embarrassment, grateful for the dim light of their cave. He can't see it. He can't see it, she reassured herself. Yet the stirrings of desire and warmth within her did not abate, rather, they intensified. She wondered if Junqi would also experience estrus, caught in this cave due to the actions of a certain lecherous stalker. She was unsure whether to deem their situation unfortunate or fortunate. The use of spiritual energy was forbidden during estrus, as it could exacerbate the condition, overwhelming the little rabbit. Junqi had witnessed the chaos that ensued when lesser beings attempted to harness their powers during such times, only to find their conditions worsening. Thus, when Su Qiaoqiao's estrus began, Junqi, uncertain of the situation, refrained from using his powers to suppress her, opting instead for more primitive methods. His resolute gaze and robust physique were increasingly reminiscent of an adult gray wolf, and had Su Qiaoqiao not been so familiar with him, she might have faltered under the weight of his intense stare. Even so, her legs trembled uncontrollably, and she was acutely aware of the peculiar sensations that accompanied her actions. Reminiscent of human emotions, could one imagine a rabbit standing upright like Alice in Wonderland? Though she leaned against Junqi for support, she managed to achieve it nonetheless. Swiftly, Su Qiaoqiao bounded back into Junqi's embrace, rubbing against him for comfort, her whole being seeking solace in his presence. Yet her mind continued to wander, unable to shake off its errant thoughts. Wait a moment? Didn't I just say this was only the second day? Yesterday I said it was the first day? She mused, dismissing the confusion. I hope that once I become human, this estrus phase will cease to exist. The thought of behaving in such a manner as a human is simply too horrifying. She had lost count of how many times she lamented the trials of estrus. After indulging in her affection, Su Qiaoqiao felt utterly spent, lying flat on the ground, refusing to move despite Junqi's attempts to rouse her. Well, not entirely. She did manage a small twitch of her plump leg, akin to a spasm. Junqi watched, bemused, as her exhaustion painted a picture that suggested he had committed some unspeakable act against her. Seeing that Su Qiaoqiao was truly fatigued, Junqi lowered his head, gently nudging her with his nose, planting soft kisses upon her, and cradling her as he lay upon the blanket, drifting into slumber. Outside, the wind and snow howled fiercely. Yet within the cave, the warmth of their bond remained undisturbed, and the thick layer of snow at the entrance remained steadfast. In the following days, Su Qiaoqiao found herself in this state repeatedly, sometimes enduring for hours on end, feeling as if she were on the verge of developing dark circles beneath her eyes from the relentless strain. Finally, on a seemingly ordinary day, she counted the days with her fingers, recalling Junqi's words that the enchantment outside would only confine him for 7 days. Today marked the 7th day. Lifting her gaze to Junqi, whose towering figure was impossible to overlook even as he rested, she noticed his eyes had sharpened, the hollows beneath them deepening, creating an aura of intensity that made her feel uneasy. It seemed that Junqi had matured significantly. She recalled the first time she met him, when he was merely a young wolf, still a child among his kind. Yet now, the formidable presence he exuded was undeniable, his size approaching that of a fully grown wolf. Had he truly grown so quickly? Su Qiaoqiao could not quite recall the exact words from the book, but it was certainly implied that she had reached adulthood. After all, as one of the supporting characters in the narrative, how could she possibly be underage? Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her as Junqi lifted Su Qiaoqiao, placing her upon his back much like before, and nuzzling her slightly upon completion. He then turned his gaze toward the opening ahead. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, the barriers began to weaken. Now was the moment. Junqi's expression turned grave as his spiritual energy surged forth, and an inexplicable breeze brushed against Su Qiaoqiao's back, causing her to instinctively shrink away. In an instant, Junqi surged forward like a swift arrow, a barrier of spiritual energy forming ahead of them, akin to a protective shield. With a thunderous sound, the accumulated snow at the cave's entrance exploded. Having compacted for so long, the snow shattered into large fragments upon being struck by the force of the energy. Light flooded into Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. Without hesitation, fearing any unforeseen complications, Junqi soared into the open air with Su Qiaoqiao on his back. Clinging tightly to Junqi, she peered down furtively, finally discerning the nature of their surroundings. It turned out to be a treacherous pitfall. Chapter 43: The White-Haired Rabbit and the Grey-Wool Lone Wolf. Uncertain whether the opposing party was aware of the situation, it seemed likely to be unintentional. Junya's actions were quite unscrupulous. Although no small creatures were harmed, the avalanche triggered by this mountain's tremors had repercussions on the surrounding ranges. What Su Qiaoqiao and her companions did not realize was that the avalanche from this mountain had instigated unrest among the nearby peaks. The mountain range was intricately convoluted. No matter where one stood, a glance upward revealed towering summits or undulating ridges. The slopes were blanketed in snow, its age unknown. But if they were all like Junya's recent incident, then the vicinity would be susceptible to avalanche disasters. Even in the realm of cultivation, or rather, the world of spiritual cultivation, certain natural laws must be adhered to, Su Qiaoqiao mused. The location where Junqi and Su Qiaoqiao found themselves was akin to a topographical trap, with a small opening at the edge, not too high off the ground. In that moment, Junqi had hastily commandeered a small creature's burrow without considering the implications, and when that heartless scoundrel triggered the avalanche, they found themselves ensnared. It was crucial to understand that in snowy mountains, topographical traps play a significant role. However, knowledge and training regarding avalanches are severely lacking domestically. It was only due to Su Qiaoqiao's penchant for exploration that she could even recognize the signs. A trap, by definition, indicates an inescapable predicament. Reflecting on this, Su Qiaoqiao squinted, mentally revisiting her knowledge of topographical traps. These traps refer to areas that, upon an avalanche, would inevitably be buried deep in snow or sustain injuries. The perilous slopes and cliffs constitute such traps. Once an avalanche descends from the steep slope above, one is likely to be swept off the cliff, facing severe injuries even if not buried. Narrow and steep valleys also represent topographical traps. If an avalanche occurs on either side, the snow will accumulate within the valley, burying individuals deeply. On Earth, there exists a revolutionary avalanche safety equipment known as the Avalanche Safety Set, a long-standing innovation comprised of an avalanche detector, probe, and shovel. The avalanche airbag backpack prevents complete burial, significantly enhancing survival rates. The probe is primarily used to ascertain the thickness of the snow layer during avalanche predictions and to locate victims in a confined area. Yet, the probe is only about 2 meters long. If buried too deeply, it becomes ineffective, and those buried beyond 2 meters take a considerable amount of time to excavate, diminishing their chances of survival. 2 meters, Su Qiaoqiao involuntarily estimated the depth of the trap they had just occupied, suspecting it exceeded that measure. Alas, she was fortunate to have Junqi by her side. If it were solely her, she would surely face certain doom, beyond those previously mentioned. There exist various other types of topographical traps. Su Qiaoqiao resolved to quickly recall these crucial points. The current environment was far from the forest she had first encountered. The snowy mountains presented a harsh and unforgiving landscape. Furthermore, hadn't Junqi previously warned her of the perils here? They had arrived during a relatively favorable season, with less severe winds and snow. Otherwise, he could not have guaranteed a safe passage back unscathed. Moreover, she lamented the loss of her own fur. The steep slopes between the trees and crevasses also constituted topographical traps. Should an avalanche descend from the slopes above, it would likely propel one into the woods or into a crevice, resulting in severe injuries even if not buried. The perilous concave snow slopes are yet another form of trap. As the snow slope approaches level ground, an avalanche can easily accumulate a significant amount of snow, producing effects akin to those found in narrow and steep valleys. However, the specifics of concave snow slopes were not the main concern. Su Qiaoqiao suddenly realized that she had gathered sufficient knowledge and nodded in satisfaction. It was indeed impressive. These topographical traps were omnipresent here, although the mountains stretched endlessly. They also meandered with unexpected pitfalls. Many places abruptly revealed deep chasms or seemed to be severed as if by a sharp blade. The ominous dark gaps were alarming to behold. Since his emergence, Junqi had a clear objective, heading purposefully towards a location where transformation grass grew. This transformation grass, while not particularly precious, proved exceedingly difficult to collect. Su Qiaoqiao crouched down, gazing at the expanse of whiteness below. Contemplating the irony that this seemingly mundane plant shared only one trait with the rarest of herbs, it was challenging to cultivate, thriving solely in the wild where the essence of heaven and earth converges. Sighing, she mused that had she been alone, she would have likely met her demise. Junqi moved with remarkable swiftness, soon halting at the peak of a snowy summit. A biting wind whipped around her, causing her ears to sway like ribbons, rendering them indistinguishable from those of a rabbit. Bundled in layers of clothing, she remained secure. Upon landing, Junqi twitched his nose, catching a whiff of an unusual fragrance that invigorated his senses. Presumably, this scent emanated from the coveted transformation grass. Following the scent, he trod carefully, leaving a trail of varied footprints in the snow. During this time, Qiaoqiao remained silent, likely anticipating the forthcoming events, suppressing her excitement. The tumultuous journey had been for that very grass, yet Qiaoqiao understood that her thoughts were not quite so simple. As an avid reader with a decade of experience, she had encountered every conceivable trope in online literature. Since this was a narrative world, it implied that before acquiring treasures or encountering significant events, there would invariably be unwelcome obstacles to impede progress. Thus, she steeled herself, preparing to conserve her energy, vowing not to hinder Junqi. With narrowed eyes, she sat upright on Junqi's back, cocooned in her 3 layers of clothing, exuding an aura of confidence. Unbeknownst to Junqi, her thoughts were racing. Had he been aware, he would likely have chided her for overthinking, perceiving his little rabbit as somewhat misguided. At last, Qiaoqiao spotted a conspicuous patch of green ahead, standing out vividly against the snowy backdrop like a traffic signal. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat as she remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings for potential interlopers. Unfortunately, this time, her apprehensions proved unfounded. Junqi approached directly, lowering his head to sniff the grass, and after a few tentative licks, confirmed it was indeed what he sought. With a swift motion, he bit through the stem, leaving the root intact to prevent extinction, and as he did so, the sap from the plant dribbled to his lips. After harvesting, he turned and departed with decisive grace. During this period, Qiaoqiao kept her eyes wide open, her expression remarkably solemn, with her features perfectly poised. Yet, everything remained tranquil. Aside from the biting wind that might inflict a slight sting, nothing else transpired. Where are the expendable characters? Where are the thieves? Why has not a single one appeared? It was only when Junqi presented a sprig of grass before Qiaoqiao that she remained in a daze. The novel has ensnared me. Chapter 44. The White-Eared Rabbit and the Grey-Wool Lone Wolf. Qiaoqiao slightly lifted her eyelids and reached out to grasp the sprig of spiritual grass. It was merely a small green plant, indistinguishable from the ordinary grass she often encountered by the roadside, save for its slightly yellowing tips that emitted a peculiar scent, one that, once inhaled, would linger in memory. This was indeed the transformation grass. Qiaoqiao cast a fleeting glance at it before diverting her gaze. In the meantime, she continued to scan her surroundings, hoping for any unexpected occurrences. Unfortunately, apart from the boundless white expanse and the azure sky, there was nothing else. Feeling somewhat lost, Qiaoqiao turned her head, her attention returning to the transformation grass before her. The fragrance wafting into her nostrils assured her of its authenticity. She had truly acquired the transformation grass. Yet, why did she feel so perplexed? Was this not what she had longed for? What was she hesitating about? Suddenly, Junqi's voice broke through her thoughts, startling her. She looked up to find his eyes fixed upon her, an inscrutable expression veiling his gaze. He had observed her after she took the grass. She was merely looking around, her head spinning, appearing quite bewildered. What on earth was happening? Could it be that this was not the transformation grass after all? That seemed unlikely. Wolves possessed an acute sense of smell, and he had never erred before, so what could be the cause? Shaking her head lightly, Qiaoqiao made a playful gesture toward Junqi, murmuring that she was simply a bit nervous. After all, the desire to fulfill a long-held wish was about to come to fruition, and such emotions were indeed peculiar. He would not comprehend her feelings. Junqi, observing the little rabbit's demeanor, realized he could not fathom her current state. Yet he understood that if she did not consume the grass soon, its potency would dissipate. He had not brought any containers to store the grass, and its efficacy would last only half an hour. He conveyed this fact to Qiaoqiao, who appeared quite astonished, clearly unaware of this urgency. Quickly, consume it. I shall protect you, he urged. Qiaoqiao nodded earnestly, her gaze fixed on the grass as she inhaled deeply. Crunch, crunch. This grass is quite crisp. As she took a bite, the sound echoed like that of potato chips, with a tangy flavor, sour yet not overwhelmingly so, an oddly delightful sensation. Soon, the entire sprig was consumed. After finishing, Qiaoqiao blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Junqi. What would happen after eating it? Junqi, under her gaze, fell silent. He had only heard of this grass and had never witnessed its effects firsthand. He was equally unsure of what might transpire. Are you feeling any discomfort, little rabbit? Qiaoqiao shook her head honestly, declaring her body felt perfectly fine. Yet, did wanting to eat another one count as a problem? She mischievously winked at Junqi, appearing increasingly human-like. Relax, he advised, as his large hand enveloped her once more. Instinctively, she tensed up. But Junqi seemed to anticipate her reaction, speaking reassuringly beforehand. Indeed, Qiaoqiao relaxed entirely, even lying down comfortably. Junqi watched her with a mixture of affection and exasperation. Oh, my little rabbit, you are simply too adorable. A gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into Qiaoqiao, sending a slight chill through her, yet it felt remarkably soothing. She nuzzled against Junqi's chin, occasionally nudging him playfully, her legs kicking slightly as she trembled with delight. Her eyes narrowing in bliss. Is everything all right? What should we do? Junqi examined her thoroughly, inside and out, ultimately confirming that she was indeed healthy, with no signs of distress, if anything, perhaps a bit on the plump side. Qiaoqiao had felt quite anxious before consuming the transformation grass, but now she felt considerably at ease, likely due to the comforting presence of Junqi. With him by her side, she felt invincible, as if he would shield her from any calamity that might arise. Delighted, she leaned in to plant a kiss on Junqi, her tiny paws scratching at his chin, even contemplating curling up on his belly, where the flesh was softest. Hey Junqi, how are you? She inquired, still curious. Junqi suppressed a smile, one hand pinning the fidgety rabbit down, smoothing her fur in the process. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something, a soft layer of fuzz beginning to sprout on her body, reminiscent of freshly grown fur. Feeling his hand on her head, Qiaoqiao squirmed uncomfortably, nudging her backside and butting her head against his palm. Once upon a time, she had thought that all animals' paw shapes were quite similar, resembling a flower pattern. However, now as a rabbit, she could discern the differences. Having encountered only a few animals since arriving in this world, aside from Junqi, the only other notable creature was the bothersome black snake, which lacked limbs and thus could not be compared. As for Baize, thoughts of him only conjured images of a radiant white light, rendering her unable to recall anything else. Wolf paw prints resembled flowers, while rabbits could be likened to carrots, though perhaps not entirely accurate. Carrots were indeed the closest comparison, especially with their enchanting little green tops. Gazing at her own paw, she noticed the soft white fuzz starting to emerge, albeit too short to cover her skin entirely, resembling a newborn's delicate coat. Still quite unappealing, she mused. Since she had confirmed her good health, it was time to return and explore the vast collection of tomes within the wolf tribe's palace, where she hoped to discover records pertaining to her current situation. Junqi resolved to head home, though he hesitated to label it as such. With a cold demeanor, he acknowledged the need to divert some of his attention to play with Qiaoqiao, realizing that this little rabbit had indeed been pampered far too well. Moreover, for a rabbit to become as plump as she had was rather concerning. Perhaps it was time to reduce her carrot portions? unbeknownst to Su Qiaoqiao, who remained blissfully unaware. She was on the brink of facing unforeseen challenges ahead. Chapter 45. The white-furred rabbit, the gray-furred lone wolf. The innocent little rabbit remained blissfully unaware of the malevolent intentions harbored by the looming gray wolf. Even if she were to become aware, it would be of little consequence, for no matter how robust her legs might be, they could never surpass the strength of the wolf's arms. All right, let us continue our journey. Where shall we go next, my dear companion? Having played to her heart's content, the little rabbit rose from Junqi's embrace, politely patting him and stamping her feet, her spirits evidently high. The soft snow crunched beneath her feet, producing a delightful sound that seemed to enchant Su Qiaoqiao. Given a patch of snow, she could frolic there for an entire day. Though the wind continued to howl, the snow had ceased to fall. Suddenly, she found herself curious about what the summer here might entail, pondering how the hottest days could also be the most refreshing. To satisfy Su Qiaoqiao's curiosity, Junqi suppressed his own desire to play with her, licking his fangs before swiftly bounding ahead, seizing her with his mouth without any further ado. Su Qiaoqiao obediently allowed Junqi to take charge, now that her concerns were resolved. All that remained was to accompany him and enjoy their adventure together. She had already concluded that regardless of her transformation, staying by Junqi's side was the most favorable outcome. In the pages of her book, she played the role of a backup. But with such striking beauty and formidable prowess, it was clear that his connections were impressive and his guardians were undoubtedly progressive. Even in the absence of parents, his elders must be equally open-minded. Therefore, she felt no fear in following Junqi. Moreover, rabbits, with their brief lifespans, swiftly pass through life. And perhaps she might even find a mate to share her days with. Yet, she abruptly reconsidered, realizing that a male rabbit, perpetually in heat, would only lead to incessant infidelity. Each male rabbit was a cad. Oh, never mind, she decided, I shall simply live for myself. A solitary existence could indeed be quite delightful. The only challenge would be managing her own cycles of desire. Surely, she couldn't trouble Junqi every time. Though she was quite willing, she merely feared he might disapprove, especially since he had been the one to assist her during those days. In truth, it was rather comforting. Su Qiaoqiao mused shyly. This was the simplest solution, and to her surprise, she found it quite acceptable, choosing not to dwell on it further. Junqi raced at an astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind, rendering the surrounding white landscape a blur. Su Qiaoqiao grew weary of the monotonous scenery, silently urging, let us hurry out of here. I am utterly bored. Given Junqi's swift pace, the sights below and around them receded like a fleeting line, retreating rapidly from view. Observations arose among them, a shared realization that the return journey seemed far simpler and quicker than their initial trek. Su Qiaoqiao felt the same. Inexplicably, the return seemed swifter than the journey out. Junqi's path was the very mountain they had traversed before. After consuming the transformative herb, Su Qiaoqiao had not experienced any immediate changes, merely feeling a bit more energetic, often playfully engaging with Junqi. However, on the third morning, as she drowsily opened her eyes and glanced down, she gasped, "My fur has returned." Her once plump form was now cloaked in a layer of fine, fluffy white fur, unmarred by any blemish. Su Qiaoqiao was overjoyed. At last, she had transformed back into the confident and beautiful rabbit she once was. Hey, Jun, look. My fur has grown back. She nudged Junqi's face, attempting to rouse him. The affectionate nickname she had devised recently felt just right for him. Throughout their travels, Junqi had consistently guided her, and finally, on the third day at dawn, they beheld the towering mountain. While Junqi felt no fatigue, Su Qiaoqiao worried about him. After all, he was not a deity and surely needed rest. Consequently, after her insistence, Junqi reluctantly took a night off. He was likely still lost in slumber now. Perhaps it was the sweetness of the little rabbit that lulled Junqi into a deep sleep, marking his first rest during these days. Previously, he had spent his time in meditation. Being abruptly awakened from slumber was inherently vexing, and wolves were no exception. Junqi emitted a peculiar sound from his nostrils, refusing to lift his eyelids, instead pressing Su Qiaoqiao down and rolling over to return to sleep. Why is he still asleep? Is he in such a deep slumber? After being turned over by Junqi's embrace, Su Qiaoqiao felt a tinge of boredom. Her energy was brimming, yet the only companion available to play with her remained in dreamland. However, the disparity in their sizes was quite significant, and she found herself slightly suffocated under his weight. With a few labored breaths, Su Qiaoqiao managed to squirm free from the confines of Junqi's hold. Realizing she truly needed to exercise, even such petite movements left her utterly exhausted. Yet, the thought of exercising was quite unlikely. For rabbits are meant to be plump and adorable. Who had ever seen a gaunt rabbit? Or a rabbit endowed with muscles? None, surely. So why should she bother with workouts? Overcome with fatigue, Su Qiaoqiao succumbed to the urge to rest, her little paws wiping away non-existent beads of sweat from her brow. Suddenly, her stomach growled, a reminder of her hunger. She glanced down at her round belly, which bore a small pouch of softness that could easily be pinched. I crave carrots, she mused, but all the carrots were with Junqi, who remained asleep. The delay in getting her carrots was quite vexing. Folding her long ears against her cheeks, she rubbed her paws against her face, longing for sustenance. I am so hungry, she lamented, casting her gaze outside the cave, where the blizzard raged, the wind seemingly dyed white by the snow. Only the sky remained blue, with the sun casting a gentle glow. Here the sun shone brightly, while the winds continued to howl, with fine snowflakes still falling, albeit lightly, a curious phenomenon. Upon her first glance at this place, she was astonished that such wonders could exist, but then she reasoned that if there could be sun showers, perhaps there could also be sun snow. She decided to regard it as a natural marvel of this mystical realm. Peeking cautiously outside, Su Qiaoqiao blinked at the snowy landscape where snowflakes continued to drift down, a few landing on her head and melting into tiny droplets from her warmth. Refreshingly cool. Since Junqi remained asleep, she had no choice but to venture out in search of food. Starved and unable to endure the pangs of hunger any longer, she resolved to explore nearby, hoping not to encounter any troubles, though uncertain in her heart whether there would be anything edible in such weather. Su Qiaoqiao hopped joyfully outside, leaving behind a trail of faint footprints. Chapter 46: The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf. When Junqi awoke, he instinctively reached out to embrace the little rabbit, only to find himself grasping at emptiness. Where had his rabbit gone? He suddenly became alert, propping himself up to survey his surroundings. The little rabbit was absent from their burrow, yet the air still lingered with her scent, indicating her departure had not been long ago. It seemed she had stirred up a commotion, one that he had overlooked. He pondered where the little rabbit could have ventured. Rising from the ground, he twitched his nose and realized the scent trailed outside. It appeared she had gone out, likely in search of food, for she would not have left otherwise. Thus, Junqi followed the scent, navigating through the vast expanse of white snow that obscured all traces, knowing that the marks left would eventually be covered. The wind howled fiercely, and Junqi's keen eyes remained fixed ahead. The little rabbit's fur had grown back, blending seamlessly with the snow beneath her, resembling a small, compact snowball from a distance. Su Qiaoqiao wandered about, contemplating how fragile grasses could survive such harsh weather, surely buried beneath layers of snow. Alas, it seemed her efforts were in vain. She needed to return quickly. She calculated the time and realized Junjun should be waking soon. If he found her missing upon awakening, he would undoubtedly worry. Although her stomach grumbled with hunger, the brisk wind had invigorated her senses, making the ordeal of jumping around feel somewhat futile. As Su Qiaoqiao prepared to retrace her steps, she realized a pressing issue. She could not find her way back. She was, in essence, lost. The footprints she had left were now concealed beneath a fresh blanket of snow, rendering them untraceable. Even her attempts to locate a prominent landmark were in vain, as all that surrounded her was a sea of white. Blinking her eyes, Qiaoqiao scanned her surroundings, striving to recall what her path had looked like and how to navigate back. Unfortunately, despite the rabbit's sharp vision, her memory faltered. Everything appeared white, making recognition impossible. A wave of silence enveloped her until suddenly excitement surged within her. With her exceptional eyesight, she spotted a small patch of green to the left. Green. Could it signify the presence of plants? Her eyes sparkled with newfound hope as she momentarily forgot her disorientation, bounding toward the solitary blade of grass struggling against the cold wind. Grass, here I come. Meanwhile, Junqi followed the scent southward, circling around. He paused at every trace of Qiaoqiao's presence, diligently investigating each direction. The vastness of the area, coupled with the relentless wind, dispersed her scent, leaving traces scattered throughout. Closing his eyes, he focused intently, his front paw instinctively scratching the snow, leaving behind faint claw marks. Suddenly, he sensed a definitive direction. Opening his eyes to gaze intently in that direction. Though the wolf clan possessed spiritual abilities, they were still honed by humans. As a wolf, even under Junya's tutelage, Junqi's instincts for hunting and survival remained deeply ingrained. Thus, apart from traversing the terrain and engaging in battles, he rarely utilized his spiritual powers, nor did he relish transforming into human form. Standing on two legs was not particularly comfortable for him. However, recalling the way the little rabbit had gazed at him in human form, he found himself accepting that less-than-appealing visage. Moreover, he relished the sensation of running like a gust of wind. It was liberating, comfortable, and exuberant. Racing toward the direction of the wind, Junqi sensed the rabbit's scent grow stronger, affirming his chosen path was correct. With his exceptional vision, he spotted not far ahead a patch of snow that bore a hint of green, where a small white figure intermittently moved, as if nibbling at the grass. As he drew closer, he heard fragmented sounds. Don't eat my leaves, you nasty rabbit. Crunch, crunch. Oh no, I'm going bald. You're too wicked. Munch, munch. Please, dear rabbit, if you're hungry, I can introduce you to my other friends. Just don't eat me. The only response was the persistent sound of chewing. Junqi soon discerned what Qiaoqiao was up to. The grass she was devouring was peculiar. Its broad leaves were nearly large enough to envelop her entire body, measuring about 10 inches in length. More strikingly, its root bore a human-like face that never ceased its incessant chatter. Qiaoqiao hopped up, standing on the grass's roots, her short forelegs cradling the leaves, having already consumed nearly half of them, with green juices staining her fur. Junqi squinted, leaning closer to sniff. The grass's scent struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of the transformation grass. Was this mere coincidence? Qiaoqiao remained oblivious to Junqi's presence. But the grass had noticed him and, perceiving a savior, exclaimed loudly, "Hey, wolf over there. You've traveled far, you must be starving. I have a plump little rabbit here. I assure you, it's delicious." As Junqi approached, the grass grew increasingly frantic. Lowering his head, he gently seized Qiaoqiao, pulling her away while tearing off a large portion of the grass's leaves, causing the grass to lament in despair. Yet, seeing Qiaoqiao captured, it felt justified. After all, the rabbit had been excessively greedy, consuming all the leaves. Before the grass could utter another word, it witnessed an unforgettable scene. The wolf did not devour Qiaoqiao. Instead, he set her down gently, softly growling, "What were you doing out here?" Upon catching a whiff of Junqi's scent, Qiaoqiao's spirits lifted, and as he lowered his head, she leapt forward to embrace him, affectionately nuzzling against him, appearing completely reliant, even disregarding the grass leaves she had torn off. Junqi tenderly reciprocated her affection, licking away the grass juices staining her fur. The grass, left in bewilderment, pondered what it had just witnessed. Why would a wolf exhibit such intimacy with a rabbit? Even if this wolf was no ordinary creature, the rabbit was still quite common. Logically, one would expect disdain. Could this be the reality of the outside world? Chapter 47. The The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf, you are in cahoots. The trembling little grass uttered feebly, sensing impending doom. The wolf before it, clearly allied with the plump rabbit, had unwittingly drawn its counterpart closer. Stripped of a leaf and marked by gnawing traces on its remaining foliage, the little grass appeared desolate, its stem adorned with a comically pained expression. Yet, the lone wolf and rabbit present paid it no heed. After thoroughly licking every inch of Qiaoqiao, Junqi paused, having confirmed the absence of any lingering scent of grass on her. Leaning closer, he whispered softly, "You still haven't answered me. What brings you out here?" Qiaoqiao offered him a shy smile and gestured toward the nearby grass leaves, patting her stomach. "Hungry?" Junqi's deep-set eyes studied her intently, causing her to feel bashful. She nodded, feeling increasingly captivated by the allure of his gaze. The little grass, burdened by its grievances, caught the chilling glint in Junqi's eyes as he cast a glance its way, a clear warning emanating from his fierce demeanor. The little grass thought, "Fine. I shall endure this loss and retreat." Suddenly, its roots began to writhe like the tentacles of an octopus, swiftly pulling itself from the snow and with several short legs. It darted away, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Qiaoqiao remained blissfully unaware. She felt lightheaded, as if intoxicated, perceiving Junqi as if he were multiplied before her. "Junqi, have you cast a splitting spell?" Something felt amiss. Junqi's expression darkened, the warmth departing from his features as he noticed Qiaoqiao had collapsed. Her face flushed as if she were grappling with an indescribable sensation. The howling cold wind did little to alleviate her discomfort. She felt as if she were ablaze. Her mind clouded. "What is happening?" she wondered, recalling that her heat cycle should have passed. Why was it so intense this time? This was the last coherent thought Qiaoqiao had before slipping into unconsciousness. The suddenness of her condition eclipsed even her previous episodes. After merely stepping out for a meal, she had transformed. It indicated that the grass was indeed peculiar. Junqi's aura surged, potent and filled with a murderous intent. Yet, upon hearing Qiaoqiao's soft whimpers, he instantly reined in his energy. The little rabbit in her current state was too vulnerable. Returning to safety was imperative. As he contemplated picking her up, concern crept into his heart. What if, in the process, he inadvertently caused her discomfort? After a moment of thought, Junqi shifted, and in a flash, the formidable wolf vanished, replaced by a handsome man clad in gray. With utmost care, Junqi cradled Qiaoqiao and summoned his spirit energy to hastily return to their sheltered cave. The instant they entered, Qiaoqiao's body began to exhibit extraordinary changes. The little rabbit radiated a luminous white light, its fur slowly dissipating to reveal smooth, pale skin beneath. Her form transformed. Elongated ears morphed into human ears, gracefully pinned to the sides of her head. Her stature elongated as her diminutive forelimbs transfigured into delicate, feminine arms, while her hind legs subtly reshaped into elegant, slender human legs. All these transformations heralded a singular truth: the little rabbit was becoming human. Junqi's gaze sharpened, his arms around Qiaoqiao remaining still, acutely aware that any interruption during such a metamorphosis could lead to unimaginable consequences. The thought of her possessing a rabbit's face atop a human form was unbearable. He would rather seek a method to aid her cultivation. His attention shifted to Qiaoqiao's left breast. He suddenly realized he could no longer hear her heartbeat. The changes in her body persisted, and long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, the contrast of her fair skin against dark tresses stirring unspoken desires within him. Junqi's expression darkened momentarily. A flicker of shadow enveloped them, draping Qiaoqiao in a garment that concealed her burgeoning femininity. It appeared that the transformation grass had not lost its potency, but rather its effects had been delayed, perhaps linked to that very plant she had consumed. He recalled the grass she had nibbled before. It emitted a fragrance akin to the transformation herb. After eating it, her transformation had begun. Was this mere coincidence, or was there foul play at hand? The food she fortuitously found might have been the catalyst for the herb's efficacy. The timing of her consumption aligned too perfectly with the moment he encountered her. Such serendipity seemed implausible. However, the thought of that individual trailing behind him and Su Qiaoqiao led Junqi to believe he had uncovered the truth. Meanwhile, far removed, Junyi reveled in the notion that his precious son was unwittingly entangled in a predicament of his own making. According to his calculations, Su Qiaoqiao should have already assumed her human form by now. Junya's eyes narrowed in delight as he anticipated the day when Junqi would return with the rabbit known as Su Qiaoqiao. Approximately 15 minutes later, the white luminescence enveloping Su Qiaoqiao gradually faded, converging at her heart. The rhythmic sound of her heartbeat resonated within the quiet cave, strikingly clear. Junqi settled onto a blanket, holding Su Qiaoqiao closely. Noticing that her limbs were bare beneath her garment, he gently grasped her delicate ankle. Feeling the warmth of her skin, smooth and silken as if he were holding satin. Unable to resist, he caressed it softly. And then, Su Qiaoqiao emitted a soft sound. Junqi's attention shifted instantly to her face. Her slender eyelashes fluttered slightly before her eyes opened. Her initial reaction was to question why it was so dark and why her body felt so strange. As she reached to massage her temples, her gaze fell upon a long, pale hand, slightly plump. Wait, this isn't my hand. How did I silently transform into a human? Awake? Su Qiaoqiao realized that her disorientation stemmed from her realization that she had been cradled in Junqi's embrace, her head resting against his chest, where she could feel his warm breath. Stunned, Su Qiaoqiao opened her mouth. Junqi. Her first words emerged with the unsteadiness of a child. Raspy yet clear enough for Junqi to comprehend. The little rabbit had called him Junqi. Was that not a tad unsettling? Chapter 48, The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf Junjun. Junqi hesitantly uttered this address, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Such an affectionate term had never even been used by his mother. How audacious of this little rabbit to dare employ it. If word got out, how could he maintain his standing among the wolf clan? Isn't Junjun rather charming? Su Qiaoqiao's first thought was this, wondering what was so offensive about the name. It sounded delightful to her, so why did Junqi wear such a disdainful expression? The little rabbit's thoughts were written all over her face, prompting Junqi to scoff softly. He decided not to engage in a dispute with her. Su Qiaoqiao, however, was oblivious to Junqi's inner musings. As she had become acutely aware of a more pressing matter, she was not clothed. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she froze in place, attempting to convey her predicament to Junqi. Clothes, she stammered, gesturing towards her exposed skin. Although she was draped in a garment, being cradled in Junqi's arms rendered it virtually meaningless. The smoothness of her skin pressed against his attire, and she could almost feel the warmth radiating from his wolfish form. Who can come to her rescue? She had never been this intimate with a male before. Previously, as a rabbit, it had been inconsequential, but now, transformed into a human, the situation felt vastly different. Moreover, Junjun was still in his human form. His deep-set eyes locked onto hers, and with just a fleeting glance, she felt herself sinking into their depths. She hoped fervently that this wolf was merely innocent, that he was simply observing her. Su Qiaoqiao pondered how she would navigate this newfound reality, waking up to find herself so openly confronting her companion. She was anxious, seeking a solution. Seeing her flustered state only deepened Junqi's amusement. He playfully traced the skin beneath his fingertips, and as he noted the heightened flush on her face, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. To him, whether the little rabbit appeared as a rabbit or as a human female mattered little. What was essential was that she remained his little rabbit. Clothes. Su Qiaoqiao realized her current predicament, likely the result of being teased by the wolf before her. And she had tacitly allowed it. She had no garments suited for a female. The attire Junqi had draped over her was male clothing. He tightened his embrace, the warmth of her human form proving remarkably enticing. Furrowing her brow, she opened her mouth to speak, parroting, "Then let it be men's clothing." I don't mind. Feeling the tightening of his arm around her, she nearly succumbed to shyness. How had she never noticed this facet of the wolf before? How had she been oblivious to his playful demeanor? Was it because, as a rabbit, she had lacked the maturity to perceive such intentions? Did this mean the big gray wolf had harbored ulterior motives toward a little rabbit all along? Or perhaps she glanced down at her form. It was due to her transformation into a human. Clearly, Qiaoqiao struggled to adapt to Junqi's remarkable change in demeanor. Sensing that he had teased her enough, Junqi withdrew his gaze. He feared that if he pressed too hard, the little rabbit might tear up and refuse to speak with him. Moreover, the current iteration of the little rabbit was undoubtedly more adorable and entertaining than before. Qiaoqiao attempted to move her arms and rise from Junqi's embrace. Clutching the garment, she understood that Junqi had likely seen everything, yet she felt it prudent to cover herself as much as possible. Furthermore, she was genuinely curious about her appearance. Once they reached that small town, she would certainly request Junqi to procure a mirror for her. Junqi retrieved a set of men's clothing from his storage space, clearly his own size. When Qiaoqiao donned it, she appeared rather oversized. Even the shoes were ill-fitting, but she was grateful for any clothing at all. She rolled up the overly long sleeves and hemmed the trousers a few inches, exposing a glimpse of her fair calves, but when she stood straight, the lengthy garment concealed them once more. It was passable, albeit a bit loose, yet the spaciousness of the attire was comfortable. Qiaoqiao unconsciously wrinkled her nose. Perhaps the remnants of her rabbit form lingered, for she discerned that the fabric carried Junqi's scent. She adjusted the collar of the garment and sat beside him, uncertain of what to say. Junqi lifted his gaze and instinctively pulled her closer, his movements natural and affectionate, as if he had done so countless times before. Now, the little rabbit's form was no longer petite. She had matured into an adult woman. Yet, she remained delightfully soft. Suddenly enveloped in his embrace, Qiaoqiao felt out of her depth, but as she inhaled Junqi's scent, her anxiety began to dissipate, and she let her weight rest against him. Outside, the sky had darkened considerably, the wind continued to howl, and the snow's status was uncertain. Surprisingly, in such frigid conditions, she felt no chill. Perhaps it was the after-effects of consuming that herb? Nestling her head against Junqi's chest, he encircled her waist with one arm, while she grasped his other arm, creating the illusion that he held her in both arms. In the midst of this bitter cold, their intimate posture provided a warmth that soothed their hearts. The cave they occupied was ideally situated at the mountain's summit, close to the heavens, with the entrance resembling a small frame, giving the impression that stars were confined within. Junqi's embrace was irresistibly comfortable, and as Qiaoqiao leaned into him, drowsiness began to wash over her. Before drifting off to sleep, in a habitual gesture, she leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his chin. Junqi, already in a state of light slumber, sensed her approach. The gentle brush of her warm lips against his chin elicited a swift reaction. He reciprocated her affection with a kiss, devoid of any ulterior motives. As Qiaoqiao surrendered to sleep, her breathing became soft and rhythmic. After she had succumbed to slumber, Junqi lowered his gaze upon her, utilizing his spiritual energy to assess her condition, this time more comprehensively, even touching upon her soul. Throughout this process, he moved with utmost delicacy, wary of awakening her or causing discomfort. Yet he found nothing amiss. In fact, her body appeared utterly flawless, save for her inability to cultivate. Yes, even in her human form, she remained unable to harness energy. What would the little rabbit think upon learning this news? He could sense her disappointment when he had previously informed her that she could not cultivate. She had likely held hopes that becoming human would bring her some advantage in this regard, yet sadly it had not. After all, she was quite intelligent. She had understood his words back then. The brevity of human life weighed heavily on Junqi's heart. It appears I must return swiftly, for within the palace of the Wolf clan lie numerous invaluable tomes, which should contain various methods for prolonging life. If not, then a journey to Kunlun Mountain would suffice. There, one can expect to find even more knowledge on the art of extending human existence. Furthermore, the little rabbit has consumed the transformation herb, the consequences of which remain uncertain. Thus, it is imperative that I return this morning. Junqi gradually withdrew his spiritual energy, having already resolved to take the little rabbit shopping for some garments tomorrow, after which he would bring her back with him. As for that black serpent, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Junqi's eyes. He would first ensure all of the little rabbit's issues were thoroughly resolved before administering any retribution. Thus, while Qiaoqiao slumbered, Junqi meticulously arranged the subsequent plans, eagerly awaiting her awakening to put them into action. Chapter 49. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-woolen lone wolf. Indeed, it was true that she felt no fear of the cold. Qiaoqiao clutched the hem of Junqi's garment, meandering along slowly. Although she wore only a thin layer of clothing, the chill did not penetrate her. The wind, however, was indeed fierce. Qiaoqiao instinctively tightened her garment, her hand brushing against the warm back of Junqi's hand. Each time she made contact, it felt like a jolt of electricity, prompting her to withdraw quickly. Junqi, noticing this, reached out and enveloped her small hand within his warm palm, creating a harmonious scene. Clearing her throat, Qiaoqiao felt an awkwardness within her. The current situation sent her heart racing, yet it also felt entirely natural, as she had been held in his arms before. Alas, her present predicament was rather uncomfortable. Stealing a glance at Junqi's profile, she noted his strong jawline, impeccably defined, accentuating his striking features. Suddenly, a few snowflakes landed delicately on his long eyelashes, and as he blinked, they melted away almost instantly. Those captivating eyes, Qiaoqiao concluded, were indeed beautiful. His green irises resembled a flawless piece of art, glistening with a unique luster. Sensing her gaze, Junqi turned his head, and their eyes met. He uttered, a note of curiosity in his voice. Jun, how much longer until we arrive? Are we merely walking over there? At that moment, Qiaoqiao admitted to herself that her heart skipped a beat, and she became uncharacteristically tense. To alleviate the awkwardness, she mustered the courage to speak first. Her speech flowed more smoothly now. Perhaps the remnants of her past life as a human facilitated this newfound ease, though her voice still bore a slight roughness. It seemed the nickname Little Rabbit would remain unchanged. Upon hearing Qiaoqiao call him Jun, Junqi's eyelids quivered slightly. The name had been uttered, yet he resolved to remind her not to use it in public. Junqi replied coolly, "You cannot endure it, and besides, the use of spiritual power is prohibited here." Qiaoqiao was taken aback. "But I recall you using spiritual energy when you brought me over this mountain range. How has it changed so quickly? You even know of spiritual energy?" I overheard you speaking of it," she replied uncertainly, suddenly feeling anxious. Had she said something amiss? Junqi offered a casual explanation, who knows? Regardless, spiritual energy cannot be wielded near the mountains. Once we exit the northern territories, I shall guide you more swiftly. Qiaoqiao nodded, somewhat bewildered by the circumstances, but accepted his words without question. It was astonishing how the snow fell incessantly, and she marveled at the scenic winter landscape, having missed it before. In her previous life on Earth, being from the southern regions, she had seldom witnessed such a magnificent snowfall, save for images online. Of course, it was not that snow never fell in the south, but the flurries were so minimal they barely registered. There was no denying that the notion of snowfall was exhilarating. Hand in hand with Junqi, they ambled toward the mountain, their footprints, one large, one small, leaving behind a series of deep impressions in the snow. The towering mountains rose like colossal walls, comparable to the Great Wall, stretching endlessly, their peaks obscured from view. The summit was perpetually capped in snow, glistening under the sunlight like a natural incandescent lamp. The season was favorable, as the snow accumulation was not excessive. Here, even the wind appeared white. Qiaoqiao tucked her slightly disheveled hair behind her ear. Since Junqi had indicated that spiritual power was not to be used here, she resolved to enjoy the walk and relish the snowy scenery. After Junqi made his statement, a silence enveloped them. However, Su Qiaoqiao did not perceive the atmosphere as awkward. On the contrary, she adapted well. The previous awkwardness had likely stemmed from their changed dynamic and shifting mindsets. The imposing mountain loomed ahead, creating an illusion of distance. Yet they reached the base within approximately 2 hours. Su Qiaoqiao looked up, momentarily blinded by the dazzling light of the natural incandescent glow. Squinting against the brightness, she felt discomfort and promptly turned away. Junqi extended his hand to shield her from the glare, and she felt an immediate relief. Jun, how shall we proceed to cross this? She asked, turning to him. Suddenly, Junqi wrapped his long arm around Su Qiaoqiao's slender waist and, with a gentle leap, they soared into the air, ascending higher until they crossed the mountain range. Startled by this maneuver, Su Qiaoqiao clung tightly to his neck, shutting her eyes and burying her face in his shoulder. The wind whipped past them, a familiar sensation reminiscent of being held by Junqi while flying. When Su Qiaoqiao finally opened her eyes, they were gliding over the mountain, the closest she had ever been to the sky. Wow! She exclaimed instinctively, marveling at the breathtaking snow-covered landscape. Upon landing, she was greeted by vibrant colors on either side of the mountain. The disparity in scenery was striking. Moreover, she thought she heard the sounds of chatter, as if people were conversing nearby. Have we truly emerged? Junqi nodded. Yes, let us go buy you some clothing. Upon mentioning this topic, Su Qiaoqiao's excitement surged, and she began chattering animatedly. Jun, I want to buy several outfits, each in a different color. By the way, how long does it take to customize clothing here? We won't have to wait long, will we? Oh, and I also want a small mirror. I still don't know what I look like. What kind of mirrors do they have here? Do you know? After all, in ancient times, mirrors were typically made of bronze, but this was no ordinary ancient world. It was a realm of cultivation. Junqi watched her animated expressions, a gentle softness emerging in his gaze. This little rabbit was the familiar figure he cherished. He led Su Qiaoqiao back to the previous clothing store. Upon seeing Junqi, the shopkeeper's face lit up with a smile, his wrinkles deepening in delight. "Ah, a valued customer," he exclaimed. When he noticed Junqi holding the hand of a young lady, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed this was the reason for the esteemed customer's visit. The girl was clearly dressed in ill-fitting male attire. Previously, Junqi had purchased numerous garments for his rabbit. How many more would he acquire for this young lady? After all, the fabric needed for a person far exceeded that for a rabbit. Chapter 50. The White-Furred Rabbit, the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf in a Rush. They purchased only a few ready-made outfits. Su Qiaoqiao tried on a couple of pieces and found them to fit quite well. Had she opted for custom tailoring, it would have required a considerable wait. Junqi shared his plans with Su Qiaoqiao, ensuring the little rabbit understood what lay ahead. Due to the time constraints, they were compelled to settle for a few ready-made garments. As for the mirror, they casually stumbled upon a small stall selling trinkets in the town, and after a brief glance at the similar designs, Su Qiaoqiao chose one at random. As they journeyed, the vibrant vitality of the earth around them kept Su Qiaoqiao in high spirits until they encountered certain individuals once more. Not long after leaving the town, a clear voice rang out, startling both Junqi and Su Qiaoqiao, who had initially overlooked it amidst the bustling crowd. However, the subsequent remark made them halt. "So, you truly devoured that little rabbit, didn't you?" Tianyao instantly recognized Junqi as the wolf she had encountered in the cave, and was surprised to find him rather handsome in his human form. Upon noticing the absence of the familiar little rabbit in his arms, she concluded that he had indeed eaten her. For reasons unknown, a wave of imbalance surged within her. How could he treasure something so dearly yet consume it without a second thought? It was only when Su Qiaoqiao heard the familiar address and recognized the voice that she realized someone was calling out to them. She tugged at Junqi's hand, attempting to draw his attention. However, to her surprise, he continued walking, completely disregarding the inexplicably appearing woman. The streets were crowded, And as Junqi led Su Qiaoqiao away swiftly, Tianyao found herself unable to catch up, waiting for her senior brother, until Junqi's figure vanished from sight. With a pout and an indignant stomp, Tianyao exclaimed, "That man is utterly insufferable. Next time we meet, I shall ensure my brother teaches him a lesson. Are we not stopping?" Su Qiaoqiao noticed they had exited the town, yet Junqi's pace remained unyielding. Clearly, he had quickened his steps upon hearing the woman's call. Unexpectedly, after she voiced her concern, Junqi came to a halt, a look of distaste crossing his features as he heard her mention the woman. Why eat her little rabbit? You are merely experiencing life for the first time and are unaware of much. Do not simply follow what others say, understand? He pinched Su Qiaoqiao's slightly chubby cheek affectionately. It felt rather pleasant to him. Su Qiaoqiao blinked but offered no further comment, obediently responding with a soft okay to Junqi. Seeing this, a subtle smile graced his lips, evidently in good spirits. The journey back is lengthy, so I intend to use a teleportation formation. You must stay close to me. Junqi did not elaborate on what the formation entailed, trusting that the little rabbit would comply. He felt an instinctive assurance that, even without explanation, she would grasp the concept. Indeed, Su Qiaoqiao understood that this was a teleportation array, a powerful formation capable of transporting individuals to any desired location. Such formidable arrays came with stringent requirements. Only those of significant strength could set them up. No ordinary person could manage it. Furthermore, it necessitated that both the starting point and the destination share the same array, and the energy to establish it must derive from the same individual. The array Junqi possessed was crafted by his father. Even when being pursued relentlessly, he had refrained from using it, for doing so would signify surrender. With a complex expression, Junqi gazed at the spirit stone inscribed with the array, surprised that he had ultimately resorted to using it. Su Qiaoqiao peered over his shoulder, noticing the small, milky white stone in his palm, adorned with intertwining lines. So this is a spirit stone, she mused, having seen descriptions of it in books, but never before in person. It appeared rather attractive. I am about to activate the array. Junqi's declaration pulled Su Qiaoqiao from her reveries. She promptly grasped his hand more firmly, her grip surprisingly strong. Then, a warm golden light began to emanate from the stone, creating rippling waves around them. Su Qiaoqiao noticed a formation materializing beneath their feet. In an instant, they vanished from their original location. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden wave of dizziness engulfed her, prompting her to shut her eyes instinctively. Had the array activated so swiftly without any warning? Suddenly, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. The familiar scent surrounding her made it clear who it was. Without hesitation, she nestled into Junqi's arms, seeking comfort amidst the disorientation. Junqi remained unfazed, accustomed as he was to the sensation, though he remained attentive to Su Qiaoqiao's discomfort. Noticing her frown, he tightened his hold, providing solace. Their movements were fluid and natural. As Su Qiaoqiao instinctively wrapped her arms around him, Junqi mirrored her action. She pondered, in a daze, how a stranger had come to occupy such a significant place in her heart within mere months. Fate, indeed, was a marvel. The array functioned remarkably swiftly. After a few breaths, the dizzying sensation faded, and the feeling of solid ground beneath her returned. Su Qiaoqiao opened her eyes slightly, and the sight before her left her utterly captivated. The forest was magnificent, embodying the fairy tale realm she had envisioned. Towering trees cast their shade, each rooted in the ground with an unassuming yet pleasing presence. As dusk descended, warm sunlight filtered through the intricate branches and sparse leaves, casting golden spots on the ground. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to rustle, and the little spots danced in response. From the nearby trees, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Wow, Jun, is this your home? Su Qiaoqiao's eyes sparkled with wonder as she marveled at the scene. When she had been a rabbit, her vision had been limited, preventing her from appreciating such beauty. Now, transformed into a human, She felt as if she were witnessing the breathtaking snowy landscape for the first time. This enchanting scenery left her awestruck once again. Junqi noticed her reaction, his smile broadening as he took in her admiration for his homeland, his grip on her hand tightening slightly. Indeed, but this is not all. My birthplace lies deeper within the forest, where a palace passed down through our wolf clan's heritage awaits. Allow me to take you there. As they strolled along the forest path, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped them in tranquility, the moment felt serene and beautiful. Chapter 51: The White-Eared Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf in the Palace. Junyi was resting when he suddenly sensed that the spiritual stone he had gifted to his beloved eldest son had been activated. He has returned so soon. Junyi swiftly calculated with his fingers and discovered that his cherished son was indeed nearby, bringing him immense joy. It seemed that all that was left to do was await his arrival. However, as time passed, evening fell, the stars twinkled, and Junyi still did not appear. Nor did any news of his return reach him. Had he not sensed it himself, he might have remained oblivious. Junyi gazed at the empty palace, his expression darkening. How disappointing! This boy, whom he had cared for so deeply, had utterly neglected his poor father. Fuming, Junyi rose to his feet, resolved to investigate what had detained his beloved son, whether he was ensnared by some unforeseen circumstance or simply distracted. Yet, this time, Junyi was indeed mistaken about Junqi. In truth, Junqi had intended to inform his father of his return, but upon realizing the avalanche he had inadvertently caused, he quickly abandoned that thought. Moreover, having followed him closely, Junqi was fully aware of his return, rendering any need for explanation unnecessary. At that moment, Junqi had brought Su Qiaoqiao to his courtyard. Su Qiaoqiao lifted her head to survey her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She moved her nose like an animal, inhaling the familiar scent that permeated the space. After all, this was where he had grown up, a place that instilled a sense of security. After leaving her in this place, Junqi vanished. And his whereabouts remained a mystery. Surely he wasn't off poring over ancient tomes, as that would be rather hasty. Su Qiaoqiao perched herself on a low stone, brushing off her skirt, feeling a bit bored. This abode, seemingly not designed for human habitation, lacked furnishings typical of people. Instead, it was sparsely decorated with stone, wood, and natural furs. The space resembled that of a solitary wolf, stark in its simplicity, devoid of any embellishments, with even the bed being a large, smooth stone, likely intended for Junqi's cultivation. She recalled how he had devoted his rest to training, thus deducing the purpose of this room. Perhaps its exterior was the only impressive aspect, for indeed, from the outside, it resembled a palace. As night approached, with the sun having set and a cool breeze wafting through, Junqi still had not returned. Su Qiaoqiao, feeling drowsy, remembered she had not taken an afternoon nap. Her day had been filled with travel and shopping. Speaking of shopping, she recalled the mirror she had purchased, which she had yet to examine closely. Suddenly invigorated at the thought of admiring herself, she banished her weariness. Su Qiaoqiao had an affinity for mirrors. She found delight in gazing at her reflection and making silly faces. Her friends often teased her about her vanity, but she shrugged it off, thinking, so what? I am beautiful. As she retrieved the small mirror and beheld her face, a radiant smile blossomed upon her features. Her current appearance mirrored that of her past life on Earth, save for a tiny tear mole below her left eyelid. The beauty in the mirror possessed elegantly arched brows, large, bright eyes, fair skin, a delicate nose, and a gentle face. When she smiled, delightful dimples appeared on her cheeks, rendering her utterly charming. Indeed, beautiful individuals ought to admire their reflections. Su Qiaoqiao pouted playfully at herself in the mirror, amused by her own antics, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. As the night deepened and the stars adorned the sky, the moon peeked out from behind the clouds. Just as she was reveling in her happiness, the door was suddenly blown open by a gust of wind. She quickly set the mirror down and dashed toward the entrance, wondering if Junqi had returned. Yet, Before she could take more than a few steps, she caught the scent of an unfamiliar presence, sharp and commanding. A fully gray-white adult wolf entered, draped in fur and crowned with a shimmering golden tiara. His gaze was proud and aloof, and upon entering, he bellowed, "Junqi, you unfilial," before he could finish. He caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. He sniffed a few times, puzzled by the familiarity of the scent, and then his eyes sharpened as he spotted the source. Is that not the little rabbit? Junya's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that his son would bring someone home. Excellent. You are? Junyi recalled the importance of maintaining an image and cleared his throat, attempting to soften his voice so as not to frighten the little rabbit. In Junqi's eyes, Su Qiaoqiao was still merely a small rabbit, and the sight of her red-rimmed eyes and flustered demeanor stirred a sense of sympathy within him. Perhaps after being a rabbit for so long, many of the traits and habits associated with rabbits still lingered within Su Qiaoqiao. For instance, her keen sense of smell and timidity, she would become flustered and her heart would race at the slightest fright. Seeing the wolf's demeanor shift so rapidly left Su Qiaoqiao bewildered. Yet he was a kin of Junqi, so upon hearing his inquiry, she replied, "My name is Su Qiaoqiao, and I am a friend of Junqi." Junqi. Junya's expression became a mix of amusement and bemusement, a blend of emotions that rendered his true intentions inscrutable. "Achi must have mentioned me. I am Junyi." Junyi? Su Qiaoqiao blinked in surprise, realizing he was Junqi's father. "Oh, so you are my uncle. Are you here looking for Junqi?" "Sort of. Where is he?" Su Qiaoqiao shook her head. "I don't know. After he brought me back, he vanished. I too would like to know where he is." With Junqi absent, a mysterious smile crept across Junya's face. Perfect. He strolled over to Su Qiaoqiao with an air of confidence. Though he had reigned in his aura, it still made Su Qiaoqiao uncomfortable. The disparity in presence between Junqi and his father was stark. Su Qiaoqiao realized that while she had considered Junqi to be an adult wolf due to his towering stature, he was merely a youth compared to his father. Junyi began to bombard Su Qiaoqiao with a myriad of questions, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed, many of which pertained to Junqi. What was one to do when a friend's parent insisted on engaging in conversation? "Have you eaten yet, Qiaoqiao?" Junyi inquired with a friendly smile, which, despite the seriousness of his wolfish face, appeared rather comical. Su Qiaoqiao dared not laugh, as he was an elder. He recalled that there exists a customary phrase within the human realm, one that swiftly bridges the gap between two strangers. That phrase is, "Have you eaten?" Su Qiaoqiao awkwardly nodded, yet before she could utter a word, a bright light flashed before her eyes, and the stone table was suddenly laden with an array of food. Junyi confidently gestured, presenting before Su Qiaoqiao all the meat offerings that the young ones of his clan had brought forth in the past few days. However, Su Qiaoqiao gazed at the table overflowing with raw meat, feeling as though a crow had flown overhead, leaving behind an ellipsis. Regardless of her human status, even in her rabbit form, she did not consume meat. Moreover, the pungent aroma of the raw flesh surged into her nostrils, causing her stomach to churn incessantly. This scent was truly unpalatable. "Go ahead, dear child," Junyi said kindly, looking at Su Qiaoqiao, a sentiment he had not experienced in a long time. The last time was when she had asked him for a hug. Su Qiaoqiao struggled to force a smile, uncertain of how to respond, when suddenly, Junqi returned. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Junqi's voice, Su Qiaoqiao nearly burst into tears. "Junjun, you finally came." As Junqi entered, he beheld the little rabbit seated beside his elderly father, with a large assortment of meat laid out before them, all the flesh of spiritual beasts, appearing to be of exceptional quality. Yet, the little rabbit could not consume such meat, could it? "Father, have you forgotten? The little rabbit cannot eat these things." Su Qiaoqiao blinked, perplexed by Junqi's implication. Did it mean that his father was aware of her inability to eat this meat? Chapter 52. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. Su Qiaoqiao rushed forward immediately, enveloping Junqi in a warm embrace, disregarding the presence of onlookers. She then heard Junqi's remark, leaving her quite perplexed. Observing the boy's lack of decorum, Junyi had initially intended to reprimand him. However, upon witnessing Su Qiaoqiao's affectionate demeanor, a smile blossomed on his face. Indeed, for Qiaoqiao's sake, he would let it slide this time. Junqi reciprocated the embrace, wrapping his arms around Su Qiaoqiao's waist, and without a thought for his father standing nearby, he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, murmuring, "You must be hungry. You finished the carrots I prepared earlier, and after a long search, this is all I could find. Make do with it for now. I shall procure more for you tomorrow." So he vanished to fetch food for himself? Su Qiaoqiao was uncertain whether to feel touched or speechless. She appreciated that Junqi always thought of her, yet she had already purchased plenty of food while shopping for clothes earlier. All of it resided in Junqi's storage space. After some contemplation, she chose not to voice this concern. After all, having only transformed into a human for a mere 2 days, it was understandable that Junqi had yet to adjust his mindset. "Thank you, Junqi." Su Qiaoqiao beamed up at him with a sweet smile. Junqi's lips curled into a gentle smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair, remaining silent. Once Su Qiaoqiao's gaze shifted from his face, his eyes immediately darted towards Junyi, conveying a clear message. "Do you have something to discuss?" Junyi merely grunted in response. The child has grown up. It is difficult to manage him now. I must find a time when Qiaoqiao is absent to indulge him properly." Su Qiaoqiao noticed the object in Junqi's hand, resembling a carrot and emanating a sweet aroma akin to candy. "What is this?" Junqi returned his focus to her, presenting the item. "It is said to be a type of spirit herb, nourishing to the body, though I did not catch its name." Su Qiaoqiao, slightly bewildered, nodded and tentatively took a bite. A crisp sound resonated, and she found the taste quite pleasant, reminiscent of eating an apple. While Su Qiaoqiao relished her snack, Junqi approached with an impatient expression. "What brings you here? Would it not be better to stay in your own palace? Have you not seen enough already?" Junyi exhaled through his nostrils in irritation, his voice gruff as he replied, "Do you think I enjoy this? If not for my precious daughter-in-law—" "Wait, daughter-in-law?" Junqi interrupted, disbelief flooding his features. What nonsense was this old man spouting? He instinctively cast a glance towards Su Qiaoqiao, who was happily munching away, her cheeks puffed. When she had been a rabbit, such luxuries had been out of reach. Only now did he realize how endearing she looked while eating. "What are you babbling about? Who is your daughter-in-law? Don't provoke me." Junqi threatened Junyi. Junyi chuckled, clearly enjoying the banter. This child had always relished speaking in contradictions and acting contrary. After all this time, he understood him well. He awaited the day this lad would be forced to eat his words. Su Qiaoqiao's curious gaze kept drifting toward Junqi, who, at some point, had reverted to his wolf form. Compared to Junyi, he retained a youthful appearance. It seemed that the relationship between Junqi and his father was somewhat strained. Why was that? As Su Qiaoqiao pondered while eating, she recalled the tone Junqi had used when addressing Junyi, devoid of any respect or reverence for a father. This struck her as exceedingly odd. Wolves are social creatures, typically led by an alpha, so one would expect their interactions to be harmonious. Had she perhaps misunderstood? Scratching her head in confusion, Su Qiaoqiao decided to set aside these convoluted thoughts. She would surely understand better with time, she mused. Ultimately, neither wolf engaged in conflict, and Su Qiaoqiao's racing heart finally calmed. She had genuinely feared an altercation between the two wolves, which would surely have caused a great commotion. However, Junyi merely patted Junqi's head and offered Su Qiaoqiao a smile before promptly vanishing from sight. That night, as usual, Su Qiaoqiao shared a bed with Junqi. The bed was adorned with many layers of blankets, and as Junqi held her tightly in his embrace, she suddenly recalled a previous remark made by his father, which she had overheard. Daughter-in-law. Su Qiaoqiao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Such a notion was simply too overwhelming. Truth be told, the thought of being with Junqi had never crossed her mind, and their current situation was quite satisfactory from every angle. Therefore, it seemed best to let things unfold naturally. After all, seeing her son, who had been single for so long, accompanied by a beautiful young woman would surely cause any parent to lose their composure. Qiaoqiao reassured herself, hoping that no further complications would arise. The following day, upon awakening, Qiaoqiao discovered that Junqi had already left her side. She glanced outside at the brilliant sunlight, paused in silence for a moment, and then slowly began to stir and rise from bed. Getting up was truly a challenge. While washing up, her mind remained foggy, as she recalled that she had gone to bed rather early the previous night. Just as she finished grooming herself, Junqi entered the room, having remained in his wolf form since transforming back the previous day. This familiarity brought her some comfort. Junqi had brought breakfast, consisting of human food. Given the rugged terrain, there were no nearby households. He must have traveled to the nearest town to procure these items, which were still steaming. The stone table was divided into two sides, one for Qiaoqiao's breakfast and the other for Junqi's. Junqi's meal consisted of raw, bloody meat shimmering with various hues. Qiaoqiao recalled the striped tiger and the elk he had consumed earlier. Their flesh had appeared similarly. However, it seemed the meat had been processed, as she detected no foul odor, only the sight of it. No wonder the table was so low. It was designed for a wolf that did not eat in human form. The stone table barely reached Qiaoqiao's knees, so she opted to sit on the clean ground for convenience, while Junqi positioned himself perfectly to enjoy his meal. Junqi began by tearing into the meat with his claws, holding it down with one paw while he bit into it, savoring each morsel. The moment he tore into it, Qiaoqiao felt as though the splattering blood might stain her clothes. As she ate, she observed Junqi, despite being a wolf, with a somewhat boorish demeanor and a tendency to be somewhat clumsy, Qiaoqiao found him to be quite amiable, particularly towards her. Although novels often depicted him as savage and bloodthirsty, her time spent with Junqi had revealed a gentle side to him that was almost unbelievable, as well as an undeniable grace. Even in wolf form, a certain elegance was apparent. The notion of describing a carnivorous animal's eating habits as graceful seemed almost laughable to Qiaoqiao. However, Junjun was entirely different. Qiaoqiao sensed Junqi's gaze, yet she paid it no heed. This little rabbit had always enjoyed watching him eat, and now that she had transformed into a human, she was surprised to find that this peculiar fondness had not faded. Qiaoqiao had long since finished her meal, and as she observed Junqi leisurely washing his mouth, a memory flashed in her mind. In the past, after finishing a meal, she would lick herself clean, indulging in playful affection without a care, for they were merely animals, unbothered by such trivialities. However, now, Qiaoqiao couldn't help but retract her neck, deciding it was best to refrain from such behavior. Nevertheless, she could still offer assistance. With that thought, Qiaoqiao rose from the ground, approached Junqi, crouched down, and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Junjun, where are we headed today? To the palace. I need to find information about the transformation grass. Qiaoqiao nodded enthusiastically. I shall follow your lead. The palace loomed like a magnificent gem, resplendent in gold and jade, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding deep mountains and forests. Along the way, Qiaoqiao encountered several members of the wolf clan, and upon sighting Junqi, they reacted as if confronted by a terrifying specter, hastily retreating. Their fear intensified upon noticing her trailing behind Junqi. Chapter 53. The white-haired rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. It appears that Junjun's social connections, or rather, his connections with wolves, are not particularly strong. This is the conclusion reached by Qiaoqiao after observing him for a while. Nevertheless, it matters little, as long as I know Junjun is a good individual. That is sufficient. Today, Junqi has spent nearly the entire day ensconced in the study. Upon entering the palace, he led Qiaoqiao directly to the study. Only then did she comprehend why Junjun was so eager to return for research materials. From the outside, the palace does not seem overly large. However, once inside, the vastness of the space becomes apparent. It seems to be enhanced by some spatial magic, Su Qiaoqiao mused. For this one room is at least as expansive as several football fields combined, with towering bookshelves that stretch upward, seemingly without end. Once inside, Junkie left her with a casual remark to explore freely, advising her not to stray too far before disappearing into the depths of the room. Books. It had been ages since she had laid eyes on such treasures. Su Qiaoqiao randomly selected a book from a nearby shelf and settled down to read, only to discover that it detailed the history of the demon clans. The characters were not those of Earth's Chinese script, yet she found herself able to decipher their meaning, which struck her as truly remarkable. To call it merely a book would be misleading. It was a scroll crafted from sheepskin, with various types of writing materials scattered throughout, parchments, paper books, and even jade scrolls, all haphazardly intermingled, creating a rather chaotic appearance. Perhaps this was simply their preferred method of organization, Su Qiaoqiao thought. Lunch was brought to her by Junkie, who returned with a small food box containing 4 dishes and a soup, a delightful spread of 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. Quite a feast indeed. After dining, there was no need for cleanup. She simply handed the remnants to the elderly wolf stationed at the door. For the past half-month, Su Qiaoqiao and Junkie have lived in this manner. Aware that Junkie was in search of significant information, she refrained from bothering him, though there were a few occasions when she could not resist bathing him, engaging in playful splashes as they bathed together. Each time, it was Su Qiaoqiao who initiated the water fights, leaving her thoroughly drenched. After all, wolves do not wear clothing. Indeed, it was during this month that Su Qiaoqiao discovered Junkie possessed a scholarly disposition. Without her presence, he would have merely been a rather foul-smelling wolf. He meticulously perused the tomes in the study, uncovering references to the transformative herb, but the findings were disappointing. Although Junkie did not share this with Su Qiaoqiao, she could sense his melancholy, and she surmised that the outcome was not favorable. Perhaps it was something that could not be cultivated or a matter of longevity, which she knew were his primary concerns. During this time, Junie had only visited them on the first day, and Su Qiaoqiao had not seen him since. The estrangement between father and son was palpable. Initially, Su Qiaoqiao had anticipated that she would come to know everyone in this place, but instead, the other wolves avoided Junkie. And upon seeing her, they would flee, regardless of what they were engaged in at the moment. This left Su Qiaoqiao feeling disheartened for 2 days. Did she appear so fearsome? Or had Junjun bullied them too severely in the past? Her curiosity deepened. However, since Junkie remained silent and the other wolves were not forthcoming, her enthusiasm for uncovering the truth was swiftly extinguished, leaving behind only a burgeoning appetite. The news of the young master bringing home a human female spread rapidly among the wolf clan. The pack feared the young master, as his previous tyrannical demeanor had left a lasting impression. Though the wolves are social creatures and coexist harmoniously, this does not imply that they tolerate everything. However, as long as no grave mistakes were made, they would generally be forgiving. What transgressions had Junjun committed to warrant such animosity? Alas, Su Qiaoqiao could not recall, even though she had read the entire book. Yet it mattered little. In the original story, such matters would surely be resolved by the heroine, fostering harmony among her kin. Moreover, these wolves had attained a degree of sentience, meaning their behavior could not be judged by conventional standards. With their own thoughts and feelings, their impressions were bound to shift. During Junkie's gloomy moments, Su Qiaoqiao pondered deeply and ultimately concluded that it was inconsequential. It was not a necessity to fulfill any demands, merely living well was enough. Finally, after 7 days, Junkie resolved to share what he had learned with Su Qiaoqiao. Regrettably, it was confirmed that cultivation was impossible, as it depended on whether one's original animal form possessed the potential for such abilities. In Su Qiaoqiao's case, as a rabbit, she too was unable to cultivate. When delivering this news, Junkie transformed into his human form, concerned that his wolf shape might distress her, as he could not hold her in that form. However, Su Qiaoqiao remained remarkably calm. After all, merely having the chance to live again was a stroke of fortune. In her past life, she had drowned under mysterious circumstances, so in this life, even as a rabbit, she held no grievances, especially after having met Junkie. This, indeed, was a stroke of luck. The second revelation was that the transformative herb was an exceptionally rare spiritual herb, particularly potent in its effects, capable of surpassing many other herbs. Seeing Junkie's disheartened expression, Qiaoqiao found him endearing. She leapt into his embrace, rubbing her forehead against his chin, and softly reassured him. "It's all right, Junjun. Look, I have accepted it, so you need not worry. Let nature take its course." Junkie returned her embrace, his voice betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. "But I want you to be with me always." Yet, such a desire was unattainable. After all, a rabbit's lifespan was but a few years, while as a human, one's life could be extended exponentially. This was already a blessing. One must learn to be content. Qiaoqiao thought this as she tightened her hold around Junkie, gazing up at his chiseled jawline, and impulsively placed a kiss upon it. It's decided. If by the time I reach 40, you have not developed feelings for anyone else, or if I remain unmarried, I shall marry you. If you refuse, I shall surely find a way to persuade you." A satisfied smile graced Qiaoqiao's lips. How delightful it was to have the future all planned out. Though she feigned indifference, Junkie had not given up hope. The reality was that the lifespan of a human who could not cultivate was indeed short. Calculating carefully, the little rabbit could only accompany him for around 70 or 80 years, a mere blink of an eye. The little rabbit was the first in the world to willingly offer him affection, to nuzzle against him, to express concern for his well-being, and to gently lick away the blood from his lips. Moreover, she understood human speech, enjoyed his company, and sought him out for play. Thus, Junkie was determined to find a way to extend Qiaoqiao's life. This intention was unmistakably felt by Qiaoqiao. Almost every few months, Junkie would venture out, returning with peculiar and wondrous items. Before she knew it, Qiaoqiao had resided in this place for many years, perhaps around 10 years. However, there were still no signs of a budding romance between her and Junkie, which left Junya in a state of utter distress. Little did he expect that his son was truly as dense as a block of wood. During the years that Qiaoqiao resided with Junkie, he visibly became more gentle. Those who once trembled in his presence still fled at the sight of him, yet when it was just Qiaoqiao, they no longer ran away. Instead, they began to greet her. After all, everyone understood that she was to be the future lady of the young master. Though they were puzzled as to why the young master had chosen a human woman for such a role, they offered their blessings. The Wolf clan is known for their unwavering loyalty to their mates, taking only one for a lifetime, and would never seek another after death. This was the source of their confusion, especially since they recognized that Qiaoqiao was incapable of cultivation. Moreover, Qiaoqiao was unreserved in calling Junkie by the affectionate term Junjun, and soon enough, nearly all the wolves were aware of it. With this knowledge, there was no need for concern. Over the years, Junkie consistently appeared before Qiaoqiao in his human form. They had shared kisses, embraced, and slept together. Though they had not ventured into more intimate territory, Junkie treated Qiaoqiao with utmost kindness. Yet this made her uncertain whether what they shared could truly be defined as love. Finally, at the age of 39, one ordinary evening, as Qiaoqiao wrapped her arms around Junkie's strong waist, resting her cheek against his chest, she softly uttered, "Junjun, shall we marry? Will you be with me?" Chapter 54. The white-furred rabbit and the gray-furred lone wolf. The young leader of the wolf clan was to be wed, and to a human woman at that. This news swept through the entire clan in a single day, igniting a fervor amongst the members. Although everyone had long accepted that the young lady, Qiaoqiao, was destined to become the future lady of the clan, they had awaited an official announcement, which had yet to arrive. Thus, when Junqi informed Junyi of his intention to marry Qiaoqiao, Junyi was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the revelation. He stammered, Qi, you are getting married?" Before Junqi could respond, he continued to ponder aloud. "Well, it makes sense. You are of age now. And it is only natural. Only after Junqi departed did Junyi realize that his friend was indeed serious about this union. He immediately announced the news to the entire clan and began preparations, eagerly sharing the information with his friends, especially Baizhe, who had played a significant role in this affair. When Baizhe received Junya's message, he was occupied with cleaning up some unsightly matters. He had been out for a few days, only to find that unwelcome entities had infiltrated his space, evidently underestimating him. Lord Baizhe, you have received a letter. Bai Lian fluttered over, clutching a letter in her beak. Seeing Baizhe's excited demeanor, she landed on his shoulder, shaking her wings and shedding a few white feathers onto the ground. Baizhe first smoothed Bai Lian's feathers, and once they were in order, he took the letter. The familiar scent emanated from it, belonging to that pesky wolf who often caused trouble for his son. Upon opening the letter, Baizhe's expression shifted from surprise to understanding. It was indeed a wedding invitation Junqi was to wed Su Qiaoqiao? It seems it is indeed that little rabbit, he mused, pleased that his judgment had proven correct. Bai Lian, curious about Baizhe's prolonged gaze at the letter, leaned in for a closer look. After reading its contents, she was left utterly astonished. What? Baizhe turned to her, smiling gently. What troubles you? That wicked wolf is actually getting married, and to that same little rabbit we saw before. Bai Lian exclaimed, questioning her own perception of reality. She had not anticipated that his betrothed would indeed be that little rabbit, having merely thought he was overly attentive to her. Is this truly surprising? Baizhe inquired. Bai Lian blinked. Well, not entirely, considering how ferocious that wolf is. Only that little rabbit seems unafraid and eager to approach him. Without her, it feels like there would be no one else. 3 days after the news spread, the atmosphere within the wolf clan was electric. Under the clan's customs, a wedding was typically a straightforward affair, requiring only a public vow before the clan. However, given Su Qiaoqiao's status as a human, the clan decided to adhere to human wedding traditions. By the time Junqi learned of these arrangements, the wedding preparations were nearly complete. Observing the vibrant decorations and the lively chatter, he felt an unexpected sense of bewilderment. After all, Qiaoqiao was not truly human. Why should they follow human customs? Initially intending to have them dismantle the decorations, he found himself reluctant to do so as he admired the jubilant palace. Glancing at the wedding attire before him, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Yet, he could not help but wonder if this was all happening too swiftly. Was the wolf clan truly so efficient in their endeavors? Meanwhile, Su Qiaoqiao sat in her chamber, already dressed in her wedding attire, yet feeling bewildered. Who was she? Where was she? What was happening? Just days earlier, she had spoken to Junqi, and now the wolf clan had transformed into this festive scene. Typically, she would remain indoors whenever Junqi was out. But now the room was filled with various items to accommodate her, all of which were distinctly feminine, creating a stark contrast to the coldness she had first encountered. Yet, she remained dazed, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Today was her wedding day, a mere 5 days after her conversation with Junqi. Was it truly possible for everything to progress so rapidly? She had been pulled from her slumber, donned this wedding attire, and was now poised to exchange vows with Junqi, all while following human customs. Now, she awaited him in a state of confusion. Whether on Earth or in this world, this was Su Qiaoqiao's first marriage, and it was happening at an astonishing pace, leaving no room for pre-wedding jitters. Little rabbit. A calm voice broke the silence, causing Su Qiaoqiao to lift her gaze. There stood Junqi, clad in a resplendent red outfit and wearing a ceremonial hat, embodying the essence of a groom. She blinked in surprise, noting how handsome he looked today. Upon seeing Junqi approach, her fluttering heart began to settle, though she felt an intensifying nervousness. Junqi, she called softly. He acknowledged her with a noncommittal his tone betraying no discernible emotion. Are you all right? How do you feel? Today, he too felt somewhat bewildered, likely due to the fact that none in the clan dared to offend him, fearing he might flee. Junyi had personally ensured his comfort, placing a temporary restriction on him and dressing him in the vibrant red attire, which fit him perfectly. The two exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak first, a novel experience for them. Qiaoqiao, noticing Junqi's nervous demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, breaking the silence. Junqi's rigid posture gradually relaxed as he stepped closer, playfully pinching her cheek. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at how adorable your nervousness is. It's the first time I've seen you like this, despite our years of acquaintance." As she spoke, her small hand gently squeezed his. Indeed, it was her first time witnessing Junqi in such a state of anxiety. It seemed that even men could be nervous on their wedding day. Is it too much? For Junqi, time had already flown by. Outside, darkness descended, and since it was indeed their wedding night, they were meant to engage in the customary activities. However, both Qiaoqiao and Junqi were novices in such matters, lacking any experience. What was to follow? As he sat beside her, he took her hand, contemplating what was expected after the ceremonial vow. What was next, of course, were those intimate moments. Qiaoqiao lowered her head, remaining silent. Junqi gently lifted her chin. Turning her face toward him, gazing into her bright eyes, he felt an impulsive urge to kiss her, not the usual comforting kiss, but one filled with urgency and intent. Qiaoqiao closed her eyes, her heart racing as she felt the warmth of his embrace enveloping her. She truly wed in a fantastical realm to a wolf. How utterly astonishing! After the union, Qiaoqiao suddenly recalled the words spoken by Junqi at that moment. "All right, if you wish to marry, I shall marry you." To relive that moment, it is far better to fully experience all that life has to offer. Marriage has transpired. Thus, the next chapter involves bearing children, nurturing them, and witnessing their growth into adulthood, ultimately leading to one's own gradual aging. Over the past decade, Qiaoqiao has contemplated much. Since fate has granted her another chance, she must seize it wholeheartedly, allowing no opportunity to slip away. Therefore, she resolves to embrace all experiences, for that is what renders life complete. With this thought, Qiaoqiao gently lifted her gaze toward Junqi. The words he uttered bore significant weight. Despite their long acquaintance, she still hesitated to ascertain whether Junqi held any affection for her. As for Qiaoqiao's feelings towards Junqi, the answer is unequivocally affirmative. In her heart, there is no room for compromise in matters of love. The declaration made to Junqi was one she had pondered for quite some time. Chapter 55. The White-Furred Rabbit and the Gray-Furred Lone Wolf after their marriage. Qiaoqiao felt, perhaps due to her own imagination, that JNQ had been venturing out far less frequently. Each evening, he would draw her into those melodious, intimate moments. Could this be considered affection? As she lay in JNQ's embrace, she pondered this question. She was unsure why she had suddenly become so sentimental and apprehensive. Qiaoqiao caressed JNQ's slender waist, her cheek brushing against his chest, her fluttering eyelashes occasionally grazing his skin, creating a ticklish sensation. JNQ gently stroked her hair, asking if she was still awake or if she could not sleep. His languid voice drifted above her, prompting, "What are you thinking about?" A few days prior, JNQ had brought back a rather ordinary herb, resembling the grass that grew by the roadside. Yet, he claimed this herb could extend her lifespan, though he was uncertain by how much. Qiaoqiao had never been particularly concerned about lifespan. After all, it was a human preoccupation. She had lived for decades and had given little thought to the matter, as humans were destined to live only so long, barring unforeseen events. Thus, the prospect of additional years seemed quite normal to her. Honestly, she had not engaged deeply with the world of cultivation. She had merely observed, with JNQ always shielding her from danger. However, gazing into his eyes, she found herself unable to utter any words of refusal. If she could spend more time with him, she would. Yet, she was uncertain about their current relationship. Initially, they were merely companions, but gradually, the nature of their bond had transformed, evolving from pure sibling affection to something deeper. While she pondered this, J and Q noticed her sudden silence and, with a tender kiss, he breathed warmth against her face. Seizing the moment while she was momentarily lost in thought, he gently pinned her beneath him, asking what had so captivated her attention. His actions succeeded in diverting all of Qiaoqiao's focus. As she blinked at him, it had already been 6 months since their wedding, and during their intimate moments, they had taken no precautions. A mischievous smile crept onto her face as she playfully declared, "Of course, I was thinking about our baby." Upon hearing this, J and Q's expression stiffened in disbelief. A baby? His gaze involuntarily drifted to her flat abdomen, devoid of any hint of a child. You're pregnant?" He stammered, his face reflecting shock as he hastily removed himself from her, appearing flustered. "Really? Is there one?" Qiaoqiao found his reaction amusing. Sitting up, she propped herself against his shoulders, choosing not to answer his question directly. With a teasing tone, she replied, "What would you do if there truly were?" If she were indeed pregnant, it would mean he was to become a father, establishing a family of his own. The thought ignited a flicker of anticipation within J and Q. Recently, JNY seemed to recognize that J and Q had married, marking him as a complete male wolf, and had gradually entrusted him with most of the wolf clan's power. This explained why J and Q had not sought herbs for Qiaoqiao lately. He had capable wolves to send on such errands. Moreover, unbeknownst to Qiaoqiao, J and Q had taken the opportunity to eliminate several black serpents that had once pursued him. If their child were to be born, would it be a hybrid? Would it be a blend of wolf and rabbit, or perhaps of human lineage? He found himself lost in thoughts, pondering the gender of their potential offspring. He hoped for a little princess, for a male child might cling to Qiaoqiao too tightly. When Qiaoqiao noticed J and Q's silence, she assumed he was genuinely startled. A wave of disappointment washed over her. It seemed J and Q did not like children after all. "Never mind. I was just teasing you. There's no baby, so don't be upset. Besides, I could never bear a child." She recalled that reproductive isolation exists among animals. Initially, she had doubted this, considering the realm of cultivation, where earthly knowledge might not apply. However, it regrettably proved to be accurate. She had even sought verification regarding cross-species life, discovering that while such instances existed, the offspring were invariably flawed or short-lived. Though she could not bear children, adoption was still an option. Truthfully, the wolf clan's fertility was not high, and as social creatures, they occasionally encountered lone wolves in need of shelter. Qiaoqiao had witnessed this numerous times, often with younglings, from newly born to nearly adult. The sight of a newborn wolf cub, a fluffy little bundle nestled in her arms, was utterly adorable. She dared not hold it too tightly. However, J and Q's dreams were abruptly shattered by Qiaoqiao's revelation, leaving him in a foul mood. His irritation grew, recalling that wolves and rabbits could not bear offspring, nor could wolves and humans. He felt a surge of frustration, realizing he would need to instruct his subordinates to seek additional herbs. As Qiaoqiao sensed his agitation and prepared to offer comfort, J and Q suddenly lunged at her, kissing and nibbling her playfully, until he eventually devoured her completely. It was all too sudden, so very unexpected. Qiaoqiao lamented, "Had I known, I would not have teased him. It seems I shall be bedridden for some time." Indeed, as Qiaoqiao had predicted, the ensuing years brought little change. She discussed her adoption plan with J and Q, who feigned agreement but displayed an intimidating demeanor when she attempted to bring home wolf cubs, effortlessly scaring them away. After all, he had no intention of nurturing other younglings while his own offspring remained uncertain. Initially, Qiaoqiao thought this was mere coincidence, but as occurrences multiplied, she began to sense something amiss. She regarded J and Q, who sat beside her with a carefree demeanor, his innocent eyes gazing back at her. Qiaoqiao fell silent, realizing that he had indeed acknowledged the truth. Since J and Q disapproved, she gradually relinquished the thought of adoption, refraining from questioning the reason as it seemed unnecessary. 30 years after their marriage, a new wolf king ascended, with Qiaoqiao becoming the newly appointed ruler. The transition occurred swiftly. After all, Qiaoqiao's father had only recently taken the throne, and given the long lifespan of wolves, there was scarcely enough time for seclusion. By this time, Qiaoqiao was in her 70s, her appearance still reminiscent of youth, though her heart bore the weight of experience. Her health remained robust, and she relished her meals, a testament to Qiaoqiao's diligent provision of longevity herbs, which he had eagerly shared with her, oblivious to any possible side effects. However, Qiaoqiao could not bear to witness Junqi's despondent demeanor. Subsequently, Junqi occasionally took Qiaoqiao out for strolls, alleviating the monotony. On one occasion, they encountered the quintessential Mary Sue protagonist, who appeared quite disheartened. Upon seeing Junqi, she seemed too preoccupied to even consider whether she recognized him. It appeared that the narrative had reached its later stages. Qiaoqiao took a bite of the excessively sweet candied hawthorn, reflecting on the plot, which hinted at a slight torment awaiting the female lead, as those around her were merely exploiting her. In my opinion, the author is truly remarkable. As the story nears its conclusion, yet they have woven in such a poignant twist, inviting the ire of readers. For several years, Qiaoqiao relished the moments spent persuading Junqi to venture outside, as she believed that having lived for over 2 decades, it was essential to experience human society. It was after this period that Junqi began to take her out more frequently. However, as time passed and perhaps due to a shift in mindset, Qiaoqiao found herself increasingly inclined to retreat into solitude, preferring the comforts of home. Her favorite pastime became lying in the yard, watching the ginkgo leaves fall, a bittersweet melancholy washing over her. Later, Junqi became aware of her sentiments and candidly expressed his discontent, feeling an inexplicable tension within, a sense of foreboding as if something was slipping away from him. Consequently, he hastily uprooted the ginkgo tree and replaced it with a flourishing banyan tree, the very tree they had rested under during their journey to the Northern Territories. Qiaoqiao noticed this change, but did not comprehend Junqi's intentions. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for what household does not have a capricious husband who indulges in whims? As a wife, a touch of tolerance sufficed. Moreover, the banyan tree was indeed quite beautiful. Naturally, Qiaoqiao recognized the significance of this banyan tree. Gazing at it, she inadvertently recalled the days of fleeing alongside Junqi when she was still a rabbit. During that time, they were strangers to one another. Yet each cared deeply for the other, sharing an intimate bond as they navigated their trials together. Memories flooded her mind like a deluge, filled with every cherished moment spent with Junqi. Qiaoqiao brushed her hair back, feeling a yearning for Junqi, a desire to see him once more. Chapter 56, The White Hedgehog and the All to be Human and Live to the Age of 100 is indeed a mark of longevity. Qiaoqiao was fortunate to have Junqi by her side. However, her life was not extraordinarily long, especially after her body had been cleansed by spiritual herbs, rendering her immune to many of their effects. In her final years, Qiaoqiao clung to Junqi, rarely leaving his side, chattering incessantly. Her favorite topics were the experiences they had shared together. Junqi, perhaps aware of her sentiments, remained silent, simply accompanying her. He had already begun training the next wolf king of his clan, his character forged into an unyielding strength over the span of a few decades. From time to time, Qiaoqiao and Junqi would embrace beneath the aging banyan tree, which too was showing signs of age. This banyan tree had already awakened some sense of consciousness, yet its powers were feeble, merely a sentient beast of sorts. Its branches had begun to wither, and its leaves turned yellow in just a few short years. In truth, after living over a century, Qiaoqiao felt a profound contentment, particularly in the presence of her beloved. The life bestowed upon her by the heavens felt fulfilling. She believed she had not squandered this second chance. The day Qiaoqiao departed was a bright afternoon, coinciding with Junqi's outing to gather spiritual herbs for her. The collection of these herbs was special, only the beloved could harvest them for them to be effective. Thus, they missed each other. Naturally, Junqi had left several clan members to watch over Su Qiaoqiao, yet by this time, she had grown quite old. Although she retained the appearance of youth, her heart had aged, and her eyes radiated tranquility. When she left, Su Qiaoqiao wore a smile, departing contentedly. She had lived well this life, her only concern being Junqi. How would he endure the long years ahead without her? After all, he had done so much simply to have her by his side. Beep, detecting the host's life signs have ceased, initiating soul extraction. A cold metallic voice echoed, startling Su Qiaoqiao awake. Alas, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Where was this? Who are you? Su Qiaoqiao called out into the void, her emotions a tangled web. She recalled that this voice had manifested when she had first transformed into a small rabbit, but it had vanished after uttering but a single phrase, leading her to believe she had imagined it. To her surprise, it was real. The metallic voice continued, disregarding her queries, and began relaying a series of data. Name: Su Qiaoqiao. Gender: female. Age at death: 21 years old. Current animal form: rabbit. Cause of death: aging. Does it meet task standards? Yes, congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task and surviving. Task rewards: none. Su Qiaoqiao? Although she understood little, what did no task rewards mean? Even a miserly figure like Zhou Poppy would not behave in such a manner. What was this all about? Before she could voice her questions, a wave of dizziness overtook her, and just before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear the voice utter another statement. Detecting that the host's life signs are intact, immediately transporting to the next world. Damn, Su Qiaoqiao thought, wishing to curse. She had never encountered such a lack of respect. When Su Qiaoqiao awoke once more, she found herself lying in a cave. She lowered her gaze to inspect her hands and feet. Well, she was no longer human. Your task is to survive. The same cold electronic voice resonated, and after it concluded, there was no further sound. After a moment of realization, Su Qiaoqiao discovered she had transformed into a hedgehog. A white hedgehog at that. She probed the sharpness of her quills, surmising she had only recently been born. A newborn hedgehog, why was her mother not by her side? Struggling, Su Qiaoqiao rose unsteadily from the ground and cautiously made her way toward the cave's entrance. She pondered how Junqi would react upon learning of her demise. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, she gazed at the unfamiliar landscape, nostalgia flooding her heart. Initially, she thought herself fortunate to have a second life. But who could have anticipated a third? It seemed, barring unforeseen circumstances, a fourth and fifth might await her as well. The season was autumn, with hills draped in a sea of yellow. Su Qiaoqiao stood atop a small hill, within a cave that afforded quite a superior altitude compared to the surrounding trees. The forest appeared to be a tropical rainforest, yet it did not quite fit the bill. True tropical rainforests are characterized by heat, abundant rainfall, and a lack of distinct seasons. Such vast expanses of yellow would not occur there, and the climate here was not particularly humid. Ah, another forest, Su Qiaoqiao mused, realizing she would once again have to seek out food. Forests are splendid places, teeming with life. They are communities dominated by woody plants, interdependent ecosystems comprised of trees, other flora, fauna, microorganisms, and soil, all influencing one another and their environment. Rich in biodiversity, forests were once hailed as the lungs of the earth, comprising the largest terrestrial ecosystems and playing a vital role in the global biosphere. The soil felt slightly damp, suggesting a recent rainfall that lent the air a refreshing quality, as if it had been cleansed. The forest nurtured countless plants and animals, functioning as a natural ecosystem. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, stung her thoughts. Why was she now such a fragile creature? She longed to be a grand and formidable beast, perhaps a tiger or a lion. After the rain, the forest buzzed with life, various small animals poking their heads out to enjoy the fresh air, possibly greeting one another. Hey, you old fellow, finally decided to come out? Aren't you the same? Su Qiaoqiao ambled along the forest path, surrounded by a cacophony of animal sounds, a delightful commotion. Still in her infancy, she wished Junqi were there with her. She pondered whether he would come to this place. Her innocent thoughts reminiscent of many novels where the male lead traverses realms alongside the female lead. Furthermore, as a newly born hedgehog with no mother in sight, she felt particularly vulnerable. Hedgehogs are omnivorous, primarily feeding on various invertebrates and small vertebrates, along with roots, fruits, and vegetables. However, considering her current state as a defenseless little hedgehog, Qiaoqiao wisely opted for the nearby roots instead of better food options, prioritizing her survival over her culinary desires. On the first day away from Junqi, she longed for him. Chapter 57. The white hedgehog. The owl, having taken a cursory glance at the expansive forest above, Qiaoqiao found that it indeed covered a considerable area. After much effort, she unearthed a small pile of grass and cautiously began to nibble on it. The freshly dug grass still retained the earthy fragrance, its roots damp from the recent rain. However, the taste was rather unpalatable. With a slight furrow of her brow after taking a bite, Qiaoqiao concluded that perhaps the taste buds of a young hedgehog had yet to fully develop. She speculated, given that she had never owned a hedgehog before, her understanding was limited. Yet, due to her current predicament, she had to set aside her reservations and finish the pile of grass. In the meantime, she stumbled upon a shallow stream. The water was somewhat deep, and standing at the bank, she could feel the coolness of the stream with just a reach of her hand. Leaning over the edge, she felt the soil give way slightly beneath her, nearly startling her into a panic as she thought she was about to fall in. In a flurry, she scrambled back, realizing that it wouldn't be worth the trouble of falling in before quenching her thirst. Gazing at the gently flowing water, she mused that if she were to fall in, it would undoubtedly mark the beginning of her next journey. Fortunately, the spot where she had leaned was not completely sunken, but Qiaoqiao dared not risk it again. She found a nearby safe place to crouch down, extending her tongue into the water to lap up the cool liquid. After a long wait, she finally savored a refreshing sip. The little hedgehog lay on the bank, its quills not yet fully hardened, appearing from a distance as a small, white tuft adorned with soft fur. While hedgehogs could also feast on small insects and worms, Qiaoqiao found herself unable to muster the courage to eat them. Unable to overcome the mental barrier, she finally understood the reaction of Junjun upon encountering a packet of worms. Of course, this indicated that she was not yet starving. Summer was often rainy, yet autumn was no exception. The forest held an air of mystery for Qiaoqiao, teeming with various creatures, and one could never predict what animal they might encounter next, especially a large carnivore. Just as she had thought, the gentle patter of rain began to intensify. Having recently passed through a thicket to return to her unfamiliar home, she encountered an unexpected surprise. A sudden, urgent roar echoed, sending a wave of terror coursing through her veins. With a startled gasp, she instinctively collapsed to the ground, not entirely understanding why she had done so. The sound was familiar. She recalled hearing it before. Lying flat on the ground, she thought, could it be? Could she truly be so unfortunate as to encounter a tiger on her very first outing? Indeed, the roar was identical to that of the striped tiger she had heard previously. The tiger continued to roar, and Qiaoqiao dared not move, fearing discovery. What terrible luck it was for a small hedgehog to become a mere morsel for a tiger. Just as she was contemplating this, a massive paw landed mere centimeters from her, followed by another. The creature was a light golden hue with dark stripes, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Qiaoqiao thought, "Oh no, please don't find me. I've only just begun my life, although I am merely a small hedgehog now, perhaps in this realm of transformation. There lies a chance for me to become human." Her heart clung to a sliver of hope. Fortunately, the tiger merely passed by her, seemingly preoccupied with another target, which Qiaoqiao soon realized as she caught a whiff of fresh blood. Drops of it splattered onto her quills, staining one red. How fortunate she was to have narrowly escaped danger once more. Once the tiger had moved far enough away that she could no longer sense its presence, Su Qiaoqiao exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly scurried back. She was quite satisfied with one aspect of being a hedgehog. The sensation of running felt akin to her experience as a human. Unlike rabbits who could only hop, hedgehogs had a unique way of moving. Ignoring the blood on her back, she reasoned that the rain would wash it away, and she hurried home, using all four limbs. It was indeed challenging for her, as a newly born white hedgehog still adjusting to her skin color, to have encountered so many events in a single day. Upon arriving back in her cave, the rain ceased, and dusk began to settle in. All the energy she had consumed was spent on her recent escapades. After shaking off the raindrops at the entrance, she cautiously ventured inside, curling into a tight ball to rest. The forest she inhabited was a southern one, though it leaned slightly toward the north, covering a vast expanse. As her heart gradually settled, Su Qiaoqiao began to contemplate various thoughts, particularly regarding hedgehogs. Now transformed into an animal, she faced a previously troubling concern: the mating season. As a white hedgehog, she wondered how many others like her roamed this forest. If it were possible, she hoped her counterpart would also be a white hedgehog. Otherwise, their offspring might not be appealing. Surely, this doesn't count as infidelity. She pondered, recalling Junqi. She had already passed away, and if Junjun had not entered this world, she would not have control over the animal's mating instincts. Should it come to that, could she truly be blamed? Wait, she thought, shouldn't she be a female hedgehog? Su Qiaoqiao suddenly recalled this detail and wondered if she had transformed into a male. She quickly stretched her body to check. After a few seconds, she sighed in relief. She was indeed a female. Though to Su Qiaoqiao, the distinction between male and female was not particularly evident. Being a female hedgehog seemed preferable. After all, her previous incarnations had all been female, and suddenly becoming male would surely bewilder her. The nighttime forest was lively. Many animals were nocturnal, active during the night, and hedgehogs were no exception. Therefore, it was somewhat challenging for Su Qiaoqiao to find her kind during the day. In the blink of an eye, she had spent more than half a month in this world. Her quills had grown harder, and she had given up on grass, opting instead to attempt climbing trees for fresh fruits. She was not yet ready to embrace a carnivorous diet. Perhaps she would consider it once hunger became unbearable. But worms were still off the table. Uncertain of what this world truly was, Su Qiaoqiao had begun to adorn her quills with small fruits, each spike holding a piece. The fruits were wild, and she could not name them, but they were pleasantly sweet. With her back laden with fruit, she felt significantly heavier, which was no surprise given that this represented her sustenance for the last 3 days. Unlike the protagonists in novels, she was not fortunate enough to lose her memory. Thus, the memories of her past life remain etched in her mind. In this perilous forest, one cannot predict what formidable creature might appear in the next moment, ready to devour her whole. The minuscule quills upon her back would scarcely inflict any injury upon such a beast. It is often said that hedgehogs hold grudges, which suggests that their memory is indeed quite remarkable. Over the past fortnight, Su Qiaoqiao has found herself reminiscing about Junqi almost every night, recalling his warm embrace. With autumn upon us, the temperature has begun to gradually drop, and even when Su Qiaoqiao ventures out to gather fruit, she feels the chill in the air. This fruit tree stands upon the hillside behind the cave where she resides, and fortunately, it requires only a short trek to reach it. The nature of this world remains a mystery, whether it is modern or ancient, fantastical or ordinary. Yet, the abundance of small creatures is apparent. During the day, Su Qiaoqiao often observes several squirrels emerging in pairs, a family of 2 large squirrels accompanied by their little ones, all foraging together. As autumn progresses, all creatures begin to gather provisions for the winter. Just now, she noticed a few sparrows flying overhead. In the past 2 weeks, she has not encountered any of her kind, which is significantly related to her solitary lifestyle. Chapter 58. The hedgehog and the owl. Hedgehogs are nocturnal creatures, however. Su Qiaoqiao does not conform to this pattern. During her human days, her routine was quite regular. early to bed and early to rise, devoid of late nights or all-nighters. After transforming into a rabbit, she maintained the habits of her human self, and with Junqi's protection, her life proceeded smoothly, except for the initial phase when she was pursued and forced to stay awake through the night. Those days were indeed unforgettable. As she observed the bustling activity around her, Qiaoqiao sighed and resumed her role as a laborer. Though the little fruits appeared small, they were quite heavy for the young hedgehog. After transporting the fruits back to her cozy abode, she began to indulge in her culinary delights. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, obscuring her vision and making the air feel considerably chillier. Qiaoqiao instinctively curled up, as her quills were not yet sufficiently sharp, and her den remained bare, leaving her vulnerable to the cold. In just a few days, the once vibrant leaves had nearly all fallen. The weather grew increasingly arid and frigid. Qiaoqiao had already begun her search for materials to construct a nest, hoping to complete her cozy dwelling before winter's arrival. With limited resources, she scavenged for twigs and weeds, all found on the ground, quite brittle. Lacking a reference for what a hedgehog's nest should look like, she relied solely on her imagination to design her home. The cave she inhabited was modest in size, ample for a juvenile hedgehog, yet just right for an adult. Aside from the somewhat lengthy entrance, carrying a load of firewood on her back, she crawled forward step by step. Although she could fit through the cave's entrance while standing, the weight on her back necessitated a slower approach to minimize discomfort. As previously mentioned, hedgehogs are nocturnal animals and, in theory, possess night vision. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Their eyesight is rather poor, bordering on amblyopia, and they rely heavily on their sense of smell for navigation and hunting, especially true for the ordinary hedgehogs, unlike Qiaoqiao, who embodies a unique blend of human and hedgehog traits. Though she could not see the path ahead, her nose was exceptionally sensitive. As she adapted to her new form and her body gradually matured, she became increasingly aware of her physical condition. Upon entering the cave, she instinctively sought out a small patch of ground where she noticed a shallow pit, one she had begun to dig before leaving, though it was not yet finished. In a corner of the cave lay a pile of food, fresh grass and small fruits, forming a bountiful stash that exuded comfort. Qiaoqiao exhaled deeply, stacking the fruits in that corner before sprawling on the ground, taking in deep breaths. She felt utterly exhausted, akin to a laborer, tirelessly hauling items in preparation for the impending winter. Hedgehogs must hibernate during the winter, as they are ectothermic and cannot regulate their body temperature. Consequently, in the cold of winter, hedgehogs enter hibernation to maintain their body heat. Qiaoqiao, even without having raised a hedgehog, understood this concept well. Observing the increasingly frigid weather and the cold wave that had begun to sweep through, she realized that her previous sleeping arrangement in the soil pit was becoming inadequate, as she found herself waking up frozen at night. In those moments, she longed for Junqi, the warmth of his embrace, his tender gestures, and everything they shared. Yet, life must go on, and she pondered the possibility of reuniting with him in this strange form, a thought that brought her comfort. As Qiaoqiao reminisced, fragments of memories about hedgehogs surfaced in her mind. Whether real or imagined, they proved useful. Hedgehogs tend to hibernate among piles of dry branches and leaves, using twigs and grass to create warm nests to maintain their temperature. In this regard, Qiaoqiao was quite different from her peers. Instead of nesting in a heap of leaves, she had dug a small cave. When hedgehogs enter hibernation, their body temperature drops to around 9 degrees Celsius, and their breathing slows to 1 to 10 breaths per minute. Occasionally, a hibernating hedgehog may awaken, which is precisely why Qiaoqiao was determined to store ample food. Upon awakening, hunger would inevitably strike, and her provisions would come in handy. What other hedgehogs experienced during their hibernation, she did not know. But she was certain she would want something to eat. After resting for a while, Qiaoqiao staggered to her feet, consuming a few small fruits that would otherwise spoil if left uneaten. Afterward, she set about constructing her nest. Due to her poor eyesight, Qiaoqiao worked in the dark, where her sense of smell and hearing offered little assistance. She first fashioned a sturdy frame using strong twigs, then layered several large leaves atop it, quickly covering the structure. With a chirp of satisfaction, Qiaoqiao admired her semi-arched framework, intended to rest atop her earthen bed. With a bit more digging to deepen the bed and a warm layer of dry leaves, her hibernation preparation would be significantly advanced. While digging is not as efficient as burrowing, it was a viable option, especially given her juvenile status. Unconsciously, she stroked her white quills. The white hedgehog, unlike ordinary hedgehogs, would grow completely white as it matured, resembling the baize. Qiaoqiao recalled her first encounter with baize, a mere illusion. Yet it left a profound impression with its all-white form. She also remembered the little bird that accompanied baize, equally resplendent in white. Alas! She found herself lost in memories of the past. Outside, the sky had turned pitch black, with stars twinkling and a cool breeze wafting through the air. Qiaoqiao slowly crawled into her earthen pit, which was lined with several layers of leaves, providing comforting warmth. She gathered more dry leaves to cover herself, then clapped her hands, hummed softly, and drifted into slumber. Before succumbing to sleep, a thought crossed her mind regarding the fruits that had begun to rot. Perhaps she should try drying them tomorrow. Otherwise, if she hibernated, she would awaken to find insects crawling on her. Chapter 59. The White Hedgehog. The owl. On the second day, Qiaoqiao awoke early, for today promised to be an exceptionally busy day. The weather had grown increasingly frigid in recent days, yet the sun rose as per routine, almost as if merely clocking in before vanishing promptly. Despite the cold, the air remained dry, and one could assume that the sun, though ineffective, was meant to dry the fruits. Qiaoqiao ventured outside with a handful of fruits, and as she plucked one from her back, she instinctively wrinkled her nose at its unpleasant odor. It was not just this fruit. The others were similarly spoiled. It dawned on her that, having utilized the spines on her back to transport the fruits, she had inadvertently punctured each one, leaving none unscathed. How unfortunate. Not a single good fruit remained. It seemed that rot might be contagious among the fruits, Qiaoqiao speculated, recalling her time on Earth when she had a refrigerator, which alleviated any concerns regarding spoilage. Furthermore, there was Junqi, who always provided her with fresh produce. Thus, she had never worried about this issue before. However, it was clear that she must now take this matter seriously. To make dried fruits, she thought, one might require salt or lemon. However, she was uncertain, as her knowledge of these processes stemmed from online research, with no practical experience to draw upon. To put it simply, while her mind was prepared, her hands were not equipped for the task. But here, in this place devoid of resources, she would skip directly to the final step, drying. Qiaoqiao began by slicing the small fruits in half, a task accomplished solely with the aid of her back spines. Although they were somewhat fragile in combat, they proved adequate for piercing the fruits. With a crisp pop, the fruits were punctured, their juices flowing down the spines and pooling in the crevices of her back. She then proceeded to grind the fruits, her posture awkward as the spines were affixed to her back. Once she had successfully split them, she transported all the small fruits from the cave and processed them. Exhausted from her numerous trips back and forth, she had no idea how many times she had made the journey. Moreover, the juice had flowed excessively, leaving her covered in the sweet aroma of the fruits. Especially on her spines, which had been used like knives, the tips were coated with juice, some of it drying into little clumps. Not only that, but she was also a white hedgehog. Qiaoqiao had gathered various types of fruits, unable to distinguish their species, yet she knew they were delicious and non-toxic, thus securing their place on her menu. The fruits boasted a spectrum of colors, and naturally, their juices varied as well: reds, purples, yellows, transforming her into a veritable patchwork hedgehog. Observing her now vibrantly colored spines, all exuding the sweet fragrance of the fruits, she lamented, "This is quite challenging. It appears rather unattractive, far from the original white." Licking the juice from the corner of her mouth, she resolved to wash up later, lest she become uncomfortable from the sticky residue. The weather today was splendid, bright sunshine, a clear sky, and a gentle breeze. After patrolling her surroundings and confirming there were no unfamiliar animals nearby, she boldly laid her freshly halved fruits against the mountainside. The small hill she inhabited was not steep, but relative to the flat plains around her, it could be considered a high-rise. Due to her poor eyesight, Qiaoqiao worked slowly, sneaking a few bites along the way. Some fruits had already begun to soften, and she was grateful to have noticed them in time. Otherwise, she would have discovered their spoilage only after they had gone bad. The grime on her back was particularly troublesome to clean. Arriving at a small creek, she realized that even the shallowest spots could pose a drowning hazard. Not to mention, the swift current felt akin to a flood in her current state. What terrible luck! Qiaoqiao thought, her mood soured as she scratched her belly with her claws, revealing a clear worry in her eyes. She contemplated the soft earth nearby and had an idea. Why not dig a small pit? Then she could create a channel for drainage, much like the little ditches found in fields. Her eyes lit up at the thought. Testing the nearby soil, she found it sufficiently sturdy. Thus, she began to dig, albeit as a tiny creature still in her infancy. After creating a shallow pit a few centimeters deep, she paused to assess her work, finding it adequate as it reached halfway up her body. After completing the pit, she set to work on the drainage channel. Given that her pit was only about 20 centimeters from the bank, it was imperative to excavate the channel well, otherwise a heavy flow of water could wash it away. As she maneuvered her body, her spine sparkled in the sunlight, displaying a kaleidoscope of colors. When she bent down to peer into the water, her reflection revealed a plump, white body resembling a delightful little ball, her eyes twinkling like black beads, playful and bright. With delicate skin, aside from her spiny back, she mused, even as a hedgehog. I am quite the beauty among my kind. Not to mention, being a white hedgehog was an added bonus. After admiring her reflection, Qiaoqiao commenced digging the drainage channel. Although this was her first attempt, her animal instincts guided her, and she executed the task splendidly. The stream gradually flowed into the pit she had dug. Not bad at all. I am quite remarkable, she thought, noticing the mud now clinging to her in several places, transforming her pristine white spines into a muddy mess. Having completed her tasks, it was already noon. Qiaoqiao hurriedly cleaned herself and then rolled in a pile of dry leaves nearby, enveloping herself into a little ball and rolling around until the moisture was absorbed. After finishing all her chores, she returned home with a sense of satisfaction, eager for her lunch. Yet, to her dismay, she discovered that her home had been ransacked. Chapter 60. The White Hedgehog. The owl. As Qiaoqiao approached her home, she noticed several sparrows gathered at her doorstep. To be precise, she detected the presence of unfamiliar creatures, accompanied by the chirping of the sparrows as they pecked at something on the ground. Qiaoqiao tilted her head, momentarily perplexed, wondering what these sparrows were congregating for. A party, perhaps? It soon dawned on her that it was indeed a gathering, albeit one where the food was pilfered from her own stash. Qiaoqiao gasped in disbelief. She recalled that the area was where she had laid out her fruit to dry. A wave of intense anxiety washed over her precious fruits. The fruits she had toiled over all morning. In just a few hours, everything had been reduced to nothing. She hurried up the hill to inspect the situation. But given her small stature, her speed was limited. By the time she reached the site, the culprits had already fled, leaving behind only remnants of their feast. Most of the fruits were devoured, with only scraps and half-eaten morsels remaining, tainted with their saliva. The ground was saturated with the unmistakable scent of sparrows, reminiscent of dampness after rain, mixed with the musty odor of neglect, causing Qiaoqiao to frown in disgust. Moreover, a few feathers lay scattered on the ground, those thieving birds. Sparrows are notoriously bold creatures, often seen in close proximity to human habitats, displaying a lively demeanor but maintaining a high level of vigilance and curiosity. They had set their sights on the solitary little hedgehog the moment Su Qiaoqiao began transporting her fruits. After all, such an opportunity to feast without effort was rare. They had waited for her to leave, then summoned their kin to indulge in the spoils. Sparrows are infamous for their thieving tendencies, often usurping nests from other birds. So stealing from a small hedgehog's food was hardly a challenge for them. Thus, her freshly dried fruits faced this unfortunate fate, living up to their notorious reputation. Occasionally, they can be seen nesting in trees, yet during all seasons, they flock together, favoring old trees with numerous cavities for their nests. Su Qiaoqiao lamented, "Ah, those wretched birds. If only I could catch them." Although she had heard that hedgehogs do not prey on birds, they are carnivorous to some extent. Su Qiaoqiao was uncertain whether a hedgehog would consume sparrow meat, but at that moment, her heart burned with fury. Once she grew up, she vowed to savor the taste of sparrow meat, even raw. It was infuriating. She was merely a young hedgehog, and to have lost her mother so soon after birth was especially tragic. Jun, where are you? I miss you dearly." At that moment, Su Qiaoqiao deeply yearned for Junqi. If only he were here to protect her from the torment inflicted by the sparrows, something she had never experienced before. Little did Junqi know that his pampered little rabbit was being bullied so mercilessly. Were he aware, the sparrows would surely find themselves on the endangered species list. Overwhelmed by disappointment, Su Qiaoqiao had little desire to dwell on the scene before her. With heavy steps, she retreated into her burrow. Halfway there, a thought struck her. Sparrows are known to travel in flocks, particularly in autumn when they can form large groups numbering in the hundreds or even thousands, a phenomenon known as a sparrow swarm. These creatures are remarkably intelligent and possess strong memories, unlike many other small birds. Su Qiaoqiao's heart raced at the thought. Could it be that her burrow would face a robbery again? She twitched her nose several times, the lingering scent of the birds overwhelming her senses, and she genuinely feared that her suspicion might come true. How could such a creature be protected by the law? Ugh. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Qiaoqiao settled into a pile of dry leaves. The comfort of the foliage was her only solace now. Perhaps a brief slumber would allow her troubles to fade away. She wished fervently for her misfortunes to pass quickly, hoping the band of thieves would not return the next day. Perhaps it was the nature of hedgehogs that played a role, for as she pondered, drowsiness began to overtake her. Her eyelids grew heavy, and ultimately, she succumbed to sleep. In late autumn, the sun sets early, and before 5 o'clock, darkness enveloped the sky, bringing a sharp drop in temperature accompanied by a chilly breeze. As night fell completely, Su Qiaoqiao stirred slightly, the cold air seeping in through the burrow's entrance, causing her to shiver. It was difficult to find rest. Fortunately, the ample bedding of dry grass allowed her to cover herself with a few more leaves, but once awake, she found it hard to drift back to sleep. Su Qiaoqiao grunted softly, stretching her body and unfurling her quills to their fullest extent. The sharp spikes appeared intimidating, and with so many of them arrayed together, she almost resembled an adult hedgehog. With sleepy eyes, she yawned and groggily sat up, feeling a pang of hunger. This was the stark reality. Though it seemed she awoke from the cold, the truth was that hunger roused her. The cave held nothing edible. She had already consumed everything that morning, leaving her with an empty stomach. However, there were a few fresh blades of grass and some grass clumps. Su Qiaoqiao groped her way in the darkness, but the scent turned her stomach, diminishing her appetite significantly. Since that morning, aside from her breakfast, she had eaten nothing, barely drinking any water. She had anticipated returning to enjoy her fruits, but the outcome was all too clear. With a resigned sigh, she decided to venture out for something to eat. The grass and clumps failed to entice her, and thoughts of the delicious fruits on the back hill made her mouth water. It was time to go out. Upon exiting her burrow, she realized it was indeed dark, confirming it was night. Squinting at her blurred surroundings, she rubbed her eyes with her tiny hands, finally feeling more alert against the biting night wind. The nighttime forest still intimidated her, as she had seldom ventured out after dusk, leaving her hesitating. However, The gnawing hunger compelled her to act swiftly. Darn it! She had to go. For the sake of food. Within 3 seconds, Qiaoqiao resolved to make her way to the back hill where the fruits lay, not far off, hoping fortune would favor her. She wagered her luck on this short journey, intending to gather just 1 fruit. No, 2 would suffice. 2 fruits would be more satisfying. Little did she know. If misfortune could strike, regardless of how slim the chance, it would inevitably occur, leading to the greatest potential loss. This time, she has completely departed from this place. To be precise, it was against her will. Chapter 61. The White Hedgehog and the Owl. As night descends, a myriad of creatures emerge, some fierce and others gentle. Among the fierce beings, there exists a formidable bird of prey that, despite its seemingly endearing appearance, possesses a fearsome nature, the owl. Owls belong to the order Strigiformes, commonly referred to as owls due to their cat-like faces. The night serves as their grand stage, where they frolic, hunt, and engage in various activities, having evolved their physical attributes to adapt seamlessly to the nocturnal realm. The outlines of the world grow increasingly distinct as they ascend the lofty pines, belting out their distinctive battle cries deep and resonant nearby, yet echoing loudly and unusually from afar. This is their ritual to welcome the encroaching darkness, for the king of the night is about to preside over his dominion. For instance, the owl's eyesight is remarkably acute. Unlike other birds, whose eyes are positioned on either side of their heads, owls have their eyes situated at the front, necessitating a constant rotation of their heads to survey their surroundings. However, their large pupils facilitate the entry of light, and their retinas are densely packed with rod cells while lacking cone cells, rendering their eyes cylindrical rather than spherical, thus endowing them with heightened sensitivity to low light, traits that make them exceptionally suited for nocturnal endeavors. Moreover, their feathers are soft and light, predominantly adorned in muted shades of brown and gray. The soft plumage serves to muffle sound, allowing these birds to fly swiftly and silently, making it difficult for even the most vigilant mice to detect the impending threat. Coupled with their dull coloration, these features justify their title as the rulers of the night. At this moment, one such sovereign emerges to roam, launching from a steep cliff, traversing the wilderness, gliding into the woods, where it discovers a timid little white hedgehog, its body pristine and exuding a sweet fragrance that elicits involuntary salivation. The small white figure immediately captivates its attention. The night is eerily quiet. Even the slightest rustle of the wind sends shivers down Qiaoqiao's spine. Suddenly, a series of indistinct calls pierce the silence. Startled, Qiaoqiao wonders, what could that be? As the calls persist, her heart races, and she cautiously glances back, only to find nothing. Perhaps it was merely her imagination? Perhaps. For the night is indeed a realm of fright. She resolves to quickly gather her fruits and return home, admonishing herself not to overthink. Yet, as she turns her head once more, she hears the calls again and is met with a terrifying pair of large, green eyes, glowing eerily in the dark. Qiaoqiao gasps, "This is an owl." Before she can fully process her shock, the owl snatches her up with its sharp, formidable talons. Undeterred by the spines adorning her back, with a powerful flap of its wings, it takes flight, soaring without stirring a single speck of dust, vanishing into the night in a mere 3 seconds, leaving Qiaoqiao with no time to react, rendered speechless and dazed by her misfortune. Owls primarily feast on rodents, but also consume insects, small birds, lizards, and fish, and notably, they partake in hedgehogs as well. Even raptors like the hawk or the falcon are not spared if they cross paths with an owl. Qiaoqiao realizes her ill fate for the day. She had not anticipated that her life would be so swiftly extinguished. After 3 minutes of adapting to her precarious position, any discomfort subsides, replaced by the invigorating rush of cold air brushing against her face, a sensation she had long forgotten. The thrill of flight is a rarity, and she ponders where this owl might be taking her. Accepting her fate, Qiaoqiao's thoughts swirl chaotically, her nonchalant demeanor surfaces in this moment of uncertainty. She wonders if her current state aligns with any standards of existence and whether she might have another chance at life. Should fate allow her a next life, she would wish to be a formidable creature, perhaps larger in stature, forsaking the vulnerability of her present form. As the owl carries her away, Qiaoqiao contemplates her life, reflecting on the paths she would have taken had she known this day would come. June. I had not anticipated leaving before finding you. If destiny permits, I hope we may meet again in the next life. Tears well up in her eyes as she grapples with this poignant farewell. Unbeknownst to Mr. Owl, he remains oblivious to Qiaoqiao's emotions, even if he sensed them. Why would he concern himself with the thoughts of his meal? His singular focus is to return to his nest to relish the fruits of his hunt, undisturbed by any external distractions. His nest is perched on a steep cliff, and Qiaoqiao feels the owl accelerate, its wings slicing through the air like blades, seemingly cleaving the wind itself. Disoriented by the rush, she struggles to keep her wits about her, her vision spinning. The tears streaming from her eyes are akin to a kite severed from its string, scattered by the wind, forcing her to shut her eyes to protect them from the harsh elements. At last, they arrive at a steep precipice. Qiaoqiao feels the ground beneath her. Yet the entire experience leaves her dazed. The cold is biting, and she shivers uncontrollably, how she longs for the comfort of hibernation. She finds herself precariously situated on a cliff's edge. The owl's choice of nesting location is decidedly unconventional. Why not take a cue from its kin, who typically nest in the safety of trees or hollows? Yet here she is, atop a sheer cliff, where the chances of escape are virtually non-existent. After depositing Qiaoqiao, the owl gazes down at her from its elevated position, its unusually large eyes gleaming with intensity. Qiaoqiao trembles at the thought that the owl might be contemplating how best to consume her. The owl measures around 40 centimeters in length. Though it appears to be subadult, it is nonetheless an imposing sight. In stark contrast, Qiaoqiao laments her own diminutive stature, realizing the vast disparity that exists between creatures. The owl hoots, and Qiaoqiao comprehends that the strange sounds she had heard earlier were indeed its calls, made clear now that she was already in its sights. As the shadow of the owl looms larger over her, she understands that it has drawn perilously close. It seems he has meticulously contemplated where to strike. Farewell. Qiaoqiao slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of this moment. However, it is evident that fate still favored her, for during the owl's feeding, an interruption occurred. Chapter 62. The White Hedgehog. The owl coo. Hoot. The sound echoed, though its source remained unseen. As Qiaoqiao closed her eyes, she was jolted by the sudden noise. Before she could discern its origin, the owl swooped down, pinning her down. A rush of wind swept over her, carrying a fierce energy. Qiaoqiao immediately understood there were intruders. No, a bird was here to steal food. Oh! Her curiosity was piqued. After all, the inevitable conclusion was to be devoured, and she had long since come to terms with that fate. At this moment, her heart was as light as a feather, capable of bearing several elephants. Listening intently, she deduced the sound resembled that of a bird of prey. However, there were many varieties of raptors. Which one could it be? Just as Qiaoqiao contemplated raising her head for a discreet glance, she was firmly pressed down again by the owl. The hedgehog was now buried within a mound of straw. The owl's nest was primarily composed of straw, dry twigs, and earth. Moreover, the location was cleverly chosen. A small protruding rock above provided a natural shelter from the rain. Below lay a steep cliff that would induce vertigo in anyone daring to glance down. Even the slightest pebble tossed would take several seconds to echo back. The owl was incensed by the sudden appearance of the hawk. After all these years, although it was merely a subadult owl, no other creatures had dared to intrude upon its territory since it had left its parents. Coo! It called out urgently to the hawk, its powerful wings flapping vigorously, stirring the air with a forceful gust, its gaze fixed intently on the intruder. It seemed this night would bring good fortune, perhaps a feast. With a swift motion, the owl charged directly at the hawk, its exaggerated eyes unwaveringly locked onto its target. Hoot! The hawk, upon noticing the owl's approach, nearly lifted its head and let out a cry. Qiaoqiao, glancing up at the scene, couldn't he help but wonder. After all, the hawk was also a raptor. Thus, the owl's chances of victory were not particularly high, were they? Yet, a flicker of hope ignited within her. The hawk measured approximately 60 centimeters in length, unmistakably an adult bird. Its wingspan stretched around 1.3 meters. The crown, nape, and sides of its head were dark brown, adorned with white-tipped feathers, and its back bore a rich brown hue. The chest was marked with a dense pattern of gray-brown and white stripes. Its tail, gray-brown with 4 broad black bands, was square-shaped. When in flight, its broad wings displayed a white underside embellished with dark brown transverse bands. This vivid imagery was conjured from her previous studies of bird encyclopedias. As the hedgehog's eyesight was woefully inadequate, especially in the dim light of night, she could only rely on the presence of the two birds to gauge their locations. However, the hawk's aura was formidable, clearly an experienced predator, having engaged in numerous battles, not a mere novice. Were the owl to falter in combat, it would undoubtedly become a meal for the hawk, as nature dictates the survival of the fittest. Yet, hawks were diurnal creatures, rarely active at night unless provoked. It was unlikely they would be out hunting unless something had disturbed their peace. Was it possible they had failed to catch prey during the day? This notion was quickly dismissed by Qiaoqiao. After all, this was a hawk, a raptor. How could it fail to find sustenance unless it simply hadn't searched thoroughly? As Qiaoqiao pondered, she was suddenly startled by another bird call. A new presence emerged, this time a female bird. A pair, how delightful! The realization dawned upon her. Their target was not her but the owl. Poor creature, unwittingly ensnared in their trap. In mere moments, she had even named the owl. She had long desired to keep small animals, not something as perilous as an owl, but rather a cat and a dog. If circumstances permitted, she hoped for a husky as her dog, naming the cat Dongxi and the dog Nabe, east and west, north and south, a perfect symmetry. As the owl's name contained the character for cat, she settled upon calling it Dongxi after a brief contemplation. The couple seemed well prepared, and Qiaoqiao, wishing to avoid entanglement, made a concerted effort to diminish her presence. It was said that raptors possessed exceptional eyesight, and with her scent so pronounced, she feared they might tire of their hunt and turn their attention toward her. The strongest animal scent often emanated from their droppings or saliva. Predators like lions and tigers would mark their territories by urinating around their domains, warning others not to trespass unless they were prepared for dire consequences. Yet, this owl was remarkably fastidious, its nest devoid of any unpleasant odors, save for a few scattered feathers and some unbound earth. Thus, Qiaoqiao could only press herself low to the ground, nearly crawling, gathering the feathers around her to conceal herself. The cacophony of bird calls, flapping wings, and the sounds of bodies colliding continued unabated, and the noise of Dongxi grew quieter. Could it be that her predictions were coming to fruition? Curiosity piqued. She could not resist the urge to lift her head slightly, clutching a few feathers. However, disappointment washed over her as she recalled her poor eyesight. All she could discern were 3 shadows colliding, their sharp talons slashing at each other, leaving trails of crimson. Their beaks were relentless, tearing at one another, each strike aiming to carve away flesh. Ku! Dongxi's voice rang out, filled with cold determination, as it found itself outnumbered by 2 hawks, rendered defenseless. Yet, in this moment, there was no room for contemplation. With a sudden flap of its wings, Dongxi set its sights on the female hawk, its wings tracing a perfect arc, deliberately baiting the male. As expected, the male hawk fell for the ruse, drawn to the large target area, its sharp talons landing upon Dongxi's wing, reopening a previous wound and soaking the feathers in blood. Despite the pain intensified by the hawk's grip, Dongxi pressed on, undeterred, charging towards its intended target. The female hawk, intimidated by Dongxi's fierce momentum, let out a frightened cry, attempting to flee. However, it was already too late. Dongxi's sharp talons seized the female hawk's wings, shaking them momentarily before ascending into the sky, disregarding direction, racing upward in a straight, vertical line. This unexpected maneuver left the male hawk trailing behind, unable to pursue. In just a few fleeting seconds, he would surely regret it for a lifetime. As the object ascended to a considerable height, it hovered momentarily in the sky before accelerating towards that dark spot. Along the way, it released the female eagle. Moments later, a sickening thud echoed as the female eagle plummeted to the ground, her blood spilling forth, a chilling sight illuminated by the moonlight. Her eyes wide open in a look of defiance. She was dead, tragically so. My goodness. Qiaoqiao instinctively covered her mouth, her small frame trembling incessantly. Was this all truly so ferocious? How terrifying, how terrifying. Perhaps it would be best for me to lie low. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the female eagle's fall was painfully stark, rousing many slumbering birds. With the female eagle eliminated, the next target was the male eagle. The gaze shifted towards him, filled with a chilling intent to kill. The sensation of being locked onto by such eyes was indescribable. In the natural world, male eagles are fiercely loyal to their mates, exhibiting unwavering devotion, never allowing a third party to intrude. Should their partner encounter peril, they would risk everything to rescue them, even at the cost of their own lives. Yet it was evident that this male eagle failed to act. Had he intervened in time, he might have saved his companion. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Chapter 63, The White Hedgehog and the Owl. If one were to lose their partner, the remaining eagle would refuse sustenance, willingly succumbing to starvation, resolutely refusing to exist in a world devoid of its beloved. Alternatively, it could be said that vengeance would undoubtedly be sought on behalf of the lost companion. This exemplifies the eagle's unwavering devotion, a love that is steadfast and eternal. Their nest is constructed upon a nearby mountain, filled with soft hay and nurturing their offspring. The region is characterized by numerous mountains, though they are not extensive, with steep heights encountered after only a short distance. The forest where Qiaoqiao once resided is one of the few relatively flat areas amidst the undulating terrain. Eagles are solitary creatures, adhering to a monogamous bond. Young eagles, once satiated, are guided by their parents in the art of flight. Once they master the skill, they must depart from their parents, leaving the male eagle with only their beloved as kin. During hunts, it is customary for the male eagle to venture out while the female stays home to tend to their young, though occasionally they may hunt together, as was the case this evening. However, the loss sustained tonight is profoundly grave. He never anticipated losing his beloved. At the moment the male eagle witnessed the female being cast to the ground, he yearned to assist her, but, regrettably, he arrived too late, forced to watch helplessly as his beloved was brutally killed. A piercing cry erupted from the male eagle, reverberating across the vicinity, startling all nearby creatures, yet the formidable foe, infused with the essence of a predator, left them too intimidated to respond. After dispatching the female, the assailant gracefully landed upon a cliff not far from Qiaoqiao, perching upon a slightly protruding rock where it could maintain its balance. Multiple wounds marred its body, the scent of blood so pungent that Qiaoqiao could scarcely endure it. The male eagle turned its head, its exceptional night vision enabling it to swiftly locate the adversary, its eyes ablaze with vengeance. This owl must pay dearly. The foe, indifferent to the male eagle's thoughts, remained secure in its status as a king, seldom challenged by the less perceptive animals. Furthermore, this encounter marked a time of unprecedented injury for the owl. The male eagle launched a fierce assault, raising its massive wings and striking down with immense force toward the owl. However, this maneuver was overly conspicuous, allowing the owl to evade. Yet, this was but a ruse. The true weapon lay in its sharp talons, aimed directly at the owl's eyes. A sudden piercing sound echoed, followed by the owl's anguished cry. The male eagle's unexpected movement resulted in its eyes being pierced, causing its body to plummet uncontrollably. The male eagle quickly followed, its talons seizing the owl's wings, pinning it down. Due to the injury to its eyes, the owl's focus wavered, granting the male eagle an opportunity to press its advantage, relentlessly tearing into the owl's flesh. Feathers flew in disarray as the male eagle savagely feasted upon the owl, expelling its rage in a desperate quest for satisfaction. Yet, in the throes of triumph, one often reveals vulnerabilities. The owl feigned weakness, enticing the male eagle to lower its guard. Blinded by its imminent victory, the male eagle could not foresee that the owl still possessed the strength to retaliate. Seizing the moment when the eagle paused, the owl opened its beak and sank its teeth into the eagle's neck. In mere seconds, the eagle flapped its wings frantically before falling silent. The owl had delivered the fatal bite. This transpired with astonishing rapidity, a flurry of events unfolding in a flash, leaving observers stunned. After vanquishing the eagle, the owl clutched its prey and awkwardly ascended toward its nest, convinced that it was the only sanctuary that offered safety. Gazing down into the impenetrable darkness, obscured only by the shadows of trees and mountains, the sounds of the night became starkly pronounced, signaling that the outcome of the battle would soon be revealed. Although the male eagle appeared to be expending its utmost effort, an inexplicable intuition led Qiaoqiao to believe that the owl would ultimately emerge victorious, despite moments earlier having been threatened with consumption. This sensation felt oddly familiar, especially as the owl displayed its fierce demeanor, amplifying the sense of recognition. Its demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Junjun. The sole distinction was that Junjun would never leave a path for retreat, had it not been for Qiaoqiao's presence. These sentiments would have echoed words spoken by Junqi after their marriage. However, the owl was markedly different. It demonstrated cunning and intelligence, a testament to the strategic prowess of an ordinary bird. The phrase "measure twice, cut once" aptly describes the owl, which managed to eliminate 2 eagles in quick succession, not merely through brute force, but as a subadult owl displaying remarkable ingenuity. After witnessing their confrontation, Qiaoqiao concluded that this realm was indeed ordinary, devoid of any supernatural elements or mystic energies. Noticing the chilling weather, she contemplated that should the owl not consume her before its hibernation, perhaps it would do so during that period, thus sparing her from suffering. Qiaoqiao's thoughts twisted back to this notion, cycling through her mind. Suddenly, a call startled Qiaoqiao, casting a shadow before her. She looked up and gasped in astonishment. My word, this is still alive. The owl was grievously wounded, having lost a significant portion of its flesh to the male eagle, with blood still dripping from its wounds. Remarkably, it had returned despite its injuries. The resilience of the owl's life force was astonishing. Qiaoqiao swallowed hard, instinctively retreating to a corner, overwhelmed by the scene before her. The owl disregarded Qiaoqiao's reaction, discarding the pair of eagles into its nest, which was now significantly occupied. Despite the substantial loss of flesh, its stomach remained empty, necessitating immediate sustenance. Thus, it proceeded to devour the eagle without hesitation, tearing into the flesh and drinking its blood, painting the scene in vivid brutality. Chapter 64. The white hedgehog and the owl. After consuming the food, it fell forward abruptly, landing heavily on the corpse of the eagle. A cloud of dust was kicked up, startling Qiaoqiao, who instinctively recoiled, curling into a tight ball. After a few moments of silence, she cautiously peeked out. What happened? Qiaoqiao gazed at the carcass before her, the metallic scent of blood invading her nostrils. When the creature had discarded the eagle pair, droplets of blood had splattered onto her as well. The events of the night had been utterly harrowing. Would this all truly perish? Its previous fall had been rather loud, and the commotion during its battle with the eagle couple had been significant. So, what was she to do now? This was the question Qiaoqiao needed to ponder. Although the owl had not completely succumbed to death, its current state was dire. What should she do next? Qiaoqiao cast her eyes downward, the abyss beneath appearing ominous and dark, as if an invisible maw waited to devour everything. Merely looking at it made her legs tremble with fear. Oh no! This is a disaster. Qiaoqiao felt tears welling up, lamenting why the foolish owl had chosen such a perilous location to build its nest. fearing that living prey might escape. How absurd. This all was the most unfortunate of its kind. She had believed that only species like vultures or hawks would nest on sheer cliffs. To her surprise, this all had joined their ranks. Sitting despondently in the nest, Qiaoqiao's face reflected her distress. Life as a hedgehog was indeed arduous. To make matters worse, she was still hungry. And all this turmoil had arisen merely from her quest for food. Whom could she turn to for justice? Qiaoqiao continued to grumble, sinking deeper into her melancholic state. The night remained shrouded in darkness, with stars twinkling faintly. She recalled that when she first emerged, the sky had been dim, suggesting it was nearly midnight. Dawn was still far away. After a brief moment of discomfort, Qiaoqiao found herself unable to resist the gnawing pangs of hunger. Perhaps it was best to focus on satiating her appetite. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, oddly not unsettling her. Perhaps this was the fundamental difference between rabbits and hedgehogs. When she had first transformed into a rabbit, the initial whiff of blood had nearly made her faint. Yet, the desire to be near Junqi had helped her suppress that feeling. But now, things were different. Was this why hedgehogs could consume meat? Their typical prey consisted of beetles, caterpillars, earthworms, and snails, small creatures well within their hunting capabilities. Yet this was eagle meat, a first for her. Qiaoqiao's gaze fell upon the two eagles, unmistakably lifeless, their flesh having been largely consumed, leaving only scraps of meat clinging to their skeletal frames. Eagles, as formidable birds of prey, were certainly not lightweights. Upon closer inspection, Qiaoqiao estimated the male eagle weighed over a kilogram, while the female was slightly less but still substantial. Blood continued to flow, albeit at a much slower rate, nearing coagulation. The nighttime chill further sapped her energy. She recognized that this was a remnant of her ancestors, an instinctual signal to prepare for the harshness of winter and a reminder that it was time for hibernation. Qiaoqiao curled her body, though the details before her remained indistinct. However, the enticing aroma and the persistent hunger from her belly urged her to eat, to consume. After all, it was merely meat. As long as it wasn't hedgehog or human flesh, what was there to hesitate about? As the first hedgehog to partake in eagle flesh, she should feel honored. Qiaoqiao reassured herself and began to shakily crawl forward. The prospect of consuming raw meat was a complex mix of emotions. With a small opening of her mouth, she took a tentative bite, tearing off a minuscule piece of flesh, unable to finish it in one go. Initially, she struggled to adjust, recalling the severe reaction she had experienced when Jun had fed her tiger meat. Would this time be similar? Despite knowing that hedgehogs and rabbits were distinct creatures, and that this world differed from her previous one, she understood that the standards of the past need not apply here. After a few chews, Qiaoqiao discovered the taste of the meat was quite acceptable, albeit a tad tough. Her palate, as a hedgehog, adapted readily to the eagle's flesh, and she felt none of the aversion she had anticipated. On the contrary, it was delightful. This is wonderful. Qiaoqiao marveled internally, licking the blood from her paws, still craving more. She instinctively glanced at the remains, now only 10 centimeters away. Even with her poor eyesight, she could discern the owl's condition. It looked far from appealing, its feathers soaked in blood, eyes tightly shut, and its beak smeared with crimson stains. As for the flesh on its abdomen, she needn't look to know the grim state. Qiaoqiao couldn't help but sigh. This owl was still a juvenile, roughly equivalent to a 16 or 17-year-old human in the prime of its youth. As a subadult all exhibiting such ferocity, it would likely become even more formidable upon reaching maturity. This thought stirred a sense of regret within her. Had this all been allowed to grow, it would undoubtedly have become a ruler, a leading eagle of its kind. Yet, the fleeting pang of sorrow was quickly overshadowed by the memory of how close she had come to being consumed by this very owl. Who would pity her in that scenario? After devouring her, the owl would likely find her meat unsatisfactory, perhaps even complaining of it being stuck in its teeth. As she mulled over this, it became evident that her thoughts were not entirely unfounded. Being sprawled on its belly made it difficult for Qiaoqiao to see the owl's abdomen clearly. However, the owl's head rested atop the male eagle's body, its claws clinging tightly to the edge of the nest, leaving its abdomen suspended in the air. Just as Qiaoqiao was about to divert her gaze, an unexpected event unfolded. The moon, now fully revealed from behind the clouds, cast its silvery light upon the scene. In that moment, Qiaoqiao witnessed something astonishing. The owl's abdomen emitted a faint green glow, a sure sign of its wound's healing. Simultaneously, Qiaoqiao sensed a familiar aura, her hands trembling with disbelief as exhilaration surged through her mind. June. Chapter 65. The white hedgehog the owl. After their marriage, much time had elapsed, and by then, Qiaoqiao had lived for over 80 years. At that time, the once declining ginkgo tree had yet to be uprooted by Junqi. Since Qiaoqiao had a fondness for swinging, Junqi had early on fashioned a grand swing beneath the tree, ample enough for both of them to sit comfortably. By this point, Qiaoqiao had reached a state of tranquility in her heart, likely a result of her many years of life, allowing her spirit to unfurl. However, Junqi did not share the sentiment. He remained devoted to searching for any spiritual herbs or other means that might prolong Qiaoqiao's life, dispatching nearly half of the wolf clan in his quest. In the realm of demon beasts, who did not know of the Wolf King's profound love for that human woman, willing to sacrifice everything for the chance to extend her years or to discover a method of cultivation. Whatever the Wolf King could fulfill, he would. Yet, regrettably, this promise had remained unfulfilled. On one sunny afternoon, the warmth of the sun enveloped them, and Qiaoqiao nestled comfortably in Junqi's embrace, exuding an air of languor and contentment. Her half-closed eyes conveyed a sense of lazy indifference, yet her aura suggested a life rich with experience, transforming that lethargy into an omen of approaching demise. Were it not for the regularity of her breath, Junqi might have doubted whether his beloved rabbit was on the verge of departing from him. Qiaoqiao. Junqi repeatedly called her name, hoping that hearing it would keep her from contemplating departure. And then, Qiaoqiao lazily responded a few times, then nuzzled her head against Junqi's shoulder, displaying an affectionate demeanor as she wrapped her arms around his waist, seeking further comfort. Junqi gently caressed her silky hair, planted kisses upon her forehead, and held her tightly. Over the years, his little rabbit had grown increasingly drowsy, and he pondered how to remedy this. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Qiaoqiao would leave on the very day he was unaware of. At that moment, he had just learned of a rare herb, but it was elusive for Junqi. However, it was not a daunting task. Sadly, within those few days of her absence, she was gone. All he could attribute it to his fate. At present, Junqi remained oblivious to what was to come. All he wished was to hold his little rabbit close, to cuddle and kiss her. Were it not for Qiaoqiao's current lack of enthusiasm, he would have desired to create little wolf pups with her. June. If I were to die and could not find you in the next life, what should I do? Qiaoqiao posed this question at that moment, for it weighed heavily on her heart. After all, Junqi was her beloved, and no one wished to part from their love. Upon hearing Qiaoqiao's query, Junqi's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his gaze to find her in that familiar state, evoking a sense of helplessness at her apparent fragility. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" he inquired, his voice low and somber. Qiaoqiao replied, "Just asking, just in case. If I were to leave this world before you, how would I find you again? After all, I wish to be with you in my next life." Though she did not articulate this thought fully, Junqi sensed it all the same, and it weighed heavily on his heart. In the past, he had been a fool, but ever since being with Qiaoqiao, he had begun to consider others, with others referring solely to her. The wolf clan was fiercely loyal to their mates. Once committed, it was destined to remain unchanged in the next life. Junqi's right hand emanated a faint green light as he used a sliver of his spiritual energy to cut his palm, blood spilling forth. He drew a peculiar formation in the air with the few drops, an ancient seal passed down through the ages. Legend held that if lovers used this formation, Binding their blood as a contract, their souls would be eternally intertwined. Even in reincarnation, they would remain bound, unless one were to perish utterly. However, even then, the other would feel the pain of their loss. This formation was one Junqi had discovered in the Wolf clan's ancient texts, albeit incomplete. Initially, he had been uncertain about employing it, but Su Qiaoqiao's words solidified his resolve, prompting him to draw the formation before her. Since becoming a hedgehog, Su Qiaoqiao could only glimpse Junqi through the veil of her memories. Even his presence could only be felt in reminiscence. In the initial days of her arrival in this world, her longing for him was profound. Even the distant winds made her wonder if they carried his essence. Gradually, she became accustomed to this world without Junqi, yet the truth had now revealed itself. He had indeed come for her. Your fantasies were not in vain. How could Su Qiaoqiao accept this? She gazed at the owl with excitement, her eyes quickly misting over. It could not be mistaken. The aura she had sensed moments ago belonged to Junqi. She had felt it in her dreams countless times, and there was no doubt. Su Qiaoqiao hurried forward, embracing the owl's beak with joy at their reunion, bestowing upon it a kiss. How wonderful! We can be together again, she thought with satisfaction. Initially, Su Qiaoqiao had intended to disregard this owl, but circumstances had shifted. This owl had transformed into her husband, and thus she could no longer ignore it. Yet, certain matters required careful consideration. Once she had regained her composure, Su Qiaoqiao realized that Junqi had not recognized her. Or perhaps he was entirely unaware of her true identity. This predicament posed a challenge for her. If only their roles were reversed, she could take the lead and ensure that Junqi flourished, lavishing him with affection. Yet, in her current state, she felt uncertain. One thing remained clear. In Junqi's eyes, she was merely an inconsequential being, not particularly special. Clutching Junqi, her thoughts swirled. Since this owl was indeed her Junqi, she would reclaim that name for herself. She would reserve it for the time when she might adopt a cat. As Su Qiaoqiao gazed at the sky, it was already beginning to lighten, although true dawn was still far off. The stars flickered faintly, and the moon, too, was obscured by clouds. At this pace, her wounds would likely take 3 days to heal. However, 3 days did not guarantee that Junqi would awaken in that time. Internally deliberating, Su Qiaoqiao brushed her blood-stained beak against Junqi's, not minding that the blood had sullied her. Now, she must assume the role of a gentle, naive little hedgehog, unversed in the ways of the world. From her skirmish with the eagle couple, it was clear that Junqi possessed some cunning in this lifetime, suggesting that his capacity for thought was commendable. In mere seconds, she devised several plans. The sight of Junqi brought immediate relief to Su Qiaoqiao as spirit. Instead of curling up as she had before, she presented her soft abdomen to Junqi, embracing his beak-like visage, and peacefully drifted into slumber with her eyes gently closed. Chapter 66. The White Hedgehog. The owl on the second day, as the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds to illuminate the earth. The golden light fell upon Su Qiaoqiao's eyelids. Although she had slept soundly the previous night, upon awakening, she instinctively curled up. However, unlike before, she did not form a tight ball. Her most vulnerable side remained facing Junqi. The temperature had noticeably dropped over the past few days, and as Su Qiaoqiao sat up in a daze, rubbing her eyes, she realized that her rest had not been particularly refreshing. She still felt a bit drowsy. Her chin bumped against the owl's beak, and in her foggy state, once she regained her senses, she stroked the owl's feathers. They were not soft at all, rather. They were dry and shriveled, likely having been soaked in blood and then air-dried. Right, Su Qiaoqiao recalled Junqi's feathers. He had yet to awaken, so she leaned in closer to examine his wounds. Aside from his abdomen, other areas bore significant injuries as well. The most severe was his eye. Surely, his self-healing ability could mend it, Su Qiaoqiao thought, feeling a pang of sympathy as she gently touched Junqi's eye, where the mark from the eagle's talon had already healed, but the scars remained, 3 fine scratch marks etched upon it. Unable to resist, she reached out to feel the dry skin, which felt rough compared to her own. She couldn't help but ponder what he would look like upon waking. The reunion with her beloved was a unique experience for Qiaoqiao, yet for this big fool, it was likely a different sentiment altogether. She recalled how he had treated her the previous night, executing his role as a predator towards his prey with ruthless precision. This posed a challenge for her. Nevertheless, Qiaoqiao had already devised a few plans in her mind, albeit ones she had gleaned from the internet, uncertain of their effectiveness, yet hopeful that they would not lead to failure. Well, as long as she didn't fail, that would be the best outcome. The sky was still early. The sun barely at work for long, and with the approach of winter, the Earth's awakening had been delayed. Feeling a chill, Qiaoqiao took a few steps forward, snuggling into Junqi's embrace, fearful that her spines might inadvertently prick him should she doze off again. She pressed her front against him, blending in like a white patch, strikingly conspicuous. Upon feeling the steady heartbeat beneath his skin, Qiaoqiao let out a contented yawn and drifted back to sleep. When she awoke again, much of the sun's journey had already passed, and only a few birds could be seen soaring in the distance. Had she truly slept for so long? Shaking her head to dispel the remnants of sleepiness, she felt the familiar pang of hunger in her belly, signaling that another day had slipped by. For dinner, they would consume the meat of the eagle, and thankfully, Qiaoqiao's petite frame meant her appetite was limited, so she couldn't eat much. In truth, she should feel fortunate that the current season was quite suitable. With the weather turning increasingly cold, the decay of meat would slow considerably. The lower temperature rendered bacteria and microorganisms less active, significantly extending the lifespan of the meat, typically allowing it to last 3 to 5 days. If only the temperatures would drop further, referencing the freezing compartments of a refrigerator on Earth, though that might mean she would be in hibernation, it would not pose a problem. In such frigid conditions, the vast majority of microorganisms and bacteria would become inactive or even perish, allowing the meat to be preserved for an extended duration, potentially up to a year or two without spoiling. However, the quality of meat stored for such a time could be another matter entirely. Animals, unlike humans, are less discerning about taste. For humans, spoiled meat is often discarded to save space and prevent attracting pests, but for wild animals, it is an entirely different story. Zoo animals are fed fresh food at regular intervals, never facing hunger, but wild creatures are not so fortunate. If luck runs out, they may find themselves starving. Making food one of their most precious resources, they care little whether the meat is spoiled or about its expiration, having anything to eat suffices. For what one moment is deemed undesirable may be fought over by others the next. Take polar bears, for instance. They do not store food for the winter, but hunt when hungry, leaving uneaten portions behind without a second thought. They come and go lightly, filling their bellies. And the reason for this behavior ties back to their survival instincts. Polar bears are constantly on the move, rarely settling in one place for long. And their formidable strength makes encounters with other bears perilous. Additionally, they prey on larger animals like seals, which complicates things further. Similarly, most animals follow this pattern, with a few exceptions such as squirrels, ants, mice, foxes, leopards, magpies, and the like. Bears and turtles hibernate through winter, consuming a substantial amount of food before the cold arrives, allowing them to sleep through the season without eating. Other hibernators include snakes, frogs, bats, and hedgehogs. Qiaoqiao felt a twinge of concern, fearing she might soon enter a hibernation state herself. Today's long day of slumber served as a promising omen. Typically, she would only need a few hours of sleep to feel rejuvenated, but today she had likely slept for 10 hours, combined with her nighttime rest, totaling over 15 hours. Yet, she still felt drowsy, and had it not been for the gnawing hunger in her stomach, she might have continued sleeping. Considering this, she pondered whether to offer Junqi something to eat. She worried that he might not awaken if he lacked sufficient energy to support his recovery. It dawned on her that since he had been in a deep stupor, he hadn't consumed anything. He was no longer the wolf capable of enduring hunger as he once was. Now, he was a severely injured owl. and she wondered if not eating would adversely affect his health. After eating a few more bites of meat, she tore off several strips, thicker than her own arm, and attempted to feed Junqi. Chapter 67. The white hedgehog and the owl. It appeared that the creature had succumbed to a stupor while in the midst of its meal. Though it seemed to have finished eating, remnants still lingered in its mouth. The aroma that wafted towards Qiaoqiao as she pried open Junqi's beak immediately clarified her understanding. It had not completely chewed its food. Wait, birds cannot chew. Can they? Peering through the gap, she discerned certain features that led her to realize that, while she had always assumed that many animals possessed bodily structures similar to humans, this was not the case for birds. Particularly on land, she had seen small rabbits and had encountered Junjun, all of whom had teeth. However, the owl that Junjun had transformed into seemed devoid of them. Qiaoqiao blinked and hastily retreated to observe the two hawks, wondering if they shared the same trait. After inspecting them, she exclaimed internally, indeed, they were alike. It turned out that birds lack teeth, lips, gums, and cheeks within their oral cavities. They possess only beaks and tongues, which eliminates the need for a chewing process during feeding. Initially, when Qiaoqiao noticed the remnants in Junqi's mouth, she presumed it was unfinished food, and she felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, this was not the case at all. The avian anatomy, with its simplistic and lightweight design, significantly alleviated the burden on their necks and heads, facilitating easier flight. The shape of a bird's beak and tongue varies depending on species, diet, and foraging methods, marking a distinct difference from other animals. Without teeth, what should be done? Would forcing the food be the solution? Qiaoqiao contemplated the strips of meat she had retrieved. With no teeth, perhaps simply tossing it inside would suffice. Thus, the remnants of food in Junqi's mouth should pose no dilemma. She could merely push them in altogether. Since they lacked a chewing mechanism, swallowing directly seemed to be the answer, Qiaoqiao surmised. After stuffing the meat strips into Junqi's beak, she searched for a stick, specifically a twig, albeit one with a delicate skin. However, her strength was limited. How much force could a small hedgehog with a ladylike heart muster? Qiaoqiao then found a pebble nearby and wedged it in Junqi's beak, eliminating the need for constant prodding, albeit at the cost of aesthetics. Before her lay a rather disheveled owl, its remaining feathers soaked in blood, thick clumps of which were matted together. Moreover, only a few patches of skin and flesh remained intact. The rest was torn and exposed. Were it not for the intermittent sounds of its breathing, Qiaoqiao might have doubted that Junjun still lived. At present, his eyes were tightly shut, and his beak, propped open by Qiaoqiao's feeding efforts, appeared somewhat comical with the pebble lodged inside. Yet Qiaoqiao had no time for such thoughts. She positioned herself before Junqi, extending a small black stick into his beak as if tending to a fire, poking and prodding rhythmically. It felt reminiscent of the young girl tending to the stove, adding kindling and occasionally using an iron rod to poke and stir the fire. Amused, Qiaoqiao pushed more meat strips inside, and after tearing a few larger pieces along the grain, she fed them to him until nearly all the flesh from the male hawk had been consumed. Having completed her task, she pondered what to do with the remaining skeleton. Should she discard it? After all, she had no inclination to consume bones, and it was unlikely that owls feasted upon them, was it? Qiaoqiao hesitated for a moment, then decisively opted to dispose of it. The avian skeletal structure was not particularly heavy, making it manageable for her slender frame. Watching as the bones vanished into the shadows below, she blinked and redirected her gaze, promptly removing the pebble wedged in Junqi's beak. Otherwise, what would happen if he drooled? Such a majestic image would surely be marred. After completing her tasks, Qiaoqiao indulged in a modest meal herself, though it paled in comparison to what the owl had consumed. Soon after, fatigue washed over her, her eyelids grew heavy, and she felt reluctant to open them. Thus, she closed her eyes, swaying slightly as she made her way back to Junqi, ultimately succumbing to slumber. As night descended, stars emerged to adorn the inky sky. With the passage of time, the stars began to fade, giving way to the faint light of dawn that painted the clouds in hues of orange. Gradually, daybreak approached. The sun, yawning and rubbing its eyes, commenced its daily ascent. The temperature had dropped slightly compared to previous days, prompting the forest's inhabitants to stir and seek sustenance. Meanwhile, the nocturnal creatures, having toiled through the night, retreated to their nests for rest. The earth awakened. Qiaoqiao awoke at dusk, just as the sun was concluding its day, still casting weak rays of light. When the glow finally faded, she was roused by the pangs of hunger. Evidently having slept through another day. How swiftly time passes, she mused as she stuffed food into her mouth. Due to unforeseen circumstances over the past few days, she had neglected her dental hygiene, merely using nearby dry grass to wipe her teeth, though it felt ineffectual. She was genuinely concerned about the health of her teeth. In her previous life as a rabbit, she had been particularly vigilant about this matter, even urging Junqi to maintain his dental care to prevent decay. Despite the low probability of such issues arising in wild animals, wild creatures typically consume raw food, which leaves little residue. And the bacteria that cause plaque and decay are unlikely to survive in such environments. Moreover, most animals possess robust gums and strong teeth, designed for effective food tearing. This continual use reinforces their teeth, ensuring they remain white, sharp, and resilient. Furthermore, the short lifespans of these creatures meant that if they lived as long as humans, many would likely require dental care, Qiaoqiao could confidently assert. After finishing her meal for the day, Qiaoqiao fed Junqi the entirety of the female bird's flesh, discarding the remnants below as she had done the night before. Completing her tasks, she embraced Junqi and prepared for another round of sleep. When Junqi awoke, the world around him was hazy, and he sensed a blend of unfamiliar yet familiar scents. This aroma was sweet and inviting, easily drawing him into a state of bliss, reminiscent of the little hedgehog he had seen before. Chapter 68. The white hedgehog. The wounds on the owl's body had nearly healed, but his eyes. Rising from the ground, the owl stood tall at the edge of his nest, which he had constructed robustly enough to support his weight. However, upon awakening, there was a momentary lapse in his memory. With an expressionless gaze, he blinked. His right eye remained shrouded in darkness, while the left revealed only a blurred landscape. The peculiar sensation in his abdomen served as a reminder of the events that had transpired. After a brief gap in recollection, he finally recalled everything, including the reason for his right eye's condition. It was the work of that male eagle. The fierce talon had left him nearly blind, and the vision in his remaining eye was so indistinct that it rendered him nearly sightless. Thus, he had transformed into a blind owl. At this moment, the sky had darkened, signaling midnight. Yet, it was precisely the time when owls are most active. He had built his nest in a unique location, as it was rare for owls to choose such a site. The steep cliffs surrounding him were barren, devoid of greenery, starkly contrasting with the lush forest at the foot of the nearby mountain. The further north one ventured, the more desolate the landscape became. Hooting softly, the owl lowered his head to examine his form. The feathers on his abdomen were sparse, almost entirely plucked away, exposing tender flesh beneath. However, this was not the most surprising aspect. What truly astonished him was the white object adhered to his belly, adorned with barbed spines. Its sweet scent, coupled with its conspicuous whiteness, instantly revealed to him that it was the very white hedgehog he had previously captured. Remarkably, it was still alive. The owl hooted again, tilting his head side to side, struggling to comprehend this situation. It had been 3 days since he had lost consciousness, yet he was oblivious to this passage of time. As he had no means of calculating such things, only the knowledge of having fainted. Despite the hedgehog's audacious demeanor, the owl felt no particular sentiment towards it. Having been generously fed by Qiaoqiao, he was not hungry. But what had become of the 2 carcasses of the eagles? He distinctly remembered bringing them back with him before losing consciousness, yet now the nest was empty, save for a few dried droplets of blood. The eagle couple had vanished without explanation? The owl did not grasp the meaning of such a question, but he instinctively understood that the little hedgehog must know something. If the hedgehog had consumed the remains, what had happened to the bones? Surely, hedgehogs do not dine on bones. The owl attempted to dislodge Qiaoqiao from his body. Heaven knows how tightly the little hedgehog clung to him, its claws digging into his flesh, causing discomfort. However, the hedgehog's grip was tenacious and its spines formidable. He gently tapped Qiaoqiao with his claws in an effort to rouse her, but to no avail. When this method proved ineffective, he employed both wings. Yet the hedgehog's spines provided an excellent defense. After several attempts and changing tactics multiple times, he regrettably realized that his efforts were futile. The hedgehog remained steadfastly attached, and his movements only tightened her grip further. The owl felt exasperated. Hoot! This little hedgehog was far too difficult to manage. He resigned himself to the situation. If the hedgehog wished to cling to him, so be it. It was not entirely unpleasant. The owl turned his head, shaking it side to side, resembling a mechanical figure devoid of emotion. He ultimately surrendered, recognizing that while his wounds had nearly healed, his eyes still posed a problem. Ah! The owl's eyes were of paramount importance. Among all creatures, birds possess the most exceptional visual acuity. They must navigate the skies with swiftness, evade predators, seek sustenance, and land safely. For instance, ducks can accurately spot small animals from over 1,000 meters above ground. Such feats are reliant on the aid of keen eyesight. Thus, the act of the male eagle blinding the owl was a calculated act of vengeance, and he was acutely aware of this. Unlike hedgehogs, whose vision is inherently poor, birds rely heavily on their sight. The challenges of soaring through the air while observing terrestrial creatures require sharp eyes, and the owl, being a bird, shared this necessity. Moreover, his eyes were particularly striking, indicative of their significant utility. The owl's pupils were large and prominent, facilitating activity during the night. The expansive pupils allowed for the maximum gathering of light, enabling the owl to navigate the dim forest with precision and capture prey, such as mice, that ventured out in darkness. He was aware that his wounds healed rapidly, a fact he had always accepted as normal, having spent much of his life in solitude, save for his upbringing under his parents' care. Little did he anticipate that this time, his eyes would not recover alongside his injuries. Had he encountered other owls for conversation, he might have discerned that his extraordinary healing ability was, in fact, abnormal. Hooting softly, the owl stretched his wings, after days of inactivity. They felt as if they were resting. He joyfully called out, his wings carving a perfect arc through the air, creating a grand semicircle. His feathers rustled in protest, as if expressing their discomfort at the lack of flight. With a flap, the owl launched himself from the branch beneath him, soaring into the sky. Reveling in the exhilarating sensation of flight, his spirits lifted beyond measure. Hoot! Although not hungry, a bit of movement and a chance to catch a meal seemed a splendid idea. As for the little hedgehog, if she enjoyed her current perch, let her be. Ultimately, whatever was destined to enter his stomach would find its way there in time. The owl thought blissfully, recognizing that while the loss of sight presented considerable challenges, curiously, he regarded it as inconsequential. After several minutes of rapid flight, the owl finally arrived at the forest. At this moment, it was eerily quiet. Within just 3 days, the leaves had nearly all fallen. It was as though all the trees had conspired to shed their foliage simultaneously. 1, 2, 3, together they cascaded. In a flurry, the branches became stark and bare. As was customary, the owl found a prime location, utilizing the darkness and the branches to conceal his form. Unbeknownst to him, however, the white object adhered to his belly stood out conspicuously in the shadows, inadvertently revealing his position. Creatures that roamed at night were already fewer in number than those active by day, and most possessed keen eyesight. Regrettably, that evening, the owl, hindered by the patch of white quills adhered to its belly, failed to capture any prey. Poor Mr. Owl stood there motionless for several hours, his vision obscured, relying solely on his acute hearing to discern the circumstances around him, while also attuning himself to the ambient sense, until the dawn began to brighten the sky. Chapter 69. The White Hedgehog and the Owl. When Qiaoqiao awakened, it was precisely during the owl's return flight. The morning breeze was quite frigid. The spines on her back were originally intended for warmth, so they did not pose any discomfort. However, the front portion was a different matter, due to the owl's movement. With her abdomen facing downward, aside from the areas where her foreclaws clung, the rest of her body dangled helplessly in the air. Can you imagine? Apart from her limbs, the rest of her form appeared to be in a state of descent, creating a full-bodied arc. Qiaoqiao. In an instant, she was overwhelmed with frustration. Was this really too much to ask of her? At that moment, her drowsiness evaporated completely. Anything related to her life and safety made her mind acutely alert. Oh dear, could someone please enlighten her about what was happening? How could she wake up to find herself in such a predicament? With a whoosh, the cold wind rushed into the crevices between her and Junqi, causing Qiaoqiao to shiver uncontrollably, a strong urge to hibernate overcoming her. While she was uncertain how other hedgehogs might react in such a situation, she felt increasingly powerless despite her mind remaining clear. The sky had begun to brighten. The sun's rays illuminated the earth, alleviating some of the chill. Finally, just as Qiaoqiao sensed she could no longer endure, Junqi halted. They had arrived at his little nest. With a soft thud, Qiaoqiao tumbled into the nest, colliding with the surrounding grass. Her arms ached, and her legs felt equally sore. It was only after she fell from Junqi that she realized her condition. Did the little hedgehog fall? Junqi instinctively squinted, having forgotten that his eyesight was not as it had been. Apart from a pale blur, he could see nothing clearly. However, the scent emanating from the little hedgehog was utterly delightful, prompting him to lean in closer, seeking to bridge the gap between them. Yet, his inclination seemed rather excessive. Another thud echoed. Just as Qiaoqiao sat upright, the owl's head collided with her soft abdomen, prompting her to instinctively embrace him. This gesture evidently startled Junqi. At the moment he nestled into Qiaoqiao's embrace, he felt as though the entire world was enveloped in a sweet, fragrant aroma. At that instant, drowsiness began to creep upon him. His eyelids grew heavy, and Qiaoqiao, noticing this, assumed he had merely succumbed to fatigue. After a few moments of silence, she affectionately kissed the beak of the owl and gently nuzzled her face against him, tenderly licking away the dirt surrounding his eyes. In the animal kingdom, it is not uncommon for creatures to clean one another or to groom themselves, much like birds that often rub their beaks against their wings. Of course, this could also be in the pursuit of insects. As Qiaoqiao bestowed her affection upon him, Junqi shifted uncomfortably, seemingly unaccustomed to such intimacy. The drowsiness in his mind dissipated somewhat. He was yet unaware of the good intentions stemming from this little hedgehog. However, he could not help but notice how soft she was. So small and tender, she could hardly support her own head. Unconsciously, Junqi relaxed his body, allowing his claws to release their grip, and the weight of his head began to incline towards Qiaoqiao. Her actions were surprisingly comforting, particularly when she licked around his eyes. Although this was a crucial area, he felt an inexplicable sense of security, letting out a few soft murmurs. Finally, when the sun had fully risen, Junqi had succumbed to slumber. Yet at this moment, Qiaoqiao found herself devoid of sleepiness. Perhaps it was due to her lengthy previous slumber and the day warming up a few degrees, likely around 10 degrees Celsius. It must be late autumn now. Qiaoqiao gently smoothed Junqi's feathers, and without applying much force, she inadvertently pulled out a few strands of feathers, clearly those that had already fallen but remained entangled with others. Nevertheless, she continued her delicate grooming. Grooming an owl is indeed a considerable task, especially for a small hedgehog like herself. Firstly, the size difference was significant. And even though many of the owl's feathers were matted together, they still appeared quite fluffy. Although Qiaoqiao had grown considerably since her arrival, she was still quite small and far from the size of an adult hedgehog. Yet, what did it matter? Qiaoqiao meticulously tended to Junqi's feathers, diligently cleaning the bloodstains without a hint of disgust. These actions reminded her of her previous life as a rabbit when Junqi, in his wolf form, would groom himself during her moments of reluctance to bathe. Moreover, that grooming was entirely different from the emotional solace he provided her during her estrus period. It was an entirely different experience altogether. Later, to amuse Junqi, who would forage for exotic meats for her, she also consumed blood. This rascal even sought blood from Baizé, resulting in predictable consequences. Not only did Baizé give him a thrashing, but he also chided him for his fanciful thinking. Enraged, Junqi contemplated retaliating against Baizé, but ended up receiving another beating. However, Baizé did grant him a drop of blood. Upon returning, he immediately had Su Qiaoqiao drink it, not just Baizé's, but also that of other magical beasts whose names escaped her. If it was a creature Junqi could defeat, he would not hesitate to accept a large bowl of blood. In truth, consuming raw meat is optimal, ideally within 2 hours of preparation. When Su Qiaoqiao beheld a table laden with raw meat, she initially felt inclined to scold him. Yet, seeing Junqi's eager expression, her heart softened. Ultimately, it was Junqi who consumed the meat, licking away the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. Having laid the groundwork in her previous life, Su Qiaoqiao felt no shame in her actions now. As animals, such behaviors were entirely natural. Moreover, this also served as a thorough examination of Junqi's condition. Apart from the injury around his eyes, everything else appeared normal, even the most severe wound on his abdomen, which had begun to sprout fine downy feathers. She believed it wouldn't be long before beautiful feathers would emerge. At last, Su Qiaoqiao kissed Junqi's beak, her eyes filled with a hint of affection. How wonderful it was to encounter you once more. Later that evening, as drowsiness gradually overcame Su Qiaoqiao, Junqi awoke. He stood before her, curiously observing the little hedgehog, pondering why she emanated such goodwill towards him. He was not one to discern good from bad naively. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Birds cannot rotate their eyes, but rely on the flexibility of their heads and necks to survey their surroundings. Particularly for owls, it is said their heads can rotate a full 360 degrees. Thus, in her drowsy state, Su Qiaoqiao beheld an owl before her, its head turning back and forth in curiosity. She blinked her eyes, wondering, what is up? Chapter 70. The White Hedgehog and the Owl. Su Qiaoqiao trembled slightly. Although she recognized that the owl before her was Junjun, the owl itself remained unaware of its identity. This may seem convoluted, yet the essence remains unchanged. Su Qiaoqiao gazed up at Junqi, observing the owl as it rotated its head, maintaining an expressionless demeanor. Despite the injury to its eye, its large gaze remained striking, marred only by 3 distinct claw marks on the right side. Thus, to Su Qiaoqiao, Junqi's appearance had not significantly altered. The little hedgehog appeared rather dazed and not particularly astute. After a meticulous examination of the little creature, Junqi concluded that upon awakening, it would simply stare at him vacantly, exhibiting no further action. The owl's eyes were indeed somewhat peculiar. As Su Qiaoqiao felt the intensity of Junqi's gaze upon her, a shiver ran down her spine. Though she knew Junjun posed no threat, her heart could not help but feel a sense of solemnity. Indeed, even though Junjun had transformed into an owl and retained no memories, Su Qiaoqiao firmly believed he would not harm her. The owl emitted a soft hoot, pulling Su Qiaoqiao from her reverie. She shook slightly and gradually rose, making her way towards Junqi. Her first step towards approaching Junjun was to establish a rapport. As darkness enveloped the landscape, it was time for activity. The owl let out a call to the heavens, preparing to take flight. Suddenly, a warm little presence collided with its belly, nearly eliciting a startled cry from the owl. The audacity of this little hedgehog was remarkable. Just as Junqi was about to dislodge Su Qiaoqiao, she began to move. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qiaoqiao clung to Junqi, scurrying across his back with a fervor that drew upon every ounce of resolve she possessed. Life had seemed perilous yet comfortable before. She wondered how Hedgehog Mother had chosen this cave, as its location was indeed splendid, perched upon a slope devoid of vegetation. with only a few fruit trees on the backside. Typically, large predators would not venture here. Indeed, they would not deign to do so. Moreover, a creature of Su Qiaoqiao's diminutive size could hardly satiate any hunger, as her own claws were scarcely larger than those of a larger beast, making any effort quite arduous. Upon reaching the top of Junqi's head, she ceased her movements and gently patted him. "I am ready. Let us embark." After all, she had already slept through the day, and now was the perfect time to accompany him in search of food. Unbeknownst to Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao's thoughts were lost on him. Even if he were aware, it would matter little, as the goodwill of a hedgehog held no significance for him. Junqi hooted in confusion, uncertain of what action to take. When he felt the warmth atop his head, he paused, blinking his large, expressive eyes. His wings momentarily suspended in the air. Should he continue onward, or dislodge the little hedgehog? Perhaps he should simply consume her. After all, there was no use in keeping her. In a fleeting moment, several thoughts flickered through the owl's simple mind, yet ultimately, he did nothing but call out once more. What is it? Why aren't you flying?" Su Qiaoqiao patted Junqi's head, where the feathers remained the most intact. It felt quite comforting to touch. Junqi fell silent for a moment. The gnawing hunger within him began to overshadow any thoughts concerning the little hedgehog. Curiously, while hedgehogs were indeed on the owl's menu, and he had always perceived Su Qiaoqiao as sweet and remarkably clean compared to other hedgehogs, he felt no compelling urge to devour her. Instead, he desired to take her home, to possess her as his own. With a powerful spread of his wings, Junqi soared through the night sky, the icy wind rushing past his face, leaving Su Qiaoqiao atop his head feeling as if she might freeze. The night was indeed cold. Su Qiaoqiao thought to herself, slowly curling her body a little tighter. Coincidentally, Junqi tilted his head slightly upwards, seemingly to prevent her from falling. At last, they arrived at the familiar yet strangely altered forest. The branches stood bare, and the ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, each step producing a distinct crunch. This excursion with Junqi served not only to foster their bond, but also to quell the protests of her own stomach. After all, she had not eaten during her previous slumber, save for the scant remnants of Junqi's mottled blood. Starving, Su Qiaoqiao clung to Junqi's head, shifting occasionally until she finally captured his attention. Given his impaired vision, he now had to hone his other senses, a task that was somewhat demanding. After all, for birds, vision is paramount. Unable to restrain himself, Junqi emitted a few soft hoots and instinctively fluttered his eyelids, then patted his head with a wing. To his surprise, Su Qiaoqiao's quills pricked him, prompting an annoyed call from him. Su Qiaoqiao felt the gust of wind from his wing as it swept across her face, followed by a gentle tap. Sensing Junqi's response, she settled down, obediently remaining still, awaiting him to hunt for sustenance. Junqi relied on his keen hearing to search for food. Without his exceptional vision, hunting had become a considerable challenge, especially since he had caught nothing the previous night. If he only knew it was due to the presence of the little hedgehog, he might be perplexed. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the whispering wind, which seemed particularly pronounced in the stillness of night, making one involuntarily shiver. The owl's eyes are capable of rotating 360 degrees, allowing for an enhanced view of their surroundings at night, thereby facilitating a more advantageous hunting experience. Although Junqi's vision was compromised, he instinctively turned his head as he hunted. Su Qiaoqiao closely observed Junqi's movements, and as he turned his head, her tiny body followed suit, making her feel as though she were on a spinning platform. Jun, you. Suddenly, Junqi halted, his head fixed in a certain direction. Su Qiaoqiao followed his gaze, but saw nothing but darkness. Yet Junqi remained focused, his gaze unwavering for several seconds. Though he could not see, Su Qiaoqiao began to rely on her own hearing and sense of smell, eventually detecting a clue. In that direction, something seemed to be stirring, and the sound of movement on the branches was quite apparent. That scent. Su Qiaoqiao furrowed her brow. It was a foul odor, reminiscent of a rat. In the blink of an eye, Junqi swiftly propelled himself away from the branch, soaring high into the sky with such agility that Qiaoqiao barely had time to react before he had already captured the plump field mouse. The owl's speed was impressive, especially for one that was currently famished. This was Qiaoqiao's first experience witnessing an owl in the act of hunting. The previous encounter with the hawk couple had not involved hunting at all, merely a skirmish. And that had occurred at such a distance that she had only glimpsed their silhouettes. Upon seizing the field mouse, Junqi did not pause for even a moment. He continued to ascend, much like he had with the female hawk. Once he reached a considerable height, he released his grip, utilizing the power of the wind to aid his descent. This motion was second nature to him, executed with effortless grace. Having not feasted on 100 field mice for an entire year, he performed such a familiar action with ease. After repeating this maneuver approximately 3 times, the field mouse was rendered lifeless. Then, without any hesitation or semblance of a swallow, Junqi consumed the mouse in one swift motion, leaving Qiaoqiao momentarily stunned. Chapter 71 The White Hedgehog and the Owl. Hey, brother, you're eating far too quickly, remarked Qiaoqiao, gently patting the feathers atop Junqi's head, her petite paw contrasting sharply with his large cranium. After consuming a modest meal, the gnawing hunger that had plagued Junqi was significantly alleviated, prompting him to squint his eyes in delight as he savored the delectable fare. For owls, the succulent field mouse is considered a prime delicacy, and it seems that among animals, only birds tend to swallow their food whole. Unless, of course, the meal is excessively large, or like that fierce eagle, they are preparing for a vengeful strike. After approximately 10 seconds, Junqi resumed his movements, seeking a new hunting ground. Having lingered in one spot for too long, he had only managed to spot a single field mouse, suggesting that the area was rather desolate. The swift creature soared through the air for quite some time, eventually alighting on a branch still adorned with leaves, and repeated its previous actions. Qiaoqiao found this experience quite enjoyable, perched atop Junqi's head. She felt as if she were riding a carousel spinning in place, though her stomach still grumbled with hunger. In a sudden epiphany, Qiaoqiao pondered whether Junqi was aware of his own hunger. It seemed likely that he was, in fact, oblivious. Should she blame him for her own hunger? One cannot always compare the dynamics of their past life to the present. Indeed, after relocating, the situation improved considerably. The wildlife here was far more vibrant, with an array of small birds adding to the feast. Qiaoqiao watched as Junqi devoured a small bird, possibly a sparrow, which filled her with even more joy. This group of sparrows had left her previously sun-dried fruits lonely, but they were also the reason she had experienced hunger at night, leading her to venture out in search of food, only to be discovered by Junqi. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Qiaoqiao couldn't help but embrace Junqi's head tightly. Coincidentally, Junqi had nearly finished his meal, originally intending to return and rest, as it was now late in the night and most animals had completed their activities. Just then, Qiaoqiao shifted slightly, prompting Junqi to remember that he was still carrying a small hedgehog who had remained quiet throughout their journey. And it was not surprising that he had forgotten her for a moment. Uncertain of what hedgehogs consumed, Junqi returned with a field mouse that appeared to be of a manageable size. After dispatching it, he brought it back. Qiaoqiao, feeling somewhat bored and stiff from her prolonged position, shook her legs and began to stretch, as Junqi's pace had slowed considerably on their way back. After about half an hour, they finally arrived home. Junqi first placed the field mouse down and gently tapped Qiaoqiao, signaling her to come down. This time his movements were much softer, almost a caress. Upon sensing Junqi's intent, Qiaoqiao glanced down and noted that the distance was still discernible to her. Even if she hadn't seen clearly, the aura around him would not mislead her. Inside their nest lay the lifeless field mouse. Qiaoqiao felt a surge of excitement. She quickly scurried down from Junqi, rushing to the mouse's side, inhaling the tantalizing aroma of its flesh, and unabashedly drooled at the sight. Is this for me? Su Qiaoqiao looked up into Junqi's eyes, but he misinterpreted her expression as timidity. Lowering his head, he nudged her toward the mouse with his beak, clarifying his intent. After this gesture, Junqi turned his attention away from the little hedgehog, spreading his wings to begin foraging for insects. He glanced around, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Su Qiaoqiao, as if refusing to meet her gaze. Seeing Junqi's ostrich-like behavior, Su Qiaoqiao couldn't help but chuckle. His demeanor felt familiar. Still as proud as ever. Concerned about the skin of the field mouse, Su Qiaoqiao attempted to tear it open with her paws, but found it far more challenging than anticipated. She couldn't even manage to tear the fur. Consequently, she looked up at Junqi, hoping he would assist her. Noticing her intense gaze, Junqi paused, then slowly lifted his head to meet Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. Taken by surprise, they locked gazes, the darkness of his irises reflecting a gentle innocence. Junqi blinked, puzzled by the little hedgehog's intentions, but quickly grasped her meaning. Su Qiaoqiao dashed behind the field mouse, nudging it forward a few steps, and in Junqi's watchful presence, she performed an ineffective tugging display. After her performance, Su Qiaoqiao looked at Junqi with wide, innocent eyes, conveying a clear message. I can't access the meat inside. Could you please help me? Who could refuse such an adorable request? Understanding the small hedgehog's plight, Junqi felt a surge of sympathy for her fragility, realizing she was too small to tear apart even a field mouse. With this thought in mind, he lowered his head to assist her. First, he secured the prey with one claw, then with the other began to apply force. With a rip, reminiscent of tearing fabric, blood splattered forth, yet Junqi's large eyes remained focused on Su Qiaoqiao, who met his gaze, both of them lost in thought. In that visceral moment, as the injured field mouse was cleaved in two, Su Qiaoqiao, remarkably, felt no fear. Perhaps it was due to her familiarity with raw meat from her past life and having witnessed Junqi tear into flesh before. The darkness of night dulled the gruesome sight. Thank you, Junjun. Your kindness remains unwavering. Su Qiaoqiao could not verbalize her gratitude. As a hedgehog, she was uncertain how to express her feelings, so she resorted to the only method she knew, affectionate nudges. This gesture was the most direct expression of emotion in the animal kingdom. In her previous life, it was a simple kiss that had made Junqi view her as special. This action had also allowed her to remain close to him and laid the groundwork for her future marriage proposal. After the field mouse was torn apart, Su Qiaoqiao immediately bounded over, leaping high into the air and landing squarely on Junqi's face, rubbing against him vigorously. As in her past life, after her affectionate nuzzle, she planted a kiss. Junqi was taken aback by Su Qiaoqiao's sudden enthusiasm, bewildered by her unexpected display of affection, though he found it rather pleasant. Once the nuzzling and kissing concluded, before Junqi could react, Su Qiaoqiao scampered down to relish her dinner. This was Su Qiaoqiao's first taste of field mouse meat. As she took her first bite, she found it delightful, far superior to the eagle meat she had previously consumed. Indeed, field mice ranked high on the list of favored animal foods. Reflecting on her past consumption of fruits, Su Qiaoqiao felt a tinge of regret, realizing how wasteful it had been. Yet, at that time, her circumstances had dictated that her diet consisted solely of fruits, given her frail state. She considered it a blessing merely to have access to earthworms. Once Junqi became aware of her thoughts, his gaze remained fixed on Su Qiaoqiao. Curious about the musings of this little hedgehog and her inexplicable enthusiasm towards an owl. Observing her delight while eating, a wave of joy washed over Junqi. Perhaps this was the true essence of pet ownership, although he had already satisfied his hunger. Witnessing the hedgehog's appetite kindled within him a desire to catch a few more field mice. Fortunately, Su Qiaoqiao did not consume much, quickly filling her belly, leaving behind half of a field mouse. After her meal, she settled down to digest. Noticing this, Junqi gently nudged the remaining field mouse meat towards her. But upon seeing her indifference, he surmised that she was indeed full. Consequently, he consumed the leftovers himself and joined her in relaxation. Perhaps it was the natural disposition of hedgehogs, but Su Qiaoqiao remained quite spirited throughout the night, only beginning to feel drowsy as dawn approached. At that moment, Junqi had already succumbed to slumber. Observing this, Su Qiaoqiao exhaled deeply, imitating him, and climbed onto Junqi's back, stretching her wrists and ankles before settling down to rest. Junqi was well aware of her habits, yet he chose to remain indifferent. Chapter 72. The hedgehog and the owl. Perhaps tranquil days are simply lived in such a manner, satiated by meals, then surrendering to slumber, devoid of worries, and opening one's eyes only to find the night has descended. Upon awakening, Su Qiaoqiao gazed up at the star-speckled sky and marveled at the simplicity of the animal kingdom, where complexities and mechanisms are scarce. Coincidentally, shortly after Su Qiaoqiao roused, Junqi too awoke, instinctively shaking his wings and stretching. Once prepared, he commenced the search for that evening's dinner. "Hey, wait for me," Su Qiaoqiao exclaimed as she noticed Junqi perched on the edge of their nest, spreading his expansive wings in preparation for flight. Realizing he was about to take off, she hastened towards him, scrambling up with remarkable agility, her prior experience in climbing trees serving her well. She ascended to Junqi's head within mere seconds and tightly embraced it. Junqi, now accustomed to Su Qiaoqiao's antics, merely cooed a few times, his plump head spinning in circles as if it had no neck at all. Indeed, among the avian species, those with discernible necks are rare. Perched comfortably atop Junqi's head, Su Qiaoqiao stroked the feathers beneath her paws, contemplating whether she should suggest a bath for him. However, how could she convey such an idea? Moreover, if the feathers became wet, they would become exceedingly heavy. What if she inadvertently caused trouble for him? After a brief contemplation, she relinquished the notion, deciding that the only suitable time for Junqi to bathe would be under favorable conditions. Tonight's dinner was once again a delectable field mouse. Tender and succulent, a delightful repast indeed. As Su Qiaoqiao savored the mouse's flesh, her cheeks bulged adorably, given the similarity between a hedgehog's head and that of a mouse. It appeared as though a mouse were indulging in a meal, making it all the more appetizing. This time, Junqi had haved a particularly plump field mouse, prepared to consume the remainder himself should Su Qiaoqiao's appetite falter. The little hedgehog's eating habits were quite endearing, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as she relished her meal. After finishing his portion, Junqi appeared somewhat peculiar, retreating a few steps to the edge and lowering his head, opening his beak in a manner suggestive of regurgitation. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a small bulge in his chubby neck, rhythmically moving up and down. After several failed attempts to expel it, he seemed to experience discomfort, his belly swelling and shoulders hunching, a clear sign of something lodged in his throat. With a sudden motion, he expelled a pellet of bone, akin to spitting, and appeared greatly relieved. Su Qiaoqiao noticed a curious gaze upon her, turning to find the little hedgehog fixated on him, as if she were observing something utterly fascinating. Unwilling to miss a moment, unbeknownst to Junqi, it was his prior actions that had captivated Su Qiaoqiao's attention. He turned his head left and right, bewildered, pondering what the little hedgehog could possibly be observing. Su Qiaoqiao had witnessed the entire process of Junqi expelling the bone and found it wonderfully intriguing and adorably charming. Meeting his gaze, she blinked, maintaining her focus on him. She had assumed that birds naturally consumed bones, recalling how she had seen Junqi devour an entire field mouse without hesitation, only to realize now he had expelled the bones instead. Fascinating. She hadn't observed him doing this yesterday. Could it be that bones accumulate? Or had she simply overlooked it? Licking the remnants of blood from her lips, she nudged the leftover field mouse toward Junqi. "Junqi, I cannot eat anymore, you have it." After their meal, it was time for a moment of repose. Although the daylight hours of autumn and winter are shorter than those of spring and summer, they still surpass the duration of nighttime. Absent any unusual circumstances, such as in the polar regions, Su Qiaoqiao and Junqi found themselves enjoying the evening hours after a satisfying meal, disinclined to engage in further activity. In the subsequent days, their routine remained unchanged. Initially, Qiaoqiao found joy in the fact that Junkie was no longer wary of her. He indulged her whims, and his patience in her playful antics rekindled memories of her past life, as he even assisted in her hunting. However, as time passed, their interactions stagnated, leaving Qiaoqiao feeling somewhat distressed. As the weather grew colder, Qiaoqiao sensed that her hibernation period was approaching. Though winter had not yet arrived, various signs indicated its imminent arrival. Hedgehogs typically begin their hibernation at the end of autumn, enduring for 4 to 5 months until spring, awakening only when temperatures rise sufficiently. A duration of 4 to 5 months felt rather extensive. Recognizing this, Qiaoqiao commenced preparations for her hibernation with earnestness. On this particular night, under the luminous moon and sparse stars, Junkie followed his usual route, alighting on a tree branch that shielded him from view while he listened intently to his surroundings. Through these days of practice, he had nearly mastered the art of hunting using his acute hearing. Once he settled into a suitable position, Qiaoqiao began her descent, climbing down towards the ground. At first, as she made her descent, Junkie instinctively scooped her up in his beak, mistaking her intention to leave his side. Consequently, he refrained from taking her out for several days. Eventually, Qiaoqiao could no longer tolerate this and delivered a rather stern reprimand, a sharp tap on his head followed by an extended lecture, appearing quite irate. However, the gap between species proved difficult to bridge. Junkie, unable to comprehend Qiaoqiao's intentions, inadvertently grasped that the little hedgehog wished to accompany him. Upon realizing that Junkie remained oblivious to her desires, Qiaoqiao resorted to a hunger strike in protest. Yet, after merely half an hour, she succumbed to hunger and relented. Indeed, such tactics are only effective when one is still human. Feeling aggrieved as she consumed her dinner, Qiaoqiao pondered the puzzling behavior of Junkie, recalling how he had unceremoniously knocked her down when she attempted to climb up earlier that day. The barrier of communication truly posed a significant challenge. Chapter 73, The White Hedgehog. The Owl. In the end, Qiaoqiao was unable to accompany Junqi as she had wished. This left her feeling somewhat anxious. It is well known that dry branches and piles of fallen leaves are the favorite hibernation spots for hedgehogs. However, in Junqi's nest, all the dry branches and leaves he had collected were used to build the nest, leaving it rather empty. It was not conducive to a restful sleep. Qiaoqiao found herself quite perplexed. What was this foolish bird thinking? If things continued like this, she would simply ignore him. It seemed that Qiaoqiao's threat had indeed taken effect, as Junqi eventually took her along to forage for food. Initially, he merely observed Qiaoqiao, doing nothing but watching what this little hedgehog intended. If she truly wished to escape, he would no longer take her out. He could simply let her remain there. After all, he could provide for himself. This thought inexplicably crossed Junqi's mind, and although he did not comprehend its meaning, he understood that it would keep the little hedgehog by his side. Qiaoqiao was completely unaware of Junqi's thoughts. Even if she had known, her reaction would likely have been a cold smile followed by a few sarcastic remarks. What, are you trying to play a game of confinement? You really are bold. You, a mere bird, have so many tricks up your sleeve. At this time, the fallen leaves were at their finest, freshly dropped from the branches. The recent sunny days had rendered the leaves particularly dry, imbued with a hint of sunlight's warmth. The veins of the withered leaves were distinctly visible, providing a sense of comfort. After touching them a couple of times, Qiaoqiao could not help but think that had she known in the past that she would be sleeping among fallen leaves, she would have felt quite pitiful. For sleeping in a pile of leaves was akin to sleeping on the streets. However, the situation was different now. Ever since she had transformed into an animal, she realized that a pile of dry leaves was indeed a treasure. If arranged properly, it could be impenetrable. The wind could not penetrate the leaves. Moreover, she had her spines on her back, providing warmth. Upon seeing Qiaoqiao descend and begin to gather leaves, Junqi was further puzzled. What could this mean? He remembered that the nest was fine as it was and did not require reinforcement. After Qiaoqiao secured the leaves with grass and piled them onto her back, she resembled a white hedgehog with a large bulging sac. That will do for today, she thought. Slowly, she climbed onto Junqi's head and then refused to move any further. She was exhausted. Having lacked physical activity, these past few days of being taken care of by Junqi had rendered her even more lethargic. Seeing her like this, Junqi felt relieved but still harbored some doubts. It was only after observing Qiaoqiao's behavior over the next few days that he began to grasp that the little hedgehog was searching for these leaves, although he did not quite understand their purpose. One day, after Qiaoqiao constructed her sleeping area, she noticed Junqi finishing his meal. Instead of resting as usual, he turned and flew back down. A few minutes later, Qiaoqiao saw a shadow rising slowly from below. Just as it passed overhead, she was unexpectedly showered with a cascade of leaves. Wow! With a rustle, the leaves enveloped her, rendering her figure invisible in an instant. Goodness, Jun. You are truly amazing. Exhausted, Qiaoqiao crawled out from the pile of leaves. She looked up at Junqi and around her, realizing that the leaves had entirely covered their nest. How had he managed that? Now, there was no need to worry about the fallen leaves. All that remained was to bid farewell to Junqi when the time came, and then she could enjoy a pleasant hibernation. Joyfully, Qiaoqiao approached and kissed Junqi several times. At that moment, Junqi was nestled within the nest, crouching down, making him appear smaller than usual. Qiaoqiao did not have to exert much effort to reach him. This time, instead of being caught off guard as he had before, Junqi simply watched her quietly after bringing the leaves. Upon sensing her affectionate emotions, Junqi realized that his assumption had been correct. The little hedgehog truly desired those leaves. He turned his head, recognizing that their size difference was not suitable for a kiss. Therefore, he gently nudged the softest part of Qiaoqiao's belly with his beak, an action akin to that shared between the closest of companions. He could not fathom the source of this little hedgehog's warmth nor why he felt compelled to treat her so kindly. If only this were not an ordinary world, but one imbued with mysticism, Qiaoqiao often thought. In truth, for animals, whether in an ordinary world or a realm of cultivation, the level of danger was relatively similar, albeit with a few additional threats. Qiaoqiao kissed Junqi's eyes, her gaze now infused with a hint of affection. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. You are still by my side, we will meet again. Finally, before the first snowfall of winter arrived, Qiaoqiao entered hibernation. The day before her slumber was overcast, with dark clouds looming low in the sky, hinting at impending rain. That day, before dawn, she kissed Junqi and clung to him, leaving him in a state of both annoyance and happiness. Once she fell asleep, she did not awaken again. Initially, Junqi did not understand what was happening with the little hedgehog, believing she had merely not woken up. However, as time passed, he began to sense something was amiss. Birds do not hibernate, so he was unaware of the concept of hibernation or why the little hedgehog would need to do so. Junqi gently dug Qiaoqiao out from the pile of leaves and lightly nudged her with his beak. The little hedgehog was curled into a small ball, her spines exposed as a protective measure taken by her kind. Qiaoqiao lay motionless, which startled Junqi. He cautiously approached her, feeling a sense of fear at her stillness. During hibernation, hedgehogs possess the lowest body temperature among animals, and their breathing slows significantly. Junqi felt that Qiaoqiao was devoid of warmth. He did not understand what this signified, but he knew that if she was cold, he must warm her. At that moment, a gust of wind blew, bringing a chill, and then the snow began to fall. A snowflake landed on Junqi's eye, and he blinked. The snowflake quickly melted. Goo goo. It was snowing, and the little hedgehog could not afford to catch a chill. Junqi carefully buried Qiaoqiao back in the pile of leaves, then moved beside her, spreading his wings to cover her. His large wings shielded half the nest. Only at such close proximity did Junqi feel the rhythm of Su Qiaoqiao's heartbeat. Her heartbeat was slow, yet in the quiet of the snowy night, it resonated as if right beside him. Chapter 74. The Hedgehog and the Owl. This marks the first snowfall of the year, yet unfortunate for Su Qiaoqiao. It is a sight she is fated to miss. Typically, hedgehogs succumb to hibernation when temperatures drop to 6 degrees Celsius. Thus, this exquisite snow-laden landscape will remain unseen by her. In mid-December, it is Su Qiaoqiao's inaugural slumber of winter. She sleeps soundly. But it is poor Junqi who bears the burden. The forest, blanketed in snow, is breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in a silvery mantle. The earth seemingly transformed into a canvas of white. It is a rare spectacle. Cooing softly, Junqi peeks out, shaking off the snow from his head, momentarily dazzled by the blinding whiteness before him. Due to last night's sleeping position, Su Qiaoqiao has been safeguarded beneath him, his wings spread wide, accumulating snow. Cooing again. Junqi shakes off the remaining snow, momentarily lost in thought under the bright daylight. How is it that the sky is not dark anymore? Having confirmed that Su Qiaoqiao is indeed unharmed, Junqi, for once, chooses not to hunt for food, opting instead to nap. When he falls asleep, it is likely that not even half of the night has passed. The owl's sleeping patterns are quite regular. They typically slumber for approximately 12.1 hours each day. During daylight, they rest with one eye open, alternating to maintain vigilance. However, Junqi is no ordinary owl. He may very well be an anomaly among his kind. Perhaps he has inherited habits from a past life, showing little concern for danger. He sleeps soundly, never adopting the habit of resting one eye while keeping the other alert. Unless circumstances are dire. Protected by Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao remains well, and upon closer inspection, one might still hear her gentle breathing. The snowfall last night was considerable, approximately 10 centimeters thick, yet fortunately, Junqi has chosen a snug nest, sheltered beneath a protruding beam that has caught most of the snow. Nevertheless, the snow accumulating on his wings is not to be underestimated. With a flurry of movement, Junqi shakes off the snow from his wings, stretching his body and shaking vigorously several times. Cooing softly, he notices some snow accumulation in their nest, but it is of no concern. It will melt gradually, unless it reaches an overwhelming height that disrupts their daily lives. Despite confirming Su Qiaoqiao's safety, Junqi remains uneasy. He carefully nudges her from the pile of dried leaves, his beak brushing against her. Wrapped tightly like a ball, Su Qiaoqiao rolls slightly upon his touch. Why are you not awake yet? Have you slept so long that you are not hungry? Junqi's expression seems to convey this sentiment. Previously solitary, he had little need for companionship, but now that he has taken on the responsibility of caring for a small hedgehog, indifference is no longer an option. The little hedgehog has a modest appetite, eating with utmost seriousness, her eyes captivating, though her spines are a minor annoyance. Today is exceptional. When Junqi awakens, it is already afternoon, yet the brightness of the day feels more pronounced due to the fresh snow. After ensuring Su Qiaoqiao is unharmed, he buries her back under the leaves, discarding the damp ones beside her. An owl's schedule is intricately linked to its prey. The food they consume consists of nocturnal creatures, profoundly influencing their daily rhythms. Thus, when Junqi, feeling hunger pangs, descends to search for food, he finds nothing. Cooing despondently, he returns, his stomach growling with increasing intensity, which dampens his spirits. After all, when has our nocturnal sovereign ever gone hungry for so long? Having been accustomed to nighttime activities, he finds daytime pursuits somewhat disconcerting. While hedgehogs may occasionally feature on their menu, for Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao is an exception he will never entertain. Fortunately, winter nights descend swiftly. Before long, darkness envelopes the landscape, with only a few stars dotting the sky. Unable to contain himself, Junqi ventures out in search of food. This time, his movements are swifter and more decisive than usual. As temperatures plummet, humans may remain oblivious to the change, but for small creatures, every shift is perceptible. Many have stored food in preparation for winter, while others have burrowed deep into the earth for hibernation, fully prepared for the season. Unlike Junqi, who is now hastily seeking sustenance. After several hours wandering through the snow, he finds the absence of small creatures disheartening. Perhaps his choice of location was poor. He must seek out a more fruitful area. Thus, flapping his wings, he takes to the skies, heading to familiar grounds known for their abundance of prey. Yet he finds nothing. By the middle of the night, his stomach remains empty. The gnawing sensation of hunger clouds his mind, yet a sliver of rationality persists. The little hedgehog is absolutely off-limits. To the east lies a cluster of human dwellings, a potential source of food. The eastern region comprises the most extensive stretch of forest, characterized by gentle terrain, unlike the rugged landscapes elsewhere, occasionally punctuated by towering mountains. Indeed, venturing here proves to be a wise decision. Before he even reaches the treetops, the cacophony of sparrows fills the air, their chatter incessant and lively. Junqi makes no sound, deliberately avoiding the sparrows to prevent them from sensing his presence. Hunting requires a level of calmness. He selects a strategic perch, the incessant calls of the birds guiding his judgment. Once the sparrows tire and succumb to slumber, he stealthily approaches a nest, peering with his keen eye. Excellent, 2 sparrows, 1 for each claw. With a swift and powerful motion, Junqi spreads his great wings and strikes, his claws swiftly capturing the 2 sparrows. Without hesitation, he takes flight. Alas, the unfortunate sparrows never had the chance to utter a single call before being whisked away. After consuming the 2 birds and discarding the bones, Junqi feels a slight alleviation of his hunger, though he remains unsatisfied. He resolves to catch more to bring back home. After all, owls possess a habit of storing food, typically consisting of deceased rodents. However, his previous concern for Qiaoqiao delayed him. With temperatures set to drop further, he must plan ahead. Junqi blinks, then begins to flap his wings vigorously, soaring eastward once more. Chapter 75. The white hedgehog. The owl today proved to be fruitful, as I caught approximately 4 deceased mice. Observing the lifeless creatures I had dispatched, I felt a sense of satisfaction, carefully transporting each one back to my humble abode. Although the 4 mice did not occupy much space, placing them all within my nest would surely result in a cramped environment, and I would be unable to snuggle closely with my little hedgehog. Gripping the lifeless mice, I flapped my wings in contemplation, pondering the most suitable hiding place for my bounty. After all, during the winter months, foraging creatures are few and far between, and I wished to avoid the theft of my hard-earned provisions by others. Soon enough, my clever mind conceived an ideal hiding spot. The area where I had constructed my nest was quite desolate, perched upon a cliff where few animals ventured, save for the birds. The cliffs were riddled with numerous small crevices. While they were insufficient to accommodate my frame, the mice would fit perfectly. I began my search and quickly discovered a small opening, not quite a crevice, but rather a modest gap. This gap, located not far from my nest, was ample enough to conceal several mice while leaving just enough space for me to cover it. I gathered some dry leaves to obscure the entrance, ensuring it would be challenging for others to discover, while also serving as a reminder for myself. Having completed this task, dawn was nearly upon me. The morning fog was thick, rendering the sunlight barely perceptible, and with the pristine, snow-covered ground, the world seemed draped in a delicate veil. Cooing softly, I groomed my feathers, squatting down to bury my lower half in the pile of fallen leaves, just as I had done the previous day. Through the leaves, I nestled against Qiaoqiao and drifted off to sleep. During these days of her hibernation, my life had settled into a routine of feasting and slumber, a cycle repeated day after day. As owls, we typically leave our parents and embark on a life of independence as we approach maturity. The first task is to seek out a dwelling that satisfies both our needs for abundant sustenance and a comfortable environment. Owls are known for their loyalty to a single location, thus requiring careful selection. Following this, we reach adulthood, enter our mating season, find a partner, and begin the arduous task of nurturing the next generation. However, my situation is rather unique. Externally, I appear to be a sub-adult owl, round and unassuming, lacking the imposing presence of a fully grown owl. Yet, this young owl is capable of taking on two adult birds simultaneously, despite bearing my own scars. A testament to my tenacity. Time passed steadily, and soon December gave way to January. Throughout this period, Qiaoqiao showed no signs of awakening. Each day, I would excavate her from her leafy cocoon to ensure all was well before embarking on my daily pursuits. For several consecutive days, I ventured into the eastern woods, hunting mice in the homes of unsuspecting residents, providing a free service in their rodent control. Field mice were a rare sight, and while I occasionally spotted sparrows, they traveled in flocks. Yet, as always, there were a few stragglers. The harsh winter weather, with its relentless winds and snow, meant that I would have to navigate this season alone. The forest teemed with life. Just days prior, I had encountered a few famished wolves traversing the snow, their gaunt forms a stark reminder of hunger lurking nearby. I dared not approach too closely, for I had heard tales of their impressive leaping abilities. If animals could converse, Qiaoqiao would surely have grown weary of my incessant chatter during her hibernation. Yet, this repetitive existence had its own frustrations. I gazed at the small ball beside me, noting how its once pristine white body was now marred with dirt, appearing rather dull. With January drawing to a close, I found myself wondering when my little hedgehog would finally awaken. Meanwhile, Qiaoqiao basked in the bliss of her extended slumber. Having long envied those creatures capable of hibernation during my time on Earth, I now relished the luxury of prolonged sleep without the harshness of winter's chill. Though rabbits also do not hibernate, my companionship with made everything seem effortlessly serene. When Qiaoqiao finally stirred, it was already February. Shortly after the last snowfall, a blend of rain and snow. Upon awakening, she found herself alone, the surrounding leaves dampened by the weather, though the ones covering her remained dry. It was evident who had tended to her. The recent weather seemed to herald the end of winter, with temperatures gradually rising, yet a chill lingered in the air. Qiaoqiao felt a heaviness in her head, perhaps still under the effects of hibernation. Admittedly, her understanding of hedgehogs was limited, as she had never cared for such creatures before. Nonetheless, a subconscious instinct told her she was still within her hibernation period. Hedgehogs typically hibernate for 4 to 5 months, generally entering this state in October and awakening by the end of March. However, Qiaoqiao's circumstances were exceptional. In October, she had only just arrived in this world, still shedding her neonatal quills. Had it not been for my intervention, she would have likely commenced her hibernation in November. Yet, a series of unforeseen events led to her hibernation beginning in December and concluding much earlier than usual in February, resulting in a sleep cycle shorter by 2 to 3 months. As she contemplated whether to curl up and return to slumber, a familiar hoot broke the silence. Glancing up, she saw me, approaching with a field mouse clutched in my talons. A series of excited hoots echoed, betraying my exhilaration at her awakening. Upon reaching her side, I was filled with delight, unsure of how to express my joy at her return. Instead, I presented the freshly caught mouse before her. The meaning was clear. I had brought her a meal, and coincidentally, my own stomach was beginning to grumble as well. Before indulging in our feast, I took a moment to crouch before her. Despite my stature as a large creature, I appeared much smaller in this position, round and undeniably adorable. It was then that Qiaoqiao realized I had not yet reached full maturity as an owl. In other words, I would not be participating in the springtime rituals of reproduction this year. As she scampered over the dry leaves, she showered me with affectionate pecks on my eyes, cheeks, beak, and atop my head, seemingly trying to make up for lost time. Junqi was evidently somewhat shy from Qiaoqiao's enthusiastic display, yet he reciprocated her warmth. His left wing cradled Qiaoqiao, ensuring she did not fall. With his beak, Junqi gently scratched her abdomen and planted a tender kiss upon her. How delightful it was! The little hedgehog had awakened, and thus he no longer felt solitary. Although Qiaoqiao remained unaware of Junqi's emotional shifts, She sensed that he was in high spirits. Her own mood mirrored his, radiantly joyful. Chapter 76. The White Hedgehog and the Owl Initially. I desired to continue my hibernation, for there are indeed instances of hedgehogs awakening during their slumber. This can be likened to the human experience of sleep. When comparing a night of human sleep to the hibernation of hedgehogs, it becomes apparent that they may rouse themselves due to hunger or when the temperature surpasses 12 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, they would remain undisturbed. Upon waking, they consume a morsel or two and take a sip of water before returning to their slumber. Qiaoqiao found herself in a similar predicament. After all, it was only February. Regardless of how the temperature might rise, it had yet to reach 12 degrees. Furthermore, just days prior, a mix of rain and snow had fallen, leaving the air bitterly cold. The essence of spring had yet to manifest, as it remained firmly winter according to the seasons. I am uncertain why I ponder such thoughts or how I acquired this notion, but I recall someone telling me that the 4 seasons do not neatly divide from January to December into 4 equal parts. Rather, spring commences in March, encompassing March, April, and May, while June, July, and August constitute summer, the hottest months. September, October, and November mark the onset of autumn, leaving December, January, and February to signify winter. This notion of hibernation feels as though it has been traversed, yet not entirely. After all, which hibernating creature enters its slumber in winter only to awaken when winter concludes? Surely it cannot merely be due to the uniqueness of one's spirit. Qiaoqiao firmly believed that even if she had been a rabbit in her previous life, she had once been human in a life before that, and all her actions were in alignment with those of humanity. The soul is not subject to assimilation. Rather, there are times when the spirit and the body ought to be separated. Consequently, her experience of hibernation had no bearing on the fact that her soul was human. She preferred to attribute it to Junjun's influence, though she could not fathom how she encountered Junjun in this world. It was likely that he possessed some means to do so. Moreover, he had found her only after her previous self had perished, and it should have no relation to her system. Despite the system being rather taciturn, its domineering demeanor and frigid tone led Qiaoqiao to perceive it as a system. After all, what kind of transmigrator would venture forth without a system accompanying them? In February, nature remained in a state of quietude, lacking any vibrant signs of life. The incessant chirping of sparrows, flocking together, was perhaps the only semblance of vitality. That evening, Qiaoqiao's true feelings were unknown, yet Junqi was undeniably elated. For the little hedgehog had awakened. When they roused, the sky had yet to darken, and the sun was diligently at work. Awakening was of no concern. Junqi's spirits remained high, and the sight of Qiaoqiao stirring alongside him surely elevated his mood further. He presented before her the bounty of food he had accumulated, a variety of offerings, some freshly foraged. Among them were several plump, wriggling earthworms, still adorned with moist soil. The sight of the pink, undulating bodies, segmented like a grotesque reminder of the past, filled Qiaoqiao with dismay. "Oh no," she silently lamented. She truly had no desire to consume earthworms, recalling those from her previous life that had been magnified in size, asserting their dominance over her current self. Junqi, noticing her hesitation, gently nudged her with his beak. Their bond had deepened over the past few days, with affectionate gestures becoming more frequent. Birds, with their sharp beaks, often found such displays of affection uncomfortable. The owl was no exception, possessing a beak that, while not excessively long, was still hard and unwieldy. At times, when Junqi wished to nuzzle Qiaoqiao, he felt it inappropriate, ultimately opting instead to tenderly caress her belly with the tip of his beak, as if treating her like the most precious treasure, reluctant to cause harm. Chirp, Qiaoqiao giggled, stepping back a few paces. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Junjun had taken to nuzzling her belly, relishing the sensation of tracing with his beak. It was a rather ticklish affair. Her laughter prompted her to embrace Junqi's beak, pressing her soft, cool lips against it, finding it somewhat comforting. At such moments, Junqi refrained from disturbing Su Qiaoqiao. It was customary for her to engage in these affectionate actions before meals and sleep, a pattern he had come to recognize. Coo. The call seemed to urge Su Qiaoqiao to hasten her meal, indicating that playtime was over. Though owls are creatures of the night, and so too are hedgehogs, Junqi's routine had shifted considerably since spending time with Su Qiaoqiao. Indeed, beyond just his schedule, many aspects had transformed, including his dietary habits. For an owl, the plump field mice were a prized delicacy, yet they typically emerged at night. Previously, he had feasted on field mice at nearly every meal, or at the very least. Sparrows. The encounter with that pair of hawks had been an anomaly, instigated by their own mischief. After all, he would never engage in self-destructive behavior when it came to conflict. Junqi had faced many such challenges during his youth, when he was but a chubby, plush little owl, newly independent from his parents. His unassuming appearance had attracted the attention of many birds who sought to bully him. Yet, the outcomes were often contrary to expectations, as appearances can be deceiving. Now, the field mice he had stored were remnants from previous foraging, and had the owl been able to consume fruit, he might have ventured to gather some. After a warm exchange with Junqi, Su Qiaoqiao turned her attention to the food before her. Despite the revolting wriggling of the earthworms, she resolutely chose the mouse meat instead. Noticing that Su Qiaoqiao had not touched the earthworms at all, Junqi felt a twinge of confusion. After all, they had been hard-won treasures. Indeed, they had been seized. Surely, one could not expect an owl to dig for earthworms. Such an expectation was ludicrous, although earthworms were included in their diet. No, this won't do, Junqi thought, growing increasingly displeased. The little hedgehog could only consume a meager portion at each meal, and only one type of food at that. This simply would not suffice. These peculiar thoughts emerged from within him, and he resolved to take action. After all, the earthworms were intended for the little hedgehog, and he had no desire to consume them himself. Chapter 77. The White Hedgehog. The Owl. Su Qiaoqiao. Thank you. If only Su Qiaoqiao knew the truth, she would surely burst into laughter. Although hedgehogs do consume earthworms, she herself does not partake in such fare. After all, no hedgehog shares her unique possession of a human soul. Su Qiaoqiao licked her lips, cleaning the bloodstains beside her, and upon spotting the half-eaten mouse, she suddenly realized that her appetite seemed to have expanded. Oh! Is it possible for that to happen? Su Qiaoqiao quickly recalled that when she had crossed over. It was October, or perhaps even earlier, but certainly not autumn, as this little hedgehog had evidently been born not long ago, and given her recent birth. With her mother absent, it was clear that a white hedgehog like her must have a white mother as well. However, such creatures appeared to be quite rare in this forest. From October until now, it had been nearly 5 months. Have I truly been in this world for over 5 months? This. Does this mean that adulthood is approaching? Lost in her chaotic thoughts and unwittingly igniting her vivid imagination, remnants of meat lingered in her mouth. Suddenly, something soft was fed into Su Qiaoqiao's mouth, and she instinctively bit down a few times. The taste was rather pleasant. What is this? It's quite delightful. It's an earthworm. Su Qiaoqiao found that what resided within her was no longer appealing, and she felt it wriggling inside. She opened her mouth, intending to expel it. To her surprise, Junqi had fed her another half of the worm, mouth to mouth, much like a mother bird feeding her chicks. Su Qiaoqiao, allow me a moment of silence. You dare to make me try to spit it out? Upon seeing Su Qiaoqiao's expression, Junqi finally understood that this little hedgehog's earlier mouth opening was not a sign of hunger, as he had initially thought. Instead, she was attempting to vomit. Junqi squinted his eyes, reducing their size to mere slits, appearing particularly comical, as if he were intentionally trying to provoke laughter. However, Su Qiaoqiao, facing Junqi, did not share the sentiment. She noticed the glimmer in his eyes and felt a twinge of confusion. Was Junqi just being stern with her? Could it be that he dared to scold her? Su Qiaoqiao was astonished, her mouth stuffed to capacity, her cheeks puffed out adorably. You scolded me. Su Qiaoqiao turned her back, sulking in a huff. Yet, despite her temper, she still consumed the earthworms that Junqi had fed her. Well, the flavor was not half bad. A hedgehog requires 50 days to mature, and now Su Qiaoqiao was indeed close to adulthood. This fact, even she had not realized, as she had spent most of her time in slumber. Thus, she remained blissfully unaware that she might soon face the arrival of her mating season in this springtime. Junqi seemed to sense Su Qiaoqiao's displeasure, yet he could not fathom why the little hedgehog was upset, considering he had acted in her best interests. Owls possess a high level of intelligence, often regarded as embodiments of wisdom, akin to Athena in some accounts. However, this portrayal is not entirely accurate. It merely serves as a symbolic representation. It is likely that even they are unaware of the elevated esteem in which they are held by humanity. Moreover, some humans genuinely believe that these owls are exceptionally wise, leading to their enthusiastic adulation in various regions. In fact, some places even adopt the owl as a totem, largely due to their striking appearance. Many believe that having such an owl in their home would bring them blessings. Yet, even with such intelligence, Junqi remained puzzled as to why Su Qiaoqiao was upset at this moment. Was it his fault? But he had done nothing wrong. Could it be he had fed her too little? Junqi gazed at Su Qiaoqiao, and from his vantage point, he could easily see her puffy cheeks moving as she munched. Look, the little hedgehog seems to be enjoying her meal quite well. Clearly, he had erred in his assumption. The little hedgehog was not unhappy. Although animals are sensitive to emotions, their bluntness often obscures their understanding. After Su Qiaoqiao finished her earthworms, she smacked her lips a few times, realizing she was still not full. Goodness, what has happened to her? Was it just a month of sleep that had altered her appetite so drastically? Fortunately, Junqi had brought ample food, and they shared enough to satisfy her. Goo-goo. The sound of the owl echoed behind her, and it was needless to say which bird it was. After sulking for 5 minutes, Su Qiaoqiao managed to regain her composure. After all, Junqi was now a bird, and his brain structure was vastly different from that of a human. Even in comparison to hedgehogs, it was not the same. Therefore, why should she be upset with him? Having settled this in her mind, she turned back around to face the fluffy bird. Due to its crouched position and the abundance of dry leaves in the nest, only its fuzzy head was visible. It looked rather adorable. Su Qiaoqiao suddenly felt an irresistible urge to reach out. Without hesitation, she approached Junqi and gently touched his head. During her period of slumber, she had unknowingly grown a bit. His feathers felt soft and plush, incredibly comforting. As she continued to pet him, she buried her head within his downy fluff and began to breathe deeply. She likely became the first hedgehog to play with an owl, or rather, a white hedgehog. This singular thought lingered in her mind. Junqi, delighted by her affection, spread his wings like a mother bird, enveloping Su Qiaoqiao within their warmth. This only heightened her comfort. Due to the spines on Su Qiaoqiao's back, Junqi had always been cautious not to embrace her too tightly, fearing he might prick himself. Even though her spines had already flattened, the spines on the little hedgehog now appeared considerably hardened, making it impossible to cuddle her recklessly. Nonetheless, Su Qiaoqiao felt immense joy. Her short legs wiggling, her little bottom swaying back and forth, such behavior was decidedly unconventional for a hedgehog. Su Qiaoqiao sweetly mused that perhaps, among all creatures, only they could share such a sticky bond during mealtime. Chapter 78. The White Hedgehog and the Owl March heralds the arrival of spring. A month when the vast forests and steep mountains, as if by a silent agreement, shed their white garments. Since the wintry mix of rain and snow prior to February, the month passed without a single drop of rain. The temperature remained stable, oscillating between 5 and 10 degrees Celsius, while the sun dutifully rose each day, rendering the air somewhat arid. The melting snow signified the departure of winter. Although the trees appeared bare from a distance, closer inspection revealed the emergence of tiny, tender buds, mere embryonic shoots. Feeling a touch of chill, Su Qiaoqiao instinctively shrank her neck exhaling several puffs of breath, and endeavored to curl herself into a ball for warmth. Throughout February, she successfully suppressed her desire for hibernation, buoyed by the presence of Junqi. Over time, their relationship subtly transformed in various aspects. For instance, when sleeping, Qiaoqiao would lie on her back amidst the withered leaves or turn to the side, ensuring her spines did not face Junqi. In response, Junqi would spread his large wings and swoop down, enveloping Qiaoqiao in his warm feathers, which dulled her urge to hibernate significantly. In terms of their daily routines, Qiaoqiao harbored a genuine aversion to the night, particularly the wild nights. She recognized that such timidity was unwarranted, yet it persisted nonetheless. Her inherent timorous nature had always been apparent. In her previous life, she had drawn courage from Junqi's presence. Otherwise, although she might have wished to pluck the transformative grass, she would not have taken any substantial action. The most significant steps she might have contemplated involved seeking out the great figure in the forest, Bai Zhe, to inquire about her curiosities. Due to her disinclination for darkness, Qiaoqiao typically engaged in daily activities. To say she was active would be an exaggeration, as within the confines of their expansive nest, there was little to do. Eating, sleeping, and little else comprised her routine. Gradually, Junqi noticed Qiaoqiao's habits. During his nocturnal foraging, she would either be drowsy or already fast asleep, resulting in many missed opportunities to share their experiences. Consequently, in an effort to spend more time with the little hedgehog, Junqi resolutely altered his own routine. Though not drastically, he merely began waking earlier, transitioning from the onset of night to the twilight hours before dusk. Apart from their sleep and daily rhythms, there was also the matter of sustenance. Presumably to accommodate Qiaoqiao, Junqi had recently been capturing small creatures, which, though meager in size and quantity, required him to hunt multiple times. Strangely, the most abundant catch turned out to be earthworms, which Qiaoqiao could not bear to touch due to a lingering sense of disgust. However, once her initial repulsion faded, she began to appreciate the taste of the worms. After all, a hedgehog's palate adapted rather well to such fare. They were quite delectable. If Qiaoqiao were to offer a critique, she would place them just after voles in terms of preference. The only downside lay in the worm's slippery, serpentine texture, which remained unsettling even when lifeless. Upon discovering this aversion, Junqi began to feed her directly by mouth. Initially, Qiaoqiao consoled herself, rationalizing that perhaps Junqi was merely eager to experiment with this method, considering they would eventually raise offspring together, albeit not his own. Yet, with each subsequent instance, whenever worms were present, Junqi would promptly sever them with his sharp beak and, taking advantage of Qiaoqiao's inattention, would feed her directly. His claws would tread upon the squirming remains of the earthworm, its tender, slick body a disconcerting sight. Even though Qiaoqiao recognized the delicacy of the dish, she still found it repulsive. This hurdle was indeed challenging. She could hardly fathom how she would manage if Junqi were to wander ahead and leave her without assistance in handling the worms, should temptation strike. Qiaoqiao's thoughts spiraled far into the future, leaving her with no time to react. How can we still be so affectionate after all this time? She mused. At first, Junqi's actions were evidently clumsy, but with repetition, his nurturing demeanor shone through. Throughout this feeding ritual, even if Qiaoqiao turned away, she was acutely aware of his watchful gaze, for the owl's head is renowned for its agility. Thus, she would finish one mouthful, only to find another promptly offered to her. After finishing her meal, Qiaoqiao noticed Junqi appearing weary. Feeling somewhat petulant, she called out to him. Although her present form was scarcely larger than one of his claws, her spirit was undeterred. It was only natural, after all, which all would care for a hedgehog, let alone a white one. Listen, Junqi, while I appreciate your attentiveness, this cannot continue indefinitely. If it does, I shall become utterly inept, Qiaoqiao exclaimed, standing on her hind legs before him, striving to project an air of authority. She even mimicked the action of feeding that Junqi had demonstrated. Junqi, perplexed by Qiaoqiao's animated gestures, blinked in confusion. It was unreasonable to expect an owl to comprehend the language of a hedgehog, even if he could grasp her meaning. Communication would remain elusive. To be frank, the owl's intellect was rather simplistic, far removed from the complexities of human thought. Who? Junqi inquired, his fluffy head tilting as he observed Qiaoqiao's antics. Oh, so you're hungry. Junqi finally understood upon witnessing her mimicking the act of eating. It dawned on him that the little hedgehog's sudden agitation stemmed from hunger. Qiaoqiao had developed quite an appetite of late, which he found delightful. Although they had just dined, Junqi instinctively overlooked this detail. Before he could respond, Qiaoqiao sought to express herself further when, to her astonishment, Junqi suddenly took flight, flapping his wings and soaring away. Qiaoqiao? Wait, was it something I said? Is he upset? That shouldn't be the case. She reflected, feeling a sense of abandonment. After all, she merely pointed out an uncomfortable dynamic. Why must he feed her every morsel? He was the one foraging for food, and it felt as though she was on the verge of becoming utterly dependent. Yet, who could have anticipated that Junqi would simply fly off? Qiaoqiao began to second-guess herself, wondering if her words had been too harsh. After a few moments of contemplation, she concluded that they were indeed fair and reasonable. She had clearly overlooked the language barrier between the owl and the white hedgehog. Nevertheless, having not seen Junqi soar in quite some time, Qiaoqiao noticed that he had grown a bit taller and his physique had become significantly more robust than before. The size of owls varies greatly. The largest, such as the Eurasian eagle owl, can reach lengths of up to 90 centimeters, while the smallest, like the eastern screech owl, measures less than 20 centimeters. Qiaoqiao was uncertain which category Junjun's owl belonged to, but she was sure that Junqi's length had surpassed 40 centimeters, at least by her estimation. Moreover, Junjun was still not fully grown, which implied that he would continue to grow. Observing the dark figure illuminated by the sun, it appeared as though he was draped in a delicate veil, and amidst the swirling mist below, Junqi soon vanished from Qiaoqiao's sight. She felt as though she had grown considerably herself, squeezing her strong arms and soft legs, which were composed of flesh aside from bone. This realization somewhat deflated her spirits, though the sensation was quite pleasant. She was certain that if Junjun were to consider it, he would undoubtedly find her quite adorable. In just a few minutes, Qiaoqiao's thoughts shifted rapidly, and she soon redirected her attention. Her friends had often remarked on her remarkable ability to self-regulate, sometimes deeming her too emotionally detached. Reflecting on her past life, Qiaoqiao felt her mood begin to decline, but thankfully, this wave of negativity did not linger long, as an owl soared through the air, scattering her gloomy thoughts. With a soft hoot, Junqi landed, clutching a small bird, likely a sparrow, and dropped it at Qiaoqiao's feet before folding his wings and standing upright. "Oh, you're back," she exclaimed, her mood brightening as her eyes sparkled with joy. With another hoot, Junqi approached and began tearing into the flesh, making it easier for her to eat. Qiaoqiao mused that true independence was an unattainable dream. She realized that she could never be entirely self-sufficient. The thought of Junjun's thoughtfulness had always been known to her, yet witnessing him prepare food for her elicited a mixed feeling of helplessness and happiness. In her previous life, she must have been a vegetarian, for Junqi had only ever provided her with plant-based sustenance, avoiding meat due to past experiences. With a soft hoot, Junqi completed his task and gazed intently at Qiaoqiao, as if to say, "It's all ready, hurry and eat." Qiaoqiao found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was best to let it be. She had gradually adapted to this dynamic. The wriggling worms, in fact, felt rather intriguing within her mouth, despite her initial reservations. Though she fed on the worm meat directly from Junqi's beak, she found that such thoughts of intimacy were far from her mind at that moment. In truth, observing Junqi in his owl form made it quite impossible to indulge in such thoughts. If such inclinations existed, it would suggest that Qiaoqiao had developed peculiar tendencies. However, one could not deny that Junkie was a striking specimen among owls, with his sleek, beautiful feathers, robust physique, and agile demeanor, making him one of the most distinguished of his kind. Not to mention, he had managed to take down 2 adult hawks even at his subadult stage, which had terrified Qiaoqiao in their initial encounter. She recalled the chaos of that moment when she was captured. The tension from the fighting had reverberated through her. Although she could not see clearly, she lamented her poor eyesight, wishing for a better vision in her next life. While it is said that March marks the beginning of spring, at this time, aside from the tender buds, there were hardly any signs of the season. Only the dry, yellowed grass remained, a testament to the resilience of the little creatures that had made it their home during the harsh winter. As April approached, the weather began to warm, and the sun's rays finally offered a hint of warmth. Yet, the temperatures remained quite low, necessitating layers for warmth. Nevertheless, this mattered little to the small creatures. At last, the signs of spring began to emerge. Qiaoqiao marveled at how swiftly the leaves were growing. In just a few days, they had sprouted, flourished, and transformed into a lush green blanket covering the earth. This vibrant scene finally provided a much-needed reprieve for Qiaoqiao's somewhat stifled spirit. Though she often preferred solitude, she realized she could not remain confined forever. With this thought, she began to grumble about Junkie, questioning why he had built their nest so high. It was said that owls do not change their homes, which implied that they would remain there for a lifetime. Perhaps it was time to suggest a relocation to Junkie. Once this idea took root in Qiaoqiao's mind, it became difficult to dismiss, and she resolved to discuss it with Junkie upon his return. Language barriers were of little concern. Love was the key. She firmly believed that Junjun would comprehend her intentions. However, before addressing this, Qiaoqiao realized she had developed a craving for lighter fare after indulging in meat too frequently. As the saying goes, she had grown weary of flesh. How extravagant! She couldn't help but reminisce about the fruit tree at her former home, now likely devoid of any fruit. To await the harvest, she would have to wait until autumn. Never mind, I shall nibble on some tender grass, she decided, biting into the greenery that Junkie had plucked at her behest. Junkie was undoubtedly the first owl to forage for grass. In spring, the verdant blades had only recently begun to emerge, many still just peeking above the ground. Tender and delicate. In the days that followed, Qiaoqiao discovered a novel way to enjoy her meals, wrapping meat in the grass before consuming it. The taste was delightful. Had it not been for the owl's inability to digest plant matter, she would have eagerly recommended this method to Junkie. Spring, indeed, is the most comfortable season, a time when life flourishes and nature awakens. Chapter 79. The white hedgehog. The owl. April has dawned, and the essence of spring is just beginning to be felt. Animals do not possess the luxury of calendars. They rely solely on their innate instincts. The phenomenon often referred to by humans as the sixth sense, a premonition of impending events, a disquieting feeling of approaching misfortune, mirrors the instincts of the animal kingdom. Thus, the arrival of spring is keenly anticipated by the creatures of the wild. Spring, such a delightful term, heralds the first season of the year, symbolizing vibrant vitality. During this time, daylight stretches longer as the sun's rays become more direct, resulting in a gradual rise in temperature. Nature awakens, plants begin to sprout and flourish, blossoms unfurl, filling the air with their sweet fragrances. Hibernating animals stir from their slumber, while many that laid eggs during winter begin to hatch. Birds embark on their migratory journeys, departing from their winter havens to their breeding grounds. A multitude of animals enter their mating season during this time, which is why spring is often referred to as the season of rejuvenation. For many, spring signifies hope, and they eagerly await its arrival, longing to embrace it. However, Qiaoqiao feels quite the opposite. She has never loathed a season more. The journey from birth to adulthood for a hedgehog is a brief one, approximately 50 days, or just over a month, hardly reaching 2. Upon reaching maturity, a significant issue arises: mating season. Qiaoqiao, expressionless, gnaws on the sour fruit before her, a meager find that is evidently unripe. The chill of March still lingers. Thus she pays little heed to this pressing concern, though she cannot evade it forever. Now, in April, the weather is gradually warming. Recent spring rains have left the air humid, stirring the animal hormones into a frenzy. Qiaoqiao suppresses the inexplicable urges surging within her. Lately, she has felt unusually restless, often emitting soft squeaks. Particularly in the presence of Junqi, her agitation intensifies. Had it not been for her encounter with Junjun this spring, she might have found herself becoming a mother, provided she could locate a desirable male hedgehog. Qiaoqiao takes a deep breath, fully aware of her current irregular state of mind. The last time she experienced such feelings, it was a sensation she could not forget. Curse this mating season! It is hard to believe that in such a brief span, she has transitioned into adulthood. She gazes at her slender arms and short legs, though still fragile. She is undeniably an adult now. The spines on her back have hardened, making them formidable weapons in a confrontation. Her memories of her initial days are vivid. She recalls her unsteady steps shortly after birth, her limbs weak and unaccustomed to the ground, the remnants of fetal fur still clinging to her, soft and delicate like the unformed spines. Now, as she glances back at her spines, a sense of pride swells within her, slightly alleviating her restlessness. Look, I can stand on my own now. Though these days, she has been nurtured by Junqi. The gestation period for female hedgehogs is about 60 days, which implies that Qiaoqiao's mother likely conceived in July. Moreover, a single litter seldom consists of just one offspring. Does this mean I have siblings? The thought suddenly strikes Qiaoqiao, as it is indeed rare in the animal kingdom for a single cub to be born. It appears that the circumstances of this life are entirely different from her previous one. Chewing on the fruit while seated on the ground, her legs stretched out in a relaxed manner, her round belly forms a plump sphere. She squints her eyes, contemplating the myriad complexities of this existence. Junqi has ventured off in search of food, leaving her uncertain of his return. The sun casts a warm orange hue in the distance, tinting the nearby white clouds in the same glow. Qiaoqiao lifts her head to face the setting sun, her thoughts swirling. As she tries to distract herself from the turmoil of her own hormones, otherwise, this spring would truly become a torment. Considering the gestation period and her own state upon arrival, Qiaoqiao reflects that her mother must have mated with her partner in July. July? Hadn't the mating season already passed by then? A sudden realization strikes her. Animals typically mate in spring, driven by instinct, unless they are like male rabbits, perpetually in a state of readiness. Therefore, her mother must have mated with a male hedgehog in July. Qiaoqiao is taken aback. The discovery shifts her focus, and just as she begins to ponder further, a familiar scent wafts through the air. Goo-goo. Junqi's call echoes softly from the tranquil cliff below, accompanied by the sound of powerful wings beating against the air. Junjun. Qiaoqiao quickly abandons her half-eaten sour fruit and rushes to the edge of her nest, attempting to stand on her hind legs and stretch her head downwards. However, as she barely peers out, she feels a gust of wind brush over her head, accompanied by Junqi's distinctive aroma. The suppressed restlessness within her resurfaces. Goo-goo-goo. A few soft thuds resonate as several deceased sparrows fall beside her. Junqi adeptly retracts his wings and gracefully descends, his talons landing in the nest as he begins to tear into the sparrow meat. In recent days, it seems a coincidence that Junqi has been catching sparrows. Qiaoqiao scuttles over to stand beside him, mindful of her now hardened spines. Ensuring she does not inadvertently harm Junjun unconsciously, Qiaoqiao gazes up at Junqi, who remains a fluffy mass, an unmistakable trait of owls. His feathers are so plush. She feels an urge to ruffle them. In her past life, it was Junqi who would groom her fur, now transformed into a hedgehog. She knows he would not do the same. Gradually, Qiaoqiao finds herself lost in thought. When Junqi finally feeds her, She realizes she has been staring at him for quite some time. Chewing mechanically, her thoughts drift to Junqi, and she finds herself envious of him. Clearly, he is still in his subadult phase, and this mating season is entirely irrelevant to him. Indeed, the world of adulthood is fraught with challenges. Qiaoqiao expressionlessly consumes the food Junqi offers her, reflecting that aside from fruits, he almost always brings her various other dishes, except for plant-based foods. Once she has satiated her hunger, she begins to relish her own meal. The mating season has indeed impacted Qiaoqiao in numerous ways, with her appetite being the most evident. Chapter 80, The White Hedgehog and the Owl. Before the onset of her mating season, Qiaoqiao could barely consume a few morsels of meat, supplemented by a handful of earthworms that Junqi would provide. However, now, she found herself effortlessly devouring an entire sparrow without any qualms, even indulging in some grass or fruit to alleviate the richness of her meal. Qiaoqiao was greatly perplexed by her newfound appetite, feeling somewhat out of sorts and even a touch defeated. After all, she had witnessed that fairy who could consume 3 large bowls of food in one sitting. In comparison to her previous human appetite, her current consumption would barely suffice with 3 bowls. Typically, hedgehogs in their mating season experience a decline in appetite. Why, then, was she experiencing an insatiable hunger? Qiaoqiao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. This was simply unscientific and defied the laws of nature. Junqi, however, could not empathize with Qiaoqiao's dilemma. On the contrary, he found her current state delightful, believing that a well-fed, plump little hedgehog was simply adorable. Just look at how charming she appeared now. Junqi cooed a few times, leaning forward to gently nuzzle Qiaoqiao's round belly with his beak, and perhaps due to being overly satiated, Qiaoqiao slumped onto the ground. An owl's neck is notoriously difficult to discern, especially in its juvenile phase, where the head and limbs seem almost fused together, rendering the entire creature round and irresistibly cute. Although Junqi was still in his subadult phase, he had yet to fully distinguish his neck. It was only during these affectionate moments, when he lowered his head to nuzzle Qiaoqiao, that one could catch a glimpse of his tiny, fluffy neck. Previously, Qiaoqiao would have been unable to resist the urge to pet him, but now she found herself devoid of such inclination. What a dreadful spring, she mused. Yet she still embraced Junqi's head, instantly enveloped by the comforting scent that belonged to him. In that moment, she felt her restlessness beginning to stir once more. How annoying! As night fell, the owl was ready to begin his nocturnal activities. Qiaoqiao gently tapped Junqi's head, signaling her desire to descend and explore. Initially, Junqi had assumed she would leave him to search for fallen leaves, but in reality, she merely sought out foliage. At first, he refrained from taking Qiaoqiao out, as she had just awakened from hibernation and was reluctant to move. Eventually, he grew accustomed to hunting an extra portion to bring back for the little hedgehog, which often included some grass or occasionally a few tart fruits. After all, it was spring, not autumn. Upon Qiaoqiao's gentle tap, Junqi understood her intent, and as she began to crawl atop his head, he complied without annoyance. Recently, Qiaoqiao had grown quite a bit, her length nearing 20 centimeters, making Junqi's head an inadequate perch. Reluctantly, Qiaoqiao had to find a new throne. Sensing her slow movements, Junqi patiently allowed her to settle, and after a few moments of stillness, he took to the skies. Not only had she grown in length, but also in weight. An adult hedgehog typically weighs around 2.5 kilograms. Qiaoqiao hesitated to make assumptions, yet she had a rough estimate. Perhaps at least 1 kilogram, she thought with a grimace, unwilling to admit that her actual weight might be double what her mental calculations suggested. She had just observed Junqi's wings beginning to tremble while preparing to take flight with her on his back. Although the motion was slight, it did not escape her notice. How uncomfortable. Once they soared into the forest, Junqi landed on a remarkably short tree, barely over a meter tall, the smallest in the entire woodland. Once his claws grasped the branch, Qiaoqiao slowly climbed down, using all 4 limbs. The action caused her spines to flare outward. "Ku!" Junqi called out, but Su Qiaoqiao remained unresponsive. His keen eyes, which could still see, fixed on her, prompting him to call out a few more times before she realized he was beckoning her. Looking up, Su Qiaoqiao initially intended to communicate with a glance, but instead found herself instinctively chirping, "Chirp, chirp." "What is it?" "Ku, ku, ku," he replied, likely conveying some instructions. Su Qiaoqiao surmised that Junqi's unwavering gaze indicated he was waiting for her response, and she quickly chirped back, signaling her understanding. Only after she acknowledged him did Junqi take his leave. Not long after Junqi departed, Su Qiaoqiao felt the familiar stirrings of restlessness returning, intensifying with each passing moment. Chirp, 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 she found herself unable to hold back, calling out every few seconds, a stark contrast to the serene demeanor of a rabbit. Just as her discomfort peaked, she suddenly heard a similar call emanating from nearby, unmistakably belonging to a male hedgehog. Could it be that this chirping is a courtship call? Su Qiaoqiao pondered, unable to believe her ears. From a nearby thicket, rustling sounds hinted at the approach of a creature adorned with a multitude of sharp quills. Straining to see in the moonlight, Su Qiaoqiao instinctively squinted. Indeed, it was a male hedgehog, the source of the earlier call. Hedgehogs are notoriously solitary creatures, only engaging with their kind during the mating season, making it rare to witness them drawing near one another. This was Su Qiaoqiao's first encounter with another of her kind. Unlike her, who was a white hedgehog, this one bore the more common brown hue. Upon detecting Su Qiaoqiao's presence, the male hedgehog rushed toward her, only to discover that the object of his affection was perched upon a branch. Chirp, he called out to Su Qiaoqiao, his intent unmistakable. Yet Su Qiaoqiao, feeling overwhelmed with embarrassment, ignored him, mortified by the encounter. At this moment, Su Qiaoqiao remained oblivious to the intricacies of the hedgehog mating rituals. Following their awakening from hibernation, these little beings prioritize foraging to replenish their energy in preparation for spring. Thus, Su Qiaoqiao's sudden increase in appetite was understandable, although she had not anticipated that this heightened craving would persist. Only after ensuring their sustenance would they begin the search for a suitable mate. Each male hedgehog possesses its territory, and within this domain, they cannot tolerate the presence of any other hedgehogs, including females. Consequently, males must venture far and wide in search of their partners. Therefore, it was sheer coincidence that Su Qiaoqiao had found herself within the male hedgehog's territory, or rather, it was Junqi who had unwittingly chosen a location within the bounds of this hedgehog's domain. Should the male hedgehog find a suitable partner, the narrative would likely enter a stalemate. The female hedgehog does not easily submit to her counterpart. Rather, she typically resists the advances of male hedgehogs. She raises her spines, launching a fierce assault against her suitors, biting and emitting furious growls. Meanwhile, the suitors cannot afford to relent. They must engage in a prolonged struggle that may last several hours or even an entire night. The decision of whether to mate and when to commence such an act rests solely with the female hedgehog. Observing that Su Qiaoqiao has yet to make a move, the male hedgehog mistakenly assumes she is fatigued. As a prospective mate, he tolerates this slight imperfection. In truth, he is preparing to ascend a tree, striving to reach out to the object of his affections. Chapter 81: The White Hedgehog and the Owl Wait for Me, My Dear Companion. Although it remains uncertain whether the beautiful hedgehog lady had climbed up by herself, the notion of rescuing her would surely win her affection. Of course, this was also a challenge presented by the hedgehog herself, was it not? The male hedgehog was filled with enthusiasm. Fortunately, Su Qiaoqiao lacked telepathic abilities, otherwise her mood would have likely soured even further. The male hedgehog surveyed the area around the great tree where Su Qiaoqiao was resting, stamped his feet, and chose a particularly coarse section of bark to begin his ascent. The night was shrouded in darkness. Even with the moonlight's assistance, Su Qiaoqiao struggled to perceive clearly, for the hedgehog's vision was notoriously poor. Even when she had been human, her eyesight had been superior to this. Upon witnessing the hedgehog's movements, Qiaoqiao quickly grasped its intentions. No way. Her legs trembled, and she instinctively crawled a few steps toward the edge of the branch. The male hedgehog had already commenced its climb, albeit at a leisurely pace, yet with remarkable steadiness. The tree where Qiaoqiao resided, though relatively short, was astonishingly thick, indeed. It was quite robust, with an approximate diameter of 1 meter. It stood over a meter tall, and its girth was equally impressive. Unexpectedly, there existed such a stout tree among them. This fact provided considerable ease for the male hedgehog, for while hedgehogs could indeed climb, they were not experts in the art, only able to scale shorter trees with substantial bark friction. Serendipitously, the great tree where Qiaoqiao perched was just such a one. The male hedgehog emitted intermittent sounds, as if offering Qiaoqiao some form of comfort. In her heart, she scoffed, "I truly appreciate your enthusiasm." The arrival of the mating season had already left Qiaoqiao feeling restless. She had initially intended to enjoy a moment of solitude, yet unexpectedly encountered another of her kind here. Moreover, the unmistakable aura of restlessness emanating from the other was all too evident. This scent was not a result of their neglect of hygiene, but rather a distinctive hormonal fragrance intrinsic to each hedgehog, unique to every individual. Unlike other hedgehogs, Qiaoqiao did not indulge in filthy things that left her unpleasantly odorous. She cherished cleanliness and, being well-groomed, emanated a sweet fragrance. How unfortunate! Qiaoqiao mused as she gazed at the branch above her, feeling somewhat disheartened. She crawled further along, relieved that the branch she occupied was quite thick and extended a considerable distance. If all else failed, she could hastily leap to a nearby branch. Resolutely, she pondered this while casting her gaze downward. To her dismay, the male hedgehog had silently ascended nearly halfway up the trunk. It seemed to sense Qiaoqiao's scrutiny, pausing to gaze back at her with its small, dark eyes, and emitted several more calls. "Leave me be." Qiaoqiao could not help but respond with a cry of her own, intending for him to retreat. However, the male hedgehog, caught up in his fervor, completely misinterpreted her intent. His beady black eyes sparkled with excitement as he resumed climbing. "Oh dear, who can come to my rescue?" she lamented. She had no desire to mate with this unfamiliar hedgehog. If it were to occur, it could only be with Junqi, despite the impossibility of a union between a hedgehog and an owl. Qiaoqiao's agitation deepened. Turning her head once more, she caught sight of the male hedgehog, who had climbed nearly halfway, approximately 60 centimeters off the ground. 60 centimeters, surely a fall from such a height would not be fatal for a hedgehog. With this unsettling thought, she crawled forward again, noting the abundance of nearby branches, perhaps due to the arrival of spring, which had caused them to flourish even more than usual. With a mere lift of her paw, she could reach those branches. With a crack, she snapped off a twig and retreated a few steps, aligning herself with the male hedgehog's position. She hurled it with all her might. It landed precisely, yet failed to disturb him significantly. If one throw was insufficient, then she would try again, increasing her frequency. Qiaoqiao hurried back, employing her sharp teeth to sever several more twigs, all adorned with vibrant green leaves. One by one, she continued her relentless barrage. The male hedgehog, due to her actions, finally experienced a change in fortune. Perhaps the leaves obstructed his vision. As while hedgehogs did not rely solely on sight, the minute, gear-like spines surrounding his eyes were undoubtedly bothersome. After Qiaoqiao's persistent efforts, the male hedgehog slid down the trunk, his claws instinctively grasping the bark, leaving several scratches in his wake. With a soft thud, he landed on the ground, momentarily dazed. However, he was not gravely injured, and Qiaoqiao's plan had faltered. He quickly gathered himself and prepared to continue his ascent. To him, this was merely a challenge presented by the beautiful hedgehog lady. Qiaoqiao narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling a semblance of calm as the earlier exertion had alleviated some of her restlessness. Indeed, Such matters warranted physical activity. Suddenly, a hoot resonated from the sky, causing the male hedgehog to halt, his expression shifting to one of alarm. The owl was one of the hedgehog's natural predators. A deeply ingrained instinct urged him to flee. Yet, upon glancing at Qiaoqiao, the exquisite white hedgehog, he hesitated. Her scent was sweet, distinctly different from that of other female hedgehogs. From the pitch-black sky, a figure swooped down, landing deftly beside Qiaoqiao, folding its wings with practiced ease, as though it had performed this many times before. The proximity to the owl was suffused with a fierce presence, igniting a profound sense of dread in the male hedgehog, abruptly interrupting his courtship endeavors. In a flash, he darted away, instinctively following his primal urges. Unbeknownst to him, Junqi had unwittingly become his first rival in love. The arrival of Junqi was the most fortuitous event for Qiaoqiao. Overwhelmed with excitement, she leaped onto his face. The recent events had indeed terrified her. It seemed that spring posed significant dangers for her. Junqi adjusted quite well to Qiaoqiao's sudden exuberance. After all, she had always been like this. However, he soon detected another scent, one that was distinctly hedgehog, but lacked the sweet aroma of Qiaoqiao, instead bearing the pungent odor of hormones. Furrowing his brow, he realized that another hedgehog had recently been in the vicinity. In the brief moment that Junqi was lost in thought, Qiaoqiao had nimbly climbed onto his back, her limbs tightly embracing his spine. She had grown considerably since their last encounter, with her arms outstretched. She could wrap around him quite securely. "Let us proceed," her actions seemed to convey. She had just deliberately glanced down at the ground, noting that the hedgehog was no longer present, presumably frightened away by Junqi. This was indeed a positive outcome, Qiaoqiao mused, for it was already commendable that the other had retreated voluntarily, although she did not dwell on the notion of her kind turning against one another. As her humanity still lingered deep within, she recognized it was ultimately a disheartening reality. The gently cooling evening breeze caressed the side of Qiaoqiao's face, bringing her comfort and prompting her to squint her eyes. The restlessness within her heart had finally been subdued to a great extent. Chapter 82, The Hedgehog and the Owl. Junqi found himself in the throes of adolescence, perceiving spring merely as an ordinary season. Although there were many matters he did not comprehend, particularly the intricacies of finding a mate, his parents had never imparted such knowledge before he achieved independence. Yet, instinctively, coupled with his observations of Qiaoqiao's recent behavior, an unfamiliar emotion began to stir within him. He started to fathom why Qiaoqiao had been restless these past few days, occasionally vocalizing her discomfort, even during daylight hours, often awakening him from his slumber. Though still immature and devoid of such experiences, fragments of memory surfaced from a time before he had left his parents' care or learned to soar. In this temperate season, he recalled witnessing his parents engaged in courtship. Unlike hedgehogs, birds performed such rituals in midair, and had it not been for Junqi's keen eyesight, he might have missed it entirely. Thus, could the source of the little hedgehog's current distress lie in her maturity, influenced by the throes of her estrus? Observing the pained profile of Qiaoqiao, whose inner turmoil found no outlet, she had resigned herself to lying still, refraining from any extraneous movements. Although exercise was a commendable suggestion, she had never anticipated her own frailty, having been pampered by Junqi's nurturing. Following an encounter with the male hedgehog's courtship, her first resolution upon returning was to engage in physical activity, which she commenced the very next day. However, after only a few attempts, exhaustion overwhelmed her, leaving her sprawled on the ground, devoid of motivation. Her state could aptly be described as suboptimal health. Consequently, Qiaoqiao refrained from further exertion, even hesitating to venture outdoors for fear of another unwelcome courtship. The male hedgehogs were unkempt and foul-smelling, evidently neglecting their hygiene. It was said they would deliberately lick off unpleasant substances before grooming their own spines. This particular aspect was intolerable to Qiaoqiao. She would rather remain single for eternity Thus, after her return, she nestled in her den for several days. Junkie murmured, lowering his gaze at the distressed little hedgehog. He, too, felt a pang of discomfort. In an effort to alleviate her unease, he fervently rummaged through his memories to recall how adult birds typically comforted their partners. After all, owls belong to the avian family. Did they not? Like wolves and eagles, owls exhibited profound loyalty to their mates. If a partner were to go missing, they would embark on a search, remaining devoted to a single companion for life. In his recollections, Junkie remembered his father often affectionately nuzzling his mother, as the owl's beak curved downward like a hook. It was fortunate that Qiaoqiao was not merely a female owl, otherwise she would be unable to reach Junkie's beak. They would engage in playful wing flapping, frolicking together until exhaustion drew their fluffy heads close, their beaks nearly touching as if relishing the sweetness of a kiss. They would snuggle closely, inseparable. Upon concluding his reminiscence, Junkie realized the futility of his musings. The most valuable insights came from observing other owls. Male owls during courtship endeavored to impress females with their offerings. There existed an unspoken rule: a male owl must present delectable food to win over his beloved female. Success in courtship hinged upon this act. If a male owl were to succeed without providing food, it would surely incite the jealousy of other males. Might this approach offer some solace to the little hedgehog? Junkie contemplated the feasibility of this notion while gazing at Qiaoqiao's profile. Although they feasted on meat regularly, he sensed that her true delight lay in the sweet and tangy fruits. Had he not recently procured overly sour fruits, she would likely have been even more content. Spring, a time for sowing, presented challenges in locating suitable fruits. However, in the farthest eastern reaches, a few households surely possessed quality provisions. Lowering his head, Junkie gently nudged Qiaoqiao with his beak. The tender gesture prompted her to relax, wrapping her arms around his slightly cold beak, her small face nuzzling against him. This seemed to provide her considerable comfort. Junkie cooed again, extending his wings to carefully embrace Qiaoqiao. The quills on her back had softened significantly after being drenched in rain the previous day, and with her current lack of wariness towards him, he could hold her a bit tighter. Indeed, Qiaoqiao had just discovered that prolonged exposure to water could soften her quills. Yet, having endured the rain for so long, she felt particularly uncomfortable. It was Junkie's constant embrace that gradually warmed her back to comfort. She also realized that during moments of relaxation, her quills would indeed soften, a revelation she had only recently come to understand. Upon discovering that she could bend her quills, she was astounded. How could she have not noticed this before? It felt as if she had wasted her previous life without acknowledging such a delightful capability. Junkie attempted to comfort Qiaoqiao once more. However, she did not grasp his intent, having grown accustomed to his frequent calls. Thus, she paid little attention. After some time, as Qiaoqiao began to feel better, twilight descended, and the moon approached fullness, casting a gentle glow. The night was splendid, unclouded by obstructions. Junkie called out to Qiaoqiao once again. This time, she comprehended his meaning. It was time for him to seek sustenance. As usual, she obediently remained seated, affectionately touching Junkie's damaged eye and planting a kiss on his beak. Return swiftly, she urged. With Qiaoqiao's response, Junkie unfurled his wings and took flight. Recently, the amount of food he had been bringing back was insufficient to satisfy both their appetites, prompting him to divide his foraging into 2 trips. The first would consist of meat, perhaps a field mouse or a sparrow, along with Qiaoqiao's cherished earthworms. The second trip would yield her post-meal fruits, often tender leaves, which she relished as sweet morsels. Once this troublesome spring passed, she would be able to assist Junkie in gathering food. Throughout these days, Qiaoqiao had keenly observed Junkie's attentive care, his bustling efforts invoking within her a mix of guilt and sweetness. Meanwhile, Junkie, who was dearly missed by Qiaoqiao, continued his nocturnal hunting, while another matter lingered heavily in his mind. Chapter 83. The White Hedgehog. The Owl in the absence of Junqi. The small den felt significantly larger, almost several times its original size. For Su Qiaoqiao, it was spacious enough to roll around a few times. The hormonal restlessness continued to affect her, leaving her quite uncomfortable. However, as a sentient being, her adaptability was remarkably strong. And she had come to terms with her current agitated state. Perhaps it was due to the less pronounced estrus period of female hedgehogs compared to their male counterparts. It was astonishing how quickly she had matured in her previous life as a rabbit. She had already been born for some time and was capable of foraging for food independently, which was entirely different from her current existence as a young hedgehog. Moreover, that previous life had been in a realm of cultivation, where her estrus period coincided with the harsh winter storms of the north, with the sun hanging in the sky like a mere decoration, utterly useless. In her understanding, such periods were typically associated with spring. Su Qiaoqiao lay on the ground, contemplating many things. Although now an adult, her physique still appeared diminutive. Her lateral distance was rather expansive, yet her overall stature remained petite. Standing nearly 20 centimeters tall, she was quite remarkable for a hedgehog, thanks to Junqi's generous feeding of meat at each meal. However, such a size no longer warranted the nickname Little Hedgehog. Yet, in Junqi's heart, Su Qiaoqiao would always be that petite hedgehog, deserving of his affection, care, and nurturing. The mere thought of Junqi filled her with sweetness. Despite their inability to communicate even at the most basic level, they were undeniably the most caring presences in each other's lives. Coo! Suddenly, Junqi's call echoed. And as he approached his small den, he intentionally fluffed his feathers, creating a sound that would alert Su Qiaoqiao to his presence sooner. Chirp. Regardless of what that call signified, Su Qiaoqiao responded to Junqi at that moment. With a couple of thuds, 2 plump, shiny field mice dropped to the ground, their succulent flesh immediately apparent. Su Qiaoqiao estimated that she could hardly finish even one of them, which conservatively indicated just how sizable the mice Junqi had caught truly were. Chirp. Jun, let us eat together. Su Qiaoqiao hurriedly scampered to Junqi, calling out to him. Having spent ample time with her, Junqi understood that she was inviting him to share a meal. However, recalling a certain matter, he mechanically shook his head at Su Qiaoqiao. Coo. Chirp. Su Qiaoqiao was puzzled by Junqi's meaning. He blinked, opened his beak, and called out to her, gesturing with his wings towards the half-eaten fruit on the ground. Upon realizing his intention, Su Qiaoqiao guessed that he was asking if he should fetch her more fruit. She picked up the fruit and dashed back to Junqi, lifting it high before him, her eyes reflecting inquiry. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Coo. Junqi emitted a deeper sound. Due to the structure of his body, the owl could not nod but could only shake his head side to side, or rather, turn his head. Indeed, Su Qiaoqiao felt an unbidden sense of emotion. After responding to her, Junqi took flight, his wings spread straight and gliding smoothly into the distance. He recalled having seen some fresh fruits in a human household last time, large and pale yellow, seemingly very sweet. At midnight, the humans were fast asleep, yet they had taken numerous precautions against those little thieves that roamed at night. Nevertheless, none of this posed a challenge for Junqi, as his kind could fly silently, causing minimal disturbance. If a layer of feathers were laid where he passed, they would remain undisturbed. Coo. Junqi landed on the eaves of a house, softly calling out, and it was evident that the occupants inside were sound asleep, unresponsive to his presence. The fruits he sought were stored in a tightly closed cabinet in the kitchen, presenting him with a considerable challenge and requiring time to overcome. Despite their size, owls are often merely plump, unlike Su Qiaoqiao's robust form. Peering closely, he noticed a small gap at the door. If he tucked in his feathers, he could likely squeeze through. The room was dimly lit, with only a sliver of moonlight streaming in through the door, but for Junqi, whose vision had adapted, this was of little consequence. Meanwhile, Su Qiaoqiao was patiently waiting for Junqi to return for their meal. Dining together held a sense of ritual, creating the delightful illusion of companionship. which was indeed the essence of togetherness. She was also dealing with the two field mice, as neither she nor Junqi consumed bones or skins, which meant those parts needed to be discarded. She had assumed this task would be simple, but had forgotten that she was without tools, relying solely on her claws. This realization dawned upon her during the long wait for Junqi, as boredom enveloped her in the emptiness of her small den, with a vast sky above and no neighbors in sight. However, Qiaoqiao had overestimated her abilities. Skinning the mice proved to be more arduous than anticipated, with the process slow and inefficient. Chirp. Glancing at her blood-stained claws and then at the messy remains of the skinned mouse, she felt a twinge of guilt, akin to wasting food. Perhaps this was not suitable for her. Next time, she should find something else to occupy her time. With a hint of guilt, she pushed the mutilated mouse aside and began to lick her claws clean, thoroughly cleansing them before rubbing them against the fallen leaves until the dampness was gone. Then withdrawing her paws. Just then, Junqi's voice resonated perfectly, and he swiftly returned, clutching a round object in his talons. "What is this?" Qiaoqiao observed the shadow of the fruit, which appeared even larger than the previous ones Junqi had brought her. When Junqi dropped the fruit before her, she finally discerned its true nature. Oh my, it was a pear. A fresh one. Judging by its color and size, it must be bursting with juice. Qiaoqiao's eyes lit up, and her spirit soared. Her emotions were clearly displayed before Junqi, who, upon witnessing the little hedgehog's joy, felt a swell of happiness himself, confirming that his memory had indeed served him well. Male owls often impress their future mates with their worth, and it seemed this principle also applied to little hedgehogs. It dawned on Junqi that he should procure more fruits in the future. After all, in the realm of animals, the very notion of theft may not even exist in their understanding. Chapter 84. The hedgehog and the owl. The fruit that Junqi brought for Qiaoqiao was remarkably large and juicy. Qiaoqiao could only manage to consume a quarter of it before feeling full. Coupled with the field mouse meat, her dinner was exceptionally lavish. Contentedly, she patted her belly while leaning against the nearby rock wall. After finishing her meal, it was Junqi who began to tidy up the area, but first, he needed to expel from his stomach the indigestible remnants. When Junqi consumed the field mouse, he swallowed it whole, deliberately waiting until Qiaoqiao had finished eating so they could regurgitate the indigestible parts together. His stomach could not digest everything from the mouse, such as bones and feathers. Therefore, his stomach secreted a substance that formed these undigestible items into a pellet, which he would later expel. Watching Junqi regurgitate the pellet piqued Qiaoqiao's curiosity. She mused that if she were to transform into an owl, she could experience that sensation firsthand, eating something and then having to regurgitate it. After expelling the pellet, Junqi felt much more comfortable and his movements became much more agile. Originally, his little nest was exceedingly simple, housing only a few food items. It was merely a place for him to sleep, and owls adapt swiftly to their surroundings. More accurately, they are indifferent to the quality or comfort of their environment. Thus, the previous minimalist nest suited his solitary avian lifestyle perfectly. However, ever since Qiaoqiao had arrived, the nest underwent a significant transformation. Soft leaves began to be spread out, and beside it, she created a small stone trough, hewn from the cliff, designed specifically to hold water, most of which was rainwater. The area surrounding the nest was adorned with a few delicate flowers, both white and yellow. The previously seldom cleaned nest now required daily tidying, with fresh leaves replacing the old ones and the flowers changed every day, instilling a sense of ritual. Junqi, however, remained largely indifferent to these changes. Yet, since it was what the little hedgehog desired, he obliged with little complaint. Once everything was prepared, Junqi nestled entirely within his nest. Lying straight as it comfortably accommodated his current size, his feathers fluffed up, enveloping his entire form. Qiaoqiao then crawled over and nestled into Junqi's embrace. Upon feeling his heartbeat, she paused her movements. Her quills, now soft, posed no discomfort as she cozied up to him. Nevertheless, drowsiness did not overtake Qiaoqiao. Despite her physical exhaustion, her spirit remained exuberant. The moment Junkie lay down, he slipped into slumber, a fact that Qiaoqiao envied greatly, especially since she was perpetually an insomniac. As the moon journeyed westward, the sky gradually brightened with the passage of time. Qiaoqiao, unable to sleep due to hormonal restlessness, felt a strong urge to move, even to engage in a scuffle. Junkie, on the other hand, slept soundly, oblivious to her restlessness. It was only when the sky became fully illuminated that Qiaoqiao succumbed to sleep, weighed down by both physical and mental fatigue. The weather that day was dismal, with ominous clouds casting a dark pall over the landscape. It was early spring, and March had not seen such rainfall before. This region was not characterized by the dry climate of the north, leaning instead towards the humid south, where spring brings ample rain. Junkie slept soundly until the afternoon, while Qiaoqiao awoke after a few hours, cautiously peeking out from beneath Junkie's wing, observing the dim light around her and the heavy clouds overhead. The well-informed hedgehog quickly deduced that rain was imminent. Gazing at the protruding rocks overhead and then at Junkie's substantial form, she pondered whether they would be sheltered from the rain. Indeed, after half an hour, Qiaoqiao felt a chill on her nose, moist to the touch. Before she could contemplate further, a drop of rain fell. Soon, a gentle patter of rain began to descend. "Oh no, it's raining!" Qiaoqiao exclaimed, instinctively retreating beneath Junkie's feathers, the place she deemed the safest. However, within a minute, she noticed her head becoming damp as the raindrops filtered through Junkie's feathers onto her. "Is his plumage leaking?" she wondered, bemused. Much of Junkie's body was exposed to the elements, and the rain soon soaked his feathers, rendering one side heavier than the other, which roused him from his slumber. Upon awakening to the sound of rain, he swiftly stood and sought refuge beneath the rock. His recent growth spurt meant he now had to crouch to fit beneath the overhang. As Qiaoqiao realized Junkie's wings had moved away, she remained there, bewildered in the rain, unsure of how to react. Once Junkie adjusted his position, he noticed the small white creature still exposed to the rain. Realizing this, he leaned forward, retrieving Qiaoqiao back into his feathers. "Eep!" she squeaked as Junkie enveloped her in his plumage, the soft, fluffy feathers encircling her like a gentle embrace. Junkie placed her in the portion of his feathers that remained dry, a proximity she had never experienced before. Typically, when she perched on his back, he meticulously shielded her feathers, understandable given that they were in flight. Yet now, Qiaoqiao found herself nearly buried in Junkie's feathers, utterly astonished. Were all feathers always this fluffy? She could hardly believe it. As Junkie crouched, Qiaoqiao's height allowed her to simply tilt her head slightly to touch him. She gazed at the fluffy plumage beneath his chin and suddenly entertained a thought. Was all of Junkie's plumage like this? Clutching him tightly, she leaned forward, and to her delight, her nose brushed against the soft feathers, delving about 4 to 5 centimeters deep until she encountered flesh. Qiaoqiao was taken aback. Was Junkie so slender? All feathers were astonishingly thick. Such density typically appeared in cold climates. Why would a southern owl possess such thick plumage? Sensing Qiaoqiao's movements, Junkie assumed the little hedgehog was playing. However, given the current circumstances, play was not an option. Therefore, he inclined his head, gently rubbing his beak against her nose, offering her comfort. They gazed into each other's eyes, and no matter how many times they shared this moment, Qiaoqiao marveled at the beauty reflected in Junkie's gaze, a wildness tempered by softness due to her presence. "Coo, don't be mischievous, be good. Where have I caused a stir?" Qiaoqiao pondered in disbelief. Am I truly such a mischievous little hedgehog? I'm clearly quite well behaved. With this thought, she continued to nuzzle against Junqi's beak, her tiny paws resting upon his form. A few feathers caught between her toes, nearly pressing against him, her eyes sparkling with a playful glint. The nostrils of the owl, where the beak meets the face, were the target of her playful nudges, which inadvertently made Junqi feel a touch uncomfortable. Yet, he could not rebuff Qiaoqiao's exuberance. "Who?" he uttered helplessly. then spread his wings to gently restrain her below, preventing her from wriggling about. This marked the season's first rain of early spring, although it arrived later than expected. The forest, post-rain, was imbued with a refreshing vitality, filled with the melodious calls of birds. Evidently, this spring shower had roused many small creatures that had been cooped up at home. Chapter 85: The White Hedgehog and the Owl. After the rain ceased, darkness enveloped the sky. Qiaoqiao found herself snugly cradled in Junqi's embrace. Her playful antics had caused his chin to itch, yet with the rain pouring outside, there was no choice but to nestle her deeper into his soft feathers. Thankfully, his plumage was sufficiently thick, and Junqi felt relieved. Otherwise, he might have struggled to contain this little hedgehog. In truth, Junqi himself was but a youth, tending to a small hedgehog. Though he was on the cusp of adulthood, he remained unaware that Qiaoqiao had already reached maturity, her diminutive appearance proving quite deceptive. Should one consider their respective ages, Qiaoqiao would undoubtedly be the elder. In his previous life, Junqi had been older than Qiaoqiao, and now, in this world, his lifespan still surpassed hers. As Qiaoqiao stroked Junqi's soft feathers, her spirits lifted. She was completely enveloped by the downy warmth, inhaling the damp scent that lingered in the air. Her paws fidgeted with the feathery tufts, and her eyes narrowed in comfort. "Chirp, chirp. Let us venture forth to seek sustenance," she suggested. With her tiny paws, she reached into the snowy mass of feathers, gently scratching Junqi's chin, her sharp claws grazing his skin, which elicited an amused tickle from him. Lowering his head, he playfully nuzzled Qiaoqiao's nose several times, prompting her to erupt into laughter, only ceasing when he paused his antics. "Goo goo." Observing the lively glimmer in her eyes, Junqi could not resist tickling her again, his wings enveloping her entirely, leaving Qiaoqiao with no escape from his sudden fervor. She felt somewhat overwhelmed by his exuberance. Chirp, chirp. After all, she was still in her estrus phase, though Junqi was not a male hedgehog. His playful antics stirred her previously settled emotions anew. "Enough with the frolicking. We must hasten to find food," Qiaoqiao exclaimed, feeling slightly drained by his newfound energy. What had caused his mood to brighten so dramatically with the rain? She had never heard of rain affecting an owl's disposition. Despite Junqi's firm hold, Qiaoqiao's weight had increased significantly, and soon he could no longer support her, tumbling onto the ground, where she was promptly buried under a mound of feathers. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Qiaoqiao lamented. "I hadn't expected his enthusiasm would bury me beneath his feathers." Once Junqi's fervor subsided, Qiaoqiao found herself adorned with many feathers. Her tiny face scrunched up in distress, clearly having endured quite the ordeal. Surprisingly, she felt a sense of relief from her earlier restlessness. Frowning slightly, she pondered. Is this a tendency towards self-abuse? Goo goo. I shall seek food now. Junqi always declared this before venturing out, awaiting her response before proceeding. Qiaoqiao weakly called out, "All right," returned swiftly and bestowed a gentle kiss. After Junqi took flight, Qiaoqiao gradually regained her spirits, surveying their little nest. Fortunately, the rain had not been heavy, leaving the nest mostly intact, though many areas were damp. In just one day, the pear Junqi had brought home was already beginning to rot. Approaching the fruit, Qiaoqiao noticed the spots where she had nibbled were now developing mold, the juice appearing particularly viscous. However, when she leaned closer to sniff, expecting a foul odor, she was pleasantly surprised by a sweet scent. Were a hedgehog's olfactory senses truly so different from a human's? Had she not known better, she might have taken a hearty bite. Wrinkling her nose, she carefully removed the decayed portions with her claws, cherishing the gift from Junqi, unwilling to waste a single morsel. After all, she prided herself on being a frugal little creature, Qiaoqiao thought to herself. Before Junqi returned, she decided to indulge in the fruit. The pear was indeed substantial, and it crunched delightfully beneath her teeth. The damp feathers weighed Junqi's wings down, compelling him to be more cautious in flight. Yet it remained a light task for him. The forest, revived after the rain, was bustling with small creatures, even the earthworms, which he had previously sought from other birds, were now scenting the air as they emerged from the soil. Excellent. Upon returning, he could treat Qiaoqiao to a feast. Determined, Junqi fixed his sights on a suitable spot, swiftly snatching an earthworm, tearing it apart to prevent any potential escapees. Earthworms were indeed a prized catch. Having gathered enough sustenance, he flapped his wings and soared back home. Upon his return to the nest, Qiaoqiao had nearly satiated herself with the pair, the remaining portions dwindling, destined to spoil by the next evening. As soon as she saw Junqi land, she scrambled over to him, enveloping him in a jubilant hug. It seemed sweet treats had a universal effect on happiness, even for hedgehogs, or perhaps it was the human essence residing within her. Junqi reciprocated her affectionate gesture, as he always did upon returning home, enjoying the warmth of her welcome. After their affectionate reunion, they commenced their evening meal, or rather, breakfast, as it marked their first meal after waking. Once they finished, Qiaoqiao reclined lazily to one side, while Junqi dutifully tidied up the remnants, then flew off to gather fresh leaves to replace the old ones. After completing his tasks and settling down for a well-deserved rest, Qiaoqiao slowly roused herself, crawling beneath his wings to nuzzle his chin, intending to doze off once the drowsiness overtook her. However, after waiting and waiting, she found herself still quite alert, the only sensation being a slight fullness in her belly, as Junqi had generously fed her the earthworms. The sky, cleared after the rain, appeared exceptionally vivid, with the moon hanging high like a lantern. Today was the 15th. Qiaoqiao peeked out towards the sky, gazing at the perfectly round moon, and suddenly reflected. The 15th marks the mid-month. April has barely passed its midpoint, and May has yet to arrive. Time truly feels interminable. Chapter 86. The White Hedgehog. The owl. As the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, a single day passes with the mere flutter of one's eyelids. Qiaoqiao has truly begun to acclimatize to the restlessness within her heart. Should she find it challenging to quell this turbulence, she resorts to reciting the great compassion mantra in her mind. In her previous life, due to her family's Buddhist beliefs, she had spent several days by her grandmother's bedside, chanting the mantra upon her passing. This was not a request she made herself, but rather one that her beloved grandmother had asked of her, and how could she refuse such a heartfelt plea? Whether it is a psychological effect or not, Qiaoqiao felt a wave of relief after her recitations. Initially, she worried that the elusive system might penalize her for any transgressions, as is often the case in novels, where characters equipped with external aids face repercussions for any violations. However, Qiaoqiao mused that if it were her, the opposing force would likely intimidate her into compliance. As temperatures steadily rise, the sun's brilliance seems to intensify, heralding the arrival of the rainy season. Gugu, her companion, stands like a statue beneath the protruding stone slab, barely daring to move, occasionally blinking to clear the grime from his eyes. He would occasionally turn his head in a full 270-degree arc, causing Qiaoqiao to feel her own neck ache in sympathy. Alas, it is yet another rainy day, and she wonders if it will ever cease. She recalls that the plum rain season typically arrives in June, yet here they are, at the end of April, and the rains have come swiftly. Leaning against Gugu, who envelopes her with his wings, she finds comfort in his presence, though his expression remains stoic, his large eyes exuding an adorably vacant look. Fortunately, the rain began at midnight, just 5 minutes after they had finished their meal. They had yet to tidy their space before being drenched, resembling two soggy creatures. Qiaoqiao gazes at the center of their cozy abode, noticing the rainwater seeping through. She cannot recall the last time their little nest was repaired. Shouldn't birds seek shelter beneath leaves or in fields during storms? It is quite rare, if not unprecedented, for a hedgehog and an owl to combine their nesting place with a refuge from the rain. Though their little nest may seem small, It is now filled with the presence of Su Qiaoqiao. Her teeth-grinding tool, a neatly cut piece of wood, is undoubtedly a remnant from the human world. Additionally, she has crafted various toys from grass to occupy her time and distract her mind, including several small woven balls that Gugu enjoys playing with. The rain is indeed torrential. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so thoroughly soaked. The downpour batters against the ground, droplets landing on the corners of Su Qiaoqiao's eyes. She feels that she is now capable of standing upright, leaning against Gugu while mentally reciting the great compassion mantra. Thank you, grandmother. Since discovering that chanting the mantra brings her solace, Su Qiaoqiao has made it a daily ritual, persisting even when fatigue sets in, pausing only for sleep and meals to unwind and play with Gugu. However, she has noticed that her meals have become quite sumptuous lately, leading to a disheartening transformation in her physique. What is that bulge on her stomach? It seems to protrude alarmingly. And she muses that even a pregnant hedgehog mother would not bear such a round belly. Determined, she resolves to eat less starting tomorrow. Otherwise, she will have to wait until hibernation to shed the excess weight, but that would be too dreadful. Gugu, of course, remains oblivious to the thoughts of his little hedgehog companion, having already succumbed to slumber with his eyes closed. Su Qiaoqiao, standing as she is, finds it impossible to fall asleep. When the rain finally ceases, she intends to playfully nudge Gugu awake, only to realize he has already drifted off. How could you be asleep already, Gugu? She wonders. Since he is resting, she decides not to disturb him, feeling quite proud of herself as a well-behaved little hedgehog. She attempts to wriggle free from Gugu's wings, which he does not resist in his slumber, allowing her to escape effortlessly. She peeks around. Greeted by a refreshing breeze that caresses her face, the gentle evening air following a rainstorm is undeniably delightful. Had Gugu's nest been situated closer to the ground, she might have ventured out for a stroll. Oh, how wonderful! May is approaching. Su Qiaoqiao gazes at the sliver of moon visible in the sky, filled with joy as she anticipates the blissful days to come after May. As for the following year, she glances back at Gugu, whose stature has nearly reached that of an adult owl, his feathers full and his talons remarkably strong, with wings extending close to a meter. Su Qiaoqiao reflects on the memories, realizing that once Gugu matures, he will no longer evade the mating season. She hopes that with her mantra recitation, she will be better equipped to navigate the changes. What will Gugu become? She cradles her face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she begins to look forward to the coming spring. You see, women are indeed capricious. Just a moment ago, she expressed disdain for spring, and now she is filled with anticipation. After a series of heavy rains in April, May arrives with predominantly sunny weather, interrupted only by the occasional light shower. Throughout May, Su Qiaoqiao remains dutifully nestled in her little home, avoiding any unnecessary excursions, lest she encounter a male hedgehog. The thought of being pursued by one is truly unappealing, as she associates those males with the archetype of a domineering executive, self-serving and presumptuous. By the end of May, the mating season is nearing its conclusion, and many hedgehogs are preoccupied with the act of mating. Yet Su Qiaoqiao is preoccupied with another dilemma, the unbearable heat. Though the temperatures have not yet reached their peak, she finds herself unable to endure the sweltering conditions, revealing the downsides of residing at such a height. Chapter 87. The White Hedgehog and the Owl. By the end of May, the duration of sunlight had noticeably increased compared to before. In nature, there are myriad ways to gauge the passage of time. Just a few short weeks were sufficient to transform the forest dramatically. A lush vitality permeated the earth, rendering everything vibrantly alive. However, this exuberance held no relevance for Su Qiaoqiao, who, at this moment, was utterly unable to sleep due to the oppressive heat. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and Junqi's nest was precariously perched on the edge of a steep cliff, where the unrelenting sunlight intensified the already soaring temperatures. What a day it was! Even in the peak afternoon heat, Su Qiaoqiao found herself hiding beneath Junqi's wings, lamenting how she never imagined being so affected by the heat before summer had even fully arrived. Hedgehogs, as creatures, are notoriously intolerant of heat, requiring a temperate environment. In sweltering conditions, they seldom venture out to engage in activities. She cast a glance at Junqi, feeling an intense pang of jealousy. Despite his thick plumage, akin to a down jacket, he behaved like an unconcerned bird, consuming food and drink as he pleased, and even sleeping soundly, oblivious to the thunderous sounds around him. Why was it that, being of the same animal kingdom, hedgehogs were so sensitive to heat? This geographical location was truly unsuitable during the winter. She had nearly succumbed to the cold, back when Junqi did not yet cuddle her to sleep, and she had to snuggle close for warmth. It was only after hibernation that she managed to avoid freezing. The rising temperatures rekindled a long-buried thought in Qiaoqiao's mind: relocating. Although owls have a strong attachment to their habitats, rarely abandoning them, a young owl departing from its parents would seek a favored nesting site, establishing it as their home. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, they typically do not change locations. Thus, how could she persuade Junqi to cooperate with her move? Furthermore, Junqi's nest was remarkably well built. Even after 3 consecutive days of heavy rain, it remained unscathed, perhaps even more fortified. This was Qiaoqiao's foremost concern. It was evident that Junqi cherished this location, free from disturbances by other birds, creating a tranquil and spacious retreat. Could it be that his fondness for this spot stemmed from the protruding rock? Qiaoqiao's gaze drifted to the upper left corner, where the jutting rock cast a shadow over Junqi's head, sheltering him from the sun. She couldn't help but recall how he often perched beneath that rock, appearing blissfully content. Perhaps it was his sole form of entertainment? Qiaoqiao thought coldly. If that is the case, I cannot afford to linger here. After all, this weather had not yet reached its peak, and if it escalated further, she might very well become a hedgehog succumbing to the heat. She needed to contemplate her next steps carefully. If she were still human, breaking that rock would be a trivial task. However, as a young hedgehog, she was ill-equipped to accomplish such a feat at that moment. Possessing a thoughtful mind was of utmost importance. As she gazed at Junqi's slumbering visage, his face pressed down against the ground, his fluffy fur splayed out. Qiaoqiao felt increasingly warm. She shifted her body, extending her tiny paws to stroke Junqi's fur while contemplating how to dismantle the protruding rock. It was indeed a complex challenge for a diminutive hedgehog, yet Qiaoqiao was undaunted by obstacles. She was determined to ensure a comfortable existence in the months to come. As her thoughts occupied her, time swiftly passed, and May drew to a close. June, the inaugural month of summer and the final month of the first half of the year, ushered in warmer weather, which was approximately twice as hot as in May. Even the nights offered no respite from the oppressive heat. During this time, rainfall significantly increased, heralding the onset of the plum rain season. The summer storms served as a crucial mechanism for nature to regulate humidity, with the refreshing rain tempering the heat, alleviating Qiaoqiao's irritable mood to some degree. For Qiaoqiao, June represented more than just the aforementioned significance. It also marked her complete liberation from this year's mating season. The first order of business upon entering June was to insist that Junqi take her hunting. With Qiaoqiao entering adulthood, her weight and size had undergone a noticeable transformation. She was no longer the frail creature he had first encountered, but rather a considerably robust figure. Junqi, adept at bearing weight, had initially been taken aback by Qiaoqiao's heft, but soon grew stable in supporting her as they traversed the woods. One evening, at the junction of the forest and meadow, an owl glided low, carrying a small white creature upon its back, whose spine bore several sharp quills. Once Junqi safely alighted, Qiaoqiao slowly climbed down from his back. Junqi attentively observed her, slightly tilting his body to facilitate her descent. As Qiaoqiao awkwardly flailed her short legs in the air, she wondered why she hadn't yet reached the ground. At that moment, Junqi crouched down, allowing her to touch the earth, and after a brief pause to examine her diminutive limbs, she sighed, resolving to let go of any discontent. as her spirits were lifted for the day. Upon landing, Junqi straightened up and gently tapped Su Qiaoqiao's head with his wing, issuing a few calls. After she responded, he took flight to hunt. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Su Qiaoqiao remained alone in the forest, her quills gradually hardening. Since April, during her rapid growth, Junqi had become less cautious than when they first met, always keeping her close, yet now he was beginning to loosen his hold. The little hedgehog had matured, which was one reason her adult form appeared far more dependable than her juvenile state. Early summer also brought forth an abundance of fruits suitable for Su Qiaoqiao's consumption. The forest was a veritable treasure trove, brimming with resources. Su Qiaoqiao twitched her nose, detecting a faintly sweet aroma wafting through the air, indicating that the fruits were ripe and ready for harvest. Chapter 88. The hedgehog and the terrain here is varied, and the forest is extensive, undoubtedly the largest that Su Qiaoqiao has ever encountered. Even the forest she inhabited in her past life pales in comparison to this one. Near the edge of the forest, there lies a vast expanse of verdant grass, with only a few towering trees scattered at the fringes. Among these majestic trees stands a particularly grand specimen, laden with an abundance of glossy green fruits. Is this an avocado tree? Su Qiaoqiao mused, recalling that avocados could indeed be harvested in spring. Beneath the tree, the ground was strewn with fallen fruits, a result of natural shedding, as well as some knocked down by heavy rains. Many of the fruits had begun to rot, exuding a sweet, decayed aroma that beckoned little creatures to partake. Following the scent, Su Qiaoqiao swiftly located the source. She gazed at the indistinct tree ahead, her nose twitching as she took a few bounding steps forward, arriving at her destination in under a minute, an impressive feat at this moment. The little hedgehog's short legs played a significant role. Though they measure no more than 10 centimeters, they are remarkable for their endurance, capable of covering over 2 kilometers in a day. This fruit tree is astonishingly large. Su Qiaoqiao's attention was immediately drawn to the lush tree, its fruits small yet considerably more substantial than the pear brought back by Junjun. The fruits appeared plump and well-formed, leaving her curious about how Junjun had discovered that pear. Su Qiaoqiao felt her mouth watering as she approached a half-rotten pear, inhaling its scent. With her paw, she scraped away the decayed portion and began to indulge in her evening meal. The avocado's flavor was not overly sweet, but it was not sour either. The fruit she was consuming was evidently ripe and had fallen naturally, its flesh tender and imbued with a rich, cheesy aroma. She squinted her eyes in delight, savoring the taste. The flavor of the avocado was unlike any fruit she had previously enjoyed. It was not crisp or juicy, but rather soft and reminiscent of walnut, releasing a deep fragrance upon consumption. Su Qiaoqiao found the aroma clinging to her snout, leaving a sticky residue. Just as she finished her 7th fruit, the call of an owl echoed through the air. The little hedgehog lifted her head, turning toward the source of the sound. She spotted an owl approaching, clutching 2 dead mice in its talons. Su Qiaoqiao's eyes brightened. "Junjun," she exclaimed, steadying herself against the fruit and waving to Junqi, her excitement palpable. The call now bore a different significance than before, merely expressing her emotions, unlike the time when it had inadvertently attracted a male hedgehog, leaving Su Qiaoqiao too frightened to vocalize for an entire month. The owl's keen sense of smell soon guided Junqi to her location. Although his vision was poor at a distance, Su Qiaoqiao's white fur stood out against the night, allowing him to swiftly reach her side. Junqi hopped forward, lowering his head to gently nudge Su Qiaoqiao's nose with his beak, seemingly assisting her in cleaning off the remnants of fruit. Owls, being carnivorous, cannot digest plant matter due to their stomach structure. Thus, they are confined to a diet of meat. Su Qiaoqiao momentarily drifted in thought, recalling how Junjun would have licked away any residue in the past. When her wandering mind returned to the present, she found herself gazing into Junqi's golden eyes. She blinked and stepped closer, reaching out to touch his scarred eyes, which still bore the marks of past injuries. It pained her to see such beautiful eyes marred by unsightly scars. Unbeknownst to her, Junqi had grown more majestic over time, now resembling a fully grown owl. Indeed, time for creatures passes with astonishing swiftness. Qiaoqiao climbed onto Junqi's back, her size now more than a third of his, making her quite conspicuous. On their return journey, she carefully observed the surrounding scenery, though her limited eyesight as a hedgehog offered only a vague impression. During the rainy season, the skies remained overcast for days, with intermittent rain that varied in intensity. One could never predict when the next downpour would arrive. Just as Qiaoqiao and Junqi reached their elevated nest, a torrential rain began to fall unexpectedly. Was it a testament to Junqi's intelligence, or merely coincidence? He flew directly to a protruding rock, settling down just as the raindrops began to descend. Qiaoqiao silently criticized her own thoughts, realizing that, having lived here for some time, he was accustomed to such weather patterns. As Junqi crouched, Qiaoqiao quickly dismounted, nuzzling against his fur as she circled his body before pausing at his abdomen. Junqi, ever considerate, wrapped his arms around her, as he always did, pulling her close. Although she cherished the intimacy, being so tightly pressed together felt somewhat uncomfortable. Qiaoqiao touched her nose, reflecting on her various ideas about persuading Junqi to relocate, each of which she had dismissed as impractical. The only feasible option seemed to be to damage the nest. Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Junqi's little home, filled with her belongings and lined with tender leaves that she had insisted he procure. Even amidst the storm, the nest remained sturdy, just as it had been upon their first encounter. It appeared they were in for a prolonged struggle. Qiaoqiao resolved to revisit her earlier notion, now that she had recently dined and found herself confined by the rain, with time on her hands. She contemplated her plans for the protruding rock that Junqi favored, uncertain if they would bear fruit. She would wait for him to fall asleep before putting her ideas into practice. As it turned out, the storm raged on throughout the night, only ceasing by dawn, with Junqi remaining in his crouched position, fast asleep. Chapter 89, The White Hedgehog and the Owl. Not only on the following day, but for 6 consecutive nights, torrential rain poured down as soon as dusk fell. Qiaoqiao found herself bereft of opportunities to put her ideas into practice, leaving her thoroughly frustrated. The relentless rains transformed the forest into a damp mire, with the earth turning to sludge and water levels rising significantly in some areas. It felt as if a deluge was imminent, gazing at the surging river nearby. Qiaoqiao sensed that if the downpour continued, it would not merely be a feeling but an inevitable reality. Due to the continuous rain at night, Junqi altered his routines, awakening before nightfall each day and taking Qiaoqiao along to forage for food. On several occasions, they ventured eastward. Upon encountering human dwellings, Qiaoqiao was astonished, for she had been unaware of human habitation in this area. She had assumed it was a pristine wilderness, having never previously glimpsed any traces of humanity. Junqi, likely aware of the abundance of food in the vicinity, had brought Qiaoqiao to this place. As twilight descended, it was time for dinner. The flickering light emanating from the windows suggested the use of candles. This must be an ancient world, Qiaoqiao mused, observing the archaic and rudimentary facilities, as she had not spotted a single electrical wire. At that moment, still enveloped in wonder at the discovery of human presence, she remained oblivious to Junqi's intentions for bringing her to hunt in such a place. Junqi landed silently before the chicken coop, not making a sound. Even as the sleeping chickens remained unaware of the two unfamiliar scents infiltrating their territory, it dawned upon Qiaoqiao that they were entering the chicken coop. She had briefly thought they might be thieves. She playfully slapped her cheek, realizing she had never engaged in theft and that it was inherently wrong. But wait. Stealing chickens surely made one a thief as well. The chicken coop was sizable, housing around 20 chickens, presumably for sustenance. Junqi, in his innocence, did not comprehend the implications of his actions. However, he cleverly maintained silence, not even making a clucking sound. Qiaoqiao tugged at Junqi's long feathers, feeling conflicted. glancing intermittently at the shadows of humans reflected on the window paper, anxious about being discovered in their endeavors. Unperturbed, Junqi boldly approached the chicken coop, his steps unwavering as he skillfully located a substantial gap in the nearby structure and squeezed himself through. Su Qiaoqiao watched in disbelief, pondering whether Junqi had been dining here all along. She was momentarily stunned. Was this truly acceptable? The accumulating scents within the coop were overwhelming, which is likely what had drawn Junqi's keen sense of smell from afar. However, to Su Qiaoqiao, who had once been human, the odor was rather unpleasant. Upon realizing Su Qiaoqiao had not followed, Junqi exited once more, flapping his large wing towards her. When Su Qiaoqiao met his gaze, it seemed to convey a message. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and eat. Those two-legged creatures are nothing to fear. Oh dear! Junqi, you are so naive. Utterly unaware of the capabilities of humans, Su Qiaoqiao hesitated for a few seconds, unable to take that initial step. She had never anticipated becoming a chicken thief. Junqi leaned against the wooden planks, observing her, seemingly waiting for her to join him. Hearing voices inside the house, it appeared the humans were preparing for sleep. At the moment the candlelight extinguished, Junqi suddenly called out to Su Qiaoqiao in a hushed tone. It felt as though she had no other choice. With the humans inside now asleep, Su Qiaoqiao's courage surged. Under the watchful gaze of the owl, she tiptoed toward him, her little legs moving swiftly. The short grass beside the chicken coop was easy to traverse, and her own guilt propelled her quickly to Junqi's side. The gap required Junqi to compress his feathers to enter, yet for Su Qiaoqiao, it was just wide enough for her to slip through sideways, save for a slight snugness around her belly. Once inside, Su Qiaoqiao stealthily followed Junqi, who had assumed the role of the master of the house. The coop was not solely occupied by chickens. The family likely raised them for their eggs, as egg production is crucial for meeting the needs of farmers and consumers alike. Under normal circumstances, they would maintain a vigilant watch, but they surely could not have anticipated that even in such inclement weather, two thieves would target their chickens and eggs. After entering, Junqi found a hidden spot to conceal himself, seemingly waiting for prey. This puzzled Su Qiaoqiao. Was he not here to steal chickens? Unsure of Junqi's intentions, she decided not to dwell on it. She meandered forward and fortuitously stumbled upon a broken egg, the pungent scent drawing her in immediately. Wow! An egg. It had been ages since she had indulged in such a delicacy. Su Qiaoqiao wiped away her drool and eagerly leaned in to enjoy the treat. Given that it was already broken, it was of no use to anyone, emboldening her further. After devouring one egg, she still craved more and began searching for additional broken eggs. Evidently, with so many chickens present, there were quite a few damaged eggs, which left Su Qiaoqiao thoroughly satisfied. She patted her now considerably rounder belly, feeling contented. Having eaten her fill, it was time to find Junqi and prepare to return. Following Junqi's scent, she made her way over and found him facing away from her, where she also heard some familiar chirping sounds. Could it be a mouse? Su Qiaoqiao rushed over and discovered Junqi had caught a mouse, which quickly vanished as it was swallowed whole by the owl. Junqi, having sensed Su Qiaoqiao's presence, likely knew she had eaten her fill. Su Qiaoqiao nudged Junqi's paw with her head and called out to him a few times. Junqi clearly understood her intent and responded with a soft hoot. Without further ado, the little hedgehog and the owl moved in unison toward the gap. After Su Qiaoqiao squeezed through, Junqi followed closely behind, both moving silently. They timed their exit perfectly, arriving at their nest just as the torrential rain began to fall. Su Qiaoqiao hurriedly dashed alongside Junqi, their movements fluid and adept. It was evident that she had grown accustomed to this way of life. Upon returning, Su Qiaoqiao began to comprehend why Junqi had led her to the human settlement in search of food. The time spent was significantly less than what they would typically require. Today's eggs are truly delectable, and Su Qiaoqiao has already begun to anticipate her return to that place for another delightful feast tomorrow. As for today's plan to sabotage the bird's nest, She decided to set it aside for the time being. Qiaoqiao comfortably mused that, given the continuous rain over the past few days, the heat has been barely perceptible. Thus, postponing this matter is entirely feasible. She reassured herself with this reasoning, though the underlying cause was, in truth, her own laziness. Chapter 90. The White Hedgehog and the Owl. In the days that followed, Qiaoqiao stealthily accompanied Junqi to the human-inhabited area for hunting, or more accurately, to indulge in a sumptuous feast with minimal effort. During these excursions, she also sampled a variety of other foods, such as the remnants of earthworms and leftover vegetable scraps meant for the chickens. It was evident that the chickens were less than appreciative of these offerings. However, this serendipity benefited Qiaoqiao, as her standards for food had significantly diminished. She no longer exhibited the same level of pickiness as she had when she first arrived. Clearly, Junqi's prior nurturing had made an impact. For the little hedgehog, what was within reach was regarded as the finest cuisine. It was apparent that she had grown considerably wiser. This tranquil state persisted for only a few days, until the day of the deluge. At the end of June, Qiaoqiao's premonitions were confirmed as torrential rains unleashed an onslaught of flooding. That evening, the downpour intensified into a violent storm. The ferocious waters surged like a ravenous beast, swirling with broken branches and stones, rushing downward with an incessant roar, submerging the lower regions of the forest. The few households to the east were situated at a higher elevation, and they had evidently undertaken adequate precautions against the monsoon season. Moreover, the rapidly swelling river remained a considerable distance from the farthest east, ensuring their safety. This prompted Qiaoqiao to reminisce about her previous dwelling. Although it had been a burrow on a small hill, she couldn't help but wonder if such a deluge would have swept it away. The answer was unequivocal, certainly. Fortunately, this was a forest, a vast expanse where the initially ferocious floodwaters ultimately dissipated, akin to a mere trickle. The continuous rain had also alleviated the sweltering temperatures, transforming the atmosphere to resemble early spring, an ideal climate for Qiaoqiao. This was arguably the only silver lining amidst the deluge, yet it could not compensate for the multitude of inconveniences that accompanied it. Watching the relentless rain, Qiaoqiao felt a twinge of melancholy, as many of her aspirations during this rainy season remained unfulfilled. If this continued into July and August, with temperatures soaring to or exceeding 40 degrees, she would truly be at risk of succumbing to the heat. Thus, the dismantling of her nest became an urgent matter. As for that protruding rock, it could wait for now. Qiaoqiao lacked the strength to remove it. During the day, the rain would sometimes cease or diminish to a drizzle, which greatly facilitated her clandestine endeavors. Qiaoqiao glanced back at Junqi, who sat quietly with his eyes closed, resembling a statue. However, due to his posture, he faced the direction of her little nest. A sense of unease crept over her. The timid little hedgehog hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to slowly return, intending to rouse the owl. If Junqi remained asleep, she could proceed without worry. She first nudged Junqi's belly with her head, but his thick feathers enveloped her so thoroughly that she found herself nearly buried within them. With no other choice, she rubbed against him vigorously, using her claws to stand on her hind legs and pinch the flesh of his face, where the feathers were sparse enough to make contact. Seeing that Junqi remained undisturbed, Qiaoqiao still felt a lingering apprehension. She gazed at his tightly closed eyes, offering herself a silent encouragement. "Come on. I want to disturb Junjun." With newfound determination, Qiaoqiao extended her paw to poke at Junqi's damaged eye, giving it a gentle rub while closely monitoring his reaction. Noticing no response, she gathered her courage to lift his eyelid. Initially, she attempted to lift it from below, mimicking human behavior, but inadvertently moved his lower eyelid as well, failing to open the eye. "What is going on?" Qiaoqiao wondered, repeating the action without success. In disbelief, she questioned how an owl's eyelid could be so unyielding. Persisting in her efforts, Qiaoqiao intensified her attempts, and in a fleeting moment, She managed to lift Junqi's eyelid with surprising ease. Su Qiaoqiao was astonished. Was it possible that the owl's eyelids were actually attached to the lower eyelid? She had never realized this before, and her eyes sparkled with delight as if she had discovered a fascinating new toy, eagerly tugging at Junqi's eyelids. "Wow! This is truly remarkable," she exclaimed inwardly. Yet, she had previously glimpsed Junqi's upper eyelids. Why was he now sleeping with his lower ones? The only conclusion was that owls possessed more than one eyelid, perhaps even more than two, Su Qiaoqiao speculated. After 5 minutes of playfully tugging at Junqi's eyelids, alternating between his left and right eyes, she concluded that he was indeed safe to continue her mischief. Once satisfied, Su Qiaoqiao retreated to her little nest to resume her destructive endeavors. She began by removing leaves and piling them onto Junqi, who was blissfully unaware, ideal for creating a makeshift cat-shaped support. The bird's nest proved remarkably sturdy. Despite her diligent scratching, Su Qiaoqiao made little progress. She pondered how Junqi had managed to construct it. Eventually, she sat on the ground, contemplating the resilient bird's nest composed of twigs, earth, and bird saliva. Unbelievable, nature. However, she refused to yield in her efforts. After a brief respite, she resumed her work with renewed vigor. As time slipped by, Su Qiaoqiao finally excavated a small hole by evening, just as the rain began to intensify again. Hastily, she covered her progress with leaves, ensuring that Junqi would not detect her activities. A soft hoot echoed through the air. Junqi had awakened. Su Qiaoqiao's secretive actions continued until the rainy season passed. By July, the rainfall gradually diminished and the floodwaters receded, leaving behind a landscape of wet mud, treacherous enough to slip on. At this point, Su Qiaoqiao had undeniably made significant headway in her dismantling efforts. Despite the apparent fragility of the nest, it was, in fact, remarkably robust. However, through Su Qiaoqiao's relentless endeavors, a small passage had formed. Bending down, she peered through the tiny opening, her eyes met with the stark white expanse below. "Hey!" Su Qiaoqiao laughed, filled with joy. If the torrential rains returned, this bird's nest would surely be rendered useless, and she would have to rethink her name. Beyond this newly created opening, she had inflicted damage in various other areas, yet due to the recent rains and her careful concealment with leaves, Junqi remained blissfully unaware of her mischief.